A boy in the Oklahoma scrub finds a stone arrowhead still sharp enough to draw blood. His grandmother takes it from him and presses it into the dirt, whispering. She does not explain why. The arrowhead has been waiting for 300 winters. The stories have been waiting longer. The Diné say we climbed through 4 worlds to reach this one. Each world we left behind because we forgot how to walk in balance. The Hopi say the skeleton man taught them to plant corn in the dust of their own bones. The Cherokee say the Uktena sleeps beneath every lake where the water goes still and black. The Wendigo is not a monster in the woods. The Wendigo is the hunger that eats your heart while you are still alive. The Pawnee named the stars before anyone had telescopes, and they called the morning star a woman who bled light across the sky. Monster Slayer and Child of the Water walked the earth before it was safe to be human. Their father was the sun. Their work was extermination. The flood came not as punishment but as a sigh, the world resetting itself because the people had made it sick. When the buffalo were shot from train windows, the bones piled higher than Tippis, the Plains nations felt the earth shudder. The US government understood what they were doing. A dead buffalo is a dead story. The code talkers spoke their mother tongue into the heart of the war, and the Japanese never broke it. The deer dance still happens every Lent in Sonora, the dancer's head crowned with antlers, the Catholic saint watching from the altar as the old gods move through his feet. The land itself is a library. Every river is a sentence. Every mountain is a chapter. The stories are not relics in a museum case, so the question is not whether the Uktena was real. The question is what the Uktena was trying to tell us about greed, about boundaries, about the price of taking more than you need, and whether we are still capable of listening. The story is not finished. It has only just remembered how to speak. Before there was light, there was a place that had no name. It was not a void in the sense of emptiness, but a presence so dense and silent that even time could not move through it. In that darkness, the first consciousness stirred, not as a voice, but as a feeling, a pulse, a question without words. There was no earth to stand on, no sky to look up at, only the slow, patient breathing of potential. This was the first world, a place the Navajo called the Black World, where the holy people existed as wisps of thought and shimmering intention. They were not yet formed, not yet given shape or color, but they were waiting. From that darkness, the first dawn did not break so much as it was born. A red glow, like embers in a dying fire, began to pulse at the center of the world. This was the second world, the blue world, though it appeared as a deep and bloody crimson to those who first saw it. Here, the holy people took their first forms, mist beings, cloud creatures, and the first insects that crawled through the damp, warm air. They had no bones, no solidity, only the will to exist. And they began to speak, not in words, but in vibrations that shaped the air around them. The first humans were not born from a woman's womb. They emerged from the earth itself, from the union of the sacred mountains and the waters that flowed beneath them. First man and first woman appeared together, their bodies formed from the skin of the earth and the breath of the sky. They stood on the red soil of the second world, and looked around at a place that was beautiful but incomplete. There was no sun, no moon, no stars to guide them. Only the dim light of the holy people, who glowed like fireflies in the perpetual twilight. But the second world was not meant to last. The people began to quarrel. They forgot the harmony that had brought them into being. They fought over the boundaries of their mist homes, over the colors of the light they shed, over the sound of their own voices. The holy people grew troubled. They saw that the world was becoming unbalanced, that the chaos of the people was cracking the foundations of the sky. And so they decided to leave. They climbed upward, through a hole in the dome of the world, into a place of yellow light. The third world was yellow, the color of corn pollen, of the first rays of the morning sun. Here, the people found a land of rolling plains and gentle rivers. The holy people had prepared this place for them, stocking it with animals and plants that could sustain life. But the people carried their old arguments with them. They built their homes too close together. They took more than they needed. They whispered secrets that should never have been spoken, and the holy people, watching from the edges of the yellow light, grew weary of their stubbornness. In this world, the first great law was given. It was not written in stone or carved into wood. It was spoken by Spider-Woman, whose voice was like the silk of a web, delicate but unbreakable. She told the people that they must walk in beauty, that every thought, every word, every action must be in harmony with the world around them. To break this law was to invite destruction. The people listened, and for a time they obeyed. But the memory of the second world faded, and the old quarrels returned like weeds in a neglected field. The destruction came not as a flood or a fire, but as a great wind. It rose from the center of the third world, a whirlwind that tore the mountains from their roots and scattered the rivers across the plains. The people fled in terror, scrambling for the hole in the sky that led upward. But the wind followed them, pulling at their legs, trying to drag them back into the chaos they had created. Only those who remembered Spider-Woman's words, who walked in beauty even as the world collapsed around them, were allowed to climb. The fourth world is the world we live in now. It is the world of white light, of black and white and all the colors in between. When the people emerged through the last hole in the sky, they found themselves in a place of dazzling brightness. There was a sun, a moon, and stars that moved in patterns they could almost understand. But this world was not finished. It was a blank canvas, a land of bare rock and empty sky, waiting to be shaped by the hands of those who would live in it. The holy people did not abandon them here. Talking God appeared, his voice like the rustle of sacred leaves, and he taught them how to build. He showed them how to raise the 4 sacred mountains that would mark the boundaries of their homeland, the White Shell Mountain in the east, the Turquoise Mountain in the south, the Abalone Shell Mountain in the west, and the Black Jet Mountain in the north. Each mountain was a prayer, a boundary, a reminder of the harmony they had failed to keep in the worlds below. But the people were not alone in this new world. The monsters had followed them. Not the monsters of claw and fang, but the monsters of their own making, greed, jealousy, forgetfulness. These monsters took shape in the fourth world, becoming the giants and serpents and beasts that would plague the people for generations. The holy people knew that the only way to defeat these monsters was to give the people a story, a blueprint for living that was so powerful it could never be forgotten. That story is the emergence. It is not a single event that happened once and was finished. It is a journey that every person must make, from the darkness of ignorance to the light of understanding. The 4 worlds are not places in the sky. They are the stages of a human life, the lessons of growth and failure and growth again. The black world is the mystery of birth. The blue world is the chaos of childhood. The yellow world is the struggle of adulthood. And the white world is the wisdom of old age, the place where the light is brightest, but the shadows are longest. The Navajos say that the hole through which the people emerged is still there, somewhere in the Four Corners region, hidden in the rocks near the San Juan River. It is a place of great power, a wound in the earth that connects this world to the worlds below. Some say that if you listen closely, you can hear the voices of the people who did not make the climb, their whispers carried on the wind as a warning and a reminder. The story of the emergence is not a myth. It is a map. It tells the Diné people who they are, where they came from, and how they must live. It is a story that is told in the morning, when the sun first touches the sacred mountains, and in the evening, when the stars begin to appear in the black dome of the sky. It is a story that is sung in the ceremonies, danced in the winter, and whispered to children as they fall asleep. The 4 sacred mountains still stand. The White Shell Mountain is Mount Blanca in Colorado. The Turquoise Mountain is Mount Taylor in New Mexico. The Abalone Shell Mountain is the San Francisco Peaks in Arizona. And the Black Jet Mountain is Hesperus Peak in Colorado. These mountains are not just landmarks. They are the pillars of the world, the boundaries of a homeland that was given to the people as a gift and a responsibility. But the story does not end with the mountains. It continues in the lives of the people who still carry it. Every hogan, the traditional Navajo home, is built to face the east, toward the dawn, toward the place where the emergence began. Every ceremony, every song, every prayer is a reenactment of that first journey, a return to the darkness so that the light can be found again. The Diné believe that the world is held together by stories. If the stories stop being told, the world will begin to unravel. The mountains will crumble, the rivers will dry up, the four colors will bleed back into the black void from which they came. This is not a metaphor. It is a literal belief, a truth that is as real as the ground beneath their feet. And so the story is told. It is told in the Navajo language, a language of verbs and motion, a language that does not have a word for goodbye, because nothing truly ends. It is told by elders whose voices crack with age, by parents who stumble over the words, by children who repeat them without understanding, trusting that the meaning will come. The emergence is not a journey that happened once, long ago. It is a journey that is happening now, every day, in the hearts of those who remember. Every time a person chooses harmony over chaos, beauty over ugliness, generosity over greed, they are climbing through the hole in the sky, leaving the darkness behind. But the monsters are still there. They are the voices that whisper that the old ways are dead, that the stories are just stories, that the mountains are just rocks. They are the forces of forgetfulness that pull at the edges of memory, trying to drag the people back into the chaos of the lower worlds. The holy people knew this would happen. That is why they gave the people the ceremonies, the songs, the prayers that would protect them. The Blessing Way ceremony, the most sacred of all Diné rituals, is a reenactment of the emergence, a journey through the four worlds that restores harmony and balance to the individual and the community. The ceremony takes 9 days. It is a journey of song and prayer, of sand paintings and sacred pollen, of fasting and feasting. It is a journey that requires the participation of the entire community, because no one can make the climb alone. The emergence is a collective story, a story that belongs to everyone and must be carried by everyone. The story ends where it begins, in the darkness, but the darkness is no longer empty. It is filled with the memory of light, the echo of the first dawn, the promise of the next emergence. Because the Diné believe that this world, the fourth world, is not the last world. There will be a fifth world, a world of even greater light and even greater harmony. But to reach it, the people must learn the lessons of the first 4 worlds. They must walk in beauty, or they will not be allowed to climb. This is the story that has been told for 1,000 years. It is the story that was told to the first Spanish explorers who heard it and called it a fable. It is the story that was told to the American soldiers who heard it and called it superstition. It is the story that was told in the boarding schools, where children were beaten for speaking the language that carried it. But the story survived. It survived because it was not written on paper, which can be burned, but in the bones of the people, which cannot be broken. It survived because every time a Navajo child is born, the story is born again, carried in the blood and the breath and the first cry that echoes the first dawn. The 4 worlds are not gone. They are layered beneath this one. Like the pages of a book that has been read so many times, the words are worn thin. If you know where to look, you can still see them. In the red rocks of Canyon de Chelly, you can see the fires of the second world. In the yellow sands of the painted desert, you can see the plains of the third world. And in the white light of a winter sunrise, you can see the door to the fourth world, still open, still waiting. The emergence is not a story about the past. It is a story about the present, about the choices that are made every day, about the world that is being built or destroyed by those choices. It is a story that asks a single question, repeated in every language, in every heart: will you walk in beauty, or will you fall back into the darkness? The Navajo do not believe in an ending. They believe in cycles, in spirals, in the long return of the same lessons under different skies. The emergence is not a destination. It is a direction, a way of moving through the world that honors the journey itself. And so the story continues. It continues in the voice of the elder who speaks it, in the ears of the child who hears it, in the wind that carries it across the desert, in the rain that washes it into the earth. It continues because it must, because the world depends on it. The 4 worlds are not separate. They are one world, seen through different eyes, lived through different bodies, remembered through different stories. The black world is the mystery of the womb. The blue world is the terror of the first breath. The yellow world is the labor of a life, and the white world is the wisdom of letting go, The emergence is not a myth. It is a map of the human soul, drawn in the colors of the earth, written in the language of the stars. It is a story that knows where it came from and where it is going, and it invites everyone who hears it to join the journey. The story of the emergence begins in darkness and ends in light, but the light is not the end. It is the beginning of another story, a story that is still being told, a story that will be told as long as there are voices to speak it and ears to hear it. This is the story that the Navajo have carried for 1,000 years. It is the story that they will carry for 1,000 more. It is the story that connects them to the earth, to the sky, to each other, and to the mystery that lies at the heart of all things. The emergence is not a single event. It is a journey that never ends. And the only way to complete it is to begin it, over and over again, every day, with every breath, with every word. The story is not finished. It is being told right now, in this moment, by the narrator whose voice you hear, and by the listener whose silence is the other half of the story. The emergence is happening now. The climb has begun. The climb has begun, and the people move upward, not as a single body but as a thread being woven through the eye of a needle. They carry with them the memory of the first world, the black world, where all was silence and potential, where the holy people lived in a darkness so complete it had no name. They carry the lessons of the second world, the blue world, where they learned to speak and to quarrel, where the first arguments were born and the first mistakes were made. They carry the wounds of the third world, the yellow world, where the waters rose and the harmony shattered, where the people looked at each other and saw only difference, only division, only the shape of their own fear. And now they climb toward the fourth world, the white world, the glittering world, the world that will become their home. But the climb is not a reward, it is a trial. It is a test of whether they have learned anything at all. First man leads the way. He is not a king, not a ruler in the way that later peoples would understand. He is a keeper of knowledge, a carrier of the sacred songs, a man who has seen the pattern beneath the chaos. Beside him walks first woman, and she is his equal in all things. She is the one who remembers the names of the plants, the cycles of the moon, the way the stars move through the seasons. She is the one who speaks to the earth and hears its answer. Behind them come the holy people, Spider-Woman, whose web connects all things, whose thread is the path itself, whose voice is a whisper that carries across worlds. And Talking God, the one who wears the mask of dawn, the one who calls the people forward with a voice that sounds like wind through pine needles, like water over stone, like the first word ever spoken. They climb through the reed. The hollow stem of a giant reed, the plant that grew through the worlds like a spine, like a ladder, like a bridge between what was and what will be. The reed is the axis of the universe, the center around which all things turn. It is the umbilical cord that connects the people to the source of all life. It is the road they must walk, and they walk it because they have no other choice. But the climb is not easy. The reed is narrow. The walls press in. The darkness below is a mouth that remembers their taste. Some of the people fall. Some are lost. Some turn back, preferring the darkness they know to the light they cannot imagine. The ones who continue do so because they have seen something in the distance, something that calls to them, something that feels like home. And then they break through. The light is blinding, it is white, it is everywhere. They stand on the surface of the fourth world, the glittering world, and they blink against a sun they have never seen. The sky is blue, the earth is brown. The air is warm, and smells of sage and juniper and something else, something they cannot name, something that tastes like possibility. But the world is not finished. It is empty. It is a blank canvas waiting for the first stroke of color. There are no mountains, no rivers, no trees, no animals. There is only the land, raw and waiting, and the people raw and waiting, and the question that hangs between them, what will they make of this place? First man and first woman begin to work. They sing the songs that were given to them in the darkness, the songs that hold the pattern of creation, the songs that call the world into being. They sing the mountains into existence, the 4 sacred mountains that will mark the boundaries of the Diné homeland, the 4 directions that will orient the people for all time. To the east, they place the White Shell Mountain, the Mountain of Dawn, the Mountain of Beginnings. To the south, the Blue Bead Mountain, the Mountain of Midday, the Mountain of Growth. To the west, the yellow abalone mountain, the mountain of evening, the mountain of reflection. To the north, the black jet mountain, the mountain of night, the mountain of rest. They sing the rivers into their beds. They sing the trees into the soil. They sing the animals into the canyons and the birds into the sky. They sing the corn into the fields, the corn that will sustain the people, the corn that is the flesh of the earth, the corn that is the gift of the holy ones. But the world is not complete. Something is missing, something essential. The people are here, but they do not know how to live. They do not know how to pray. They do not know how to be in balance with the world that has been given to them. And so the holy people give them the ceremonies. They give them the songs. They give them the prayers. They teach them how to walk in beauty, how to live in harmony, how to remember the darkness without being ruled by it. Spider-Woman teaches the people to weave. She shows them how to take the fibers of the yucca plant and turn them into cloth, how to take the wool of the sheep and turn it into blankets, how to take the threads of their own lives and weave them into a story that will last forever. She tells them that the web of life is fragile, that every thread matters, that if one thread breaks, the whole web trembles. Talking God teaches the people to sing. He gives them the night chant, the ceremony that heals the sick and restores the balance. He gives them the blessing way, the ceremony that marks the turning of the seasons, the passage of life, the moments when the world shifts and the people must shift with it. He tells them that the songs are not just sounds. They are the voices of the holy people. They are the breath of the universe. They are the vibration that holds the world together, and the people learn. They learn to plant corn in the spring and harvest it in the fall. They learn to build hogans that face the east, that welcome the dawn, that shelter the family through the storms of winter and the heat of summer. They learn to honor the four directions, to give thanks for the gifts of the earth, to live in a way that does not take more than it gives. But the memory of the lower world is never far away. The people carry it in their bones. They carry the knowledge of what happens when harmony is broken, when the balance tips, when the people forget who they are and where they came from. They carry the warning that the climb is never finished, that the emergence is not a single event but a continuous process, that every day they must choose to walk in beauty or to fall back into the darkness. And so the story is told, generation after generation, grandparent to grandchild, elder to youth. The story of the emergence is not a book on a shelf. It is a living thing. It is the breath in the lungs of the singer. It is the movement of the hands of the weaver. It is the dust on the feet of the runner who carries the message across the mesa. The story changes with each telling. It adapts. It grows. It takes on the colors of the teller and the listener and the moment in which it is told. But the core remains. The core is the climb. The core is the reed. The core is the light that breaks through the darkness and the darkness that waits beneath the light. The Navajo call their homeland Diné. It is the land between the four sacred mountains. It is the place where the emergence happened. It is the place where the people learned to live. But Diné is not just a place on a map. It is a state of being. It is the knowledge that you belong somewhere, that you are connected to something, that you are part of a story that began before you were born and will continue after you are gone. And the story continues. Today, in the hogans and the houses, in the cities and the reservations, the Navajo people still tell the story of the emergence. They tell it in the Navajo language, the language of the holy people, the language that was given to them in the darkness and carried through the reed. They tell it in English, the language of the outside world, the language of the schools and the courts and the treaties that were broken. But the story is the same. The climb is the same. The light is the same. The story of the emergence is not a myth. It is not a legend. It is not a fairy tale for children. It is a map. It is a guide. It is a way of understanding the world and your place in it. It is a reminder that you came from somewhere, that you are going somewhere, that the journey is the point. And the journey continues. The climb continues. The emergence is not over. It is happening now, in this moment, in the space between the words you are hearing and the silence that follows. The people are still climbing, the reed is still growing, the light is still breaking through, and the darkness is still there. It is not evil, It is not a punishment, it is the source, it is the womb, it is the place where all things begin. The Navajo do not forget the darkness. They honor it, they remember it, they carry it with them as they climb toward the light. The story of the emergence is the story of every person who has ever lived. It is the story of leaving the familiar and entering the unknown. It is the story of carrying the past into the future. It is the story of learning to live in a world that is beautiful and terrible and full of mystery, and the story is not finished. It is being told right now, in this moment, by the narrator whose voice you hear, and by the listener whose silence is the other half of the story. The emergence is happening now. The climb has begun. And the only way to complete it is to begin it, over and over again, every day, with every breath, with every word. But the climb is not merely a physical journey through colored chambers of stone and light. Each world the Diné passed through was a world of the mind, a world of the spirit, a world of consequence. The black world was the world of thought itself, where the first forms of consciousness stirred in the dark like seeds waiting for rain. The blue world was the world of order, where the holy people first established the patterns that would govern all life, the rising and setting of the sun, the phases of the moon, the turning of the seasons. The yellow world was the world of separation, where the first cracks appeared between what was sacred and what was profane, where the people first learned that their choices had weight. And then came the white world, the glittering world, the world of emergence itself. This was not a place of perfection. It was a place of possibility. The holy people had prepared it, but they had not finished it. They left that work to the people themselves. The mountains were placed as markers, as boundaries, as teachers. To the east, Cisnargini, the dawn mountain, wrapped in white shell and crowned with the first light of morning. To the south, Sudzil, the blue mountain, turquoise and cool, the place where the rains gather. To the west, Duko Uus Aidi, the abalone mountain, streaked with the colors of sunset, holding the waters of the great ocean. To the north, Dibe Nitsar, the obsidian mountain, dark and enduring, the place where the winds are born. These mountains are not merely landmarks, they are the body of the world. They are the first home, the original Hogan, the four sacred poles that hold up the sky. Every Diné child learns their names before they learn their own address. Every prayer begins with their acknowledgement. When a Diné person stands at the center of this sacred geography, they are standing at the center of the universe. The four directions are not abstractions. They are the four winds, the four seasons, the four stages of life. They are the four sacred plants, corn, beans, squash, tobacco, that sustain the body and the spirit. But the Serpent Mound is not Diné. It belongs to the people of the Ohio Valley, the ancestors of the Shawnee and the Cherokee, and the many nations who passed through that land. And yet, the serpent is everywhere in the stories of Turtle Island. The horned serpent of the Cherokee, the underwater panther of the Great Lakes, the great snake that encircles the world in the stories of the Pueblo people. The serpent is the boundary between worlds. It is the guardian of the waters. It is the power that must be respected, appeased, and never challenged lightly. The Diné do not have a serpent in their emergence story, but they have Spider-Woman, who is no less powerful. She is the weaver of the universe, the one who spins the threads that connect all things. When the hero twins needed to find their father, the sun, it was Spider-Woman who gave them the feathers that would protect them. When the people needed to escape the destruction of the yellow world, it was Spider-Woman who showed them the way. She is the grandmother of all things, the patient weaver, the one who understands that every thread, no matter how small, is essential to the pattern. And so the people emerged into the glittering world, carrying with them the knowledge of the worlds below. They carried the memory of the darkness, the lesson of the blue, the warning of the yellow. They carried the songs and the prayers and the ceremonies that would keep them in balance. They carried the corn, the sacred gift of first man and first woman, the food that would sustain them in this new world. They carried the Hogan, the sacred dwelling, its door always facing east, its structure a mirror of the universe itself. The Hogan is not a house, it is a living prayer. Its walls are the four directions, its floor is the earth, its roof is the sky. The fire at its center is the heart of the world. When a Diné family builds a Hogan, they are not constructing a shelter. They are recreating the universe. They are making a small version of the glittering world, a place where the sacred and the ordinary meet. The first hogan was built by the holy people themselves, and every hogan since has been built in its image. The weaving of the rug is also a prayer. The loom is the universe. The warp threads are the directions. The weft threads are the journey of the people. The pattern is the story. Every rug tells a story, and every story is a rug. The Diné do not separate their art from their spirituality. They do not separate their daily life from their sacred ceremonies. The act of cooking, of farming, of weaving, of building, these are all acts of worship. They are all ways of remembering the emergence, of honoring the journey, of staying in balance with the world. The corn is the people are the corn. The Diné say that the corn was given to them by the holy people, that it is the body of the earth, that it must be treated with respect. When a Diné farmer plants corn, they are not just planting a crop, they are continuing the work of creation. They are participating in the great cycle of life and death and rebirth that began in the darkness of the first world. The corn is a teacher. It teaches patience. It teaches gratitude. It teaches that nothing grows without the cooperation of the sun, the rain, the soil, and the hands that tend it. And so the people learn to live in the glittering world. They learn to plant and harvest. They learn to build and weave. They learn to sing and pray. They learn to honor the holy people and to respect the power of the dark. They learn that the world is a gift, and that gifts must be treated with care. They learn that the emergence was not a single event, but an ongoing process. Every day, the sun rises from the darkness. Every day, the people emerge from the sleep of night into the light of morning. Every day, they have a choice, to live in balance or to fall into chaos. The Diné do not believe in a final judgment. They do not believe in a heaven that is separate from the earth. They believe that the sacred is here, in this world, in this moment. They believe that the holy people are still present, that they can be called upon, that they can be heard in the wind and seen in the lightning and felt in the warmth of the fire. They believe that the stories are not just stories, they are the blueprints for living. They are the maps that show the way through the darkness. The stars themselves are the words of the story. The Diné look up at the night sky and see not random points of light, but the patterns of the universe. The Milky Way is the path of the holy people, the trail they followed to reach the glittering world. The constellations are the heroes, and the monsters, and the animals of the emergence. The sky is a book, and the stars are its letters. To read the stars is to read the story of creation. To know the story is to know oneself, and yet the story is not static. It changes with each telling, it adapts to each listener. It grows and shifts like the living thing it is. The Diné do not have a single, fixed version of the emergence. They have many versions, each one shaped by the teller, each one true in its own way. The story is not a document to be memorized, it is a river to be entered. It is a conversation that has been going on for thousands of years, and it is still going on, right now, in this moment. The children are learning. They are learning the names of the mountains. They are learning the directions. They are learning the prayers. They are learning that they are part of something larger than themselves. They are learning that they belong to this land, and that this land belongs to them. They are learning that the story of the emergence is their story, that they are the ones who must carry it forward, that they are the ones who must keep the thread from breaking. The turquoise is the stone of the sky. The abalone is the stone of the sea. The obsidian is the stone of the earth. The white shell is the stone of the dawn. These are the sacred stones of the four directions, the gifts of the holy people, the reminders of the journey. When a Diné person wears turquoise, they are wearing the sky. When they hold abalone, they are holding the ocean. The stones are not decorations. They are prayers made visible. They are the memory of the emergence made tangible. And so the people continue to climb. They continue to emerge. They continue to carry the darkness with them, not as a burden but as a foundation. The darkness is not something to be feared. It is something to be honored. It is the source of all life. It is the womb from which all things are born. The Diné do not forget this. They remember it in their prayers. They remember it in their songs. They remember it in the way they orient their hogans toward the dawn. The glittering world is not a paradise. It is a place of work and struggle and joy and sorrow. It is a place where mistakes are made and lessons are learned. It is a place where the people must constantly choose between harmony and chaos, between balance and destruction. The holy people did not create a perfect world. They created a world that could become perfect, if the people chose to make it so. The work of creation is never finished. It is passed from generation to generation, from hand to hand, from story to story. And the story is still being told. It is being told in the classrooms of the reservation schools, where Diné teachers are reviving the language and the traditions. It is being told in the art studios, where Diné painters and sculptors are finding new ways to express the old truths. It is being told in the music, where Diné musicians are blending the ancient songs with the rhythms of the modern world. It is being told in the dance, where the steps of the holy people are still performed, still honored, still alive. The story is also being told in the fight for sovereignty, in the struggle to protect the sacred lands, in the effort to preserve the language, in the work of healing the wounds of history. The Emergence is not just a story about the past, it is a story about the present, it is a story about the future. It is a story about the courage to leave the familiar and enter the unknown. It is a story about the faith that there is a light beyond the darkness, a world beyond this one, a home beyond the horizon. And so the climb continues. The reed is still growing, the light is still breaking through, the people are still emerging. And the darkness is still there, not as an enemy but as a mother, not as a prison but as a source. The Navajo do not forget the darkness, they honor it, they carry it with them. They know that without the darkness there would be no light, without the journey there would be no home. Without the story there would be no people. The story of the Emergence is the story of every person who has ever lived. It is the story of leaving the familiar and entering the unknown. It is the story of carrying the past into the future. It is the story of learning to live in a world that is beautiful and terrible and full of mystery, and the story is not finished. It is being told right now, in this moment, by the narrator whose voice you hear, and by the listener whose silence is the other half of the story. The Emergence is happening now. The climb has begun. And the only way to complete it is to begin it, over and over again, every day, with every breath, with every word. The mountains are still standing, the directions are still true, the corn is still growing, the hogan is still facing east. The people are still climbing, and the story, the living, breathing, eternal story, is still being told. But the story does not end here. For every emergence there is a descent, for every climb there is a fall. And in the next world, the people will face a new challenge, a new test, a new lesson. The holy people have prepared the way, but the people must walk it themselves. The story of the Emergence is the story of the beginning. But the story of what comes next, the story of the first people, the story of the stone and the spirit, is waiting to be told. The road stretches across the desert and the mountains rise ahead, but the journey of the Emergence is not a single path walked by a single people. In the northeast, among the great forests and the long lakes, another people tell another story of beginning, a story that begins not in the darkness below, but in the light above. The Haudenosaunee, the people of the Longhouse, remember a time when there was only the sky world, a place of light and peace above the endless waters. In that sky world lived a woman who would change everything, though she did not know it yet. She was called Sky Woman, and her story begins with a dream that her husband, the chief, interpreted as a sign of betrayal. In his anger, he uprooted the great tree of light, the tree whose roots held the sky world in place, and he pushed Sky Woman through the hole that remained. She fell. She fell through the void between worlds, the air rushing past her, the light of the sky world receding above her. Below her, there was only water, endless and dark, and the creatures that lived in that water looked up and saw a light descending. The loon saw her first, then the duck, then the beaver, then the muskrat. They gathered together, the animals of the deep, and they asked one another, "What shall we do?" A being is falling from the sky, and she will drown in the endless waters. The great turtle rose from the depths, his shell broad and strong, and he offered his back as a landing place. But the turtle needed earth to grow upon his shell, and there was no earth anywhere in the watery world. So the animals dove, one after another, to bring up mud from the bottom of the ocean. The loon dove and came back with nothing. The duck dove and came back with nothing. The beaver dove and came back with nothing. The muskrat, the smallest of them all, dove last. He was gone for so long that the other animals thought he had drowned. But at last he surfaced, his small body limp, his paws clenched tight. When they opened his paws, they found a single grain of mud. That grain of mud was placed on the turtle's back. Sky Woman landed softly on the turtle's back, and as she touched the mud, it began to grow. She walked in a circle, and the earth spread beneath her feet. She walked another circle, and the earth grew larger. She walked a third circle, and the earth became an island that would be called Turtle Island, the land that the Haudenosaunee would call home. This is the story of the creation of the earth from the Iroquois tradition, and it shares with the Navajo Emergence a deep and powerful truth. The world is born from darkness and water, and the creation of order requires sacrifice and cooperation. In the Navajo story, the people climb through colored worlds, guided by the holy people, escaping the chaos they themselves created. In the Haudenosaunee story, a woman falls from a world of light, and the animals of the deep sacrifice themselves to give her a place to stand. Both stories are about the relationship between the human and the non-human, the seen and the unseen, the light and the dark. But these stories are not just metaphors. They are not just pretty tales told to explain the inexplicable. They are legal documents. They are deeds of ownership, claims to place that predate any European surveyor, any treaty, any deed of sale. When a Navajo elder tells the story of the 4 sacred mountains that mark the boundaries of the Diné, they are not just telling a story. They are describing a homeland. They are saying, this land is ours because the holy people placed us here, because the mountains are our ancestors, because the colors of the directions are woven into our very skin. When a Haudenosaunee elder tells the story of Sky Woman and the turtle, they are not just telling a story about the past. They are describing a relationship. The earth is not a resource to be exploited. The earth is a living being, a turtle whose back we stand upon, and we are guests here. The animals are not our subjects. They are our co-creators, our partners, our relatives. The muskrat gave his life so that Sky Woman could live. The turtle offered his shell so that the earth could grow. The story encodes a moral obligation. We owe the earth and its creatures a debt that can never be repaid. This is what makes these origin stories so powerful and so different from the creation stories of the European tradition. In the book of Genesis, God creates the world from nothing, and he gives man dominion over every living thing. The earth is a gift, and man is its master. In the Navajo and Haudenosaunee traditions, the world is not created from nothing. It is shaped from existing materials, from mud and light and darkness, and the human being is not the master of creation, but a participant in it. The animals are not subjects, but partners. The land is not property, but relative. And these stories are tied to specific places in ways that European creation stories are not. The Garden of Eden could be anywhere. It is a mythical place, a place outside of history. But the 4 sacred mountains of the Navajo are real mountains. You can go to them. You can touch them. You can see Blanca Peak in the east, Mount Taylor in the south, the San Francisco Peaks in the west, and Hesperus Mountain in the north. They are not symbols. They are landmarks. The story of the emergence is written on the landscape itself. The same is true for the Haudenosaunee. The story of Sky Woman and the turtle is tied to the specific geography of the Great Lakes region, to the longhouses and the cornfields, to the rivers and the forests. The turtle's shell became the land, and the pattern of that shell can still be seen in the ridges and valleys of the landscape. The story is not just a story, it is a map. And this brings us to a mystery that lies in the heart of Ohio, a mystery that may be the physical embodiment of the cosmic serpent that appears in so many creation stories. The Serpent Mound is a giant effigy, a quarter-mile long, shaped like a serpent with its jaws open as if swallowing an egg. It was built by a people whose name we do not know, a people who lived here long before the Shawnee or the Miami or the Wyandot. It is one of the most remarkable earthworks in the world, and no one knows exactly why it was built. Some archaeologists say it was a calendar aligned to the solstices and equinoxes. Some say it was a ceremonial site, a place where the people gathered to perform rituals that honored the serpent spirit. Some say it was a marker of territory, a claim to the land written in earth and stone. And some say it is a physical representation of the cosmic serpent that appears in so many creation stories, the great horned serpent that lives in the waters, the Uktena of the Cherokee, the Mishipeshu of the Great Lakes, the serpent that is both destroyer and creator. The Hopi have a story about a great serpent that lives in the underworld, a serpent whose movements cause the earth to shake. The Navajo have a story about a serpent that guards the entrance to the underworld, a serpent that must be appeased with songs and prayers. The Haudenosaunee have a story about a great horned serpent that lives in the lakes, a serpent that can bring rain or drought, abundance or destruction. And here, in Ohio, 1,000 years ago, a people built a serpent out of earth. They carried basket after basket of soil, they shaped it with their hands, they aligned it with the stars. They built it to last, and it has lasted. It has survived the plow, the bulldozer, the highway. It has survived the centuries of forgetting. It is still there, waiting for us to understand it. Is it a representation of the cosmic serpent? Is it a physical map of a story that was told 1,000 years ago and is still being told today? We do not know. The people who built it left no written records. They left only the serpent, and the serpent does not speak. It only lies there, in the grass, under the sun and the moon, a question without an answer. But perhaps that is the point. Perhaps the mystery is the message. Perhaps the serpent mound is not a record of a story, but an invitation to wonder. It asks us, what do you believe? What story do you tell about the beginning of the world? And are you willing to live by that story? The Navajo Emergence, the Haudenosaunee creation, the Serpent Mound, they are all part of a larger tapestry. They are all attempts to answer the same question, how did we get here, and what does it mean to be here? The stories are different, but they share a common thread. They all say that the world is not a given, it is a gift. It is a gift that requires gratitude, a gift that requires stewardship, a gift that requires us to remember where we came from and who we are. The people of Turtle Island have been telling these stories for thousands of years. They have told them through the long winters and the short summers, through the years of plenty and the years of famine, through the centuries of invasion and displacement. They have told them in secret and in public, in whispers and in songs. They have told them to their children, and their children have told them to their children, and the stories have survived. They have survived because they are not just stories. They are instructions, they are maps, they are laws, they are prayers. They are the memory of a people who have never forgotten that they belong to the land, not the other way around. And the Serpent Mound lies in the grass, waiting. It does not demand belief. It does not offer answers. It only asks, what story will you tell? What world will you build? And will you build it with the cooperation of the animals, the wisdom of the elders, and the humility of those who know that they are guests on this turtle's back? The emergence is still happening. The climb is still underway. The people are still walking. And the story, the living, breathing, eternal story, is still being told. But the story does not end here. For every emergence, there is a descent. For every creation, there is a transformation. And in the next world, the people will face a new challenge, a new test, a new lesson. They will learn what it means to be made from stone and spirit, to be the first people in a world that is still being shaped. The story of Sky Woman and the turtle is the story of the beginning. But the story of the first people, the story of the Hopi, the Acoma, the Cheyenne, is waiting to be told. There is a moment in the telling of origins when the story shifts from the darkness of what came before to the light of what is. In the Hopi villages of the high mesas, where the wind never stops and the sun burns the sandstone to a deep ochre, the elders speak of a time before this world. They speak of the third world, a place of plenty and of pride, where the people grew arrogant and forgot the song of the earth. They spoke in many tongues, each clan believing its own voice was the only true one. The harmony shattered. And so the world was unmade. The people did not ascend to the fourth world in glory, they climbed. They climbed through a hollow reed a fragile stalk that reached up from the ruins of the Third World into the belly of a new land. The reed was narrow, and the way was dark. They carried seeds in pouches made from animal sinew. They carried prayer feathers and the memory of fire. They climbed for a long time, and when they emerged, they found themselves in a place that offered nothing. No forests. No rivers of milk and honey, only stone and sky and silence. The one who greeted them was not a god of light. He was the Marsaw, the skeleton man. His face was a skull, his body the color of dried clay, his eyes two embers that glowed with the knowledge of endings. He was the caretaker of the Fourth World, and he did not smile. He told the people that this world would not give them anything for free. There would be no fruit hanging from every branch. The earth would have to be broken. The corn would have to be planted in the sweat of their brows. And they would have to remember humility, or they would lose this world too. The Marsaw gave them a digging stick, that was all. A simple tool of hardened wood, sharpened at one end. He showed them how to press it into the dry earth, how to plant the seed, how to wait for the rain. He taught them that the corn was not just food, it was a prayer made physical. Each kernel was a word, each ear was a song. And if they forgot to sing, the corn would not grow. The people learned slowly, some of them refused. They wanted the old ways, the easy ways, but the Marsaw did not argue. He simply turned and walked into the desert, leaving them to choose. And so the Hopi became the people of the hard road. They built their villages on the mesas, not for comfort, but for defense. They carved steps into the cliffs with stone tools. They carried water in clay jars on their heads, walking the same paths their great-grandmothers had walked. They watched the sky for the movements of the sun and the moon, marking the days for planting and for ceremony. The Marsaw had told them that the Fourth World was a world of tests. Every drought was a lesson. Every frost was a reminder. The people who endured were the people who remembered, but the Hopi were not the only ones who emerged into the light. Far to the east, in the red rock country of what is now New Mexico, the Acoma Pueblo tell a different story of the same journey. They say that their ancestors emerged from a lake called Shipapu, a sacred place deep in the earth. The water was the door between worlds. The people rose from the lake like bubbles rising from the mud, gasping for air, blinking in the sun. They came out carrying the seeds of corn and the bones of their ancestors. They came out singing. The lake of Shipapu is still there. The Acoma know where it is. They do not mark it with a sign or a fence. They do not speak its name to outsiders. It is a living portal, they say, and the spirits of the underworld still pass through it. When a child is born, the spirit travels from Shipapu into the world. When a person dies, the spirit returns to the lake, waiting to be born again. The water does not move. It holds the memory of every soul that has ever passed through it. The Acoma built their village on a mesa that rises 367 feet above the plain. Sky City, they call it. It is the oldest continuously inhabited settlement in North America. The houses are made of adobe, the roofs held up by vigas of pine. There is no electricity in the oldest parts, no running water. The people carry everything up the same stone steps. Their ancestors carved 1,000 years ago. They do this because the mesa is sacred. It is the place where the Marsaw taught them to live, and they will not abandon it. But the story of the first people is not only a story of emergence. It is also a story of the hunt, of the great race that determined who would provide for the people. The Cheyenne tell this story around the winter fires, when the snow is deep and the buffalo have moved south. They say that in the beginning, the animals and the birds held a council. The people were hungry. They needed meat and hides and bones. But who would give themselves? Who would be the sacrifice? The buffalo stepped forward first. He was the largest and the strongest. He said, "I will give my flesh to the people. But they must earn me. They must chase me across the plains. They must learn to run with me." The other animals agreed, but they could not agree on who would be the fastest, so they decided to hold a race. The winner would be the one the people hunted. The loser would be the one who fed the people. The race was to be run across the entire plain. Every animal and every bird lined up at the starting line. The antelope was the favorite. He was sleek and fast, his legs built for speed. The magpie was the smallest. The other birds laughed at him, but the magpie had a secret. He could see the finish line from the sky. He knew the shortcuts. He knew where the wind would help him and where it would fight him. The race began. The antelope shot ahead, his hooves barely touching the grass. The magpie fluttered behind, his wings working hard. The other animals fell away one by one. The deer, the wolf, the coyote. Only the antelope and the magpie remained. The antelope was so far ahead that he stopped to rest. He lay down in the grass, confident in his victory. The magpie saw this from above. He did not stop. He flew over the antelope, his heart pounding in his tiny chest. The antelope woke to the sound of the magpie's wings. He ran again, but it was too late. The magpie crossed the finish line first, collapsing in the grass, his feathers ruffled, his breath ragged. The antelope arrived a moment later, his head hung low. He had lost. And so it was decided, the antelope would be the one the people hunted. His speed would be their challenge. His flesh would be their food. But the magpie, the smallest of them all, would be the one who taught them that humility is faster than pride. The Cheyennes say that this race is still running. Every time a hunter pursues an antelope, the race begins again. The antelope remembers his loss, and he runs harder. The hunter remembers the magpie, and he hunts smarter. The relationship between the people and the animal is not one of domination. It is a contest of respect. The antelope gives his life, but only if the hunter proves himself worthy. And this is the thread that ties all these stories together. Whether the people emerged from a reed, a lake, or a race, they emerged into a world of relationship. The corn does not grow without the rain. The antelope does not run without the hunter. The people do not survive without the buffalo, and the buffalo, the great shaggy heart of the plains, has its own story to tell. The Lakota say that the buffalo came to them through a woman, the white buffalo calf woman. She appeared to two hunters on the prairie, carrying a bundle wrapped in buffalo hide. She was beautiful, and one of the hunters looked at her with desire. She struck him down, and where he fell, his bones turned to dust. To the other hunter, she gave the sacred pipe. She told him that the pipe was the connection between the people and the Great Spirit. She told him that the smoke of the pipe would carry their prayers to the sky. She walked away, and as she walked, she rolled on the ground. She became a white buffalo calf, then a black one, then a yellow one, then a red one. Each color was a direction, each direction was a gift. She disappeared into the horizon, leaving the pipe and the promise that she would return one day when the world needed her again. The pipe is still kept by the Lakota. It is brought out only for the most sacred ceremonies. The stem is wrapped in quill work that tells the story of the 7 generations. The bowl is made of pipestone from a quarry in Minnesota, a place where the blood of the ancestors turned to stone. When the pipe is lit, the smoke rises, and the people remember that they are not alone. The buffalo are with them. The ancestors are with them. The white buffalo calf woman is watching. But the buffalo were nearly lost. In the 19th century, the great herds were slaughtered by the thousands. The hides were taken. The tongues were cut out. The bodies were left to rot on the plains. It was a deliberate act of destruction. The U.S. government knew that without the buffalo, the plains tribes could not survive. The buffalo were the people's food, their clothing, their shelter, their medicine. Without them, the people would starve. And they did. The Lakota say that the buffalo went underground. They retreated into a cave beneath the Black Hills, where they wait for the world to be ready for them again. Some say that the white buffalo calf woman went with them. Others say she is still walking the plains, waiting for the right moment to return. In 1994, a white buffalo calf was born on a farm in Wisconsin. Its name was Miracle. For the Lakota, it was a sign. The prophecy was unfolding. The calf died a few years later, but other white buffalo have been born since then. Each one is a reminder that the story is not over. The people are still here. The buffalo are coming back. The corn is still planted. The digging stick still pressed into the earth. The Masor's lesson endures. This world is a gift, but it is a gift that must be earned. Every day, the people choose. They choose to remember. They choose to work. They choose to be humble. And so the first people did not simply emerge into the fourth world. They are still emerging. Every generation climbs the reed again. Every child learns the song of the corn. Every hunter runs the great race. The stories are not relics of the past. They are the map, and the map is still being drawn. But there are other stories. Stories of what lives in the deep water, in the places where the sun does not reach. Stories of the horned serpent and the cannibal giant. The first people knew that the world was not only a place of corn and buffalo. It was also a place of hunger, of winter, of the things that hunt in the dark. And those stories, too, are waiting to be told. The Acoma people call themselves Hayak, the people who were prepared. Their story of emergence does not begin with a single event, but with a long, slow awakening beneath the surface of a lake. That lake is called Shipapu, and it is not a metaphor. It is a real place, a cold spring that still bubbles up from the earth at the base of a sandstone mesa in what is now western New Mexico. The water is dark, it tastes of minerals, and for the Acoma, it is the navel of the world. In the time before time, the people lived in the Underworld. It was not a place of punishment or darkness in the way we imagine. It was a place of waiting. The people were not yet fully formed. They moved like shadows, like mist over water. They had no bodies of flesh and bone. They had no corn, no pottery, no songs. They were potential, coiled and patient, held in the dark belly of the earth. Two sisters led them. They are called Ayatiku and Notsiti, life-giver and full basket. They carried the seeds of everything that would exist on the surface. In their hands they held the corn, the beans, the squash, the pine trees, the deer, the antelope, the rain clouds, the songs, the dances, the prayers. They held the entire world in their hands, and they were waiting for the moment to open their fingers. But the way up was not easy. The people had to climb. They climbed a great pine tree, its roots reaching down into the underworld, its crown piercing the surface of Shipapu. They climbed for generations. Some fell, some turned back. Some are still climbing. According to some elders, their voice is heard faintly when you press your ear to the earth at night. When the first person broke the surface of Shipapu, they did not emerge into a paradise. They emerged into a world that was already old. The sun was already moving across the sky. The wind was already speaking through the canyons. The animals were already watching. The people were the last to arrive, and they arrived as children, knowing nothing. Iatiku taught them. She showed them how to make pottery from the clay of the earth, how to coil the clay into pots that could hold water and seed. She showed them how to grind corn on a metate, the stone worn smooth by generations of motion. She showed them how to build houses from adobe, how to stack the mud bricks so they would hold against the wind and the rain. She taught them to dance, because the world must be danced into being every year. But she also taught them something else. She taught them that the world is fragile. The people had to remember where they came from. They had to remember Shipapu. Every year they would return to the lake. They would leave offerings. They would sing the songs of emergence. They would remind themselves that they were not the owners of this world. They were guests. And the door to the underworld is still open. There is a hole in the floor of the old kiva at Acoma. It is a small hole, no wider than a hand. It is called the Sipapu. It is the same word the Hopi use, the same concept, the same connection to the underworld. When the people gather in the kiva, they sit around that hole. They breathe the same air that the ancestors breathed. They hear the same voices if they listen. The Sipapu is not a symbol, it is a door, and no one knows what might come through it. But the first people were not only the people of the southwest. Across the Great Plains, on the rolling grasslands where the sky is larger than any human thought, another story was unfolding. The Cheyenne people tell of a time when the world was new and the animals still spoke. It was a time of hunger. The people did not know how to find food. They did not know which plants were good to eat, which animals could be hunted, which paths led to water. They were lost. The animals saw this. They gathered in council. The buffalo came, and the elk, and the antelope, and the deer. The wolf came, and the coyote, and the fox. The birds came, the eagle, the hawk, the magpie, the crow. Even the small ones came, the mouse and the rabbit and the ground squirrel. They gathered on a great plain, and they decided to hold a race. The race would determine who would provide for the people. The winner would be sacrificed so that the people could eat. It was not a punishment, it was a gift. The animals understood that their lives were intertwined with the lives of the people. The race was a way of choosing who would give that gift. The animals lined up. The buffalo stood at the front, his massive head lowered, his breath steaming in the cool morning air. The elk stood beside him, antlers gleaming. The antelope shifted on his slender legs, ready to explode. The magpie perched on a rock, his black and white feathers glossy, his head cocked. The race began. The antelope took the lead immediately, his long stride eating up the ground. The elk followed. The deer followed. The buffalo ran with a heavy, thundering gait, his hooves pounding the earth like drums. But the magpie did not run. He flew. He flew straight up into the sky, higher and higher, until he was just a speck against the blue. The antelope reached the far turn. He was far ahead. He could see the finish line. He could taste the victory. But the magpie was above him, watching, waiting. And when the antelope rounded the final turn, the magpie folded his wings and dove. The magpie crossed the finish line first. He landed on the marker stone, his chest heaving, his feathers ruffled. He had won, but winning meant dying. The magpie looked at the people, and he knew what he had done. He had given himself. But the buffalo stepped forward. He spoke. He said that the magpie was too small. He said that one magpie would not feed the people for long. He said that he, the buffalo, would be the one. He would give his flesh, his hide, his bones, his sinew. He would give everything, and he would keep giving year after year as long as the people remembered to honor him. The people wept. They did not want to kill the buffalo, but the buffalo insisted. He lay down. He offered his neck. And the hunter, trembling, did what had to be done. The buffalo's spirit rose from his body. It rose like steam from fresh blood. It rose, and it spoke. The buffalo said that he would return. He said that if the people treated his bones with respect, if they used every part of his body, if they sang the right songs and danced the right dances, he would come back. He would rise from the earth, new and whole, and he would give himself again. And so the great race is not just a story about a race, it is a story about the contract between the people and the buffalo. It is a story about sacrifice, about reciprocity, about the understanding that life requires death, and that death is not the end. Every time a hunter takes a buffalo, he is reenacting that first race. Every time a woman scrapes a hide, she is honoring the magpie's dive. Every time a child eats a piece of pemmican, she is tasting the promise that was made on that ancient plain. The Cheyenne remember the race in their ceremonies. They remember the order of the animals, who came first, who came last, who gave the most. They remember that the buffalo was not the fastest, but he was the most generous. And in the end, generosity is what matters. Speed is forgotten, strength is forgotten, but the gift endures. There is a cave in the Bighorn Mountains of Wyoming. It is called the Medicine Wheel Cave. On its walls, painted in red ochre, are the figures of animals, buffalo, antelope, elk, birds. They are arranged in a circle, as if they are running a race. No one knows exactly how old the paintings are. Some say they are 500 years old, some say 1,000, some say older, but the elders know what they mean. They are a map of the great race. They are a reminder that the race is still running, and the buffalo is still returning. After the great slaughter of the 19th century, when the herds were reduced from 30 million to fewer than 1,000, the people thought the buffalo had abandoned them. They thought the contract was broken, but the buffalo did not forget. He was waiting. Today, the herds are growing. On the Pine Ridge Reservation, on the Crow Reservation, on the Blackfeet Reservation, the buffalo are coming back. They are being returned to the land by the people who never stopped believing. The Intertribal Buffalo Council moves animals from herd to herd, restoring the genetic diversity, restoring the relationship. It is not just conservation, it is ceremony, it is the great race still being run. The elders say that when the buffalo return in great numbers, the people will heal, the land will heal. The old songs will come back. The dances will be danced again, not as memory, but as living practice. The buffalo does not forget. He has been waiting for the people to remember. And so the first people did not simply emerge into the fourth world. They are still emerging. Every generation climbs the reed again. Every child learns the song of the corn. Every hunter runs the great race. The stories are not relics of the past, they are the map, and the map is still being drawn, but there are other stories. Stories of what lives in the deep water, in the places where the sun does not reach. Stories of the horned serpent and the cannibal giant. The first people knew that the world was not only a place of corn and buffalo. It was also a place of hunger, of winter, of the things that hunt in the dark. And those stories too are waiting to be told. The pronghorn antelope is the fastest land animal in North America. It can outrun a wolf, it can outrun a mountain lion. But it cannot outrun a story. The Cheyenne tell a story of a race, not a race for sport, not a race for glory. A race for survival. In the time before the people had food, the animals and the birds gathered to decide who would give their bodies to feed the humans. It was not a punishment, it was a gift, but the gift had to be earned. The great race was the agreement. The animals would run from the rising sun to the setting sun. The first to cross the finish line would be the one the people would hunt. The buffalo, heavy and slow, did not want to run. He knew he could not win against the antelope, against the deer, against the swift fox, but he had something the others did not. He had endurance. He had a heart that did not know how to quit. The antelope took the lead. His legs were made of wind. His lungs were made of sky. He left the others behind in a cloud of dust. The deer followed, graceful and light. The wolf ran with his tongue hanging, his eyes fixed on the horizon. The bear ran too, but he was not built for distance. He fell back, huffing, his great body a burden on the long plain. But the buffalo did not run fast, he ran steady. He kept a rhythm, his hooves beat the earth like a drum. One step, another step. The sun moved across the sky. The antelope began to tire. His speed was a gift, but speed burns fast. The buffalo did not burn. He walked. He trotted. He kept moving. The magpie watched from above. The magpie was small. The magpie was clever. He had no hope of winning the race on his own wings, but he had an idea. He landed on the buffalo's back. The buffalo did not notice. The buffalo kept running. The magpie rode him like a passenger on a great dark ship. The antelope reached the finish line first. He crossed it with his chest heaving, his legs trembling, his heart pounding against his ribs. He had won. He had beaten them all. But the magpie lifted off from the buffalo's back. He flew the last few feet. He crossed the finish line before the antelope's hooves had even touched the grass on the other side. The animals argued. The antelope had run the race. The magpie had cheated, but the rules had not said anything about riding. The rules had not said anything about flying at the last moment. The magpie had used his wits. He had used the strength of the buffalo, and the buffalo who had carried him the whole way did not complain. He understood. This was how the world worked. The strong carry the clever carry the strong. Together, they crossed the finish line. The people were given the buffalo. That was the decision. The buffalo would be their food, their shelter, their clothing, their tool, their prayer. Every part of the buffalo would be used. Nothing wasted, nothing forgotten. The buffalo would give his life so that the people could live, and in return, the people would honor him. They would sing his songs, they would dance his dance, they would never forget what he had given. But the antelope was not forgotten. The antelope was given a different gift. He would not be hunted by the people, not in the old way. He would be hunted by the swift animals, the wolves, the coyotes. He would be the teacher of speed, the reminder that not all gifts go to the first place. Sometimes the second place is a gift too. Sometimes the losing is the winning. The great race is not just a story about animals. It is a story about relationships. The buffalo does not exist alone. He exists with the grass, with the wolf, with the magpie, with the people. The grass feeds the buffalo. The wolf culls the weak. The magpie cleans the bones. The people sing the songs. Every thread is connected. Every thread is necessary. The Cheyenne knew this long before ecology was a science. They knew it in their bones. They knew it in the way they butchered the buffalo, saving the tongue for the elders, the liver for the children, the sinew for the bowstrings. They knew it in the way they followed the herds, never taking more than they needed, never killing a pregnant cow, never wasting a single scrap of hide. The buffalo was not just an animal. He was a relative. He was the one who had carried the magpie. He was the one who had kept running when the antelope had faltered. He was the one who had given his body so that the people could survive the winter, the drought, the long cold nights when the stars seemed frozen in the sky. And the people honored that gift. They honored it in the sun dance, when the young men pierced their flesh and danced for 4 days without water. They honored it in the sweat lodge, when the stones were heated and the water was poured and the steam carried their prayers to the sky. They honored it in the stories, told around the fire, winter after winter, generation after generation. The white buffalo calf woman brought the pipe. She brought the 7 ceremonies. She brought the promise that as long as the people kept the pipe, they would never be alone. She came to the Lakota, but her story echoes across the plains. She is the one who taught the people how to pray. She is the one who showed them that the buffalo is not just meat. The buffalo is a prayer made of flesh and bone and blood. She told the people that the pipe would connect them to all things. The stem is the tree of life. The bowl is the earth. The smoke is the breath of the Great Spirit. When the people smoke the pipe, they are not just smoking tobacco. They are breathing in the sky. They are breathing in the ancestors. They are breathing in the buffalo, the antelope, the magpie, the grass. The great race teaches something else too. It teaches that the world is not a competition. It is a collaboration. The antelope did not lose because he was slow. He lost because he was alone. The buffalo did not win because he was fast. He won because he carried another. The magpie did not win because he was strong. He won because he was clever enough to ask for a ride. This is the wisdom of the first people. They did not see themselves as separate from the world. They saw themselves as part of it. The buffalo was not a resource. The buffalo was a partner. The corn was not a crop. The corn was a daughter. The rain was not weather. The rain was a visitor, a relative who came to drink with them, to wash their faces, to remind them that they were small and the world was large. But the world is large, and it is not always kind. The first people knew this too. They knew the winter that would not end. They knew the drought that cracked the earth like a broken pot. They knew the hunger that came when the buffalo did not return. They knew the fear of the dark, the fear of the things that moved in the shadows, the fear of the Wendigo. The Wendigo is not a story you tell for entertainment. The Wendigo is a story you tell as a warning. It is the story of what happens when the balance breaks, when the hunger becomes too great, when the winter lasts too long. When a person eats their own kind, not because they want to, but because they have no choice, and then the hunger does not stop. It grows. It becomes the only thing. It becomes the whole world. The Algonquian people of the north know this story well. They know that the Wendigo is not a monster you can kill with a spear. The Wendigo is a spirit. It is a sickness. It is the cold that gets inside you and never leaves. The only way to stop a Wendigo is with fire. Fire is the opposite of winter. Fire is the thing that keeps the darkness at bay. But the Wendigo is also a story about greed. The Wendigo is never full. It always wants more. It eats and eats and eats, but its hunger only grows. This is not just a monster story. This is a story about the people who take too much. The people who forget that the buffalo is a relative. The people who kill for sport. The people who waste. The buffalo were almost killed. Not by hunger, not by winter, by greed. By the men who shot them from trains, who left their bodies to rot, who took only the tongues and the hides and left the rest for the wolves. By the government understood that if you kill the buffalo, you kill the people. It was a war. And the buffalo were the weapon. The people starved. They were forced onto reservations. Their children were taken to boarding schools. Their languages were beaten out of them. Their ceremonies were outlawed. The pipe was hidden. The songs were sung in whispers. The dances were danced in secret, in the dark, in the places where the government could not see. But the story survived. They survived in the old people who refused to forget. They survived in the children who listened, even when they were told not to. They survived in the land itself, in the rivers and the mountains and the plains. The land remembers. The land holds the stories in its bones. The great race is still being run. The buffalo are coming back. Not in the numbers they once were, but they are coming. The tribes are bringing them home. The Intertribal Buffalo Council moves them from reservation to reservation, rebuilding the herds, rebuilding the relationship. It is slow work. It is hard work. But the buffalo is patient. He has been waiting. The elders say that when the buffalo return in great numbers, the people will heal, the land will heal. The old songs will come back, the dances will be danced again, not as memory but as living practice. The buffalo does not forget. He has been waiting for the people to remember. And so the first people did not simply emerge into the fourth world, they are still emerging. Every generation climbs the reed again. Every child learns the song of the corn. Every hunter runs the great race. The stories are not relics of the past. They are the map, and the map is still being drawn. But there are other stories. Stories of what lives in the deep water, in the places where the sun does not reach. Stories of the horned serpent and the cannibal giant. The first people knew that the world was not only a place of corn and buffalo. It was also a place of hunger, of winter, of the things that hunt in the dark. And those stories too are waiting to be told. The horned serpent is called Uktena by the Cherokee, Mishipeshu by the Ojibwe. He lives in the deep places, in the lakes that have no bottom, in the rivers that run underground. His body is covered in scales that shine like copper. His horns are made of crystal. His gaze can kill, but he is not evil. He is a guardian. He is a test. The Uktena was once a man. That is what the Cherokee say. He was a man who sought power. He found it in the water. He found it in the dark. He became the thing he hunted. He became the serpent. And now he waits, coiled in the depths, for the one who is brave enough to face him, to take his power, to wear his scales. The Uktena is not a story you tell lightly. It is a story you tell when you are ready. It is a story that changes you. It is a story that asks a question. What are you willing to become to get what you want? Are you willing to become a serpent? Are you willing to live in the dark? The first people knew that the world was full of such questions. They did not have easy answers. They had stories, they had ceremonies, they had the pipe, they had the dance. They had the buffalo, and they had each other. The stories are not finished, they are still being told. They are still being danced, they are still being sung. The horned serpent is still in the lake. The Wendigo is still in the winter. The buffalo is still running. And the people are still climbing the reed, emerging into the light, carrying the pipe, carrying the songs, carrying the map. The map is still being drawn, and the next chapter begins in the dark, in the deep, in the place where the serpent waits. The map is still being drawn, and the next chapter begins in the dark, in the deep, in the place where the serpent waits. But before the serpent, before the Wendigo, before the monsters that must be faced, there was a gift. There was a woman. She came out of the white buffalo calf, and she brought the pipe. The Lakota people call her Pesan, we, the white buffalo calf woman. She appeared to two hunters on the prairie, a time when the people were starving, when the buffalo had vanished, when the ceremonies had been forgotten. One hunter looked at her with desire. The other looked with reverence. The first hunter was consumed by fire, reduced to bones and ash where he stood. The woman told the second hunter to return to his people and prepare a sacred lodge. She would come to them. She would teach them how to live. She walked into the camp as the sun set. She walked through the center of the circle, and the people parted before her. She entered the lodge, and she sang. For 4 days she stayed with them. She taught them the 7 sacred ceremonies. She taught them the power of the sweat lodge, the vision quest, the sun dance. She taught them how to pray with the pipe, how to send their voices to the great mystery, Wakan Tanka, on the smoke. She taught them that the pipe was not a weapon, it was a bridge. It connected the sky and the earth, the spirit and the flesh, the people and the buffalo. She taught them that the red stone of the pipe bowl was the flesh of their ancestors, and the smoke was their breath returning to the sky. As she left, she turned into a white buffalo calf. She rolled on the ground, and her color changed, first to red, then to black, then to yellow, then back to white. She told them that as long as they remembered the pipe, they would never be alone. Then she vanished into the prairie. The pipe is still kept. It is still smoked. The ceremonies are still performed. The white buffalo calf woman is still present. in every pipe bowl, in every prayer, in every breath of smoke that rises from the sacred circle. She is the first teacher, the first gift, the first law. But the question of who came before the woman, before the pipe, before the buffalo, that question has its own story. And it begins with bones, giant bones. Bones that did not belong to any animal the first European settlers could name. In the 18th century, settlers digging wells and clearing fields in the Ohio Valley began finding enormous skeletons. Teeth the size of a man's fist, ribs as long as a canoe, skulls with strange alien features. They called them the bones of giants. The stories spread. There was a lost race of giants, a race of titans, a pre-Adamite people who had been destroyed by the flood. Some said they were the Nephilim from the Bible. Some said they were the ancestors of the native peoples. Some said the native peoples had killed them. Most of the giants were hoaxes, of course. The Cardiff giant was a carved block of gypsum buried in a farmer's field, but the real bones were real. They were mammoths. They were mastodons. They were giant ground sloths. They were creatures that had walked this land long before any human. But the native peoples had their own stories about these bones. They did not call them giants. They called them the grandfathers. They called them the ones who walked before. They told stories of a time when the earth shook, when the ice came, when the great beasts disappeared. The Cherokee told of a great monster that devoured the people, a beast with a long nose and teeth that curved to the sky. The Shawnee told of the Jaeger, a giant elk that could not be killed. The Lenape told of the big buffalo, a creature so large it shook the ground when it walked. These stories were not myths. They were memory. They were the oral record of a world that no longer existed, a world of ice and grass and giant beasts, a world that the first people had to learn to survive. The first people. Who were they? Where did they come from? For a long time, the answer seemed simple. They came across the Bering Land Bridge. They walked from Asia into Alaska, following the herds of mammoth and bison. They spread south, down the ice-free corridor, into the heart of the continent. This was the Clovis story. Named for a site in New Mexico, where distinctive fluted spear points were found alongside the bones of mammoths. For decades, Clovis was the beginning. Clovis was the first. Clovis was the people who crossed the bridge. But the earth does not always cooperate with the stories we tell about it. At a site called Monte Verde in southern Chile, archaeologists found evidence of human habitation that was 1,000 years older than Clovis. Then at Meadowcroft Rock Shelter in Pennsylvania. Then at the Topper site in South Carolina. The dates kept pushing back. 15,000 years, 20,000 years, 30,000 years. The first people were not one people. They were many. They came in waves. They came by land and by sea. They came along the coast in boats following the kelp highways of the Pacific. And they came to places that were already alive with story. The Hopi say they emerged from the Sipapu, the place of emergence deep in the Grand Canyon. The Acoma say they emerged from the Lake of Shipapu, a sacred spring in New Mexico. The Cherokee say they came from the sky, from the stars. The stories do not agree. They do not need to. They are not competing accounts of the same event. They are different ways of understanding what it means to be born of a place, to be made of its soil, to carry its memory in your blood. The first people did not write their history. They carved it. They painted it. They sang it. They danced it. They buried it in the earth and raised it in the sky. They left their mark on every river, every mountain, every canyon, every prairie. They were not the first people because they arrived first. They were the first people because they were the people of this land. They were born of it. Their stories are the stories of the land itself, the flood, the drought, the buffalo, the corn, the serpent, the star. The archaeologist finds the point. The elder draws the spiral. Both are telling the same story. Both are reaching for the same truth. One holds a stone, one holds a symbol. Both hold the past, but the stone does not speak. The symbol does. The point tells us when. The spiral tells us why. The archaeologist can date the arrival. The elder can name the meaning. The land does not care about dates. The land cares about stories. What is lost when a creation story is forgotten? Not just a myth, not just a legend, a map. A map of how to live in this place, with these animals, under these stars, in this climate. A map of what is sacred and what is profane, what is food and what is poison, what is life and what is death. The first people knew this map. They carried it in their songs, in their ceremonies, in their names for every hill and every river. They passed it from mother to daughter, from father to son, from elder to child, in the smoke of the pipe, in the heat of the sweat lodge, in the circle of the dance. And when the map was lost, when the songs were silenced, when the children were taken to boarding schools and told to forget, something else was lost too. A way of being in the world, a way of seeing the serpent in the lake and knowing it was not a monster but a teacher. But the map was not destroyed. It was hidden. It was buried. It was carried in the blood, in the bone, in the memory that cannot be erased. The white buffalo calf woman did not leave forever. She is still walking the prairie. She is still waiting. The first people are still here. Their stories are still being told. The pipe is still being smoked. The ceremonies are still being performed. The spiral is still being drawn. The map is still being read. And the next chapter is not about the past. It is about the present. It is about the trickster. It is about the one who laughs, who lies, who steals, who breaks the rules, who makes the world new. It is about Coyote. It is about Raven. It is about the spider who weaves the web of chaos. The Great Spirit is the order. The trickster is the disorder. Together they make the world. Together they keep it turning. The first people knew this. They knew that the sacred and the ridiculous are two sides of the same hide. They knew that the pipe and the joke are both prayers, and so the story does not end, it begins again. It begins in the laughter, in the trick, in the moment when the world is turned upside down and something new is born from the wreckage. The next chapter is a story about fire. It is about how Coyote stole it from the sky, from the sun, from the gods who wanted to keep it for themselves. It is a story about how the world got warm, how the people got fed, how the darkness became light. But it is also a story about the cost of theft, the price of progress, the trick that becomes a trap. It is a story about the one who gives and the one who takes, the one who saves and the one who destroys, the one who is both hero and fool. The white buffalo calf woman brought the law. The trickster brings the exception. The woman brought the pipe. The coyote brings the joke. The woman brought the ceremonies. The coyote brings the chaos that makes the ceremonies necessary. The first people knew both. They honored both. They danced both. They sang both. They lived in the tension between the sacred and the profane, the order and the chaos, the gift and the theft. And that tension is still alive. It is still dancing. It is still howling at the moon. It is still stealing fire. It is still telling the story that will never end. The story is not finished. It is only beginning. And the trickster is already on the move. There is a force that moves through all things. It is not a man in the sky, nor a judge with a white beard, nor a king on a distant throne. It is the wind that bends the prairie grass, the pulse of water moving deep underground, the heat in the blood of a running deer. The Lakota people call it Wakantanka, the great mystery, the sacred. It is a name that does not mean one thing, but everything. It is the sum of all that is, was, and ever will be. To say Wakantanka is to speak of a web, not a throne. Every stone, every star, every beetle and buffalo calf is a strand in that web, and the web itself is the spirit. This is not a god to be worshipped in a temple of stone. The temple is the world, the ceremony is the breath, and the stories are the threads that keep the web from unraveling. But there is another force that moves through these stories. It does not bring order, it brings laughter, it brings chaos, it brings the unexpected. The trickster is the opposite of the Great Spirit, but he is not its enemy. He is its shadow. He is the crack in the perfect bowl, the knot in the straight grain, the question mark at the end of every prayer. The Lakota call him Iktomi, the spider. He is small, clever, and endlessly hungry. He weaves not the web of creation, but the web of confusion. He is the one who convinces a man to trade his horse for a handful of shiny stones. He is the one who whispers that the chief's daughter would love you if only you wore a porcupine quill in your nose. The Cheyenne call him Viho, the Crow call him Isaya Kawatse, the Ojibwe call him Nanabojo. But his most famous name, known from the Pacific coast to the Great Lakes, is Coyote. He is the oldest of all the animals, and the youngest. He is the creator and the destroyer. He is the fool, and the only one wise enough to see the joke. The Great Spirit does not laugh. The Great Spirit simply is. But Coyote laughs until he chokes. He laughs at the mountain that thinks it will last forever. He laughs at the man who believes his plan will work. He laughs at himself most of all because he knows he is a fool. And in that laughter, there is a kind of holiness that the Great Spirit cannot touch. Because the Trickster teaches us something that the Great Spirit cannot, that the world is absurd, that we are all stumbling through it half blind, and that the only way to survive is to laugh at the fall. The stories of Coyote are told in winter. They are told when the snow is deep and the wind is howling and the people are gathered around the fire. The children are sent to bed, but they press their ears to the buffalo hide walls. They know what is coming. They know the story of how Coyote stole fire. Before Coyote, the people had no fire. They ate their meat raw. They shivered through the long nights. The fire belonged to the fire beings, who kept it on a high mountain and guarded it with jealous eyes. The people sent messengers to ask for a spark. The fire beings laughed. They sent warriors to take a flame. The fire beings burned them to ash. So the people went to Coyote. They did not want to. Coyote was a liar, a thief, a creature who would trade his own grandmother for a piece of fat meat. But he was also clever. And he was not afraid to lose. Coyote agreed to help, but on his own terms. He gathered his friends, Squirrel with her quick feet, Chipmunk with his striped back, Frog with her slippery skin, Wood, the dry and patient one. And he made a plan that was so stupid, so reckless, so perfectly Coyote, that it could only work because no one would expect it to. He climbed the mountain. He walked up to the fire beings, his tail wagging, his tongue hanging out, his eyes wide and innocent. He told them he was a poor, lost creature who had come to warm himself. The fire beings were suspicious. They had heard of Coyote, but he looked so pathetic, so harmless that they let him sit by the fire. He sat there for a long time. He inched closer. He told jokes. He made the fire beings laugh, despite themselves. And when they were distracted, when their guard was down, he snatched a burning ember from the fire and ran. The fire beings screamed. They chased him down the mountain. Coyote ran with the ember in his mouth, the heat scorching his tongue, the smoke filling his lungs. He passed the ember to Squirrel, who ran with it tucked under her tail, which is why her tail curls up to this day. Squirrel passed it to Chipmunk, who ran so fast his stripes blurred, which is why he has stripes on his back. Chipmunk passed it to Frog, who swallowed it and jumped into the river, the water hissing around her, which is why frogs croak. Frog passed it to Wood, who swallowed it and held it deep inside, which is why wood holds fire to this day. The people had fire. They cooked their meat, they warmed their children, they sang songs around the flame. And Coyote stood at the edge of the circle, his mouth burned black, his whiskers singed, his eyes watering from the smoke. He had stolen fire. He had given it to the people. He was a hero, but he had also done it for himself. He had done it because it was a good trick. He had done it because he wanted to see what would happen. And that is the Trickster's gift. He does the right thing for the wrong reason, and it does not matter. The fire burns just the same, but Coyote is not always a hero. He is not always kind. He is a glutton, a liar, a thief, and a creature of endless, bottomless hunger. There is a story of Coyote and the buffalo. In the old days, the buffalo were plentiful. They covered the plains like a dark wave. Coyote loved buffalo meat. He loved it so much that he could not stop eating it. He would kill a buffalo, eat until his belly was round as a drum, and then lie in the sun groaning with pleasure. One day, Coyote killed a buffalo and ate until he could not move. He lay on the prairie, his belly swollen, his eyes half closed. A wolf came by. The wolf was hungry. He asked Coyote for some meat. Coyote said no. The wolf asked again. Coyote said no again. The wolf walked away, but he did not go far. He circled back. And when Coyote was sleeping, the wolf crept close and began to eat, not the buffalo, Coyote. Coyote woke to the feeling of his own flesh being torn. He screamed, he ran, he bled. He learned, for a moment, what it meant to be the eaten instead of the eater, but he did not learn for long. By the next day, he was hungry again. By the next week, he had forgotten the lesson entirely. That is Coyote. That is the Trickster. He is the eternal fool, doomed to repeat his mistakes because he is too busy laughing to remember the pain. And yet, without Coyote, the world would be a poorer place. Without the Trickster, the stories would be all lesson and no laughter. The Great Spirit gives us order. The Great Spirit gives us the web, but the Trickster gives us the wobble. He gives us the loose thread. He gives us the reason to keep telling stories, because the story is never finished. The Hopi say that the world is held together by a song. The Lakota say it is held together by a prayer. But the Trickster says it is held together by a joke, and maybe he is right. Maybe the joke is the strongest thread of all. There is a story told among the Blackfoot people. It is a small story, a quiet one, not meant for the big winter gatherings. It is a story about the Great Spirit and the Trickster, sitting together on the edge of the world. The Great Spirit was silent. He was always silent. He watched the stars turn and the seasons change and the rivers carve their patient paths through the stone. Coyote sat beside him. He was bored. He was always bored. He picked at his fleas. He scratched his ear. He tried to tell a joke. The Great Spirit did not laugh. Coyote tried again. Nothing. He tried a third time, a joke so absurd, so ridiculous, that even the stones would have cracked their faces. And the Great Spirit smiled. It was not a big smile. It was not a laugh. It was the smallest movement, the tiniest crack in the eternal stillness. But Coyote saw it. And he knew, in that moment, that he was not just tolerated, he was loved, not despite his foolishness, because of it. Because the Great Spirit needed the Trickster to remind him that the web is not just strong, it is also strange. It is also funny. It is also, in its deepest heart, a little bit ridiculous. And so the stories continue. They are told in winter lodges and on summer porches. They are whispered in boarding school dormitories and shouted at powwows. They are painted on hides and carved into stone and typed into phones. The Great Spirit does not change. The Great Spirit is the same as it has always been, but the Trickster changes with every telling. He wears a new mask. He speaks a new language. He tells a new joke, and the people laugh, and the web holds. But there are other forces in this world. Forces that do not laugh, forces that do not teach, forces that lurk in deep waters and dark forests, waiting. The Great Spirit is the light, the Trickster is the laughter. But between them, in the shadows, in the cold places, there are older things. The horned serpent, the water panther, the cannibal giant whose hunger never ends. And those stories are waiting to be told. The Great Spirit is not a man in the sky. This is the first thing to understand. The Great Spirit is not a king on a throne, not a judge with a beard, not a father who punishes and rewards. The Great Spirit is the wind that moves through the pines. It is the root that cracks the stone. It is the buffalo's breath on a winter morning, and the river's patience carving the canyon over 10,000 years. The Lakota call it Wakantanka, the Great Mystery, and the word itself is a confession. The Great Spirit cannot be named, cannot be captured, cannot be contained in any human language. It is the force that holds the stars in their courses and the spider's web together in the dew. It is the life that flows through all things, the thread that connects the stone to the star, the worm to the eagle, the living to the dead. But the Great Spirit has a shadow, not an evil shadow, not a dark opposite, something older, something stranger. Something that laughs when the Great Spirit is silent, that dances when the Great Spirit is still, that steals and lies and breaks and burns and somehow, in the wreckage, creates. The Trickster is the opposite of the Great Spirit in the way that a joke is the opposite of a prayer. They are not enemies. They are two sides of the same hide. The Great Spirit gives the world its shape. The Trickster gives it its wobble. The Trickster wears many faces. Among the Navajo he is Coyote, the wanderer, the hungry one, the one who never learns. Among the Pacific Northwest tribes he is Raven, the Lightbringer, the Shapeshifter, the one who stole the sun from a greedy chief and threw it into the sky. Among the Lakota and the Plains tribes, he is Iktomi, the Spider, the weaver of traps and webs and tangled stories. But no matter the name, no matter the mask, the Trickster is always the same creature. He is a glutton, he is a liar, he is a thief, and he is a creator. He is the embodiment of chaos, the force that disrupts order, the one who breaks the rules and, in breaking them, reveals why the rules exist in the first place. There is a story the people tell. It is told in many languages, by many tribes, but the bones are always the same. In the beginning, the people had no fire. They were cold. They were hungry. They could not cook their meat, or warm their children, or see in the darkness. The fire belonged to the fire beings, who hoarded it jealously, who kept it on a mountain of ice, who guarded it with their lives. The people begged, the people prayed, but the fire beings would not share, so Coyote decided to steal it. This is the Trickster's way. He does not ask, he does not negotiate, he does not pray for what he needs, he takes. And he takes not because he is brave or noble or selfless, he takes because he is hungry. He takes because he wants the warmth for himself. He takes because the fire is there and he wants it, and that is reason enough. And yet, in taking for himself, he gives to everyone. This is the paradox of the Trickster. He is the most selfish creature in the world, and the most generous. He is the one who breaks the rules, and in breaking them, he saves us all. The story is a comedy, it has to be. Coyote is not a hero. He is not brave, he is not clever. He is lucky and stupid and stubborn, and that is what makes him survive. He climbs the mountain of ice, and he falls. He tries again, and he falls again. He burns his nose on the ember, and he howls. He drops the fire in a river, and the river catches fire, and the fish learn to swim in hot water. He sets the forest ablaze, and the animals scatter, and the world is chaos and smoke and screaming. And somehow, through all of this, through every disaster, the fire spreads. It spreads from Coyote's burning nose to the pine trees to the prairie grass to the people's hearths. It spreads because Coyote is too stupid to hold it properly, too clumsy to carry it safely, too greedy to let it go. And the people laugh. This is the most important part. The people laugh at Coyote's stupidity. They laugh at his burned nose and his howling and his endless, glorious failures. But the laughter is not cruel, it is grateful. Because Coyote, in his idiocy, in his greed, in his chaos, gave them the fire that keeps them warm. The Trickster is the source of laughter, and the laughter is the source of wisdom. When you laugh at Coyote, you are laughing at yourself. You are laughing at your own greed, your own stupidity, your own endless capacity for making the same mistakes over and over again. And in that laughter, there is a kind of grace. But the Trickster is not just a clown, he is not just a thief. He is also a creator. In the stories of the Hopi, it is Coyote who scatters the stars across the sky, throwing them like seeds, creating the patterns that the people will read for generations. In the stories of the Chinook, it is Raven who shapes the world from mud and feathers and spit, a world that is imperfect and ridiculous and beautiful because of its imperfection. The Trickster creates by accident. He stumbles into creation. He trips over the world and, in falling, reshapes it. Iktomi the Spider is different. Iktomi does not stumble. Iktomi weaves. He sits at the center of his web and watches, and waits, and spins. His stories are not about accidents. They're about traps. Iktomi is the trickster who tricks other tricksters. He is the liar who lies to liars. He is the spider who catches Coyote in a web of his own making, who makes the greedy man give away his last piece of meat, who teaches the arrogant woman that she is not as clever as she thinks. Iktomi's lessons are painful. They are humiliating. But they are necessary. There is a story of Iktomi and the ducks. It is a story told across the plains, a story that makes children gasp and laugh and cover their eyes. Iktomi, hungry as always, comes upon a flock of ducks dancing on a lake. He cannot catch them. They are too fast, too many, too wary. So he sings to them. He sings a song of such sweetness that the ducks cannot resist. They come to him one by one, and he teaches them to dance. He teaches them a dance where they must close their eyes. And as they dance, eyes closed, spinning in the sun, Iktomi wrings their necks, one by one, a duck for every verse of the song, a duck for every spin. And the ducks dance on, eyes closed, trusting the music, trusting the spider, dying one by one in the sunlight. The story is a horror, but it is also a lesson. The ducks are not innocent. They are greedy for the song. They are vain in their dancing. They are foolish in their trust. Iktomi does not deceive the innocent. He deceives those who are already deceived by their own desires. The trickster is a mirror. He shows you what you are. And if you do not like what you see, that is your problem, not his. The trickster is not evil. This is crucial. The trickster is not the devil. He is not the enemy of the Great Spirit. He is the complement. The Great Spirit is the order. The trickster is the chaos that keeps order from becoming tyranny. The Great Spirit is the law. The trickster is the exception that proves the law is worth having. The Great Spirit is the silence. The trickster is the laughter that breaks the silence and makes it bearable. There is no trickster without the Great Spirit. There is no Great Spirit without the trickster. They are the two lungs of the world breathing together. The Great Spirit gives the world its meaning. The trickster gives the world its humor. And without humor, meaning becomes a prison. Without laughter, the sacred becomes a stone around your neck. The trickster is the one who reminds you that the Great Spirit is not a judge. The Great Spirit is a mystery. And mystery, if you cannot laugh at it, will crush you. The comedians of today are the tricksters of tomorrow. They stand on stages in reservation community centers, and in Hollywood clubs, and on streaming specials that reach millions. They tell jokes about fry bread and res cars, and the absurdity of being native in a world that wants you to disappear. They make the audience laugh, and then, in the silence after the laughter, they make the audience think. This is the trickster's gift. He makes you laugh so hard that your defenses fall. And then, while you are vulnerable, he slips the truth into your heart. The trickster changes with every telling. He wears a new mask for every generation. He spoke through the old men in the winter lodges, their voices crackling like the fire. He speaks through the comedians on the stages, their voices amplified by microphones and algorithms. He speaks through the meme makers and the TikTok dancers and the writers of indigenous futurism, who imagine a world where the trickster pilots a starship and Coyote has a YouTube channel. But the trickster is not the only force in the shadows. The Great Spirit is the light. The trickster is the laughter. But between them, in the cold places, in the deep waters, in the dark forests where the sun never reaches, there are older things. The horned serpent, the water panther, the cannibal giant whose hunger never ends. These are not the trickster. These are not the Great Spirit. These are the forces that do not teach, that do not laugh, that do not create. These are the forces that only take, and those stories are waiting to be told. The fire that Coyote stole did not begin as a flame. It began as a secret, guarded by the fire beings who lived on the other side of the world, creatures made of heat and hunger who hoarded the warmth of the sun in a single, jealous ember. They did not share. They did not laugh. They did not know the cold that crept into the bones of the people when winter came, when the children shivered in the lodges and the elders could not feel their fingers. Coyote knew the cold. He had felt it on his own thin fur, had watched the people suffer through the long dark months, had seen the strong grow weak and the weak grow still. And he was hungry, always hungry, but that day his hunger was not for food, it was for warmth, it was for light. It was for the thing that would make the people look at him, not as a scavenger, but as a savior. The journey to the fire beings was long. Coyote walked through forests where the trees had no leaves, across plains where the grass was brittle and brown, over mountains where the snow never melted, and into a valley where the air shimmered with heat. The fire beings lived at the center of that valley, in a cave that glowed like a wound in the earth. They were not friendly. They were not curious. They were guardians of the ember that had been given to them by the sun itself, and they had sworn to protect it with their lives. They did not sleep, they did not eat. They only watched, their eyes like coals, their bodies made of ash and anger. Coyote did not fight them. That was not his way. He had no weapons, no army, no magic that could match the power of the fire beings. He had only his mind, which was quick, and his tongue, which was quicker. He had the gift of the story, the lie, the misdirection that makes the listener forget what they were guarding. He told them about the people, how weak they were, how cold they were, how they would not last another winter without the fire. The fire beings listened, their faces unreadable, their heat pulsing in the cave. They did not care about the people. They cared about the ember. They cared about the secret. Coyote offered a trade. He would give them a song so beautiful that it would make the ember burn brighter. A song that would make the fire beings forget their loneliness, their endless vigil, their hunger for something more than heat. The fire beings had never heard a song. They had only known the roar of their own flames. And so Coyote sang. He sang of the wind in the grass. He sang of the river that never stops moving. He sang of the moon that visits the earth and the stars that remember every name. He sang of the people, their laughter, their tears, their stubborn, foolish hope that tomorrow will be warmer than today. The fire beings wept. They did not know they could weep. The tears that fell from their eyes were made of cooled stone, and they clattered to the floor of the cave like hail. They were distracted. They were moved. They were no longer guarding the ember. They were listening. Coyote grabbed the ember. He ran. He ran through the cave, through the valley, through the mountains, through the forests, through the plains, the ember burning his paw, the pain shooting up his leg, the smell of his own fur smoking in the night air. The fire beings did not follow. They could not leave their cave. But they sent their heat after him, a wave of fire that chased him across the world. He did not stop. He could not stop. The ember was burning through his paw, through his mouth, through his throat, but he did not drop it. He thought of the children. He thought of the elders. He thought of the cold that would never touch them again if he could just hold on a little longer. The fire spread. It caught the grass, the brush, the fallen branches. It climbed the trees. It leaped from one lodge to the next, not destroying, but warming. The people gathered around it, their hands outstretched, their faces glowing, their voices rising in a cry that was half laughter, half prayer. They were no longer cold, but Coyote's paw was burned, his nose was burned. His whiskers were singed and would never grow back the same way. He had stolen the fire, and the fire had marked him. He would carry the scars forever, a reminder that even the greatest gifts come with a price, that the trickster is never just a hero, that the laughter is always mixed with pain. The people did not forget. They told the story around the fire that Coyote had stolen. They told it to their children, who told it to their children, who told it to the children who would one day sit in classrooms and hear the story of Prometheus, the Greek god who stole fire from the gods. But Coyote was not a god. He was not a titan. He was a scavenger, a liar, a thief, and a fool. And that is why the people loved him. Because Coyote was not perfect. He was not holy. He was not above the mistakes that the people made every day. He was greedy. He was clumsy. He was vain. He was hungry. And yet, in his hunger, he found the courage to take what the people needed. In his clumsiness, he stumbled into wisdom. In his vanity, he showed them that it is better to try and fail than to never try at all. The story of Coyote stealing the fire is not just a story about fire, it is a story about the nature of the gift. The fire was not given, it was taken. It was stolen from beings who had no right to hoard it, who had forgotten that the warmth of the sun belongs to all living things. Coyote did not ask permission. He did not wait for the fire beings to change their minds. He acted. He stole. He burned. And this is the paradox that the trickster teaches. The same act that saves can also destroy. The same fire that warms the lodge can burn the forest. The same tongue that tells the truth can tell the most beautiful lie. The trickster does not choose between good and evil. He does not see the difference. He sees only the next thing, the next hunger, the next laugh. The Lakota call him Iktomi, the spider. The one who weaves the web of stories, who catches the unwary, who spins the world from the thread of his own imagination. He is not evil. He is not good. He is the space between, the trick of the light, the unexpected turn in the path that leads you somewhere you did not plan to go. And the Great Spirit, the Wakantanka, the one who is the sky and the earth and the breath in every living thing? The trickster is not his enemy. He is his shadow. He is his laughter. He is the question that the Great Spirit does not answer, the mystery that keeps the universe from becoming too serious, too ordered, too still. The old stories say that when the Great Spirit made the world, he made it perfect. Every creature had its place. Every river had its path. Every star had its name. But the world was too quiet. It was too still. It was a song without a joke, a story without a laugh. And so the Great Spirit created the Trickster to break the silence, to spill the water, to burn the pour, to remind the world that perfection is a lie, and that the only truth worth telling is the one that makes you laugh and cry at the same time. The comedian on the stage tonight is telling a story that her grandmother told her. It is a story about a coyote who tried to steal the moon. It is a story about failure, about hubris, about the moment when the coyote looked up at the moon and thought, I can have that. I can take that. I can make it mine. The audience laughs. They know the ending. They've heard this story 100 times. But the comedian does not tell the ending the same way. She changes it. She makes the coyote a politician. She makes the moon a casino. She makes the fall a scandal. The laughter is different now. It is sharper. It is darker. It is the laughter of recognition. Because the trickster is not just a character in a story. He is a way of seeing the world. He is the one who points at the emperor and says, he is wearing no clothes. He is the one who asks the question that no one wants to answer. He is the one who steals the fire and burns his own nose and still laughs about it. The Great Spirit does not laugh. The Great Spirit is the silence that holds the laughter. The Great Spirit is the space between the beats of the drum, the pause between the inhale and the exhale, the moment before the joke lands. The Great Spirit is the witness. The trickster is the witness who cannot stop talking. And the people? They are the ones who tell the story. They are the ones who carry the fire. They are the ones who sit around the campfire and remember that the world is not a machine, not a clock, not a test. The world is a story, and the story is not finished. The fire that Coyote stole is still burning. It burns in the heart of every home, in the flame of every candle, in the light of every screen that tells a story. It burns in the laughter of every child who hears the joke for the first time. It burns in the silence of every elder who remembers the old ways. But the fire is not the only thing that was stolen. The trickster also stole the darkness. He stole the silence. He stole the pause. And in that pause, in that darkness, in that silence, the people found something that the fire could not give them. They found the space to imagine, the space to wonder, the space to create. The Great Spirit is the cave. The trickster is the painting. The people are the hand that made the mark. And the story is the echo that will never stop, that will travel through the generations, through the languages, through the centuries, until the fire burns out and the darkness returns and the world begins again. And in that new world, in that new darkness, the trickster will be waiting. He will be hungry. He will be cold. He will be looking for the fire, and he will steal it again, and he will burn his nose again, and he will laugh again. Because that is what the trickster does. He steals, he burns, he laughs. And the world, in all its flawed, foolish, beautiful glory, is better for it. But the trickster is not the only one who walks the road. The Great Spirit walks beside him, silent and vast, the space between the stars, the breath that moves the grass, the stillness that holds the laughter. They are not enemies. They are not friends. They are the two sides of the same coin, the light and the shadow, the joke and the silence, the fire and the darkness. And the people are the coin. They are the ones who are flicked in the air, who spin between the light and the shadow, who land on one side or the other, who never know which way they will fall. The people are the story. The people are the fire. The people are the laughter and the silence, the theft and the gift, the wound and the healing. The grandmother in the photograph is laughing. She's laughing at something the coyote did. She is laughing at something her own grandmother told her. She is laughing at the joke that never gets old, the story that never stops changing, the fire that never goes out. And the story of Coyote stealing the fire is not the end of the trickster's adventures. It is only the beginning. Because the trickster is always hungry. He is always looking for the next thing to steal, the next boundary to cross, the next rule to break. He is the one who will steal the thunder from the sky. He is the one who will steal the rain from the clouds. He is the one who will steal the very stars from the heavens, if he thinks they will make the people laugh. But the stars are not his to take, the thunder is not his to command, the rain is not his to hoard. And the people will learn, as they always learn, that the trickster's gifts come with a cost. The fire warms, but it also burns. The laughter heals, but it also stings. The story teaches, but it also lies. And the Great Spirit? The Great Spirit does not interfere. The Great Spirit does not punish. The Great Spirit does not reward. The Great Spirit is the witness, the silence, the space that allows the story to unfold. The Great Spirit is the trust that the people will find their way, even when the trickster leads them astray. The elder's voice rises and falls with the wind. He is singing the song of the Great Spirit, the song that Coyote stole from the fire beings, the song that became the gift of the people. He is singing the song that holds the world together, the song that the trickster cannot steal, because it is already given. And the song is not finished. The song is never finished. The song is the story, and the story is the fire, and the fire is the gift, and the gift is the laughter, and the laughter is the medicine, and the medicine is the truth, and the truth is that the trickster and the Great Spirit are not two separate things. They are the same thing, seen from different angles, told in different voices, remembered in different ways. And the people? The people are the ones who walk the spiral. They are the ones who carry the fire. They are the ones who tell the story. They are the ones who laugh and cry and burn and heal and steal and give and lose and find and begin again. The girl is learning the story. She is learning it from her grandmother, who learned it from her grandmother, who learned it from the fire. She is learning that the trickster is not to be trusted, but he is to be loved. She is learning that the Great Spirit is not to be seen, but he is to be felt. She is learning that the story is not a lesson. It is a life. And the fire that Coyote stole is still burning. It is burning in the heart of the village. It is burning in the heart of the girl. It is burning in the heart of the elder who sings the song. It is burning in the heart of the coyote who watches from the edge of the light, his nose still blackened, his eyes still bright, his laughter still ringing in the darkness. The trickster is waiting. He is always waiting. He is waiting for the next story. He is waiting for the next fire. He is waiting for the next chance to steal, to burn, to laugh, and the people will tell his story. They will tell it around the fire. They will tell it in the classroom. They will tell it on the stage. They will tell it in the digital smoke signal that travels across the world in the blink of an eye. And the Great Spirit will listen. He will listen in the silence between the words. He will listen in the pause before the punchline. He will listen in the breath that the people take before they speak, the breath that holds the world, the breath that is the story, the breath that is the fire, the breath that is the gift. The story is not finished. It will never be finished, because the fire is still burning, the laughter is still echoing. The trickster is still stealing. The Great Spirit is still watching. And the people are still telling the story, passing it from hand to hand, from voice to voice, from generation to generation, like a flame that never goes out. And the next story is waiting in the deep waters. It is waiting in the cold places. It is waiting in the dark forests where the sun never reaches. It is the story of the horned serpent, the Uktena, whose scales shine like fire and whose gaze can kill. It is the story of the water panther, the Mishipeshu, who controls the storms and demands the sacrifice. It is the story of the Cannibal giant, the Wendigo, whose hunger never ends. And those stories are waiting to be told. Those stories are waiting to be told. But before we descend into the deep waters, before we face the horned serpent and the cannibal giant, we must understand the strange and sacred dance between the two forces that hold the world together. The Great Spirit and the Trickster, the order and the chaos, the breath and the laughter. The Lakota call it Wakantanka. The great mystery. It is not a single god in the sky, not a king on a throne, not a judge with a white beard. It is the force that moves through all things, the wind in the grass, the blood in the buffalo, the lightning that splits the pine tree, the silence between the drum beats, It is the web that connects every stone, every star, every breath, every bone. And then there is the trickster. He is the one who tangles the web. He is Coyote, with his yellow eyes and his hungry belly and his schemes that always go wrong. He is Raven, who steals the sun and drops it and breaks it into pieces. He is Iktomi the spider, who weaves lies as easily as silk. He is the glutton, the liar, the thief, the fool, and he is sacred. The trickster is a teacher of boundaries. By breaking every rule, he shows the people where the rules are. By failing spectacularly, he teaches success. By being the worst version of himself, he shows what it means to be human. His stories are moral lessons disguised as crude jokes, and the people laugh, and then they remember. There is a story the people of the plateau tell. Coyote was walking along the river when he saw a salmon jumping. He was hungry. He was always hungry. He tried to catch the salmon with his teeth, but the salmon was too fast. He tried to trap it with his paws, but the salmon slipped away. He tried to trick it with words, but the salmon did not listen. Finally, Coyote built a dam. He stacked rocks and mud and branches until the river was blocked. The salmon could not pass. They gathered in the pool below the dam, confused and trapped. Coyote laughed. He reached down and grabbed a salmon. He was about to eat it when the dam broke. The water surged. The salmon swept past him. Coyote was knocked into the river, tumbling and splashing, his fur full of mud. The people who heard this story did not laugh at Coyote's failure. They laughed at themselves, because they knew. They knew that every time they tried to hoard, to block, to keep the gift for themselves, they were Coyote. They knew that the salmon belonged to the river belonged to the world, that the world belonged to no one and everyone. This is the wisdom of the trickster. He is not the opposite of the Great Spirit. He is the other half. The Great Spirit is the silence. The trickster is the sound. The Great Spirit is the mountain. The trickster is the earthquake that shapes it. The Great Spirit is the law. The trickster is the exception that proves the law is necessary. Without the trickster, the world would be frozen, perfect, dead. Without the Great Spirit, the world would be chaos, meaningless, burning. Together they create the tension that is life. The drum has two beats, the in and the out, the rise and the fall, the story and the laughter. But there is a mystery here. A debate that scholars still argue over, that elders still disagree on. The term Great Spirit itself. Was it a European invention? A translation imposed by missionaries who could not understand a world without a single all-powerful God? Or was it a pre-existing concept, a name for something that was already there, waiting to be spoken in the new language? The evidence is tangled. The early missionaries wrote of the Great Spirit as if the people already knew the name. But the missionaries were hearing through their own ears, translating through their own beliefs. When a Lakota elder spoke of Wakantanka, was he speaking of a single being? Or was he speaking of the whole web, the entire mystery, the sum of all the spirits? Some say the term was a gift. A way to speak the unspeakable to the newcomers. A bridge between worlds. Others say it was a theft, a reduction. A way to force the infinite into a single box. The truth, as with so many things, may be somewhere in the middle. The Great Spirit was always there, but the name was a negotiation. What is certain is this: the people did not need a single name for the mystery. They lived inside it. They breathed it. They tasted it in the wild onion and the bitter root. They felt it in the cold wind and the hot sun. They heard it in the thunder and the lullaby. They did not need to name the water when they were swimming in it. And the trickster, he has many names: Coyote, Raven, Iktomi, Nanabojo, Viho, Old Man. The names change, but the story is the same. He is the one who cannot be trusted. He is the one who cannot be ignored. He is the one who appears at the worst possible moment and says the thing that should not be said. There is a story the Blackfoot tell. Old Man, their trickster, was walking through the world when he saw a man crying. The man's wife had died. Old Man sat down beside him. He did not offer comfort. He did not offer wisdom. He said, "I can bring her back, but you must promise me one thing. You must not touch her for 4 days." The man agreed. Old Man brought the woman back. She was pale, like a ghost, but she was breathing. The man waited. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. On the 4th day, He could not wait any longer. He touched her face. She crumbled to dust. Old Man appeared and laughed. "You could not follow the rule," he said. "Now death is permanent, and that is your fault. The story is cruel. It is also true. It teaches that death is not a punishment from the Great Spirit. It is a consequence of human weakness. The Trickster did not create death. He simply revealed it. He held up a mirror and said, 'Look at yourself. This is who you are. This is what you do. This is the Trickster's greatest gift. He tells the truth by telling a lie. He teaches wisdom by being a fool. He shows the path by getting lost. He is the opposite of the Great Spirit, and he is the same. The silence and the sound, the mountain and the crack, the law and the exception, and the Trickster is still here. He did not vanish with the buffalo. He did not die in the boarding schools. He did not surrender at Wounded Knee. He is alive. He is laughing. He is on a stage in Los Angeles, in a comedy club in Tulsa, in a community center on the res. The Native American comedian is a living trickster. He uses humor to subvert stereotypes. He tells a joke that makes the audience laugh, and then the joke turns, and the laughter dies in the throat, and the truth lands like a punch. He says the thing that should not be said. He reveals the absurdity of colonialism. He makes the oppressor laugh at himself. A comedian once told a story about his grandmother. She was a survivor of the boarding schools. She was forced to cut her hair, to speak English, to pray to a god she did not know. She came home, and she never spoke of it. But she taught her grandchildren the old stories. She told them about Coyote. She told them about the Great Spirit. She told them to laugh. The comedian said, "My grandmother survived so I could be here. She endured so I could tell this joke. She kept the stories alive so I could make you laugh. And then she died. And I cried. And then I told the joke about her funeral. Because that is what she would have wanted." The audience laughed. And then they fell silent. And then they understood. The joke was not a joke. It was a ceremony. It was a prayer. It was a story. The Trickster was not just making them laugh. He was teaching them. He was showing them the boundaries. He was holding up the mirror. This is the power of the Trickster. He does not go away. He adapts. He evolves. He finds new ways to tell the old truth. He is in the res dogs that run in packs. He is in the fry bread that burns the tongue. He is in the casino lights and the powwow drum. He is in the laughter that follows the tears. And the Great Spirit? The Great Spirit is still there, in the Black Hills, in the Missouri River, in the cornfield and the cattle ranch, in the sweat lodge and the church pew, in the silence between the jokes, in the breath that carries the laughter. The two are not separate. They never were. The Great Spirit is the web. The Trickster is the spider that walks on it. The Great Spirit is the river. The Trickster is the fish that jumps. The Great Spirit is the story. The Trickster is the voice that tells it. And the story continues. It is not finished. It will never be finished, because the fire is still burning. The laughter is still echoing. The Trickster is still stealing. The Great Spirit is still watching. And the people are still telling the story, passing it from hand to hand, from voice to voice, from generation to generation, like a flame that never goes out. And now, the fire passes to the deep waters, the laughter fades, the silence deepens, the world changes. The horned serpent is waiting, the water panther is watching, the cannibal giant is hungry. The monsters of the deep do not laugh, they do not teach, they do not hold up a mirror, they simply are, and they are waiting. The story of the Uktena, the story of the Mishipeshu, the story of the Wendigo. These are the stories that come from the cold places, the dark places, the places where the sun never reaches. They are the stories of the things that live beneath the surface. They are the stories of the hunger that never ends. And they are waiting to be told. The fire is still burning, but the water is rising, and the next story is already beginning. There is a darkness that lives beneath the surface of still water. Not the darkness of night, which is a blanket, but the darkness of depth, which is a door. In the rivers and lakes of the southeast, this darkness has a name, and the name is older than the Cherokee people can remember. It is a name that parents once whispered to their children, not as a warning, but as a truth. There are things in the water that were here before us, and they will be here after we are gone. The Uktena is not a snake. It is something that wears a snake's shape the way a storm wears the sky. Its body is thick as a pine trunk, coiled around the roots of mountains. Its scales are not scales at all, but shards of flint and crystal, each one catching the light like a dying ember. And on its head, a single horn of translucent quartz, a thing of terrible beauty that pulses with its own inner fire. To look upon the Uktena is to invite death. Its gaze is not a weapon in the way a spear is a weapon, it is a force of nature, like lightning or a rock slide. The Cherokee say that if you meet the Uktena's eyes, you will be frozen, your blood turning to stone in your veins. But they also say something stranger. They say that if you can survive that gaze, if you can look into the serpent's face and not look away, you will receive a gift beyond price. The gift is medicine, not the medicine of herbs and poultices, but the deeper medicine of knowing. The Uktena is a guardian of secrets, of the knowledge that lies beneath the surface of the visible world. It is a monster, yes. But it is also a teacher, and in the old stories, the ones who sought the Uktena were not warriors or hunters. They were priests, medicine people, those willing to risk annihilation for a glimpse of what lies beyond. The story goes that the Uktena was once a man. Or perhaps it was a spirit that chose to become a serpent, a transformation born of some ancient transgression. The Cherokee do not agree on the details, and that is part of the mystery. What they do agree on is that the Uktena lives in the deepest pools, in the places where the river turns black and the current seems to stop. It is there, waiting. To appease the Uktena, the Cherokee made offerings. Not sacrifices of blood, but of things that mattered: tobacco, the sacred plant that carries prayers to the spirit world; copper, hammered into thin sheets and shaped into the serpent's image; shells from the distant coast, carried inland for hundreds of miles. These were placed in the water, in the places where the serpent was known to dwell, and the people would wait. The offerings were not bribes, they were acknowledgements, a way of saying, "We know you are there, we respect your power." We do not forget the old agreements. The Uktena, in turn, would let the fish return to the rivers, would hold back the floods, would keep the waters pure. It was a relationship, a covenant between the people and the deep. But the Uktena is not the only serpent in the waters of Turtle Island. Travel north to the Great Lakes, and the water takes on a different color. It becomes cold, clear, the color of iron and slate. Here, in the land of the Ojibwe, the Menominee, the Potawatomi, lives another creature of the deep, the Mishipeshu. The Mishipeshu is the great lynx, the underwater panther. Its body is that of a great cat, sleek and muscular, but its tail is a serpent's tail, coiling and uncoiling in the dark water. Its back is covered in scales, and its head is crowned with horns like a deer's. It is a creature of contradictions, a fusion of the land and the water, a reminder that the boundaries between worlds are not fixed. The Mishipeshu is the master of the water. It controls the waves, the currents, the storms. It can capsize a canoe with a flick of its tail, or it can calm a tempest with a single breath. The Ojibwe who traveled the lakes in their birch bark canoes knew that they were guests in the Mishipeshu's domain. They made offerings of tobacco and copper at the rocky shores, at the places where the water was deepest. The copper was important. The Great Lakes region is rich in copper, and the ancient peoples of the region mined it for thousands of years, hammering it into tools, ornaments, and weapons. But some copper was never meant to be used. It was meant to be returned to the water, given back to the Mishipeshu as a sign of gratitude and respect. The connection between these serpent myths and the real world is a question that haunts the edges of the stories. Could the Uktena be a folk memory of a real creature? The southeast was once home to giant snakes, pythons and constrictors that could grow to lengths of 20 feet or more. They are gone now, driven out by the changing climate or the arrival of humans, but their bones remain in the earth. Perhaps the Uktena is a memory of these creatures, a story passed down through thousands of years, distorted and transformed by time. Or perhaps it is something else entirely. Perhaps the Uktena is a metaphor for a river current, a whirlpool, a place where the water is dangerous and unpredictable. The serpent's gaze that kills could be the hypnotic pull of the water, the way a swimmer can be drawn down into the depths. The scholars argue about these things. They debate the origins of the myths, the connections between different tribes, the possible real-world sources of the monsters. But the stories themselves do not care about the scholars. The stories are alive. They are told and retold around fires, in classrooms, in the quiet moments before sleep. They are not explanations. They are relationships. And the relationship with the water is one of the oldest relationships humans have. We came from the water in a way. Our bodies are mostly water. The blood in our veins is salt water, a memory of the ancient sea. The stories of water monsters are not just stories about snakes and panthers. They are stories about the part of ourselves that is dark and deep and unknown. The Cherokee have a word for the feeling of standing at the edge of a deep pool, knowing that something is down there. They call it uivitali, a word that means both fear and awe, a trembling that is not entirely unpleasant. It is the feeling of being small, of being seen, of being part of something larger than yourself. To make an offering to the Uktena is to acknowledge this feeling. It is to say, I am not the master of this world. I am a visitor. I am a guest. And in a world that is increasingly dominated by human will, by concrete and steel and electric light, this acknowledgement is a radical act. It is a return to the old way of seeing. The offerings were not always accepted. Sometimes the water would reject them, carrying them back to shore. Sometimes the serpent would refuse to be appeased. The stories tell of times when the Uktena rose up in anger, when the rivers flooded, when the fish disappeared, when the people were forced to move. The covenant was broken, and the consequences were real. But there are also stories of healing. Stories of a person who, through great courage or great humility, managed to survive the Uktena's gaze. They would emerge from the water changed, carrying a piece of the serpent's power with them. They would become a medicine person, a healer, a keeper of knowledge that had been forgotten by the rest of the tribe. This is the paradox at the heart of the monster stories. The thing that can kill you is also the thing that can save you. The darkness is not just a threat, it is a source of power. The serpent is not just an enemy, it is a teacher. To face the monster is to face yourself, to confront the parts of your own nature that are wild and untamed. The Mishipeshu, too, is a teacher. The Great Lakes are not gentle waters. They are cold, deep, and unpredictable. A storm can rise in minutes. A canoe can be swamped by a wave that comes from nowhere. The Mishipeshu is the embodiment of this danger, but it is also the embodiment of the lake's generosity, the gift of fish, of clean water, of a path to trade and travel. The offerings to the Mishipeshu were made at the dangerous places, at the rocky points where the currents converged, at the mouths of rivers where the water changed color, at the places where the lake seemed to breathe, where the water would rise and fall in a rhythm that had nothing to do with the wind. These places were portals. They were thresholds between the world of humans and the world of the spirits. To make an offering, there was to cross that threshold, to enter into a conversation with the deep. It was an act of courage and an act of humility. The connection between these myths and the natural world is not a coincidence. The people who told these stories lived in intimate relationship with the water. They knew its moods, its rhythms, its dangers. The stories were a way of encoding this knowledge, of passing it down from generation to generation. They were a survival manual, written in the language of the sacred. When the Europeans arrived, they brought their own stories about water monsters, the sea serpent, the kraken, the leviathan. But they did not understand the relationship. They saw the monsters as things to be conquered or as myths to be debunked. They did not see them as neighbors, as teachers, as part of a covenant. The Uktena and the Mishipeshu are still there. They have not gone anywhere. The lakes and rivers of Turtle Island are still deep, still dark, still full of mystery. The offerings are still made, though fewer people remember the old words. The stories are still told, though the fires are smaller, but the water is changing. The rivers are dammed. The lakes are polluted. The copper that was once offered to the serpent is now mined by corporations and shipped across the world. The covenant is broken, and the consequences are visible everywhere. The floods are worse. The droughts are longer. The fish are dying. The stories are not just warnings. They are diagnoses. They tell us what is wrong, and they tell us how to fix it. The Uktena does not need to be killed, it needs to be acknowledged. The Mishipeshu does not need to be conquered, it needs to be respected. The water does not need to be controlled. It needs to be listened to. There is a Cherokee story about a man who tried to kill the Uktena. He was a great warrior, famous for his courage. He tracked the serpent to its lair, a deep pool in a remote canyon. He drew his bow, took aim at the serpent's eye, and fired. The arrow struck true. But as the Uktena died, its body thrashed, and the canyon flooded, and the warrior was swept away. The moral of the story is not that monsters cannot be killed. The moral is that killing is not the answer. The warrior approached the serpent as an enemy, and he was destroyed. The priest approaches the serpent as a teacher, and he is transformed. The difference is not in the serpent. The difference is in the heart of the one who approaches. This is the wisdom that the water monsters offer. It is a wisdom that is desperately needed in a world that has forgotten how to listen. The serpent's gaze is still there, waiting in the deep places. It is not a threat, it is an invitation. An invitation to look, to see, to understand. The question is not whether the Uktena exists. The question is whether we have the courage to meet its gaze. The question is whether we are willing to make the offering, to acknowledge the power that lives in the dark water, to enter into a new covenant with the deep. The stories are not finished, they are still being told, and the water is still waiting. The water is still waiting, and the stories are still being told, but the waters of the Great Lakes are different. They are not the dark, tannic rivers of the Cherokee Highlands. They are vast inland seas, cold and deep, with waves that can swallow a canoe as easily as a whisper swallows silence. Here, in the land of the Anishinaabe, the Ojibwe, the Menominee, and the Cree, the water monster has a different name. It is called Mishipeshu, the Great Lynx, the underwater panther. Mishipeshu does not coil in the shallows like the Uktena. It lives in the deepest places, in the channels between islands, in the places where the lake bottom drops away into darkness that no sunlight has ever touched. Its body is covered in scales that flash like the copper deposits buried beneath the lake. Its tail is a serpent's tail, tipped with a rattle that sounds like thunder underwater. Its horns are those of a stag, but they are made of stone, or of bone, or of something older than either. The Ojibwe elders say that Mishipeshu is the master of all water creatures. It commands the fish, the turtles, the otters, the beavers. It controls the weather over the lakes. When the lake is calm, it is because Mishipeshu is sleeping. When the storm comes, it is because Mishipeshu is angry. When a canoe overturns and a man drowns, it is because Mishipeshu has taken him. Not out of malice, but because the man failed to show respect. The offerings are not optional. They are a matter of survival. Before a long journey across the lake, a traveller must leave an offering at the water's edge. Tobacco is the most common offering, a pinch of it cast upon the water. Sometimes a piece of copper, hammered flat and carved with symbols, sometimes a song. The offering is not a bribe. It is an acknowledgement. It is a way of saying, I know you are there. I know this is your home. I am only passing through. The copper is important. The Great Lakes region is rich in copper, and the ancient people of this land mined it for thousands of years. They hammered it into tools, into ornaments, into weapons, but they also left copper in the water. They offered it back. Archaeologists have found caches of copper offerings at the bottom of sacred lakes, placed there centuries ago. The copper was not lost, it was given. Mishipeshu is not only a monster, it is a guardian. It guards the copper that lies beneath the water. It guards the medicine plants that grow on the shores. It guards the knowledge of the deep. To take the copper without permission is to invite disaster. To take the medicine without proper ceremony is to invite sickness. The water does not give freely, it demands respect. There is a story told among the Ojibwe of a man who was greedy. He knew where the copper was. He had seen it glittering in the shallows. He took a canoe and paddled out to the place where the water was deepest. He did not make an offering. He did not say a prayer. He reached down into the water and pulled up a piece of copper the size of his fist. It was beautiful. It was heavy. It was warm in his hand. The water did not stir. The surface remained calm. The man laughed and put the copper in his canoe. He paddled back to shore, but as he stepped out of the canoe, he felt a weight on his chest. He could not breathe. He fell to his knees. The copper fell from his hands and rolled into the water. As it sank, the weight lifted. The man gasped and crawled away from the shore. He never took copper from the lake again. The story is not a warning against greed alone. It is a story about the relationship between humans and the water. The water is alive. It has a memory. It has a will. To treat it as a resource is to misunderstand what it is. The water is a relative. It is a neighbor. It is a being with its own needs and its own power. Mishipeshu is the embodiment of that power. It is the water made flesh. The offerings continue to this day. On the shores of Lake Superior, you can find small bundles of tobacco tied with red cloth. You can find copper pendants hanging from trees. You can find the remains of feasts, berries, corn, meat, left at the water's edge. The offerings are not made out of fear. They are made out of love. They are made out of gratitude. The water gives life. The water gives fish. The water gives a path to travel. The water gives a place to dream. The least a person can do is give something back. The scholars have their theories. They say Mishipeshu is a folk memory of the giant beaver, a creature that went extinct thousands of years ago. They say the copper offerings are evidence of ancient trade networks. They say the stories are metaphors for the dangers of the lake, the sudden storms, the hidden rocks, the cold that can kill a man in minutes. They are not wrong, but they are not right either. The stories are not metaphors. They are not folk memories. They are not explanations for natural phenomena. They are something else entirely. They are a way of seeing. They are a way of being in the world. To tell the story of Mishipeshu is to enter into a relationship with the water. It is to acknowledge that the water is not a thing to be used. It is a presence to be honored. There is another aspect to Mishipeshu that the scholars often miss. The underwater panther is not only a guardian of copper. It is a guardian of the boundary between worlds. The surface of the lake is a membrane. Above it is the world of humans. Below it is the world of spirits. Mishipeshu patrols that boundary. It decides who may pass and who must remain. The medicine people, the shamans, the ones who have the power to travel between worlds, they know how to approach Mishipeshu. They do not come with fear. They come with respect. They bring offerings. They sing the old songs. They ask permission to enter the underwater world, and sometimes Mishipeshu grants that permission. Sometimes the water opens, and the medicine person walks down into the depths, and they learn what they need to learn, and they return. What they learn is not for everyone. It is not meant to be written down. It is not meant to be spoken in public. It is knowledge that is passed from one medicine person to another, in secret, in ceremony, in the dark of the winter lodge. But the stories that are told, the stories that are shared with the children, the stories that are told around the fire on winter nights, they contain the shape of that knowledge. They are maps, they are instructions, they are warnings. The warning is always the same: do not be greedy. Do not take more than you need. Do not forget to give thanks. Do not forget that you are not the only one who lives in this world. The water monsters are not the enemy. They are the reminder. They are the ones who hold the boundary. They are the ones who say, this far and no further. You are human. You are small. You are part of something larger than yourself. Act like it. There is a story from the Menominee people about a young man who went to the lake to fast. He wanted a vision. He wanted power. He went to a place where the water was deep and dark, and he built a small shelter on the shore. He did not eat. He did not drink. He sat and waited. On the fourth night he heard a sound. It was a low, rumbling sound, like thunder coming from beneath the earth. The water began to churn. The waves rose. The young man was afraid, but he did not run. A shape rose from the water. It was massive. It was dark. It had horns and scales and eyes that glowed like embers. It was Mishipeshu. The young man could not move. He could not speak. The creature spoke. It said, "Why have you come here?" The young man found his voice. He said, "I have come for a vision. I have come for power." Mishipeshu laughed. The sound was like rocks grinding together at the bottom of the lake. It said, "Power is not given. power is earned, and it is never earned by taking. It is earned by giving. The creature sank back into the water. The lake grew calm. The young man sat on the shore until dawn. He had not received a vision. He had not received power. But he had received something else. He had received a question. A question that would take him the rest of his life to answer. What am I willing to give? That is the question that the water monsters ask of everyone who approaches them. What are you willing to give? Not what are you willing to take, not what are you willing to risk, what are you willing to give? The answer is different for everyone. For some it is tobacco, for some it is a song, for some it is a life of service. For some it is the willingness to let go of everything they thought they wanted. The water does not care what the offering is. It only cares that the offering is made. The stories of the water monsters are not only about the past. They are about the present. They are about the future. The Great Lakes are changing. The water is warming. The fish are disappearing. The copper is being mined from the shores and shipped away. The offerings are no longer being made. The tobacco is no longer being cast upon the water. The songs are no longer being sung. The boundary is no longer being honored. What happens when the water monsters are forgotten? What happens when no one remembers to make the offering? The elders say that Mishipeshu will not be ignored. It will not be forgotten. If the people forget to make the offering, the water will take what it is owed. The storms will come. The waves will rise. The copper will be reclaimed. The boundary will be enforced, whether the people remember it or not. This is not a threat. It is a statement of fact. It is the way the world works. The water is not a resource. It is a relative. It is a being with its own needs and its own power. And the water monsters are the ones who remind us of that truth. They are the ones who hold the boundary. They are the ones who ask the question, what are you willing to give? The answer is not yet written. The story is not yet finished. The water is still waiting. And Mishipeshu is still there, in the deep places, its eyes glowing like copper, its tail rattling like thunder, its horns breaking the surface of the lake at dawn. It is not a threat. It is an invitation to remember, an invitation to give, an invitation to enter into a new covenant with the deep. The water is still waiting. The question is still being asked. And the answer, when it comes, will change everything. The water is still waiting. The question is still being asked. And the answer, when it comes, will change everything. But the water is not the only place where monsters dwell. There are rivers that run like veins through the continent, dark and slow and heavy with silt. There are swamps where the trees grow from water and the water grows from rot. And in those places, there is another kind of serpent, one that does not live in the deep lakes but in the narrow channels, the places where the current runs fast and the banks are steep. This is the Uktena. The Cherokee people know this creature well. They have known it for longer than memory can reach. The Uktena is a serpent of immense size, its body as thick as a man is tall, its scales shining like fire, its horns curling back from its head like those of a great deer. But the most terrible thing about the Uktena is its gaze. To look into its eyes is to die. Not from poison, not from fangs, but from the sheer force of what you see there. The Uktena carries the power of the sun in its head. A single glance can strike a man dead. The Uktena is not a mindless beast. It is intelligent. It is deliberate. It is a guardian of sacred knowledge. The Cherokee say that the Uktena was once a man, a powerful medicine man who became corrupted by his own ambition. He sought to possess the sun itself, to steal its power for himself. But the sun burned him, transformed him, twisted him into a serpent. And now he dwells in the dark waters, forever guarding the secrets he tried to steal. There are stories of men who hunted the Uktena, not to kill it, for that is impossible, but to take the jewel from its forehead. This jewel, this crystal of pure light, is said to grant the one who possesses it the power of prophecy. The hunter must approach the Uktena while it sleeps, must avoid its gaze, must cut the jewel from its head with a single stroke. If he succeeds, he gains a vision of the future. If he fails, he joins the serpent in the water forever. One such hunter was a man named Agan Unitsi, a name that means the one who is not afraid of anything. He was a young man, proud and strong, and he believed he could defeat the Uktena where others had failed. He fasted for 7 days. He prayed for 7 nights. He prepared himself with the old ceremonies. And then he went to the river where the Uktena was said to dwell. Aganyunitsi found the Uktena sleeping on a rock in the middle of the river. The serpent's body coiled around the rock like a vine around a tree. Its head rested on its own coils, its eyes closed. The jewel in its forehead glowed with a light that seemed to come from another world. Aganyunitsi waded into the water. He moved slowly, carefully, his knife held tight in his hand. He reached the rock. He raised his arm. He brought the knife down. The knife struck the jewel, but the jewel was harder than any stone. The blade shattered. The sound echoed across the water. The Uktena opened its eyes. Aganyunitsi did not die. He threw himself into the river, swam with the current, crawled onto the bank and ran. He ran through the forest for 3 days without stopping. He did not look back. He did not sleep. When he finally reached his village, he collapsed at the feet of the elders. His hair had turned white. His eyes were wide and empty. He never spoke of what he saw in that moment when the Uktena opened its eyes. He never spoke of anything again. The Uktena is not a story about monsters. It is a story about the limits of human ambition. It is a warning against the desire to possess what is not meant to be possessed. The jewel of the Uktena is not a prize to be won. It is a responsibility too great for any one person to bear. The power of the sun cannot be contained in a single human heart, but there is another layer to this story, a deeper one. A stranger one, for the Uktena may not be a metaphor at all, it may be a memory. The southeastern United States was once home to a creature that no longer exists. A giant constrictor snake, a relative of the anaconda and the python, that grew to lengths of 20 feet or more. Its scientific name is Eunectes, the same genus as the modern green anaconda. But this was not a South American snake. It lived in the swamps and rivers of what is now Florida, Georgia, and the Carolinas. It hunted deer and alligators. It was the apex predator of its environment. The Cherokee did not have a word for fossil. They did not have a concept of extinction, but they had the Uktena. They had the memory of a creature that lived in the rivers, that was larger than any snake they had ever seen, that had scales like fire and a gaze that could kill. What if the Uktena is not a legend? What if it is a folk memory, passed down for thousands of years, of a real animal that lived alongside the first people to walk this land? The giant constrictors of the southeast disappeared around the end of the last ice age, roughly 10,000 years ago. The climate changed. The prey animals disappeared. The forests became more open. The snakes could not adapt. They died out. But the people who had lived alongside them did not die out. They remembered. They told stories. And those stories became the Uktena. But there is another possibility, a more unsettling one. What if the Uktena is not a memory of a real animal, but a metaphor for something else? What if the serpent in the river is not a snake at all, but the river itself? The rivers of the southeast are not gentle. They are powerful. They are unpredictable. They rise without warning. They flood. They drown. They sweep away entire villages. The Cherokee knew this. They lived with it. They built their homes on high ground. They watched the water. They read the signs. The Uktena's gaze that kills. What is that but the moment when the current takes you, when you are pulled under, when the water fills your lungs and the world goes dark? The Uktena's scales that shine like fire. What are they but the sunlight glittering on the surface of the river, beautiful and deadly? The Uktena's horns, what are they but the branches of the trees that have fallen into the water, their roots reaching up like antlers? The Cherokee did not separate the physical world from the spiritual world. For them, the river was not just water. It was a being. It had a will. It had a hunger. It demanded respect. And if you did not respect it, it would take you. The Uktena is the name they gave to that hunger. It is the name they gave to the river's will. There is a ceremony among the Cherokee, a ceremony for appeasing the Uktena. It is performed before the spring floods, when the rivers are high and the water is restless. The medicine man goes to the river alone. He carries a small wooden effigy of the Uktena carved from a single piece of cedar. He places it in the water. He speaks the old words. He asks the serpent to spare the village, to keep the water within its banks, to let the people live another year. The offering is not a bribe, it is a recognition. It is an acknowledgement that the river has power, that the Uktena is real, that the people are not in control. The offering says, "We know you are there, we know you are strong, we honor you, please do not destroy us." This ceremony is still performed today, not by everyone, but by those who remember. By those who know that the old stories are not just stories, they are instructions, they are warnings. They are a way of living in relationship with a world that is not always kind. The Uktena is not the only horned serpent in the stories of Turtle Island. The Hopi have the Palulukon, a water serpent that lives in springs and brings rain. The Lakota have the Untahi, a great water monster that fought against the Thunderbirds and was destroyed, its body becoming the Badlands. The Ojibwe have the Mishipeshu, the underwater panther, which is not a serpent but is a creature of the same kind, a being that lives in the boundary between worlds. These stories are not the same. They are different in their details, different in their meanings, but they share something. They all speak of a creature that lives in the water, a creature that is powerful, a creature that must be respected, a creature that can destroy you if you forget to honor it. What did the first people of this continent see that made them tell these stories? What did they encounter in the rivers and lakes that was so powerful, so terrifying, that they had to give it a name and a shape and a story? Perhaps they saw a real creature, a giant snake, a prehistoric survivor, a living fossil that has since disappeared. Perhaps they saw the river itself, the water rising, the current pulling, the darkness beneath the surface. Perhaps they saw something else entirely, something that we cannot see because we have forgotten how to look. The paleontologists have found the bones of giant snakes in Florida. They have found the bones of giant crocodiles, giant turtles, giant sloths. The world that the first people walked into was a world of giants. The stories they told were not exaggerations. They were descriptions. They were reports from the front lines of a world that was still wild, still dangerous, still full of things that could kill you. But the snakes are gone, the sloths are gone, the mammoths are gone, the world has changed, and yet the stories remain. The Uktena is still there, in the rivers. The Mishipeshu is still there, in the lakes. The Palulukon is still there, in the springs. The stories have outlived the creatures that may have inspired them. What does that mean? What does it mean that the stories are stronger than the bones? What does it mean that the Uktena still lives in the Cherokee imagination, even if the giant snakes are extinct? It means that the Uktena is not just a snake, it is not just a memory of a snake, it is a way of understanding the world. It is a way of talking about danger, about power, about the things that we cannot control. The Uktena is the name we give to the unknown. It is the shape we give to the fear that lives in the dark water. And the unknown is still there, the dark water is still there, the fear is still there. We have drained the swamps. We have dammed the rivers. We have built bridges and levees and flood walls, but the water still remembers what it was. The water still remembers the Uktena. There is a story from the Cherokee Nation in Oklahoma, a story from the 20th century. A man was fishing on the Illinois River. He was alone. It was late in the day. The sun was going down. He cast his line. He felt a tug. He thought he had caught a catfish. He pulled. The line went slack. He pulled again, and then he saw it. A head rising from the water. A head with horns. A head with eyes that glowed like embers. He dropped his rod. He started the motor. He did not look back. He told the story to his grandchildren. They told it to their children. The Uktena is still there. The story is still alive. What do we do with these stories? We who live in a world of concrete and steel, of satellites and smartphones, of data and certainty. Do we dismiss them as superstition? Do we file them away in the category of myth, of legend, of things that are not real? Or do we listen? Do we allow ourselves to feel the weight of what these stories are saying? Do we allow ourselves to wonder if the Uktena is not a monster but a teacher, not a threat but a guide, not a creature of the past, but a presence that is still here, still waiting, still asking the question? The question is the same one that Mishipeshu asks, the same one that all the water monsters ask. What are you willing to give? What are you willing to sacrifice? What are you willing to admit that you do not control? The answer is not in the past. It is not in the bones of the giant snakes. It is not in the fossilized jaws or the ancient carvings. The answer is in the present. It is in the water that we drink. It is in the rivers that we cross. It is in the lakes that we swim in, not knowing what lies beneath. The Uktena is not a monster of the deep. It is a monster of the depths of the river, the depths of the past, the depths of the human heart. And it is still there. It is still watching. It is still waiting for us to remember. The water is not a resource. It is a relative. The serpent is not a monster. It is a guardian. The story is not a myth. It is a memory. And the memory is still alive. The question is not whether the Uktena is real. The question is whether we are ready to meet it. The question is whether we are ready to look into the dark water and see not a monster, but a mirror. The water is still waiting. The serpent is still watching. The story is still being told, and the telling is not finished. It will never be finished. Because the water is always moving, the serpent is always coiling, the story is always changing, and we are all still in it. The next chapter of this story is not written. It is not waiting in the past. It is being written now, in every offering made, in every story told, in every moment of respect paid to the water and the creatures that dwell within it. The Uktena is not a relic. It is a presence, and it is still asking the question, what will we give? The water is still waiting. The serpent is still watching. The story is still being told, and the telling is not finished. It will never be finished. Because the water is always moving, the serpent is always coiling, the story is always changing, and we are all still in it. The next chapter of this story is not written. It is not waiting in the past. It is being written now, in every offering made, in every story told, in every moment of respect paid to the water and the creatures that dwell within it. The Uktena is not a relic. It is a presence, and it is still asking the question, what will we give? The answer is not always a great ceremony. Sometimes it is the smallest hands that hold the most power. Among the Cherokee, the Creek and the Seminole, there are stories of the little people, the Yunwitsunsdi, the ones who stand no taller than a child's knee. They live in the hollows of trees, in the crevices of rock faces, and along the banks of rivers where the water sings against the stone. They are not monsters. They are not gods. They are something in between, guardians of the wild places, tricksters who steal lost moccasins and lead hunters astray, but also the only ones who can stand against the great serpents when the people cannot. The story is told of a time when the Uktena grew too bold, when its hunger drove it from the deep pools into the villages themselves. The warriors gathered. They sharpened their arrows. They sang the war songs. But every man who approached the serpent was frozen by its gaze, turned to stone where he stood, his eyes still open, his mouth still forming a cry that would never come. The elders consulted the medicine men. The medicine men consulted the spirits. And the spirits said, "You cannot fight this enemy with strength. You must fight it with smallness. You must fight it with cunning." So they called upon the little people. And the little people came, not with weapons, but with laughter. They crept into the Uktena's den while it slept, and they braided its horns with spider silk. They tied its tail to the roots of an ancient oak. They painted its scales with the juice of wild berries so that when it woke, it could not see, could not move, could not understand what had happened to its own terrible body. The great serpent thrashed and roared, but the little people simply danced around it, singing songs of mockery, until the Uktena fled back into the deepest water and did not return for a generation. The lesson is not that the small can defeat the large. The lesson is that power takes many forms, and the form that wins is not always the one that roars. The little people remind us that the world is full of presences we cannot see, allies we do not recognize, and that humility before the mystery is not weakness, it is the first step toward wisdom. The people have always known that the waters are sacred, but the archaeological record is now confirming what the stories have always said. At the bottom of a lake in Chitimaca territory, in the bayous of southern Louisiana, divers have found something extraordinary. Beneath 30 feet of dark, tannic water, in a place where the sunlight dies before it reaches the bottom, there is a layer of offerings that stretches back more than 1,000 years. copper gorgets, shaped by the hands of ancestors who traded across a continent for the raw metal. Shell beads, carved into the shapes of birds and fish and serpents. Stone pipes, their bowls still stained with the residue of ancient tobacco. And among them, small wooden effigies, crudely carved, worn smooth by centuries of water, that are unmistakably the form of a horned serpent. This is not a burial. There are no human remains here. This is a place of giving, a place where generation after generation came to offer something precious to the water, to the serpent that lived beneath it. The copper came from the Great Lakes, 1,000 miles to the north. The shells came from the Gulf of Mexico, 100 miles to the south. The offerings were gathered from the edges of the known world and brought to this one spot, this one dark pool, this one place where the veil between worlds was thin enough to touch. The question is not whether these people believed in the Uktena. The question is what they believed about it. They did not come to kill it. They did not come to drive it away. They came to give it gifts. They came to feed it. They came to acknowledge its presence and ask for its blessing. The Uktena was not an enemy to be destroyed. It was a power to be respected, a force of nature that could destroy or sustain depending on how it was treated. The offerings were not bribes, they were relationships, and the relationship continues. In the waters of Lake Champlain, between the mountains of Vermont and the forests of New York, there is a creature that has been seen for centuries. The Abenaki people called it the Great Water Serpent, long before the first Europeans set foot in the valley. They told stories of a creature that could raise its head above the waves, that could overturn a canoe with a single flick of its tail, that lived in the deep places where the lake bottom drops away into darkness. They called it Tatoskok. They left offerings of tobacco and cornmeal at the water's edge. They knew it was not a god, but it was not an animal either. It was something that belonged to the water, and the water belonged to it. Then the Europeans came. They saw the same creature. They gave it a new name, Champ. They photographed it. Blurry photographs, distant photographs, photographs that could be anything or nothing. They searched for it with sonar and submersibles. They built a tourist industry around it. They turned a sacred presence into a curiosity, a mystery into a commodity. But the Abenaki remember. They remember that Tatoskok was never meant to be captured, never meant to be proven, never meant to be reduced to a photograph in a newspaper. Tatoskok was a test. It was a question the water asked of those who crossed it. Do you respect what you cannot understand? Do you honor what you cannot control? The same question is asked on the Great Lakes, where the Mishipeshu, the great lynx, the water panther, rules the straits and the shallows. The Ojibwe and the Menominee and the Potawatomi know this creature well. It is not a serpent, though it has a serpent's tail. It is not a cat, though it has a cat's body and a cat's claws. It is something that defies category, a being of the threshold where fresh water meets salt, where the river meets the lake, where the world above meets the world below. Its scales are made of copper, its horns are made of lightning, its roar is the sound of ice breaking in the spring. And it demands respect. The stories say that the Mishipeshu controls the weather on the lakes. It sends the storms that sink the canoes of the careless. It calms the waves for those who remember to give it tobacco. It is not evil. It is not good. It is a power, and like all powers it must be approached with humility. The copper that the Chittamacca placed in their sacred lake, that copper came from the shores of Lake Superior, where the Mishipeshu guards the veins of pure metal that run through the earth. The copper was not mined. It was gathered, found in nuggets on the beach, washed up by the waves as gifts from the water panther to those who treated it well. And still, today, the offerings are made. On the north shore of Lake Huron, where the water is cold enough to stop a heart in minutes, a fisherman prepares his boat for a day on the lake. The sky is grey, the wind is rising. The forecast says a storm is coming, but he has fished these waters for 40 years, and he knows the signs that the forecast cannot predict. He takes a pinch of tobacco from a pouch that hangs around his neck. He steps to the edge of the dock. He speaks a few words in his grandmother's language, words he does not fully understand, but words that his grandfather taught him, and his grandfather's grandfather before that. He casts the tobacco onto the water. The wind catches the leaves, scatters them across the surface. the water accepts them. The storm does not come that day. Is this superstition? Is it tradition? Is it a conversation with a creature that may or may not exist? The fisherman does not ask these questions. He does not need to. He knows that the water is alive. He knows that the lake has a presence, a personality, a will. He knows that the Mishipeshu is not a metaphor. It is a fact, as real as the wind and the waves and the cold that seeps into his bones on a November morning. And he knows that the offering is not a payment. It is a relationship. It is a way of saying, I am here, you are here. Let us share this place. The storm does not come that day, but it will come another day. The Mishipeshu will demand its due again. The Uktena will stir in its deep pool. The water will always ask the question. And the people will always answer, not with arguments or proof, but with tobacco, with copper, with the quiet persistence of a relationship that has lasted longer than any empire, any nation, any written history. The serpent does not need to be believed in. It needs to be respected. It needs to be fed. And so the story moves from the deep water to the deep forest, from the serpent to the spirit that walks on two legs and hungers for more than flesh. The Uktena is a creature of the water, but there are other monsters that dwell in the cold places, the empty places, the places where the wind howls and the snow never melts. The Wendigo does not swim. It walks, it stalks. It waits at the edge of the firelight, in the darkness between the trees, in the hunger that comes when the food runs out and the winter will not end. The Wendigo is not a serpent. It is not a panther. It is not a creature of the water at all. It is a creature of the cold, of the famine, of the hunger that eats itself. And it is hungry. It is always hungry. It is the hunger that cannot be satisfied, the emptiness that cannot be filled, the craving that grows the more it is fed. The stories of the Wendigo are not stories of a monster that lives in a lake. They are stories of a monster that lives in the human heart, that grows when the winter is too long and the food is too scarce, and the line between survival and destruction begins to blur. The Wendigo is the warning that the Cree and the Ojibwe and the Innu have carried for centuries. Do not let the hunger define you. Do not let the cold enter your soul. Do not become what you fear. The serpent asks for respect. The Wendigo asks for nothing. It simply takes. And the difference between them is the difference between a world that can be lived in and a world that cannot. The water gives life. The water takes life. But the water can be spoken to. The water can be given to. The water can be part of a relationship that sustains both the people and the creature that dwells within it. The Wendigo is the end of relationship. It is the hunger that consumes everything, including itself, and leaves nothing behind but bones and wind and the memory of a warmth that will never return. The stories are not finished. They are never finished. The water is still moving. The serpent is still coiling. The Wendigo is still walking. And the people are still telling the stories, still making the offerings, still finding the small ways to hold back the darkness. The next chapter is not written. It is being written now, in every act of respect, in every moment of humility, in every pinch of tobacco cast upon the water. The question is still being asked, and the answer is still being given. The snow does not fall in this forest. It has already fallen, and it will not stop. It piles against the trunks of black spruce trees, smoothing every contour until the land itself becomes a white sheet pulled tight over the bones of the earth. The cold here is not a temperature, it is a presence. It seeps through hide and fur and the thickest wool, finding the warmth inside a living body and pulling it outward, thread by thread. The Cree call this land Kuatinok, the North Country, and they know that it does not forgive. There is a story the old ones tell when the wind shifts and the sun disappears for weeks at a time. It is not a story for children, though children hear it anyway, whispered around fires that barely hold back the dark. It is a story about hunger. Not the ordinary hunger that comes between meals, but the hunger that lives in the bone marrow, that hollows out a man from the inside until he is nothing but a walking stomach. The hunger that makes a person look at their own family and see meat. The Wendigo is not a monster in the way a bear is a monster. A bear kills because it is hungry, because it is threatened, because it is a bear. The Wendigo kills because it has forgotten how to stop. It is the spirit of winter made flesh, of famine made permanent, of greed made into a shape that walks. In the language of the Ojibwe, the word Wendigo means something like the one who lives only to eat. But the Wendigo never eats enough. That is the horror at the center of the story. The hunger does not diminish with feeding, it grows. The old ones say the Wendigo was once a person, a hunter perhaps who got lost in the deep snow, or a family trapped by an early blizzard, their food running out day by day. The first bite is always the hardest. The flesh of another human being is not meant to be consumed. It is a violation of a law older than any written code, a law written into the blood itself. But when starvation becomes a madness, when the belly caves in and the mind begins to eat itself, that law can break. And once it breaks, it cannot be repaired. The person who eats human flesh does not become a Wendigo immediately. There is a transformation, a slow corruption that spreads from the stomach outward. The eyes change first. They take on a yellow tint, like the eyes of a wolf, but colder. The teeth grow longer, sharper, until the mouth can no longer close properly. The feet stretch and twist, becoming something like hooves, better suited to the deep snow. The heart freezes solid, and with it every human feeling, love, pity, grief, all of it burns away in the cold fire of hunger. The Wendigo does not age, it does not die of sickness or injury. It simply walks the frozen forests, forever hunting, forever hungry, growing larger with every victim it consumes. Some stories say the Wendigo can grow to the height of the tallest pine. Others say it can mimic the voices of loved ones, calling out from the darkness to lure the living into its grasp. Every tribe that tells the Wendigo story adds its own detail, its own warning, its own terror. But the Wendigo is not only a creature of the forest, it is also a creature of the mind. The Algonquian peoples, the Cree, the Ojibwe, the Innu, the Naskapi, lived for centuries in a world where winter could last 8 months, where a single bad hunting season meant the difference between life and death. Starvation was not a hypothetical terror, it was a recurring reality. Children died, elders died. Whole families disappeared into the snow and were never seen again. And in the worst winters, when the deer did not come and the fish stayed deep and the rabbits vanished into their burrows, some people did the unthinkable. The historical record is fragmentary, but it exists. Jesuit missionaries in the 17th century wrote of Wendigo outbreaks among the tribes they lived with, describing a kind of contagious madness that swept through communities under siege by winter. The Wendigo psychosis, as modern anthropologists call it, was a documented phenomenon. People became convinced they were turning into Wendigos. They developed an insatiable craving for human flesh. They became violent, paranoid, dangerous to everyone around them, and the community had to decide what to do. Swiftrunner was a Cree trapper who lived near the Sturgeon River in what is now Alberta, Canada. In the winter of 1878, he took his family into the bush to trap furs. When he emerged in the spring, he was alone. He told the authorities that his wife and 6 children had starved to death. But the mounted police who searched his camp found something else. They found bones, human bones, cracked open for the marrow. Scattered around the fire pit, the remains of all 6 children and his wife. Swiftrunner had not starved, he had fed. He confessed freely. He said a Wendigo had entered him during the winter, that the hunger had become a voice in his head that would not stop screaming. He described eating his children one by one, starting with the youngest. He said the flesh tasted like caribou, but sweeter. He said he could still hear their voices calling him from the trees. The mounted police hanged him in 1879. But the story did not die with him. The Wendigo is not only a warning about cannibalism. It is a warning about what happens when a person takes more than they need. The Wendigo's hunger is not just for flesh. It is for everything. Land, resources, wealth, power. The Wendigo consumes and consumes and never stops, because stopping would mean admitting that enough exists. And that is the lie at the heart of the Wendigo, that there is never enough, that someone else must lose so that you can win. The Ojibwe say that the Wendigo can be killed, but only with great difficulty. Its heart is made of ice, and only fire can melt it. A warrior who faces a Wendigo must be pure of spirit, must have no greed in their own heart, or the Wendigo will simply enter them and continue its work. Sometimes a shaman would perform a ceremony to drive the Wendigo out of a possessed person. The ceremony involves singing, drumming, and the application of heat. If the Wendigo could be made to sweat, it would leave the body, but the possessed person often died in the process. There are those who say the Wendigo never truly existed, that it is a metaphor, a cultural story to enforce the taboo against cannibalism in a world where cannibalism was sometimes the only option. But try telling that to the families who lost loved ones to Wendigo outbreaks in the 1800s. Try telling that to the elders who still refuse to speak the creature's name aloud after dark for fear of summoning it. The Wendigo is real in the way all powerful stories are real. It lives in the space between a warning and a memory. The modern world has its own Wendigos. They wear suits instead of frozen skin. They speak in the language of quarterly earnings and shareholder value. They consume forests for timber, lakes for oil, mountains for coal. They eat the land itself and call it progress. And their hunger never stops. The Wendigo story was never just about the past. It was always about the future. About what happens when a society forgets that enough is enough. In the Cree language, there is a word, Masinahiawewin. It means speaking Cree, but it also means speaking with the voice of the land. The Wendigo is what happens when that voice is silenced. When the land is no longer a relative but a resource. When the people forget that they belong to the earth, not the other way around. The forest is quiet now. The snow continues to fall. Somewhere out there, in the white emptiness between the trees, something is watching. It has always been watching. It will always be hungry. The only question is whether we will feed it. The Wendigo is not born. It is made. Made from a single act of desperation that becomes a habit that becomes a hunger that becomes the only thing left. In the old stories, the Wendigo begins as a person, a hunter perhaps, trapped by an early blizzard in the deep winter forest. The game has vanished. The fish have frozen beneath the ice. The birch bark is stripped from the trees, and there is nothing left to chew for moisture. The first bite is the hardest. It is a violation of everything the people have taught him since he was a child. The elders say that the body is a gift, not a meal. The spirits say that to eat your own kind is to sever yourself from the web of life, but the stomach does not listen to spirits. The stomach only knows emptiness, and emptiness, in the subarctic winter, is a voice that screams louder than any teaching. The Algonquian peoples knew this voice. The Cree, the Ojibwe, the Innu, they lived in a world where starvation was not a metaphor but a seasonal reality. The caribou migrations could fail. The moose could disappear into the deep snow. A single bad winter could wipe out an entire band. In those times, the people had a choice: break the taboo or die. Some chose to die, others chose to survive, and those who survived were never the same. The Wendigo story is the story of that transformation, the moment when a human being crosses a line and cannot cross back. The body remembers what the mind tries to forget. The taste of flesh becomes a craving. The craving becomes a compulsion. The compulsion becomes a monster. In the winter of 1879, a Cree man named Swift Runner was living with his family near St. C. Albert, in what is now Alberta, Canada. He was a respected hunter, a provider. When he announced that he was moving his family deeper into the bush to hunt, no one thought twice. The winter was harsh. The game was scarce. It made sense to go where the animals might be. Weeks passed, then months. When spring came, Swift Runner returned alone. He told the authorities that his family had starved, that he had buried them in the snow, that he was the only survivor. The Northwest Mounted Police were suspicious. They sent a scout to investigate. What the scout found at the camp was not a burial site, it was a butcher shop. Human bones, cracked for marrow, a pot still containing the remnants of a stew, a pile of skulls. Swift Runner had not buried his family. He had eaten them, one by one, his wife, his children, his brother. He had eaten them all. Swift Runner was arrested and confessed. He said that a Wendigo spirit had entered him during the winter, that the hunger had come to him in dreams, whispering in a voice that sounded like the wind through broken branches. He said that the spirit told him that his family was not his family anymore, that they were food, that their flesh was the only thing that could save him. He believed it. He acted on it. And when the spring thaw revealed what he had done, the world saw the Wendigo made flesh. Swift Runner was hanged at Fort Saskatchewan in December of 1879, but the questions he left behind were not buried with him. Was he a monster or a victim? Was he possessed by a spirit or driven mad by starvation? The scholars still argue. The elders still know. The Wendigo is not a ghost, it is not a demon, it is a condition. A state of being that can take hold of anyone who lives too long in the grip of scarcity. The subarctic is a land of extremes. Summer is a brief explosion of life. Winter is a long, slow dying. In the old days, before the trading posts and the treaties, the people knew how to survive. They followed the caribou. They stored dried meat and pemmican. They shared what they had. But when the fur trade arrived, everything changed. The trappers stayed in one place, waiting for the traders. The game was hunted to exhaustion. The old knowledge began to fade. And when the winter came, there was no one left to teach the young how to listen to the land. The Wendigo stories multiplied. They became warnings not just about starvation, but about the loss of the old ways. In the Ojibwe tradition, the Wendigo is described in terrifying detail. It is gaunt to the point of emaciation. Its skin is pulled tight over its bones, the color of ash. Its heart is a block of ice. Its lips are chewed away from its own constant hunger. It grows larger with every human it consumes, never satisfied, always craving more. It cannot be killed by ordinary means. It can only be burned, its heart melted in fire, its ashes scattered to the four winds. The Wendigo is the embodiment of greed, of the inability to say enough. It is a warning against the kind of hunger that consumes not just the body, but the soul. But the Wendigo is also a story about community, about what happens when the bonds between people break. In a traditional Algonquian society, survival depended on sharing. If a hunter killed a moose, the meat was distributed to the whole band. No one went hungry while another had plenty. The Wendigo is the opposite of this. It is the hoarder, the one who takes more than they need, the one who eats while others starve. In this sense, the Wendigo is not just a monster of the winter forest. It is a monster of the human heart. It lives wherever greed takes root. It thrives wherever the common good is forgotten. There is a story told among the Cree about a man who became a Wendigo not by eating human flesh, but by refusing to share his food. The winter was long. The man had stored enough meat for himself. When his neighbors came to him begging for food, he turned them away. He told them to find their own. That night, the wind began to howl. The man heard a scratching at his door. He opened it, and there was nothing there. But the scratching continued. All night. When morning came, the man looked at his hands. They had changed. The fingers had grown long. The nails had turned to claws. He looked in his water bucket and saw his own face, gaunt and hollow-eyed, the lips pulled back from the teeth. He had become what he had refused to feed. The Wendigo is not always a cannibal. Sometimes it is just a miser. Sometimes it is just a person who has forgotten that no one survives alone. The Innu people of Labrador have a similar story. They speak of the Ashen, a spirit of famine that takes the form of a human skeleton wrapped in caribou skin. The Ashen is not a Wendigo, but it is related. It is the spirit of a person who died of starvation and now wanders the land, luring the living to the same fate. It calls out in the voice of a loved one. It beckons with the promise of food. Those who follow it never return. The Ashen is a reminder that the dead do not always rest. That the trauma of starvation can linger in the land itself, waiting for the next vulnerable soul. In the modern world, the Wendigo has found new forms. It is no longer just a creature of the winter forest. It is a creature of the corporate boardroom, of the stock market, of the endless pursuit of growth. The logging companies that strip the boreal forest are Wendigos. The mining operations that drain the lakes are Wendigos. The pipelines that cut through the caribou carving grounds are Wendigos. They consume without limit. They take without giving back. They are never satisfied. And they leave behind a landscape that looks like a corpse. The elders say that the Wendigo is not just a warning about individual greed, it is a warning about collective greed. About what happens when a whole society forgets that the earth is a relative, not a resource. There is a story from the Ojibwe about a Wendigo that was so large its head scraped the sky. It had been eating for centuries. It had consumed entire villages, entire nations. It was unstoppable. The people gathered the greatest medicine men and women. They sang the strongest songs. They built the biggest fire. But the Wendigo just laughed. It said, "You cannot burn me. I am made of winter. I am made of hunger. I am the cold that never ends." The people despaired. But then a child stepped forward. A girl, no more than 10 winters old. She held out her hand. In it was a single berry. A tiny, withered berry left over from the summer. She said, "This is all I have. But I will share it with you." The Wendigo stopped. It looked at the berry. It looked at the girl. And for the first time in centuries, it felt something other than hunger. It felt shame. It turned and walked into the north, and it was never seen again. The girl did not defeat the Wendigo with strength. She defeated it with generosity, with the smallest possible act of sharing. That is the heart of the Wendigo story. It is not a story about monsters. It is a story about what makes us human. The Wendigo is the absence of connection, the refusal to share, the belief that there is not enough. The Wendigo is the voice that says take more before someone else does. The antidote to the Wendigo is the voice that says we have enough. We are enough. We will share what we have. That voice is the voice of the people, the voice of the land. The voice that has kept the stories alive through centuries of winter. The forest is still there, the snow still falls. The hunger never truly leaves, but neither does the story. And as long as the story is told, the Wendigo can be held at bay. The question is not whether the Wendigo exists. The question is whether we will recognize it when it looks back at us from the mirror. The story is not over. It never ends. It only waits for the next winter. The Wendigo is a warning, but warnings only work if someone is listening. The Algonquian peoples knew this. They built the warning into the very structure of their stories, into the rituals that governed the hunt, into the laws that governed the sharing of meat. When a hunter killed a moose, the meat was divided among the entire band. The hunter did not keep the best parts for himself. The hunter gave them away. This was not generosity. This was survival. A man who hoarded meat in one season would find himself alone in the next. And a man alone in the winter forest was already half a Wendigo. The Wendigo psychosis is what Western psychiatrists call it now. A culture-bound syndrome, they say, found only among Algonquian-speaking peoples. The symptoms are always the same. The sufferer becomes convinced they are turning into a Wendigo. They feel an overwhelming desire to eat human flesh. They see other people as prey. In the historical record, there are dozens of documented cases. Men and women who walked into the forest and came back with ice in their eyes and blood on their mouths. The community would try to cure them. Sweat lodges, ceremonies, the shaking tent. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it did not. The most famous case is Swift Runner. He was a Cree trapper in Alberta, Canada, in the winter of 1879. He came into the trading post at St. Albert alone, without his family. He told the priest that his wife and children had starved to death. He asked for food. The priest gave him some. But something was wrong. Swift Runner was too calm, his eyes were too flat. And he smelled of smoke and cooked meat, but not the kind of meat that came from an animal. The Northwest Mounted Police went to Swift Runner's camp. They found what was left of his wife and 6 children. The bones had been cracked open for the marrow. The skulls had been split. The police counted the remains and realized that Swift Runner had eaten his entire family over the course of several weeks. He had not killed them all at once. He had kept them alive one by one, eating them slowly. When the police arrested him, Swift Runner did not deny it. He said he had become a Wendigo. He said the hunger had taken him. He said he could not stop. Swift Runner was hanged at Fort Saskatchewan in 1879. Before he died, he asked to see a priest. He confessed. He said the Wendigo had been inside him since the previous winter, when he had eaten the body of a dead relative to survive. He had broken the law once, and the law had broken him. The Wendigo was not a punishment for cannibalism. The Wendigo was cannibalism itself, made flesh, given a name, given a story. Swift Runner was not a monster who became a Wendigo. He was a man who became a monster. The Wendigo story is not just about the act of eating human flesh. It is about the moment before the act, the moment when a person looks at another person and sees food. The moment when the bond of community, the bond of kinship, the bond of humanity itself is broken. That is the moment the Wendigo is born. Not in the forest, not in the blizzard, in the heart. The Ojibwe have a word for it. Wendigo. It means more than just a cannibal monster. It means someone who has been consumed by greed. Someone who takes more than they need. Someone who breaks the sacred balance. In the old stories, the Wendigo is always described as being made of ice. Its heart is a block of ice. Its veins are frozen rivers. It is the winter that never ends. It is the famine that never breaks. It is the hunger that can never be satisfied. Because the Wendigo is not just a creature, the Wendigo is a condition. A sickness of the soul. The Innu people of Labrador tell a different version. In their stories, the Wendigo is not a spirit that possesses a person. It is a person who chooses to become a spirit. A hunter who survives a winter by eating his companions does not become a Wendigo immediately. He is given a choice. He can ask for help. He can confess what he has done. He can undergo a purification ceremony. If he does, the Wendigo leaves him. If he does not, the Wendigo grows inside him until it takes his shape. The choice is always there. The story is always offering a way out. The Wendigo is a story about the limits of survival. What are you willing to do to live? What are you willing to become? Every culture has its own answer to that question. The Algonquian answer is clear. You can survive the winter. You can survive the famine. You can survive the loss of everything you love. But you cannot survive the breaking of the sacred law. Because if you break it, you are no longer you. You are the hunger. And the hunger will never stop. The Wendigo stories were not told to frighten children. They were told to remind adults of what they could become. They were told to reinforce the bonds of community. They were told to make sharing a sacred duty, not an optional kindness. In a world where starvation was a real and present danger, the Wendigo was the ultimate nightmare. Not because it would eat you, but because you might become it. There is a story from the Ojibwe about a young man who went hunting and got lost in a blizzard. He wandered for days. He ate bark, he ate snow, he began to see things. A figure appeared in the distance, tall and thin, moving through the trees. The young man knew what it was. He had been told the story since he was a child. The Wendigo was coming for him. But the young man did not run. He did not fight. He sat down in the snow and waited. When the Wendigo reached him, it leaned down and looked into his face. The young man looked back. He did not show fear. He did not show anger. He showed pity. The Wendigo stopped. It had never been pitied before. It did not know what to do. The young man spoke. He said, "I see you. I see what you are. I see what you have become. And I am sorry." The Wendigo stood there for a long moment. Then it turned and walked away. The young man survived. He found his way back to his people. He told them what had happened, and the elders nodded. They understood. The Wendigo could not be killed, it could not be fought, but it could be seen, it could be recognized. And in that recognition, there was a kind of power. The Wendigo is not a monster that lives in the forest. The Wendigo is a monster that lives in the silence between people, in the moment when someone decides not to share. In the moment when someone decides that their survival is more important than someone else's. In the moment when greed becomes a way of life, the Wendigo is the voice that says there is not enough. There will never be enough. Take what you can. Take it now. Take it before someone else does. The Wendigo stories have not been forgotten. They have been adapted. They have been retold in novels, in films, in video games. The Wendigo has become a popular monster, a creature of horror, a thing that lurks in the dark. But the real horror is not the monster. The real horror is the world that creates the monster. A world of scarcity. A world of competition. A world where people are seen as resources, not as relatives. The Algonquian peoples understood something that modern society has forgotten. The most dangerous thing in the world is not the wolf. It is not the bear. It is not the winter. The most dangerous thing in the world is a person who has lost their connection to the community. A person who no longer sees themselves as part of the whole. A person who has become a Wendigo. The stories say that the Wendigo can be recognized by its smell. It smells of decay. It smells of death. But in the modern world, the smell is everywhere. It is in the air. It is in the water. It is in the soil. The smell of a world that has been consumed by greed. The smell of a people who have forgotten how to share. The Wendigo is not a myth. It is a diagnosis. It is a name for a sickness that has been with us since the first human being looked at another human being and saw something to be consumed. The stories are the medicine. They are the warning. They are the reminder that the sickness can be cured, but only if we recognize it, only if we name it, only if we tell the story. There is a Cree word for the opposite of the Wendigo. It is kichi isi nipiye. It means sacred sharing. It means the act of giving without expectation. It means the recognition that we are all connected, that what I have is yours, that what you have is mine, that we survive together or we do not survive at all. The Wendigo is the story of what happens when we forget that. When we forget that the forest is not a resource, it is a relative. When we forget that the animals are not food, they are relatives. When we forget that the people around us are not competitors, they are relatives. The Wendigo is the story of what happens when we forget that we belong to each other. The winter will come again. It always does. The hunger will return. It always does. But the story will be there too. Passed from grandmother to grandchild, from elder to young hunter, from one generation to the next. The story is the fire that keeps the Wendigo at bay. The story is the light in the darkness. The story is the voice that says we are not alone, and so the Wendigo waits, in the frozen forest, in the empty belly, in the silence between words. It waits for the moment when the story is forgotten. It waits for the moment when the sharing stops. It waits for the moment when a person looks at another person and sees only meat. That is the moment the Wendigo wins. That is the moment the winter becomes eternal. But the story is not forgotten, not yet. It is told in the longhouses of the Cree. It is told in the tents of the Innu. It is told in the classrooms of the Ojibwe. It is told in the books and films and songs of a new generation. The story is alive. The story is breathing. The story is waiting for the next winter. The Wendigo is not the end of the story. The Wendigo is the middle. The story continues. It continues every time a person chooses to share. Every time a person chooses to give. Every time a person chooses to see the humanity in another person. That is the story. That is the only story that matters. The story of how we keep the Wendigo at bay. The story of how we survive the winter. The story of how we remain human. The Wendigo is real. It is real in the way that all stories are real. It is real in the way that hunger is real. It is real in the way that greed is real. But so is the story. So is the sharing. So is the sacred bond that holds a people together. The Wendigo is not invincible. It can be defeated, not with weapons, not with strength, with a single act of generosity, with a single word of kindness, with a single moment of recognition. The forest is still there. The snow still falls. The hunger never truly leaves, but neither does the story. And as long as the story is told, the Wendigo can be held at bay. The question is not whether the Wendigo exists. The question is whether we will recognize it when it looks back at us from the mirror. The story is not over. It never ends. It only waits for the next winter. The forest holds its breath. Somewhere beyond the tree line, a branch cracks under the weight of ice. The sound travels for miles across the frozen expanse, and every creature that hears it knows to stay still. This is the country where the Wendigo was born, not in the imagination of storytellers, but in the marrow of survival itself. The Cree and Ojibwe and Innu have always known that winter is a predator. It does not negotiate. It does not show mercy. And when the food runs out, when the hunting grounds yield nothing, when the children cry from hunger that hollows their bellies against their spines, that is when the real monster stirs. The year is 1873. The place is the boreal forest of what will become Alberta, Canada. A Cree man named Swiftrunner built his winter camp near the shores of Sturgeon Lake. He is known as a capable hunter, a provider for his family. His wife and 6 children depend on him. The winter that year is brutal, the worst in living memory. The snow comes early and stays late. The game vanishes into the deep woods. Day after day, Swift Runner returns to his camp with empty hands. His family grows thinner, their eyes grow larger in their hollow faces, and something begins to change in Swift Runner's mind. The accounts that survive come from the Northwest Mounted Police, who found the camp the following spring. What they discovered could not be explained by hunger alone. The bones of Swift Runner's family had been cracked open for the marrow. The skulls showed signs of having been boiled. The remains were scattered across the camp in a pattern that spoke not of desperation, but of ritual. Swift Runner, when apprehended, confessed freely. He told the police that he had been overcome by a hunger that was not his own. He said that a spirit had entered him, a spirit that would not be satisfied until he had consumed every last member of his family. Swift Runner was tried and executed by hanging in 1879. But the people who knew him, the Cree elders, the medicine people, the members of his own band, they understood something the court did not. They knew that Swift Runner had not chosen to become a monster. He had been chosen. The Wendigo spirit had found him in his moment of weakness, in his hunger, in his despair, and it had taken root. The man they executed was no longer Swift Runner. He was the Wendigo, wearing Swift Runner's skin like a stolen coat. The question that haunts this story is not whether such possession is possible. The question is whether any of us could resist it. The Wendigo psychosis is a documented phenomenon. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, anthropologists and doctors recorded dozens of cases across the subarctic, individuals who became convinced they were transforming into Wendigos. The symptoms were consistent: a profound depression, a withdrawal from community, a growing paranoia about those closest to them, and finally, an overwhelming, insatiable craving for human flesh. Those afflicted would often beg to be killed before they could act on their impulses. In some communities, execution was considered an act of mercy, a way to save the person's soul before the Wendigo consumed it entirely. Western medicine called it a form of psychosis induced by starvation. The mind, deprived of food, begins to hallucinate. The taboo against cannibalism, so deeply ingrained, begins to crack under the pressure of survival. But the Cree and Ojibwe knew that this explanation was incomplete. They knew that the Wendigo was not simply a delusion born of an empty stomach. The Wendigo was a warning. It was a story that said, there is a line you must not cross, and if you cross it, you will not return. The hunger will not end. It will only grow. It will consume you, and then it will consume everyone you love. The physical form of the Wendigo is as shifting as the snow. Some stories describe it as a giant, emaciated humanoid, its skin stretched tight over a skeleton that will never be satisfied. Its heart is made of ice. Its breath is the winter wind. Other accounts speak of a creature that is barely visible, a shimmer in the air, a presence felt but never seen, a voice that whispers from inside the blizzard. Still others describe the Wendigo as a creature of pure hunger, without form, without substance, a force that enters the body through the mouth and takes root in the soul. The ambiguity is not a weakness in the story. It is the source of its power. The Wendigo can be anything. It can be anyone. It can be you. But the Wendigo is not only a creature of the past. It has found new forms in the modern world. The Wendigo of the 21st century does not live in the frozen forest. It lives in corporate boardrooms. It lives in the algorithms that extract every last drop of attention from human minds. It lives in the hunger for profit that clear-cuts ancient forests, that drains rivers dry, that burns fossil fuels until the planet itself begins to burn. The Wendigo is the insatiable appetite that says, more, always more, never enough. The Anishinaabe writer and scholar Gerald Vizenor called the Wendigo the embodiment of a particular kind of sickness, the sickness of consumption without end. He argued that colonialism itself is a Wendigo story. The European settlers came to Turtle Island with an appetite that could not be satisfied. They took the land. They took the buffalo. They took the children and put them in boarding schools. They took the stories and tried to replace them with their own, and still they wanted more. The Wendigo is not a monster from another world. It is a monster that lives in the logic of extraction, in the belief that the world exists to be used, in the refusal to see that enough is enough. The Wendigo story has also been reclaimed. In recent decades, indigenous artists, writers, and filmmakers have taken the Wendigo and turned it into a weapon of critique. The horror is still there, the hunger, the cold, the loss of self, but now it is aimed at the systems that created the horror. The Wendigo is the oil pipeline that leaks poison into the water. The Wendigo is the mining company that tears the top off a sacred mountain. The Wendigo is the government that looks at a child and sees a statistic. The story has not changed. It has only found new targets. There is a Cree word that captures the opposite of the Wendigo. It is the word Wakotowin. It means kinship. It means the recognition that all things are related. The trees, the animals, the water, the people, the ancestors, the ones not yet born. Wakotowin is the understanding that you cannot take without giving. You cannot consume without considering the cost. The Wendigo is the breaking of Wakotowin. It is the severing of the bonds that hold the world together. And the only way to defeat it is to rebuild those bonds. The Wendigo psychosis is no longer diagnosed by doctors. The term has fallen out of use, considered a relic of a colonial anthropology that saw indigenous beliefs as symptoms of mental illness. But the phenomenon has not disappeared. It has only changed its name. We call it addiction. We call it hoarding. We call it the endless pursuit of wealth that leaves the soul hollow and the world in ruins. The Wendigo is still among us. It is still hungry. And it is still waiting for the moment when the cold becomes too much, when the food runs out, when the choice is narrow to one. The stories say that the Wendigo can be killed. It requires a weapon made of silver, or a heart carved from ice, or a shaman who knows the right songs. But the real weapon against the Wendigo is simpler. It is the act of sharing. It is the decision to give away the last piece of food, even when you are starving. It is the choice to see the stranger as a relative, not as a threat. It is the refusal to let the hunger inside you become the thing that defines you. The Wendigo cannot survive in a community that holds together. It can only thrive in isolation, in secrecy, in the silence that falls when people stop telling the story. There is a story from the Innu people of Labrador. A young hunter, lost in the winter forest, stumbles upon a Wendigo's camp. The creature is asleep, its body half covered in snow. The hunter sees that the Wendigo has a human face, the face of someone he once knew, someone who disappeared the previous winter. The hunter does not kill the Wendigo. Instead, he builds a fire. He places food near the creature's mouth. He sings the songs that call the soul back from the ice. When the Wendigo wakes, it is no longer a monster, it is a man. He weeps, he remembers his name, he asks for forgiveness, the hunter leads him home. The story does not say whether the man was ever fully cured. It does not promise that the hunger will not return. But it offers something more important than a cure. It offers the possibility of return. It says that even the Wendigo can be reclaimed, if someone is willing to see the human beneath the ice. This is the deepest truth of the story. The Wendigo is not a separate species. It is not a demon from another world. It is what happens when a human being is pushed past the breaking point, when the bonds of kinship snap, when the cold gets inside and will not let go. The scholars still argue about the origins of the Wendigo story. Some say it is a folk memory of the last ice age, when the glaciers advanced and the people were forced to do unthinkable things to survive. Others see it as a metaphor for the psychological toll of isolation in the far north, where the winter sun barely rises and the darkness stretches for months. Still others insist that the Wendigo is a literal being, a spirit that exists in the spaces between worlds, waiting for an invitation. The mystery remains, and perhaps that is the point. Some stories are not meant to be solved, they are meant to be lived with. The Wendigo story has travelled far from its origins. It has appeared in novels and films, in video games and comic books. It has been adapted, appropriated, misunderstood, and misused. But the core of the story remains intact. It is a story about the price of survival. It is a story about the line between human and monster, and how easily that line can be crossed. It is a story that asks the hardest question: what would you do if you were starving? What would you become? What would you sacrifice to see another sunrise? The answer, for the Cree and Ojibwe and Innu, is found in the stories themselves. They do not pretend that the choice is easy. They do not offer easy comfort, but they insist that the choice matters. Every time a person shares food instead of hoarding it. Every time a person welcomes a stranger instead of turning them away. Every time a person chooses to see the humanity in another person. That is the story. That is the only story that matters. The story of how we keep the Wendigo at bay. The story of how we survive the winter. The story of how we remain human. The Wendigo is real. It is real in the way that all stories are real. It is real in the way that hunger is real. It is real in the way that greed is real. But so is the story. So is the sharing. So is the sacred bond that holds a people together. The Wendigo is not invincible. It can be defeated, not with weapons. Not with strength, with a single act of generosity, with a single word of kindness, with a single moment of recognition. The forest is still there. The snow still falls. The hunger never truly leaves, but neither does the story. And as long as the story is told, the Wendigo can be held at bay. The question is not whether the Wendigo exists. The question is whether we will recognize it when it looks back at us from the mirror. The story is not over. It never ends. It only waits for the next winter. But there is another story waiting. It begins not in the frozen north, but on the open plains, where the sky is so vast that it becomes a living map. The Pawnee people call themselves the Star People. They believe that their ancestors came from the heavens, and that one day they will return. Their stories are written in the constellations, in the rising and setting of the celestial bodies, in the patterns of light that have guided travelers for thousands of years. The Wendigo looks down at the earth, but the Star People look up. On the Great Plains, when the last light of day drains from the sky, something ancient begins. The black mist that follows is not empty. It is crowded with stories. The Pawnee people call themselves the Skiri, which means wolf, but the world knows them by another name, the Star People. Their entire existence has been measured by the movement of lights across the celestial dome. Long before telescopes, before observatories, before the word astronomy entered any language, the Pawnee read the sky as others read a book. Every star had a name. Every constellation held a lesson. The morning star and the evening star were not distant suns. They were the first parents, the original creators, the source of all life that breathes on the earth. The morning star was a warrior, a hunter, a bringer of light. The evening star was a woman, a mother, a keeper of the corn. Their union was not gentle. It was a collision of forces, a cosmic struggle that ended in creation. From their embrace came the first human being, a girl child, born not of flesh but of starlight and shadow. This is not poetry. This is cosmology, as precise as any equation. The Pawnee mapped the sky with a sophistication that still astonishes. They divided the year into 12 lunar months. They knew the solstices. They tracked the slow drift of the planets. And they built their villages according to the stars, every lodge door facing east to greet the morning star. The Skiddy Band, the most priestly of the Pawnee, were the keepers of this celestial knowledge. Their priests were astronomers, and their astronomers were priests. There was no separation between the spiritual and the scientific. The movement of the stars dictated when to plant, when to hunt, when to marry, when to go to war. But the most profound expression of this star faith was also the most difficult to understand, the morning star ceremony. For generations, the Pawnee believed that the morning star required a human bride. A captive girl, often from an enemy tribe, was chosen. She was treated with honor, fed the best food, dressed in the finest clothes. She was a bride, not a victim. For 4 days she was prepared. The ceremony was elaborate, precise, a ritual that mirrored the creation itself. On the final morning she was led to a scaffold built of sacred wood. The scaffold faced east. The entire village gathered. The priests sang the songs of creation, the songs that had been sung since the beginning of time. As the morning star rose above the horizon, the girl was sacrificed. Her heart was cut out and offered to the sky. Her blood was sprinkled on the cornfields. To the Pawnee, this was not murder. It was the most sacred act imaginable. It was the reenactment of the original creation, the union of the morning star and the evening star, the guarantee that the earth would bear fruit. To outsiders, it was barbarism. To the Pawnee, it was survival. The ceremony continued for centuries. It was the center of their world, and then the world changed. In the 1830s, a young Pawnee woman named Pitalisharu, or Man Chief, became a vocal opponent of the ceremony. She had been influenced by Christian missionaries. She argued that the sacrifice was wrong, that the morning star did not want human blood. Her voice was one of many. The pressure from the United States government was growing. The ceremony was banned. The last known morning star sacrifice occurred in 1838. The girl was a young Cheyenne captive. Her name is not recorded. The scaffold was torn down, the priests died, the songs faded, and the Pawnee were forced to find a new way to speak to the stars. But the stars did not stop speaking. The Lakota, neighbors and enemies of the Pawnee, had their own celestial stories. The Pleiades, the cluster of 7 stars that rises in the autumn sky, they called the 7 brothers. The story is simple. 7 brothers were hunting when a monster began to pursue them. They climbed a tree, and the tree grew taller and taller, lifting them into the sky. The youngest brother looked down. He saw his mother below, weeping. He threw her his pipe, his blanket, his pouch. She tried to follow, but she could not climb high enough. She became the star we call Aldebaran, the red eye of the bull, forever following her sons across the sky. This is not a children's story, it is a calendar. The rising of the Pleiades in October told the Lakota that winter was coming. It told them to move to their winter camps. It told them to store food. The stars were not distant and indifferent. They were neighbors, relatives, guides. At Chaco Canyon, in the high desert of New Mexico, the ancestors of the Pueblo people carved a record of the sky into stone. The supernova petroglyph. It shows a star blazing beside a crescent moon. Astronomers now believe it records a supernova that occurred on July 5, 1054. A star exploded, and for weeks it was visible even in daylight. The people of Chaco saw it. They carved it. They knew that the sky was not static, that stars could die, that the universe was alive and changing. They built their great houses to align with the solstices, the equinoxes, the lunar standstills. The entire canyon was an observatory, a clock, a prayer. The Hopi, descendants of the Chacoan people, continue this tradition. Their kachinas, the spirit beings who bring rain and fertility, are tied to the stars. The movement of the sun and moon determines the dates of their ceremonies. The winter solstice is the most important moment of the year, the turning point when the sun begins its journey back toward the people. The Ojibwe, in the Great Lakes region, tell a different story of the stars. The path of souls, the Milky Way, is the road the dead must travel. The spirits walk this path toward the land of the ancestors. Along the way, they encounter obstacles: a giant snake, a wall of fire, a river that must be crossed. The stars are not just lights, they are the footprints of the ancestors. They are the campfires of the spirits. To look up is to look backward, into the deep time of memory, into the history of a people who have always known that they came from the sky. The Cherokee tell of the Star Woman who fell from the sky and landed on the back of a great turtle. The earth was formed from mud brought up from the depths by a water beetle. The turtle became Turtle Island. The woman became the mother of all living things. The stars are the holes she left behind. The Navajo, the Diné, see the stars as the creation of the first man and first woman. They placed the stars in the sky using a blanket of darkness. But Coyote, the trickster, grew impatient. He grabbed the blanket and flung the stars randomly across the sky. That is why the stars are not arranged in perfect patterns. That is why chaos exists alongside order. This is the genius of these stories. They do not explain the universe. They make peace with it. They accept that the sky is both ordered and chaotic, that the stars are both distant and intimate, that we are both insignificant and essential. The Pawnee, the Star People, were removed from their homelands in the 1870s. They were forced to walk to Oklahoma, a journey of hundreds of miles. Many died. They left behind their earth lodges, their sacred bundles, their star charts. They left behind the scaffolds where the morning star had been honored, but they did not leave behind the stars. The stars followed them. The stars do not recognize borders. The same morning star that rose over the Nebraska plains rises over Oklahoma. The same Pleiades that told the Lakota when to move tells the Pawnee when to pray. Today, the Pawnee Nation is small, fewer than 3,000 enrolled members, but their star knowledge has not been lost. A new generation is learning the old names. They are learning that Tirawa, the Sky Father, is still there, that the evening star still waits for her bridegroom, that the creation is not finished. The stars are not the past. They are the present. They are the future. Every night, when the sun sets, the story begins again. The star people look up, and they remember who they are. But there are other stories in the sky, darker stories, stories that speak not of creation, but of destruction. The hero twins of the Navajo are about to descend into the underworld, and the monsters they will face are not made of stone and bone. They are made of fear and hunger, and the endless appetite of the void. The void does not remain empty for long. In the Navajo world, the darkness before creation is not a void at all. It is a place of potential, of spirits waiting to be born, of forces that have not yet taken shape. The hero twins of the Navajo journey begins not in the sky, but beneath the earth. Monster Slayer and Child of the Water are born to Changing Woman, the Earth Mother who renews herself with every season. Their father is the sun himself, Gohonaiai, who travels across the sky each day carrying a turquoise shield. The monsters that plague the people are not random beasts. They are the consequences of imbalance, the physical forms of greed, jealousy, and fear. There is the monster who eats children. There is the monster who kills with his eyes. There is the giant who crushes villages beneath his feet. The twins must find their father the sun, but the sun does not welcome visitors. He lives in a house of turquoise in the far west, and the path to him is guarded by monsters of its own. The twins travel through 4 obstacles, a field of cacti that tear at their feet, a desert of burning sand, a forest of knives, and a river of boiling water. Spider-Woman gives them feathers from the turkey, the eagle, and the bluebird. She teaches them the songs that will protect them. She tells them the words to say when the sun tries to kill them. The twins do not question her. They have learned that wisdom comes in small packages, from humble beings. When they reach the sun's house, he does not embrace them, he tests them. He places them in a sweat lodge filled with burning rocks. He sends lightning to strike them. He throws them into a pit of monsters. Each time, the twins survive, protected by Spider-Woman's gifts and their own courage. The sun finally accepts them as his sons. He gives them weapons, a lightning bolt, a rainbow, a stone knife. He tells them the names of the monsters and the places where they hide, but he also warns them. Some monsters cannot be killed. Some must be transformed. The twins begin their work. They find the giant who eats children and trick him into eating a stone that splits him open. They find the monster who kills with his eyes and blind him with a handful of pollen. They find the giant who crushes villages and cut his tendons with the stone knife. But there is one monster they cannot kill. His name is Hunger. He is thin and gaunt, with hollow eyes and a mouth that never stops chewing. The twins try to strike him with lightning, but it passes through him. They try to cut him with the stone knife, but the blade finds nothing. Monster Slayer asks Hunger what he wants. Hunger says, "I want what all beings want, to eat, to live, to continue." The twins realize that hunger cannot be destroyed because hunger is part of life. Every creature hungers, every being must eat. So the twins do not kill Hunger, they give him a place. They tell him he may take the lives of those who are old, those who are sick, those who have completed their journey. But he must leave the young, the healthy, and the strong. He must not take more than he needs. This is the Navajo understanding of death. It is not an enemy, it is a part of the cycle. Hunger is not evil. He is a force, like the wind or the rain. The twins do not conquer him, they negotiate with him, they make a covenant. The twins return to their mother, Changing Woman. She is proud of them, but she is not surprised. She knew they would succeed. She gives them new names, Monster Slayer and Child of the Water. She tells them that their work is not finished. The world will always need heroes, but there is another story, a darker story, that the Navajo do not tell as often. It is the story of the twins' sister. She was born at the same time, but she was different. She was born with teeth. She was born hungry. The sister grew fast. She ate everything. She ate the plants. She ate the animals. She ate the rocks. She ate the water. She grew larger and larger until she became a monster herself. The twins tried to stop her, but she was their sister. They could not kill her, so they did what the sun had taught them. They transformed her. They turned her into a mountain. Her body became the rock. Her hair became the trees. Her breath became the wind. She is still there in the Navajo homeland, a reminder that even monsters can be sacred. The story of the hero twins is not a simple story of good versus evil. It is a story about balance. The monsters are not enemies. They are forces that must be understood, respected, and placed in their proper relationship to the world. The Navajo do not tell this story to children as a bedtime tale. They tell it during the Nightway ceremony, a 9-day ritual of healing and restoration. The story is sung, not spoken. It is a prayer, not a performance. The Nightway ceremony is for those who have been touched by darkness. Those who have seen monsters. Those who have been visited by the spirits of the dead. The story of the hero twins is medicine. It reminds the patient that monsters can be overcome, that balance can be restored. The ceremony lasts 9 nights. On the final night, the patient emerges from the hogan at dawn. He sees the sun rise over the sacred mountains. He sees that the world is still there. He sees that he is still part of it. This is the power of the hero twins. They are not just characters in a story. They are guides. They are protectors. They are the part of every human being that refuses to give up, that faces the monster and says, "I am not afraid." But the twins are not the only star beings in Navajo cosmology. There is also the coyote, the trickster, who scattered the stars across the sky in a fit of mischief. The story goes that the holy people had placed the stars carefully on a blanket, arranging them in patterns that would guide the people. Coyote grew bored. He grabbed the blanket and threw the stars into the sky, scattering them randomly. That is why the stars are not arranged in perfect patterns. That is why some constellations are hard to see. That is why the sky is a mess. But the holy people were not angry. They laughed. They said, "Coyote has given us a gift." Now the sky is not a map. It is a mystery. Every night we can find new patterns. Every night we can tell new stories. This is the Navajo understanding of the cosmos. It is not fixed. It is not finished. It is still being created every night by the actions of beings both human and divine. The stars are not distant objects. They are relatives. The Lakota have a similar story. They call the Pleiades the 7 stars, or the 7 brothers. The story begins with 7 brothers who lived alone, far from any village. They were hunters, skilled and silent. They did not need anyone else. One day, a monster found them. It was a giant bear covered in scales, with eyes like burning coals. The brothers tried to fight it, but their arrows bounced off its hide. They tried to run, but it was faster than any bear should be. The brothers climbed a tall pine tree. The bear began to climb after them. The tree swayed, the branches cracked. The brothers prayed to the Great Spirit, Wakan Tanka. They asked for help. They asked for escape. The Great Spirit heard them. He lifted the tree into the sky. The brothers became stars. The bear became the constellation that chases them across the heavens, always climbing, never catching them. They are still running. The Lakota use the Pleiades as a calendar. When the 7 stars appear in the eastern sky just before dawn, it is time to plant. When they are overhead at midnight, it is time to harvest. When they disappear below the horizon, it is time to move. This is not superstition. It is astronomy. The Lakota knew that the Pleiades are a cluster of young stars, born from the same cloud of gas and dust. They knew that these stars move through the sky in a predictable pattern, tied to the seasons. The Cheyenne have a different story. They call the Pleiades the 7 sisters, and they say the sisters were once human women who danced too much. They danced all night, every night, ignoring their duties. The Great Spirit turned them into stars so they could dance forever. Each culture sees something different in the same cluster of stars. The Navajo see a family. The Lakota see brothers fleeing a bear. The Cheyenne see dancers. The stars do not change. The stories change. The stories are the meaning. The Pawnee, the star people, have the most elaborate star stories of all. Their entire religion is based on the movements of the heavens. They believe that every person has a star counterpart, a celestial twin that watches over them from above. When a child is born, the Pawnee look to the sky. They find the star that rose at the moment of birth. That star becomes the child's guide, its protector, its destiny. The child grows up knowing that it is not alone. Its star is always there. The morning star ceremony was the most powerful ritual of the Pawnee. It was performed once every 4 years, when the morning star rose in a specific position relative to the moon. The ceremony ensured the fertility of the earth, the abundance of the buffalo, the continuation of life. A young woman was chosen to represent the evening star, the bride of the morning star. She was taken from a rival tribe, often a captive. She was treated with great honor for 4 days. She was fed the best food. She was dressed in the finest clothes. She was told she was sacred. On the 4th morning, just before dawn, she was led to the scaffold. The priests sang the songs of creation. The people chanted the names of the stars. The woman was placed on the scaffold, facing east, watching the morning star rise. The sacrifice was swift. A priest struck her heart with a ceremonial arrow. Her blood fell onto the earth, fertilizing it. Her spirit rose to the sky, becoming the evening star, finally united with her bridegroom. The people believed that her death ensured life for everyone else. This practice was stopped in the 1830s, after the Pawnee were forced onto a reservation. Christian missionaries condemned it. The US government outlawed it. The last known morning star sacrifice was in 1838. But the Pawnee did not forget. They kept the ceremony alive in their songs, their stories, their prayers. They adapted. They changed. They survived. The morning star still rises. The evening star still waits. The story is still told. The stars do not judge. They do not punish. They do not reward. They simply are. And the people who look up at them, who know their names, who tell their stories, they are the ones who give the stars meaning. The hero twins of the Navajo, the 7 brothers of the Lakota, the morning star of the Pawnee, they are all part of the same sky. They are all part of the same story, the story of people trying to understand their place in the universe. The supernova that created that petroglyph exploded in the year 1054. It was visible during the day for weeks. The people of Chaco Canyon saw it. They carved it into stone. They did not know what it was. They knew only that the sky had changed. Today, we know that the Crab Nebula is what remains of that explosion. A cloud of gas and dust, still expanding, still glowing, still carrying the energy of a star that died 1,000 years ago. The people of Chaco Canyon saw a star die. They carved it into stone. They remembered. The stars die. The stories live. The people remember. And the sky, always the sky, continues to turn. The 7 sisters of the night sky are known by many names across Turtle Island. The Lakota call them the 7 stars, the Wehiela, and their story begins not in the heavens, but on the earth below. 7 brothers lived with their sister in a time when the world was young and monsters still walked the land. The brothers were hunters, swift and skilled, and their sister kept the fire burning and the meat drying. They were content. They were together. And then the monster came. It was a great bear, but not an ordinary bear. This one had a hunger that could never be satisfied. It had claws that could tear the earth itself. The brothers fought it with their bows and their spears, but the arrows bounced off its hide, and the spears shattered against its bones. They ran. They ran for days, and the monster followed. Their sister ran with them, her moccasins worn thin, her breath ragged. They reached the edge of the world, a place where the earth met the sky, and they could go no further. They had one chance. They prayed. They sang the old songs that their grandfather had taught them, songs that called upon the spirits of the sky. And the sky answered. A great wind rose up, lifting them from the earth. The monster lunged, its claws raking the air where they had stood. But they were already rising into the darkness, their bodies turning to light, their forms becoming stars. The 7 brothers became the 7 stars. Their sister became the small star beside them, always watching, always protecting. But the Lakota know that this story is not just a story, it is a calendar. When the 7 stars appear in the eastern sky just before dawn, in the cold months of late spring, it is time to plant the corn. When they stand high overhead in the summer, it is time to tend the fields. When they sink below the horizon in the autumn, it is time to harvest. The stars are not distant and indifferent. They are farmers, they are teachers, they are the brothers who escaped the monster, and they still watch over their people. The Pawnee people live even deeper in the sky. Their name for themselves is the Scary, the Wolf people, but the world knows them as the Star people. Their entire cosmology is written in the movements of the heavens. The morning star is a warrior, the evening star is a woman. Their union created the first human being. And every year for centuries the Pawnee performed a ceremony to reenact this creation. A young woman was chosen. She was dressed in the finest regalia. She was treated as a living goddess for 4 days. And on the final morning, she was led to a sacred scaffold where she was sacrificed to the morning star. This is a hard story for modern ears. It is a story that makes us flinch, but the Pawnee did not see it as cruelty. They saw it as necessity. The morning star had sacrificed his own life to bring the first people into the world. He had given his blood to the earth so that the corn could grow. The ceremony was a return of that gift. A reminder that life requires death, that the universe is balanced on a knife's edge. The young woman was not a victim. She was a messenger. She was going to the sky to speak for her people. The ceremony was performed for the last time in the 1830s. The Pawnee were under pressure from the United States government, from missionaries, from the changing world. They made a choice. They stopped the sacrifice, but they did not stop believing. The morning star still rises, the evening star still sets. The story continues, even if the ritual has changed. The stars do not forget. There are other star people too. The Cherokee tell of the Anitutsa, the moon-eyed people, who came from the stars and lived among them for a time. They were small, with pale skin and eyes that could not bear the light of the sun. They built the mounds that still dot the landscape of the southeast. They taught the Cherokee how to work stone and copper. And then, one day, they left. They returned to the sky, or perhaps they simply walked into the west. No one knows. The story does not say. The Hopi tell of the star beings who guided their ancestors through the underworlds. The Diné tell of the black star, the blue star, the yellow star, and the white star, each one a guardian of a sacred mountain. The Ojibwe tell of the star woman who fell from the sky and became the mother of the earth. Every tribe has its own stars. Every story is different, and yet they are all the same. They all point to the same truth, that we are not separate from the sky, that we are made of the same dust as the stars, that the universe is not empty, it is full of stories. The stars do not speak in words, they speak in patterns. They speak in cycles. They speak in the slow, patient language of time. The Pawnee knew this. They watched the sky for generations. They mapped the movements of the planets. They knew that the morning star and the evening star were the same celestial body, Venus, long before Galileo turned his telescope to the heavens. They did not call it Venus. They called it the warrior and the woman. But they understood what it was. They understood what it meant. And when the Spanish came, when the missionaries arrived with their crosses and their Bibles, the Pawnee did not abandon their stars. They added new ones. They learned the names of the Catholic saints, and they saw them in the sky. St. James became the morning star. The Virgin Mary became the evening star. The old stories found new clothes. The stars did not change. Only the names changed. The Lakota tell another story about the stars. It is the story of the falling star, a young man who was born of a star and a human woman. He grew up among the people, but he was different. He could run faster than the wind. He could see things that others could not. He knew that he belonged to the sky, but he loved the earth. He stayed as long as he could. And then, one night, he walked to the top of a hill, and he looked up at his father's house. He did not say goodbye. He simply rose. He became a star again. But sometimes, on the clearest nights, you can still see him. He is the one that flickers. He is the one that seems to wave. The stars are not just points of light, they are ancestors. They are teachers, they are warnings, they are promises. The Pawnee looked at the sky and saw a blueprint for how to live. The Lakota looked at the sky and saw a calendar for when to plant. The Cherokee looked at the sky and saw a history of who had come before. The Hopi looked at the sky and saw a map of where they were going, and all of them looked at the sky and saw themselves. There is a Lakota saying, Mitakuye Oyasin, we are all related. It means that the rock is your relative. The tree is your relative. The buffalo is your relative. And the star is your relative. You are not alone in the universe. You are part of a family that stretches across time and space. You are part of a story that began before the first human being drew breath and will continue long after the last one is gone. The stars have been watching for billions of years. They have seen continents rise and fall. They have seen ice ages come and go. They have seen the first fish crawl onto land, the first dinosaurs lift their heads, the first humans light their fires. They have seen empires rise and crumble. They have seen languages born and die. They have seen everything. And they will see everything that is yet to come. But the stars do not judge, they do not punish, they do not reward. They simply are. They are the light that was born in the first moment of creation, traveling across the void for billions of years, arriving at your eye at this exact instant. You are seeing the past. You are seeing the beginning. You are seeing the story of everything, and that story is not finished. The Crab Nebula is still expanding. The 7 stars are still rising. The morning star is still waiting. The evening star is still watching. The story of the star people is not a relic of the past, it is a living thing. It is told in the rustle of the corn leaves. It is sung in the wind that blows across the prairie. It is written in the light that travels from a star that died 1,000 years ago. The people who carved the supernova into the stone of Chaco Canyon did not know what they were seeing. They did not know that a star had collapsed into a neutron core. They did not know that the Crab Nebula would still be glowing 1,000 years later. But they knew that something extraordinary had happened. They knew that the sky had changed. And they carved it into stone so that their children, and their children's children, and their children's children's children would remember. We are those children. We are the ones who are meant to remember. We are the ones who are meant to look up. We are the ones who are meant to see that the stars are not distant and cold. They are warm. They are alive. They are family. The laser cuts through the darkness. The students follow its point. They see the 7 sisters. They hear the story of the brothers who escaped the monster. They hear the story of the young woman who was sent to the morning star. They hear the story of the star that died and the people who remembered. And somewhere, in the back of their minds, a connection is made. The sky is not just a sky, it is a library. It is a family album. It is a mirror. The stars do not speak in words. They speak in patterns. They speak in cycles. They speak in the slow, patient language of time. And if you listen, if you really listen, you can hear them. They are telling you the story of who you are. They are telling you the story of where you came from. They are telling you the story of where you are going. The story of the star people is not over. It is still being told. It is being told by the elders who still remember the old ways. It is being told by the astronomers who map the heavens. It is being told by the children who look up and wonder. It is being told by you, right now, as you read these words. The story is alive. The story is you. And the sky, always the sky, continues to turn. The sky, always the sky, continues to turn. And in the high desert of New Mexico, at a place called Chaco Canyon, the sky left a message. On a cliff face hidden in plain sight, there is a petroglyph, a star, a crescent moon, and a handprint. For centuries, no one knew what it meant. It was just a mark, a symbol, a piece of the past. But in the 1970s, an astronomer named Michael Zeilik looked at that petroglyph and saw something else. He saw a date. July 5th, 1054, the day a supernova exploded in the constellation Taurus. The Chinese recorded that supernova. The Japanese recorded it. The Anasazi, the ancestral Puebloans, recorded it too. Not in a scroll or a chronicle, but in stone. They saw the star that died. the star that outshone everything in the sky for 23 days, and they remembered it. They carved it into the rock, next to the moon, exactly where it would have appeared in the dawn sky. This is not a coincidence. This is not a guess. This is a record. A precise astronomical observation, carved by people who had no telescopes, no computers, no instruments at all. They had their eyes, they had their minds, and they had a tradition of watching. The ancestral Puebloans were not alone in this. Across Turtle Island, the sky was read like a book. The Lakota knew the Pleiades as the 7 stars, the brothers who fled into the sky to escape a monster. They knew that when the Pleiades appeared in the east just before dawn, it was time to plant the corn. When they appeared in the west just after sunset, it was time to harvest. The Pawnee knew the Milky Way as the path of the departed, the road that souls travel to the afterlife. They knew that the morning star and the evening star were not just planets, they were gods. They were the first parents, the creators of all things. The Pawnee called themselves the Star People. Their villages were laid out in the pattern of the stars. Their ceremonies were timed to the movements of the heavens. Their entire world was a reflection of the sky, and in that world the stars were not distant points of light. They were ancestors, they were teachers, they were lovers. There is a story told across many tribes, from the Cherokee to the Blackfoot to the Inuit. It is called the Star Husband Tale. A young woman, lying awake at night, looks up at a bright star and wishes she could marry it. She does not say the wish aloud. But the star hears her. He comes down to earth in the form of a man. He takes her to his home in the sky. They have a child. But the woman grows homesick. She misses her family. She misses the earth. She breaks a taboo. She digs up a turnip, or she looks back, or she speaks a forbidden word, and she falls back to earth. The child, the son of the star and the woman, grows up to be a hero. He is the ancestor of a clan. He is the proof that the sky and the earth are not separate. They are one family. These stories are not fairy tales. They are genealogies. They are claims of descent from the heavens. They are the way a people say, we belong here, under these stars, because our ancestors came from them. And then there are the other stories, the ones that do not fit so neatly. The ones that speak of beings who came down from the stars, not as lovers, but as visitors. The Hopi tell of the Kachinas, spirit beings who came from the sky to teach the people how to live. The Zuni tell of the Star People, small beings of light who descended from the heavens and shared their knowledge. The Ojibwe tell of the Little People, the May-Mai-Gwe-Zi, who live in the rocks and the caves and are sometimes seen dancing in the northern lights. Are these spirits? Are they ancestors? Are they something else entirely? The stories do not say. They leave the question open. They leave the mystery intact. And perhaps that is the point. The sky is not meant to be fully understood. It is meant to be wondered at. It is meant to be a source of questions, not just answers. In the 21st century, a new generation of native people is asking those questions again, but they are asking them with new tools. Dr. Annette Lee is a Lakota astronomer. She teaches at St. Cloud State University. She is also a traditional star knowledge keeper. She uses a telescope to study the physics of the universe. She uses oral tradition to understand the meaning of the stars. She does not see a conflict between the two. She sees a bridge. She points her laser at a cluster of stars. She speaks in Lakota. The words are old. The stars are ancient. The connection is new. She is doing what her ancestors did, watching, remembering, telling. But she is doing it in a room full of computers and spectrometers. The story of the Star People is not a relic. It is not a museum piece. It is a living tradition, adapting to new tools, new questions, new skies. The elders who remember the old ways are teaching the children who will map the new ones. The petroglyphs at Chaco Canyon are being studied by archaeologists who use satellite imagery. The Star Husband tales are being collected by linguists who are working to preserve endangered languages. The mystery of the Little People is being explored by scholars who are open to the possibility that the stories are not just metaphor. And somewhere, in a high school on the Pine Ridge Reservation, a girl looks up at the night sky. She sees the 7 sisters. She sees the morning star. She sees the Milky Way, the path of her ancestors. She knows the old story. She knows the new science. She knows that the star she is looking at is a ball of hydrogen and helium, burning at millions of degrees. She also knows that it is the home of a hero, the eye of a god, the light of a relative. She does not have to choose. She can hold both truths in her hand. She can let the mystery and the measurement coexist. The stars do not care about our categories. They do not care about our arguments. They simply burn. They simply move. They simply tell their story, night after night, generation after generation. And the story they tell is this: you are made of star stuff. Your bones are made of calcium forged in a supernova. Your blood is made of iron born in the heart of a dying sun. You are not just looking at the sky. You are looking at your own origin. You are looking at your own future. The Pawnee knew this. The Lakota knew this. The ancestral Puebloans knew this. They carved it into stone. They wove it into ceremony. They passed it down in stories that survived conquest, relocation, and attempted erasure. And now, the story is in your hands. The story is in your eyes. The story is in the way you look up at the night sky and feel something that words cannot quite capture. The sky is not empty. It is full. It is full of light. It is full of darkness. It is full of stories that have been told for 1,000 years and stories that have not yet been born. And as you stand there, looking up, you realize that you are part of the story now. You are the one who will tell it next. You are the one who will remember. You are the one who will look up and wonder, and the sky, always the sky, continues to turn. But now, the story turns with it. It turns toward the underworld. It turns toward the monsters that plague the earth. It turns toward 2 boys born to changing woman, the daughters of the sun, the ones who will ride the lightning and walk through the darkness. The hero twins are coming, and the world is about to change. The world before the hero twins was a world choking on its own fear. The Navajo people, the Diné, had emerged into this 4th world, the glittering world, only to find it infested with monsters. Not the vague shadows of nightmare, but creatures of bone and hunger that walked the earth. Giant elk that crushed entire families. Birds of prey that carried children away in their talons. Stone monsters that swallowed hunters whole. The people lived in constant terror, their prayers a desperate whisper against the wind. It was in this time of deepest darkness that changing woman, the Earth Mother herself, conceived twin sons. Their father was the sun, the great Yahonai, who travels the sky each day carrying the light. The twins grew not in months, but in days, their bodies hardening into young warriors before they could barely speak. They were named Monster Slayer and Child of the Water, and their destiny was written in the stars before they drew their first breath. The twins knew nothing of their father. They grew up in the shadow of changing woman, learning the ways of the hunt and the names of the plants. But a restlessness burned in them, a fire that could not be quenched by rabbit stew and stories by the fire. They asked their mother, "Who is our father?" And changing woman, knowing the time had come, told them the truth. Their father was the sun, and he lived in a house of turquoise in the far west, beyond the edge of the known world. The journey to find the sun was not a simple walk across the desert. It was a passage through realms that no mortal had ever survived. The twins walked for days, then weeks, their water skins long empty, their feet blistered and raw. They crossed a plain of black rock that cut their moccasins to shreds. They climbed a mountain of glass that reflected the sun so fiercely it nearly blinded them. And at last, they came to a place where the earth fell away into a canyon of impossible depth. At the edge of that canyon they saw it, a giant, feathered monster, its body the size of a hogan, its wings like thunderclouds, its eyes burning with ancient malice. This was not the sun. This was a guardian, a test. The twins had no weapons but their courage and their wits. Monster Slayer picked up a stone. Child of the Water found a fallen branch. They did not attack. They waited. They watched. And the monster, confused by their lack of fear, retreated into the shadows. The twins pressed on. They came to a river of fire, its surface bubbling and hissing, the air thick with sulfur. There was no bridge, no boat, no way across, but as they stood there, a voice spoke from the reeds. It was Spider-Woman, the ancient grandmother who weaves the web of fate. She had been watching them since their birth. She told them to gather 4 sacred stones and place them in a line across the river. The stones cooled the fire, forming a path. The twins crossed, and Spider-Woman vanished back into the shadows. Spider-Woman appeared to them again and again on their journey, a silent guide who gave them just enough to survive, but never enough to make the journey easy. She taught them the songs to calm the wind. She showed them how to read the tracks of monsters in the sand. She gave them the prayers that would protect them from the sun's fire. Without her, they would have perished 100 times over. She was the thread that connected the twins to the world of the holy people. After many trials, they reached the House of the Sun. It was not a house of wood or stone, but a dwelling made of pure turquoise, floating on the horizon, shimmering with an unearthly light. The sun, Johonai, was not pleased to see them. He knew who they were, but he did not trust them. He was a father who had never held his sons, and his love had hardened into a test. The sun invited the twins into his house. Inside, it was a maze of rooms, each one more beautiful than the last. But the sun's welcome was a trap. He had built a sweat lodge in the center of the house, and he ordered the twins to enter it. The lodge was made of white hot stone, heated by the sun's own fire. The twins entered, and the door was sealed. Inside the sweat lodge, the heat was unbearable. It was the heat of 1,000 suns, the heat of the sun's own heart. But Spider-Woman had prepared them. She had given them a pouch of sacred pollen, and they sprinkled it on the floor. The pollen turned to cool water, and the water rose around them, protecting them from the heat. When the sun opened the door, expecting to find Ash, he found his sons alive, breathing and unbroken. The sun tried again. He built a second sweat lodge, this one made of ice, so cold it would shatter their bones. The twins entered, and the cold bit into their flesh. But again they used the pollen, and the pollen turned to fire, warming them. They emerged unharmed. The sun, for the first time, looked at his sons with something like respect. The sun had one final test. He took the twins to the edge of the sky, where the great abyss yawned. He told them to jump, to leap into the nothing. The twins looked at each other. They did not hesitate. They jumped. And as they fell, the sun caught them with his own hands, lifting them back onto solid ground. He embraced them. They were his sons. The sun gave them their weapons, a bow made of lightning, arrows tipped with sunstone, a knife of black flint. He taught them the songs that would make their arrows fly true. He taught them the prayers that would protect them from the monster's poison. And he sent them back to the earth to do what he could not do himself, cleanse the world of the creatures that terrorized the Diné. The twins returned to the glittering world, and they began their war. The first monster they faced was the giant elk, a creature so tall its antlers scraped the clouds. Monster Slayer drew his lightning bow. He aimed for the heart. The arrow flew, and the giant elk fell, its body shaking the earth. The people watched from their hiding places, and for the first time in generations they dared to hope. Next came the birds of prey, creatures with beaks of obsidian and talons that could crush a man's skull. Child of the Water used his wits. He covered himself with the hide of a deer, and when the largest bird swooped down to take him, he grabbed its legs and stabbed upward with his flint knife. The bird screamed and fell, and the others, seeing their leader dead, scattered into the sky. The twins hunted the monsters one by one, each battle a lesson in courage and cunning. They killed the stone monster by tricking it into swallowing a burning log. They killed the horned serpent by cutting off its head as it slept. They killed the giant porcupine by shooting it in the eye. The land began to heal. The people began to emerge from their hiding places. The songs of the Diné returned to the canyons. But there was one monster the twins could not kill. It was a creature called the Monster of Poverty, a being made of hunger and cold. When the twins approached it, they felt their strength drain away. Their weapons grew heavy. Their hearts grew weary. Spider-Woman appeared to them one last time. She told them that this monster could not be killed by arrows or knives. It could only be defeated by generosity. The twins gave away their food. They gave away their blankets. They gave away their songs, and the monster of poverty, having nothing to feed on, withered and vanished. The twins returned to their mother, changing woman, and she wept with joy. The world was not perfect, but it was safe. The monsters were gone. The people could live without fear. The twins had done what their father, the sun, could not do. They had brought balance to the earth. But the twins were not finished. They had learned something on their journey. They had learned that the world is not a place of fixed order, but a web of relationships, a story that is constantly being told. They had learned that the greatest weapon is not the arrow, but the prayer. The greatest armor is not the shield, but the song. And so the hero twins did not simply kill the monsters and disappear into legend. They stayed. They taught the people the ceremonies they had learned from Spider-Woman. They taught the songs that call the rain. They taught the dances that honor the corn. They became not just warriors but teachers, not just heroes but ancestors. The story of the hero twins is not a story of the past. It is a story that is sung every winter, when the nights are long and the fires burn low. It is a story that is painted in sand, woven into blankets, carved into the canyon walls. It is a story that lives in the blood of the Diné people, a reminder that even in the darkest times, there is a path through the canyon. The twins went on to face other trials. They traveled to the Underworld, a place of shifting shadows and whispering spirits, where the dead walk and the laws of the living do not apply. And there, in the land of the dead, they would face a test that no amount of arrows could solve, a test of the heart, a test of the soul, a test that would decide not just their fate, but the fate of all the Diné who would come after them. The Underworld does not welcome the living. Its entrance is a wound in the earth, a crack in the canyon floor where the wind sounds like a woman weeping. Monster Slayer and Child of the Water have come to this place because the dead are restless. The monsters they killed on the surface were only the beginning. Deeper evils fester in the darkness below, feeding on the spirits of those who could not find the path to the next world. Spider-Woman warned them before they left her home. The Underworld is not a place of fire and demons, she said. It is a place of forgetting. The dead do not scream. They whisper. They do not chase. They call. The greatest danger in the Underworld is not a monster with claws and teeth. It is the slow erosion of memory. The dead will ask you who you are, and if you cannot remember, you will become one of them. The twins carry their father's weapons. The sun gave them arrows tipped with lightning, a knife made from a shard of the sky, and a club that weighs no more than a breath. But the sun's gifts came at a cost. Before he would acknowledge them as his sons, he tried to kill them 7 times. He placed them in a sweat lodge of burning stone. He threw them into a pit of razor-edged obsidian. He sent them into a blizzard that could freeze the breath in their lungs. Each time, Spider-Woman's medicine saved them. She taught them the words to speak to the fire, and the fire listened. She taught them the song that turns obsidian to water, and the blades became rivers. She taught them the prayer that wraps a man in summer, and the blizzard could not touch them. The sun, watching from his house in the sky, finally relented. He saw that these boys were not ordinary. They were born of changing woman, and they carried the stubbornness of the earth itself. Now, standing at the mouth of the Underworld, the twins remember Spider-Woman's final instruction. Do not eat the food of the dead. Do not drink their water. Do not answer to any name but your own. They step into the darkness, and the darkness closes behind them like a door. The Underworld is not what they expected. There is no fire, no rivers of blood, no demons with whips. Instead, there is a vast plain of grey dust under a sky that has no sun and no moon and no stars. The air is still. The silence is so complete that they can hear their own blood moving through their veins. And in that silence they hear the first whisper. It comes from everywhere and nowhere. A voice like dry leaves scraping across stone. It says, "You are lost. You have always been lost. There is no way back." Child of the Water feels a pull in his chest. The voice sounds familiar. It sounds like his mother. But his mother is changing woman, and she would never speak to him this way. Monster Slayer grips his brother's arm. Do not listen. The Underworld wears the faces of those you love. It speaks in the voices of the dead, because the dead cannot argue. They walk on, their footsteps leaving no prints in the grey dust. The whispers grow louder. They become a chorus. Thousands of voices, all speaking at once, all saying the same thing. Stay. Rest. There is nothing for you above. The living world is a dream. This is reality. The twins come to a village. It is made of stone and bone, with roofs of dried grass that rustle in a wind that does not exist. The dead live here. They sit in doorways. They walk the paths between the huts. They do not speak to each other, but they all turn to look at the twins. Their eyes are empty. Their faces are the faces of people who have forgotten everything except that they are waiting for something. An old woman approaches them. Her hair is white. Her skin is the color of old leather. She carries a clay bowl filled with water. Drink, she says. You have traveled far. You are thirsty. Child of the water reaches for the bowl. His throat is dry. His lips are cracked. The water looks cool and clear, and he can almost taste it. Monster Slayer knocks the bowl from his brother's hand. The water spills onto the grey dust and sizzles like acid. The old woman shrieks, and her face shifts. For a moment, she is not an old woman. She is something else. Something with too many teeth and eyes that glow like embers. Then she is gone, and the village is gone, and the twins are standing alone in the grey plain again. The underworld tests them again and again. It sends a feast of roasted meat and sweet corn, and the smell makes their stomachs ache. It sends a woman who looks like their grandmother, who offers to comb their hair and tell them stories. It sends a river of clear water that sings as it flows. Each time, the twins refuse. Each time the illusion shatters, and they see the hunger beneath the beauty. They walk for what feels like days, or years. Time has no meaning here. They pass fields of bones, where the skeletons of giant animals lie half buried in the dust. They pass forests of petrified trees, their branches reaching for a sky that offers nothing. They pass a lake of black water so still that it reflects nothing at all. At the center of the underworld, they find the House of the Dead. It is a mountain of black stone, hollowed out by wind and time. Inside there is a throne made of skulls, and on that throne sits a figure wrapped in darkness. It has no face, it has no hands. It is a void shaped like a man, and when it speaks, the sound comes from everywhere at once. You have come far, little heroes, the void says, but you cannot kill me. I am death itself. I am the end of every story. I am the silence after the last song. The twins draw their weapons. The void laughs, and the laugh is the sound of stones falling into a deep well. Monster Slayer releases an arrow tipped with lightning. It passes through the void and strikes the wall behind it, leaving a scar of light. The void does not flinch. Child of the Water throws his knife. It spins through the air and vanishes into the darkness. The void laughs again. You cannot fight what you cannot touch, the void says. I have no body. I have no heart. I am not a monster you can kill. The twins look at each other. They have faced giants and serpents and creatures made of stone, but they have never faced nothing. Spider-Woman's voice comes to them, not from outside, but from inside their own minds. She says, the underworld cannot be conquered. It can only be understood. Death is not an enemy. It is a teacher. Monster Slayer lowers his bow. Child of the Water sheathes his knife. They sit down on the dusty floor before the throne of skulls, and they wait. The void is silent. It does not understand. It has never had anyone sit before it without fear. We are not here to fight you, Monster Slayer says. We are here to learn from you. The dead are restless because they do not know how to leave. Teach us the way, and we will teach them. The void shifts. For the first time, something like curiosity enters its voice. You would bargain with death? Yes, Child of the Water says, we would, because the dead are our people. And we cannot abandon them. The void is silent for a long time. The torches burn low, the shadows deepen. Then the void speaks, and its voice is softer now. There is a path, but it is not a path of arrows and knives. It is a path of memory. The dead must remember who they were. They must remember their names. They must remember the songs of their people. Only then can they find the way to the next world. The twins spend what feels like months in the underworld. They walk among the dead, and they sing the old songs. They speak the old names. They tell the old stories. One by one, the dead begin to remember. Their eyes, once empty, begin to fill with light. Their faces, once blank, begin to show emotion. They begin to walk toward the horizon, where a faint glow has appeared. The void watches. It does not stop them. It cannot. The dead are leaving, and the void has no power over those who remember who they are. When the last of the dead has passed into the light, the void speaks one final time. You have done what no hero has done before. You have not defeated death. You have befriended it. Go now, and do not return until your own time comes. The twins bow. They turn and walk back through the grey plain, through the forest of petrified trees, through the fields of bones. The door of darkness opens before them, and they step out into the light of the living world. They are changed. They have seen what lies beyond the veil. They have walked among the dead and returned. They carry with them a knowledge that no arrow can teach and no monster can take away. They know now that the greatest battle is not fought with weapons. It is fought with memory, with story, with the refusal to forget. The twins return to their people, and they teach them the songs of the dead. They teach them the prayers that guide the spirits home. They teach them that death is not an end, but a passage, and that the living have a duty to remember. The underworld is still there, beneath the earth, beneath the canyons, beneath the roots of the mountains. The dead still walk its grey plains, but now they have a guide, now they have a song. And the twins, who began as warriors, end as something greater. They become the bridge between the world of the living and the world of the dead. They become the memory that holds the Diné together across the generations. Monster Slayer and Child of the Water do not die. They do not grow old. They walk into the sky and take their places among the stars, where they watch over the people forever. But before they leave, they plant a single corn seed in the earth. It grows into a stalk that reaches toward the sun, and from that stalk, all the corn of the Diné is born. The story of the hero twins is not a story of the past. It is a story that is planted every spring. It is a story that is harvested every autumn. It is a story that is told every winter, when the fires burn and the stars wheel overhead, and the voice of the storyteller weaves the world together again. And so the twins live on, not in the pages of a book, not in the frames of a film, but in the soil, in the corn, in the songs, in the hearts of a people who refuse to let the darkness take what is theirs. The underworld is patient. It will wait for every one of us. But the story of the hero twins teaches us that we do not go into that darkness alone. We go with the songs of our ancestors in our mouths. We go with the names of our people on our lips. We go remembering who we are, and in that remembering we find the way home. There is a moment in every story when the hero stops fighting and starts learning. For Monster Slayer and Child of the Water, that moment comes not in a battle, but in a hogan. A small, windowless dwelling made of earth and logs, where the air is thick with the smell of cedar smoke and the shadows dance with the fire. Here, they do not hold their weapons, they hold their hands open, they listen. The holy people gather around them, talking God, whose voice is the rustle of wind through pine needles, calling God, whose voice is the echo across the canyon. Black God, who carries the fire and the stars in his pouch. They do not teach the twins how to kill, they teach them how to live. They teach them the songs that must be sung at dawn, when the world is reborn. They teach them the prayers that must be spoken over the sick, to call the spirit back into the body. They teach them the ceremonies that keep the universe in balance, like a potter's hands holding the clay steady on the wheel. The first ceremony is the blessing way. It is the foundation of everything. It is the song that was sung at the beginning of the world, when the first people emerged from the lower worlds. It is the song that restores harmony when it is broken. The twins learn it word by word, breath by breath. They learn that a ceremony is not a story you tell, it is a story you become. You step inside it, and the world changes around you. They learn the night way, the ceremony that heals the mind. They learn the mountain way, the ceremony that calls the game animals back to the hunters. They learn the enemy way, the ceremony that cleanses a warrior who has taken a life, because even a just kill leaves a stain on the soul. The twins are not just learning rituals, they are learning the architecture of the universe. Every song is a beam, Every prayer is a nail. Every offering of corn pollen is a blessing that holds the roof up. And then they learn the most difficult lesson of all. They learn that they cannot kill all the monsters. Some monsters must be left alive. Some monsters are necessary. The twins do not understand. They have come to rid the world of every terror. They have the power of the sun in their arms. Why leave any darkness standing? The holy people tell them a story. There was once a monster called Hunger. It was a gaunt, grey thing with a mouth that never closed. It devoured everything in its path. The people begged the sun to destroy it, but the sun refused. Without hunger, the sun said, the people would never learn to store food for the winter. They would never learn to share. They would never learn to be grateful for a full belly. Hunger is a teacher. It is a harsh teacher, but a necessary one. The twins listen. They begin to understand. The world is not a place of perfect safety. It is a place of balance, light and dark. Life and death, fullness and hunger. The monsters they have killed were the ones that broke that balance. The monsters they leave alive are the ones that hold it in place. This is the wisdom of the elders. It is not the wisdom of warriors. It is the wisdom of farmers who know that the same sun that ripens the corn can also scorch the field. They learn the final ceremony. It is called the Hozhuji, the beauty way. It is not a ceremony of healing or protection. It is a ceremony of walking in beauty. To walk in beauty is to see the world as it truly is. To see the spiderweb glistening with dew and know that it is a prayer. To see the crack in the canyon wall and know that it is a door. To see the face of an enemy and know that he is a relative who has forgotten his name. The twins close their eyes. They open them again. The world looks different. The colors are deeper. The sounds are clearer. They can hear the corn growing. They can hear the stones breathing. They can hear the stars singing their slow, ancient song. They are no longer boys who kill monsters. They are men who carry the world on their backs, and then the sun calls them home. He is proud of his sons. They have passed every test. They have learned every lesson. But there is one more thing they must do. They must return to the Underworld. Not as warriors, not as students, as guides. The Underworld is not a place of punishment. It is not a place of fire and demons. It is a place of waiting. It is the place where the souls of the dead gather, like leaves in a still pool. It is the place where the unfinished stories are held, waiting for someone to tell them. The twins must go there to bring back the souls of the people who have been lost, the ones who died before their time. The ones who died alone, the ones who died without a son to guide them. They descend. The path is narrow. The air grows cold. The sounds of the surface world fade away. No birds, no wind, no voices. Only the sound of their own breathing and the soft crunch of their moccasins on the stone. They walk for a long time. Time moves differently here. A minute can be a year can be a breath. They come to a river. It is black, it is still. There is no reflection on its surface. It is the river that separates the living from the dead. On the far shore, they can see shapes, shadows, figures that stand and wait. They are the souls of the people. They are patient. They have been waiting for a long time. The twins call out. They sing the songs they learned, the songs of the blessing way. The songs of the night way, the songs of walking in beauty. The sound of their voices crosses the river. It touches the shadows. The shadows begin to move. They begin to remember who they are. They begin to walk toward the water. One by one, the souls cross. They step into the canoe of bone. The twins paddle them back across the river. They guide them up the narrow path. They lead them out of the cave. And when the souls step into the sunlight, they are reborn. Not as new people, but as the same people, with the same memories, the same loves, the same names. They are given back to their families. They are given back to the world. This is the final gift of the hero twins. They do not just kill monsters, they bring the dead home. They close the wound between the world of the living and the world of the dead. They make the path clear. They make the way safe. And when their work is done, they do not grow old. They do not die. They walk into the sky. They become the stars. Not just any stars, the twin stars that rise just before dawn, the ones that guide the early riser. The ones that tell the farmer it is time to plant. The ones that tell the hunter it is time to hunt. The ones that tell the storyteller it is time to begin. The people remember them. Every morning, when the sky is still dark and the first light is just a rumor on the horizon, they look up. They see the twin stars. They say their names: Monster Slayer, Child of the Water. And they remember that the world was once full of monsters, and that 2 boys, born of a woman and the sun, made it safe enough to live in. But the story does not end there. It never ends, because the monsters are patient. They are always waiting. The world is always tilting toward chaos. The balance is always fragile, and so the twins must be born again. In every generation, in every family, in every child who stands up and says, "I will protect my people. I will learn the songs. I will walk in beauty." The story of the hero twins is not a story of the past. It is a story that is planted every spring. It is a story that is harvested every autumn. It is a story that is told every winter, when the fires burn and the stars wheel overhead and the voice of the storyteller weaves the world together again. And so the twins live on, not in the pages of a book, not in the frames of a film, but in the soil, in the corn, in the songs, in the hearts of a people who refuse to let the darkness take what is theirs. The underworld is patient. It will wait for every one of us. But the story of the hero twins teaches us that we do not go into that darkness alone. We go with the songs of our ancestors in our mouths. We go with the names of our people on our lips. We go remembering who we are, and in that remembering we find the way home. The fire burns low. The storyteller falls silent. The children are asleep, their faces peaceful, their dreams filled with the sound of arrows and the roar of dying monsters. Outside, the wind moves through the pines. The stars turn in their slow dance. And somewhere, in a hogan made of earth and logs, a new story is beginning. It is the same story. It is a different story. It is the story that will be told tomorrow night, and the night after that, and the night after that, until the end of time. For the Diné, the story of the hero twins is not a myth. It is a map. It is a set of instructions for how to live. It is a reminder that the world is dangerous, but that we are not helpless. It is a promise that the monsters can be defeated, but only if we remember the songs, only if we walk in beauty, only if we carry the world on our backs, as the twins did, as our ancestors did, as we must do, for the children who are not yet born. And so the chapter closes. But the story does not. It cannot. Because tomorrow, a child will ask her grandmother, "Tell me about the twins," and the grandmother will smile. She will stir the fire. She will clear her throat, and she will begin. "In the beginning," she will say, "and the world will be born again. In the beginning," she will say, "and the world will be born again." But the story of the hero twins is not only a Diné story. Far to the south, in the jungles of Mesoamerica, another pair of twins descended into another kind of underworld. Their names were Hunahpu and Xbalanque. Their journey was written in stone, carved into the walls of ball courts that still stand after 1,000 years. The Maya story begins, not with monsters on the surface, but with a challenge from below. The lords of Xibalba, the underworld, were jealous of the noise made by 2 brothers playing a ball game on the earth above. They summoned the brothers to the underworld. The brothers failed the tests. They were sacrificed. Their bodies were buried beneath the ball court, but one of the brothers left something behind, a drop of spittle. It landed on the hand of a passing goddess, and from that drop, Hunahpu and Xbalanque were born, the hero twins of the Maya. They were not born to changing woman. They were born from death itself. The twins grew. They learned to play the ball game. And they made so much noise that the lords of Xibalba summoned them too. The twins knew what awaited them. They knew their father and uncle had died in this place, but they went anyway. Xibalba was a place of trials. The house of darkness, the house of knives, the house of cold, the house of jaguars, the house of bats. Each room was a test designed to break the body and the spirit. The lords of death watched from their thrones, waiting for the twins to fail. But the twins were not like their father. They had learned from his mistakes. They sent a mosquito ahead to spy on the lords of Xibalba, who had given them a false test. The mosquito bit each lord, and the lords spoke each other's names in pain. When the twins arrived, they knew exactly who they were addressing. They did not bow to the wrong god. The lords tried to burn the twins alive. The twins jumped into the fire willingly. They died. But death was not the end. It was a transformation. Their bones were ground into powder and thrown into the river. After 5 days, they emerged from the water as fish, then as beggars, then as dancers. They performed miracles. They cut each other into pieces and brought themselves back to life. The lords of Xibalba demanded to see this trick. The twins obliged. They cut one of the lords into pieces. And then they did not bring him back. In this way, the hero twins defeated death. They did not kill the lords of Xibalba with weapons. They killed them with laughter, with trickery, with a story. They showed the gods of death that death itself was not the end. It was a door. And then they rose into the sky. Hunahpu became the sun. Xbalanque became the moon. They did not stay in the underworld. They did not stay on the earth. They became the light that makes all life possible. The Maya ball game was not a sport. It was a ritual reenactment of this journey. The ball was the sun. The court was the underworld. The players were the twins, descending into darkness, fighting for the light to rise again. Archaeologists have found the courts. More than 1,500 of them, scattered across Mesoamerica. They have found the rubber balls, some as heavy as 8 pounds. They have found the stone markers, carved with images of decapitated players from whose necks serpents emerge. The game was dangerous. Players wore padding on their hips and knees. They were not allowed to use their hands or feet. They had to keep the ball in the air using only their hips, their thighs, their elbows. The ball could break bones. The game could kill. And sometimes it did. The captain of the losing team was sometimes sacrificed. His head was cut off. His blood watered the earth. This was not punishment, it was honor. It was the highest offering a player could make. But here is the mystery. Far to the north, in the canyons of the American Southwest, the ancestral Puebloans carved something similar into the rock. Petroglyphs of figures holding what looked like balls, rectangular depressions in the ground that could be ball courts. The same shapes, the same postures. Did the hero twins travel north? Did the story migrate with the traders who carried turquoise and macaw feathers along the ancient roads? Or did two different people, separated by 1,000 miles of desert, dream the same dream? The archaeologists cannot agree. The ball courts of the Southwest are smaller. They are less elaborate. They may not be ball courts at all. They may be something else entirely, a dance plaza, a gathering place, a memory of a story that has been lost. The ancestral Puebloans left no written records. They left only the rock art. The petroglyphs of Cocopelli, the humpbacked flute player, the images of horned serpents, the figures that look like they are playing a game, and so the story of the hero twins becomes a question. Did the twins walk these canyons? Did they stand on these mesas? Did they look down into the darkness of the Grand Canyon and see the monsters waiting below? The Hopi say that the hero twins, the war twins, the children of the sun, still watch over the people. They are the morning star and the evening star. They are the guardians of the 4 directions. They are the ones who will return at the end of the 4th world. But the story does not end with the stars, it ends with a song. The Diné say that when the twins killed the monsters, they did not destroy them completely, they transformed them. The giant who ate children became a rock formation. The monster who killed with his eyes became a mountain. The monsters are still here. They are the landscape. And the twins are still here too. They are the wind that carves the stone. They are the rain that falls on the desert. They are the prayer that is whispered at dawn. The Maya twins became the sun and the moon. The Diné twins became the protectors of the earth. 2 stories, 2 journeys, 2 descents into the underworld, but the same truth at the center of both, that death is not the end, that the darkness is not final, that the light will always return. The scholars argue about the connections. They debate the migration of stories along ancient trade routes. They measure ball courts and compare petroglyphs. They search for evidence of a shared origin, a single root from which both stories grew. But the storytellers do not need the evidence. They know that the stories are connected because they feel it in their bones. They know that the twins walked the same path, through the same darkness, toward the same light. And so the chapter closes. but the story does not. It cannot. Because tomorrow, a child will ask her grandmother, "Tell me about the twins who went to the Underworld." And the grandmother will smile. She will look up at the sky. She will see the morning star and the evening star, still burning, still watching. She will tell the child about Hunahpu and Xbalanque, who became the sun and the moon. She will tell her about Monster Slayer and Child of the Water, who still walk the canyons. She will tell her that the Underworld is not a place. It is a passage. It is the darkness we must all enter. It is the darkness we must all leave behind. And then she will tell her about the flood. About the waters that rose to wash the world clean. About the survivors who floated on a raft, sending animals to dive for mud. About the turtle who carried the new earth on its back. Because the story of the twins is not the end. It is the beginning of the next story. The story of destruction. The story of survival. The story of the world being born again. The flood is coming. The water is rising. The old world must be washed away so the new world can grow. And the twins will be there. They will always be there, walking the edge between light and darkness, carrying the world on their backs, waiting for the next child to ask. "In the beginning," she will say, and the world will be born again. There is a moment, in the oldest stories of the world, when the water simply refuses to stop rising. It does not arrive as a sudden wall, not always. Sometimes it comes as a season that never ends, the rain falling for 40 days and 40 nights, until the rivers forget their banks and the lakes swallow the valleys. The flood myth is nearly universal, carried in the memory of cultures from every continent, but in the stories told on Turtle Island, it is rarely the wrath of a single angry god. It is something older, stranger, and more intimate. It is a consequence of imbalance, a world grown so sick that the only cure is to wash it clean and begin again. The Ojibwe people tell of a time when the world became corrupted by selfishness and greed. The spirits looked down and saw that the harmony between humans and animals, between earth and sky, had been shattered. The decision was made not in anger, but in sorrow. The waters would rise. They would cover the forests and the meadows, the villages and the hunting grounds. And when they receded, the world would be empty, silent, and waiting. Only one being survived, the great flood of the Ojibwe, Nanabojo, the great spirit, the culture hero, the trickster who is also a teacher. He floated on a raft, a simple log or a bark canoe, depending on who tells the story, and he watched the peaks of the tallest mountains disappear beneath the grey, churning surface. He was not alone for long. The animals came to him, swimming through the cold water, their fur slick and their eyes wide with exhaustion. A loon, a muskrat, a beaver, a turtle. They climbed onto his raft and together they waited. The story turns on a single, desperate act. Nanabojo looked at the animals and said, "Someone must dive to the bottom of the water and bring back a handful of mud." With that mud, he could create a new earth. The loon dove first. It was gone for a long time, and when it surfaced it was gasping, its feathers slick with water, but its beak was empty. The beaver tried next, its flat tail slapping the water as it disappeared into the depths. It returned with nothing. The muskrat tried. It was the smallest of them, the least likely to succeed, and the others watched as it slipped beneath the surface and did not come back. Time passed. The raft drifted. Nanabojo began to sing a song of mourning, a low and keening melody that carried across the empty water. And then, a ripple. The muskrat broke the surface, but it was barely moving. Its paws were clenched tight. When the animals pulled it onto the raft, they found a single grain of dark mud in its grip. The muskrat had given its life to bring back the seed of the new world. It died there, on the raft, surrounded by the creatures it had saved. Nanabojo took the mud and placed it on the back of the turtle. He began to sing, and as he sang, the mud began to grow. It spread across the turtle's shell, creeping outward in all directions, forming hills and valleys, forests and rivers. The turtle grew too, its legs becoming mountains, its shell becoming the plains. This is why, in the Ojibwe language, the continent is called Turtle Island. the earth is alive. It is still growing. And it rests on the back of a turtle that swims through an endless sea. The Mandan people, who lived along the Missouri River in what is now North Dakota, tell a different story of the flood, one that is rooted in the specific geography of their homeland. The Missouri was not a gentle river. It flooded every spring, sometimes violently, and the Mandan built their earth lodges on high bluffs, watching the water rise and fall with the seasons. Their flood story is not a myth of cosmic punishment. It is a memory of a real flood, a flood so great that it became the template for all floods that followed. In the Mandan story, a single man survived. He was a good man, a man who had lived in harmony with the spirits, and when the water began to rise, he was warned. He built a raft, or he climbed onto the back of a great turtle, and he floated through the chaos as the world dissolved around him. When the water finally receded, he found himself alone on a mudflat, the only human being left in the world. He was not a king or a prophet. He was just a man, cold and hungry and terrified. He sat on the mudflat and he wept. And as he wept, he heard a voice. It was the voice of the Great Spirit, or the voice of the turtle, or the voice of the river itself. The voice told him to look at the sky. He looked up, and he saw the stars, and he understood that he was not alone. The voice told him to build a new village, to plant corn and beans and squash, to honor the spirits who had saved him. He did as he was told, and from that one man, the Mandan people were reborn. The flood story of the Mandan is tied to the annual cycle of the Missouri River. Every spring, the ice would break and the water would rise, and the Mandan would perform ceremonies to ensure that the flood was not too great. They told the story of the lone survivor not as a distant myth, but as a living memory. The flood could come again. It always could. The river was not a thing to be tamed. It was a thing to be respected. In the Pacific Northwest, the Coast Salish people tell of a flood that covered the mountains, a flood so deep that only the highest peaks remained above the water. The survivors were those who had canoes, and they lashed their canoes together, forming a floating village on the face of the deep. They waited for days, for weeks, for the water to recede, and when it did, they found the world changed. The old forests were gone. The old trails were buried under silt. They had to learn to live in a new world, a world that had been remade by water. The flood is not always a story of destruction. Sometimes it is a story of transformation. The Hopi people, who have lived in the high deserts of Arizona for more than 1,000 years, tell of 3 previous worlds, each one destroyed because the people forgot how to live in harmony. The first world was destroyed by fire, the second by ice, the third by water. Each time, a few good people were saved, guided by the spirits to a new world, a higher world, a world where they had a chance to get it right. The Hopi believe that we are now living in the 4th world, and that this world too can be destroyed if we forget the lessons of the past. The flood is not a single event in the distant past. It is a possibility that hangs over every generation. The question is not whether the flood will come again. The question is whether we will be ready. The Cherokee people, who were forced from their homelands in the southeast, have a story of a flood that was sent to cleanse the world of evil. A single family survived, along with a pair of every animal. They floated in a canoe until the water receded, and then they stepped out onto a world that was fresh and new. The story echoes the flood of Noah, but it is older. It is a story that the Cherokee told long before they ever heard of the Bible, a story that belongs to this continent, to these rivers, to these mountains. The universality of the flood myth raises a question that scholars have debated for centuries. Is there a real event buried beneath all these stories? A single catastrophic flood that was remembered by every culture on Earth? Some geologists believe that the flooding of the Black Sea around 500–600 BCE, when the Mediterranean rose and poured through the Bosporus, could be the source of the flood myth. The water rose so fast that entire communities were forced to flee, carrying their stories of a drowned world with them as they spread across Europe and Asia. But the flood stories of Turtle Island do not need a single global catastrophe to be true. The Mississippi River floods. The Missouri River floods. The Columbia River floods. Every spring, the snow melts in the mountains, and the rivers swell, and the people who live along them are reminded that the water is more powerful than any human construction. The flood is not a distant memory, it is a seasonal reality. And the stories are a way of encoding that reality, of teaching the next generation that the water must be respected. In the modern era, the flood story has taken on a new urgency. The dams are aging, the rivers are rising. The climate is changing. And the people who have lived on this continent for thousands of years are watching the water with ancient eyes. The Standing Rock protests of 2016 were not just about an oil pipeline. They were about the sacredness of water. They were about the memory of the flood. They were about the understanding that when you poison the water, you poison the source of life itself. The flood stories of Turtle Island are not warnings from the past. They are prophecies for the future. They tell us that the world can be remade, but that remaking comes at a terrible cost. They tell us that survival requires sacrifice, that the smallest creature can save the world, that the earth is alive and will not tolerate our abuse forever. The turtle still swims, the water still rises, and the stories are still being told, around kitchen tables and in community centres, in the languages of the ancestors and in the languages of the grandchildren. The flood will come again. It always does. But the survivors will be those who remember the old stories, who honour the water, who live in balance with the world. Because that is the deepest truth of the flood myth. It is not a story about drowning, it is a story about being saved. It is being saved, not by a single hero, but by a community of the smallest and most unlikely creatures. The Ojibwe know this story. They tell it of Nanabojo, the great spirit who is also a trickster, a teacher, a fool, and a savior. He is the one who warned the people. He is the one who built the raft. And he is the one who, when the waters rose and swallowed everything, found himself alone on that raft with a handful of animals who had chosen to stay with him rather than flee. The water was cold, it was dark, it was endless. For days, perhaps for weeks, Nanabojo floated. He had no way to know if the world had ended completely, or if somewhere, beyond the horizon, a patch of dry land had survived. The animals grew restless. The otter wanted to swim. The beaver wanted to build. The muskrat, the smallest and most stubborn of them all, just wanted to go home. Nanabojo knew what he had to do. He had to find the earth again. He had to dive to the bottom of the flood and bring up a handful of mud so that the world could be remade. He dove. He went down through the cold, through the dark, through the drowned forests and the silent villages of the people who had not listened. He went deeper than any man had ever gone, but the bottom was too far. He could not reach it. He surfaced, gasping, empty-handed. One by one, the animals tried. The otter dove. He was a strong swimmer, but the water was too deep, the darkness too complete. He came back with nothing. The beaver dove. He could hold his breath longer than most, but the pressure was too great, the cold too numbing. He came back with nothing. The animals began to lose hope. They looked at the water and saw only an endless grave. Then the muskrat spoke. He was the smallest. He was the weakest. The other animals laughed at him. But Nanabojo looked at the muskrat and saw something in his eyes that the others had lost. He saw stubbornness. He saw the refusal to accept that the world was gone. The muskrat dove. He was gone for a long time. The other animals began to whisper that he had drowned. The otter prepared to dive after him. The beaver began to grieve. But Nanabojo held up his hand. He waited. He had seen the muskrat's eyes. He knew that the little creature would not give up. The minutes stretched into what felt like hours. The water remained still. The sky remained grey. And then, a ripple. A small, dark shape broke the surface. It was the muskrat. He was barely moving. His paws were limp. The other animals rushed to pull him onto the raft. He was cold. He was still. He was dying. But when they turned him over, they saw it. Clutched in his tiny paw, held so tightly that it had cut into his flesh, was a single grain of mud, a piece of the old world. A seed of the new one. The muskrat had reached the bottom. He had found the earth, and he had brought it back. Nanabojo took the mud. He held it in his hands. He breathed on it. He sang to it. He placed it on the back of the turtle, who had been waiting patiently, her shell broad and steady. And as he placed it, the mud began to grow. It spread across the turtle's shell like a stain of life. It grew into an island. It grew into a continent. It grew into the world that we know today. This is why the Ojibwe call Turtle Island the place where we live. The turtle carries the world on her back. She is patient. She is strong. She is the one who gave the mud a place to rest. And every time the earth shakes, it is said that the turtle is shifting her weight, adjusting her burden, reminding us that the ground beneath our feet is alive. The Mandan people tell a different story of the flood, but the turtle is there too. In their telling, the flood was not a punishment, it was a cleansing. The Missouri River, which gave them life, also took it away. The river rose, as it always did in the spring, but this time it did not stop. It kept rising day after day, until the villages were under water, until the fields were gone, until only one man remained. He was a hunter. He was alone. He had lost his family, his home, his people. He climbed a tree. He climbed a hill. He climbed a mountain. But the water followed him. He was about to give up, to let the water take him, when he saw the turtle. She was swimming towards him, her head above the water, her eyes fixed on his. She did not speak. She did not need to. The man understood. He climbed onto her back. She carried him through the flood, through the days and the nights, through the rain and the wind, until the waters began to recede. When the turtle finally stopped, the man stepped off her back onto dry land. He was the only one. He was the lone survivor. He was the ancestor of the Mandan people, and he never forgot the turtle. He carved her image into the earth. He told her story to his children. He built his village near the river because he knew that the water was both destroyer and giver of life. The Mandan flood story is not a myth, it is a history. The Missouri River floods every spring. It has done so for thousands of years. The Mandan knew this. They built their villages on high ground. They stored food for the lean times. They honored the river, because they knew that to disrespect it was to invite disaster. When the first European explorers arrived, they were amazed by the Mandan. They found a people who were prosperous, organized, and deeply spiritual. They found a people who remembered the flood. They found a people who knew that the world could end, and that survival was not guaranteed. But the Mandan did not survive the flood. They survived the smallpox. The disease came with the traders. It swept through the villages like a fire. In 1 year, the Mandan population was reduced by 90%. The survivors scattered, joining other tribes, carrying their stories with them. The flood story survived. The turtle story survived, but the people who told it were nearly gone. This is the terrible irony of the flood myth. We tell stories about surviving the Great Flood, but we forget that the floods keep coming. They come as disease. They come as war. They come as the forced removal of children to boarding schools. They come as the theft of land and the destruction of the buffalo. The flood is not a single event, it is a pattern. It is the story of a people who are asked, again and again, to survive the unsurvivable, and yet they do. The Mandan are not gone. Their descendants live on the Fort Berthold Reservation in North Dakota. They still tell the story of the flood. They still honor the turtle. They still remember that the river gives and the river takes away. The Ojibwe still tell the story of Nanabojo and the muskrat. They teach their children that the smallest creature can save the world. They teach them that cooperation is stronger than strength. They teach them that the earth is not something to be owned, but something to be carried, like the mud on the turtle's back. There is a lake in Minnesota, deep in the boundary waters, where the water is so clear that you can see the bottom 50 feet down. At the bottom of that lake, preserved in the cold, dark water, are the trunks of an ancient forest. They have been there for thousands of years. They are the remains of a world that was drowned. The Ojibwe know this place. They call it the place where the old world sleeps. They say that if you listen carefully, you can hear the stories of the people who lived there. They say that the muskrat still swims in those waters, looking for the bottom, carrying the mud of a new world. The flood stories of Turtle Island are not just about the past, they are about the present. They are about the Dakota Access Pipeline, which threatens the water of the Standing Rock Sioux. They are about the tar sands of Alberta, which poison the rivers of the Cree and the Diné. They are about the rising seas that threaten the coastal villages of the Inuit and the Yupik. The water is rising again. It always does. But this time, The survivors are not just a few, they are millions. They are the tribes who have gathered at Standing Rock. They are the activists who have chained themselves to bulldozers. They are the grandmothers who have taught their grandchildren to pray for the water. The flood story is not a prophecy of doom. It is a call to action. It tells us that the world can be remade, but only if we are willing to dive to the bottom, to hold on to the mud, to carry it to the surface, and to place it on the back of the turtle. The turtle still swims, the water still rises, and the stories are still being told. They are told in the language of the Ojibwe, a language that was nearly lost but is now being taught in schools and homes across the Great Lakes. They are told in the language of the Mandan, a language that has only a handful of fluent speakers left, but that is being recorded and preserved for the grandchildren who will one day speak it again. The flood will come again, it always does, but the survivors will be those who remember the old stories. They will be those who honor the water. They will be those who understand that the world is not ours to destroy, but ours to carry, like the mud on the turtle's back. Because that is the deepest truth of the flood myth. It is not a story about drowning, it is a story about being saved. It is a story about the smallest creature, the most stubborn heart, the most unlikely hero. It is a story about us. And it is not over, and it is not over. The water does not recede all at once. It lingers in the low places, in the oxbows and sloughs of the Missouri River, where the Mandan people have lived for 1,000 years. The river is not a passive thing in their memory. It is a living presence, a serpent that coils and uncoils with the seasons, sometimes gentle, sometimes hungry. The Mandan knew this. They built their earth lodges on high ground, their villages perched above the floodplain like watchtowers. They watched the water rise each spring, and they told the story of the time it did not stop rising. The story begins with a man. His name is lost now, or perhaps it was never meant to be spoken. He was a Mandan, a hunter, a husband, a father, ordinary in every way except for one thing. He had a dream. In the dream, a voice spoke to him, not in words, but in a feeling that pressed against his chest like the weight of deep water. The voice said, "Build a raft." The voice said, "The river will swallow everything." He woke and told his wife. She believed him. Together, they gathered logs and lashed them together with sinew and rawhide. Their neighbors watched and laughed. The river had flooded before, they said. It always receded. The man did not argue. He simply kept building. The rain began on the third day. It came not as a storm, but as a steady, relentless drumming that did not stop for 7 days. The river rose. The children were lifted onto the roofs of the earth lodges. The old people were carried on the backs of the young. The water kept rising. The man and his wife climbed onto their raft. They had room for no one else. The village disappeared beneath the brown, churning water. The earth lodges collapsed like wet clay. The sacred bundles, the buffalo robes, the corn stored for winter, all of it swallowed. The man's wife was swept away by a wave, her hand slipping from his, her face vanishing into the darkness. He was alone. For days or weeks or months, the story does not say, he drifted. The sun rose and set, but there was no land to measure the days. He drank the rain, he ate nothing, his skin cracked. His voice, when he tried to speak, came out as a rasp, a sound that belonged to a creature, not a man. Then the turtle came. It rose from the water without a ripple, its shell dark and ancient, its eyes the color of river stones. It did not threaten him. It simply looked at him, and in that look, the man understood that he was not alone. The turtle swam beside the raft for a day and a night, a silent companion in the drowned world. On the second morning, the man saw something in the distance. A tree. It was the only thing breaking the flat line of the horizon. He paddled toward it with his hands, the turtle following. When he reached the tree, he climbed into its branches, exhausted. The turtle circled below. The man slept. When he woke, the water had begun to fall. It receded slowly, revealing the world as a blank slate. The mud was thick and black, smelling of decay and new beginnings. The man climbed down from the tree and stood on the earth for the first time in what felt like years. The turtle had disappeared. He walked. He walked until his feet bled, and then he walked more. He found no other survivors. The world was empty. He carried the weight of his loss in his chest, a stone that would never dissolve. He carried the memory of his wife's hand, slipping away. One night, as he sat by a small fire, he heard a voice. Not a human voice, the voice of the turtle. It spoke to him from the shadows, a low, rumbling sound that vibrated in his bones. The turtle told him that he was chosen. The world had been cleansed, and he was to be the father of a new people. He was to remember the flood, and he was to teach his children to honor the water, never to take it for granted. The man did as he was told. He found a place where the Missouri River bent like an elbow, where the bluffs offered protection from the wind. There, he built the first earth lodge. He planted the first corn, the seeds given to him by the turtle, who appeared in his dreams with gifts. He took a new wife, a woman who emerged from the river one morning as if the water itself had given her back. And his children were the first Mandan. The turtle stayed. In the Mandan stories, the turtle is not just a helper. It is a relative. It is the elder who taught the people how to build their lodges facing east, how to plant corn in the shape of a cross, how to honor the dead by placing them on scaffolds where the spirits could find them. The turtle is the reason the Mandan survived. But the flood was not the only flood. The Missouri River has a memory. It remembers every spring when the snow melts in the Rocky Mountains and the water comes roaring down, brown with silt, hungry for the low ground. The Mandan knew this. They built their villages on high ground, but they also built them to be moved. Their earth lodges were not permanent. They were shelters for a season, a generation, a century. When the river changed course, the people followed. In 1837, the flood came in a different form. It came on a steamboat called the St. Peter's, carrying passengers and cargo, and a small, invisible passenger, smallpox. The Mandan had no immunity. The disease swept through the villages like fire through dry grass. Within months, 90% of the Mandan people were dead. The survivors, fewer than 150, fled to the north, to the Hidatsa, their cousins. The earth lodges stood empty. The turtle's teachings seemed to have failed, but the turtle had not abandoned them. The survivors carried the stories with them, in their mouths, in their hearts. They told the story of the flood and the raft and the turtle to their children, who told it to their children, who told it to their children. The language shifted, the details changed. But the core remained. The water will come, and the turtle will save those who remember. Today, the Mandan live with the Hidatsa and the Arikara on the Fort Berthold Reservation in North Dakota. Their land is bounded by the Missouri River, now dammed and controlled by the Army Corps of Engineers. The river no longer floods the way it used to. But the memory of the flood is still there, in the stories, in the ceremonies, in the way the elders watch the sky each spring. In 2016, the Standing Rock Sioux tribe, neighbors to the Mandan, relatives by marriage and history, stood against the Dakota Access Pipeline. They called themselves water protectors. They knew the story. They knew that the water is not a resource, it is a relative. It is the blood of the earth. And if you poison the water, you poison the future. The turtle was there. Not in the flesh, but in the spirit. In the patience of the elders who sat through the long nights of negotiation. In the stubbornness of the young people who refused to leave. In the way the water protectors sang the old songs, the songs that had been sung at the edge of the flood, the songs that the turtle had taught the first Mandan. The flood will come again, it always does, but the survivors will be those who remember. They will be those who know that the turtle is still swimming, still carrying the mud, still waiting for the moment when the water recedes and the world can begin again. They will be those who understand that the story is not a relic, it is a map, it is a warning, it is a promise. The Mandan call themselves the Nueta, which means the people, but the turtle knows them by another name. The turtle knows them as the ones who survived. And as long as the turtle swims, as long as the river flows, as long as the stories are told, the people will survive. Because that is the deepest truth of the flood myth. It is not a story about drowning, it is a story about being saved. It is a story about the smallest creature, the most stubborn heart, the most unlikely hero. It is a story about us. And it is not over. The water will rise again. The turtle will come again. And the survivors will be those who remember the old story, the one that begins with a dream and ends with a promise. The one that says, build a raft, trust the turtle, and never forget, the water will rise again, it always has. The Hopi know this because they have seen it happen not once, but 3 times. In their telling, the first world was destroyed by fire for the people's greed. The second world was destroyed by ice for their forgetfulness. And the third world, the world of the great cities and the proud clans, was destroyed by water. The people of the third world had grown corrupt. They had forgotten the ceremonies. They had forgotten the corn. They had forgotten the Masor, the skeleton man, who had given them the land and taught them to live simply. Instead, they built towers to the sky. They made weapons of war. They sang songs of their own greatness, and the earth grew tired of their noise. The Masor, who is the caretaker of the fourth world, saw what was coming. He went to the few who still remembered the old ways, the humble ones who still planted corn with a prayer and a song. He told them to build a raft. He told them to take seeds. He told them to take the animals, 2 by 2, and to wait for the water. The flood came not as a rain, but as a rising. The springs beneath the earth opened. The rivers swelled beyond their banks. The ocean climbed the mountains. The people who had built towers climbed higher, but the water followed them. The people who had made weapons tried to fight the water, but the water had no body to wound. The proud clans, the ones who had forgotten the Masor, were swallowed whole. The righteous ones, the ones who had listened, floated on their raft for a long time. The water was all they could see. The sun rose and set, but there was no land to greet it. The animals grew restless. The people grew quiet. They began to wonder if the Masor had forgotten them, or if this was the end of everything. But the Masor had not forgotten. When the water began to recede, he appeared to the survivors. He was not a tall god in a white robe. He was a skeleton, a reminder of death, a reminder of humility. He told them to follow him. He led them through the mist, through the mud, through the bodies of the dead, to a hole in the earth. That hole was the Sipapu, the place of emergence. The survivors climbed down into the darkness, and when they emerged on the other side, they were in the fourth world, the world we live in now. The Masor gave them one instruction, live simply. Plant corn, pray, do not build towers, do not forget. The Hopi have kept that instruction. They live on the same mazes their ancestors climbed after the flood. They plant the same blue corn, they sing the same songs. And every time the river swells, every time the rain comes too hard, they remember the third world. They remember the towers. They remember the water. But the flood is not only a Hopi story, it is a story written in the bones of the earth. In the Pacific Northwest, geologists have found evidence of a flood so massive it defies imagination. The Missoula floods, they call them. A wall of water 2,000 feet high, moving at 60 miles an hour, scouring the land down to bedrock. For decades, geologists argued about what could have caused such a landscape. They proposed glaciers, volcanoes, slow erosion. But the evidence was too violent. The boulders were too large. The channels were too deep. And then they found it, the remains of an ice dam 2,000 feet thick that had held back a lake the size of Lake Ontario. When that dam broke, the water did not flow. It exploded. It carried boulders the size of houses for hundreds of miles. It carved canyons in hours. It reshaped the face of the earth in a matter of days. And the people who lived there, the ancestors of the tribes who still tell flood stories, they saw it happen. Could a memory of that flood survive for 10,000 years? Could a story pass from grandmother to granddaughter, from elder to child, across 400 generations, still hold the truth of that moment? The scholars are divided, but the tribes are not. The Salish people of the Pacific Northwest tell a story of a great flood that covered the mountains. They say the people climbed to the highest peaks, but the water followed them. They say the animals swam beside them. They say the only survivors were those who found a canoe or a raft or the back of a whale. The details are different. The names are different, but the shape is the same. A world destroyed, a few saved, a new beginning. The flood is not a single event. It is a pattern. It is a warning written in water. And then there is the mystery of the Ohio Valley, the great earthworks, the geometric enclosures. the mounds that rise from the forest floor like the ribs of a buried giant. The Hopewell culture built them 2,000 years ago and then vanished. The Hopewell were not a small tribe. They were a civilization. They traded obsidian from Yellowstone, copper from the Great Lakes, shells from the Gulf of Mexico. They built cities of earth with walls and plazas and observatories aligned to the stars. And then, around 400 AD, they stopped. What happened to them? Some scholars say climate change, some say warfare, some say disease. But the Shawnee, who came later, have a different answer. They say the Hopewell were destroyed by a great flood. They say the earthworks were built to hold back the water, but the water was too strong. The Shawnee do not call the Hopewell a separate people. They call them the ancestors. They say the flood was not a punishment from a god, but a consequence of imbalance. The Hopewell had grown too proud. They had built too much. They had taken too much from the earth, and the earth, in its slow and patient way, took them back. The flood myth, in every tribe, carries the same lesson. It is not a story about water, it is a story about balance. The water is only the instrument. The real flood is the greed, the pride, the forgetting. The real flood is the moment when a people decide they are bigger than the earth, and the flood is still happening. In the 21st century, native activists are fighting to protect rivers from dams, from pipelines, from pollution. They argue that the river is not a resource. It is a living being. It has a memory. It remembers the last flood. The protest sign reads, "Water is life." It is not a slogan. It is a theology. It is a statement of fact. The water gave birth to the world. The water destroyed the world. The water will come again. And the only thing that will save us is the same thing that saved the Hopi, the Mandan, the Salish: humility. The activist is a young woman from the Standing Rock Sioux tribe. She grew up hearing the story of the flood. She grew up knowing that the Missouri River, the same river that carved the Mandan earthworks, is a living relative. She grew up knowing that the dams, the pipelines, the pollution are a kind of forgetting. She says the river remembers. She says the river has not forgotten the flood. She says the river is waiting. And she is not speaking in metaphor. She is speaking in the language of her ancestors, the language that knows the water is alive, that knows the water has a will, that knows the water will not be ignored forever. The dam that she is fighting is a concrete wall across the river. It was built to generate electricity, to control flooding, to make the river predictable. But the river is not predictable. The river is a serpent. The river is a memory. The river is a story that has not ended. The activists have been camped on the riverbank for months. They have been praying. They have been singing. They have been telling the old stories. The elders say the flood will come again if the dam is built. The engineers say that is superstition. The elders say the engineers have forgotten how to listen. The standoff is not about water. It is about memory. It is about who gets to decide what the river means. The engineers see a resource. The activists see a relative. The engineers see a problem to be solved. The activists see a story to be honored. The scientists who study the Missoula flood say the same thing. They say the landscape is a text. They say the layers of rock are pages. They say the flood is written in the stone. But they also say that the people who lived here, the people who told the stories, they read the text first. The flood myth is not a fairy tale. It is a science. It is a history. It is a warning. The Hopi knew the water would rise. The Mandan knew the river would flood. The Salish knew the mountains could be drowned. They did not know the physics. But they knew the pattern, and the pattern is repeating. The glaciers are melting. The seas are rising. The storms are getting stronger. The scientists call it climate change. The elders call it the flood. They are talking about the same thing. They are just using different words. The Hopi say the fourth world will also end. They say the Maso has already told them. They say the water will rise again, and the only ones who will survive are the ones who remember the old ways, the ones who plant corn with a prayer, the ones who live simply, the ones who do not build towers. The young activist on the riverbank knows this. She knows the flood is coming. She knows the dam will not stop it. She knows the only thing that can stop it is a change in the human heart, and she knows that change begins with a story. She tells the story of the flood to her children. She tells them about the turtle. She tells them about the mud. She tells them about the small creature that saved the world. She tells them that they are the survivors. She tells them that the story is not over. The flood is not a punishment. It is a reset. It is a chance to begin again. It is the Earth's way of saying, you have forgotten who you are. You have forgotten that you are part of me. You have forgotten that you are small, remember, and the water will rise again. The turtle will come again. The survivors will be those who remember the old story, the one that begins with a dream and ends with a promise. The one that says, build a raft, trust the turtle, and never forget, because the flood is not the end, the flood is the middle. The flood is the moment when everything is stripped away, and only the essential remains. And what remains is the story. What remains is the seed. What remains is the turtle, swimming through the dark water, carrying the world on its back. And what remains is the people, the ones who remember, the ones who tell the story, the ones who know that the water is not the enemy. The water is the teacher, the water is the memory, the water is the story that never ends. The next chapter is about the prophets, the ones who saw the coming change, the ones who tried to warn their people. The ones who said the world was about to be turned upside down. They were right. The flood was coming. It was not water this time. It was iron. It was gunpowder. It was a people who had forgotten that the earth is alive. The prophets knew what the flood survivors knew. The world ends, and the world begins again. The only question is, who will be left to tell the story? The answer is in the water. The answer is in the turtle. The answer is in the seed. The answer is in the voice of the storyteller, speaking in the dark, speaking to the children, speaking to the future. The answer is, we will. We will be the ones who remember. We will be the ones who survive. We will be the ones who tell the story until the water comes again, and the turtle comes again, and the world begins again. And that story is about to change, because the prophets are coming, and they have seen what is coming next. The smoke from 1,000 cooking fires once rose straight into the sky over the Ohio River Valley, each column a prayer for the day's abundance. By the middle of the 18th century, those fires were being extinguished one by one as the longhouses of the Lenape and the bark lodges of the Shawnee gave way to the log cabins of settlers pushing west across the Alleghenies. A new kind of silence settled over the forests, broken not by the laughter of children at play, but by the distant crack of an axe and the lowing of strange cattle. The old stories, the ones that had held the world together since the beginning, were beginning to fray at the edges, and the people felt the fabric of their existence growing thin. It was in this world of slow collapse that a man named Neolin began to dream. He was a Lenape, a member of the Delaware people, and like many of his generation, he had seen the traders' rum and the missionaries' cross weaken the resolve of his elders. He had watched young men abandon the hunt for the easy credit of the trading post. And then, in the winter of 1760, Neolin fell into a trance that lasted for days. When he awoke, he told a story that would spread like wildfire through the council fires of a dozen nations. He had walked a path to the afterlife, he said, and at the end of that path he had found the Great Spirit. The Great Spirit had shown Neolin a terrible vision. The path to heaven, the one that all good souls must travel, was blocked by a barrier. And on that barrier sat a white man, who demanded payment in rum and wampum before allowing anyone to pass. The message was unmistakable. The Europeans were not just a threat to the land or to the body. They were a threat to the soul itself. Neolin taught that the people must purify themselves. They must throw away the guns, the iron pots, the wool blankets, everything that came from the white man. They must return to the bow and the arrow, to the deerskin and the clay pot. Only by becoming truly themselves again could they hope to enter the next world. Neolin's message was not merely a call to nostalgia. It was a diagnosis of a spiritual sickness that had infected the people through their own choices. The prophet did not blame the settlers alone. He blamed the chiefs who had sold land for trinkets, the warriors who had traded their honor for rum, the women who had let their children learn the white man's tongue. The path to salvation began with an honest look in the mirror. But a call to purity is also a call to action. And the man who answered Neolin's call was a war chief named Pontiac. In 1763, Pontiac united the tribes of the Great Lakes in a coordinated uprising against the British forts that had replaced the French. The warriors attacked with a fury that shocked the empire, capturing 8 of 12 forts in a single season. And they fought with a new kind of resolve, believing that the Great Spirit himself had promised them victory. Pontiac himself carried a war belt that Neolin had blessed, a belt of wampum that told the story of the path to heaven in beads of shell and bone. The war did not succeed. The British held Detroit, and eventually the rebellion crumbled under the weight of disease, attrition, and the simple fact that the people could not make gunpowder from bark and stone. But the fire that Neolin had lit did not go out. It smoldered underground for a generation, waiting for the right moment to burst into flame again. That moment came in the early years of the 19th century, when a new prophet arose among the Shawnee. His name was Tenskwatawa, which means the open door. He was a man of little consequence in his youth, a failed hunter, a drunkard, a man who had lost an eye in a brawl. But in the spring of 1805, Tenskwatawa fell into a trance so deep that his family believed he had died. They began to prepare his body for burial, and then, as the mourners gathered, Tenskwatawa opened his remaining eye and spoke. He had travelled to the spirit world, he said, and he had seen a vision far more terrible than Neolin's. The Great Spirit had shown him a world where the Shawnee had vanished entirely, where the buffalo were gone, where the forests had been turned into fields of corn that belonged to white men. And then the Great Spirit had given him a choice. He could stay in that beautiful, peaceful spirit world forever, or he could return to the living and warn his people. Tenskwatawa chose to return. His message was more radical than Neolin's. The Shawnee prophet did not merely ask his followers to reject European goods. He called for a complete rejection of European culture in all its forms. No more intermarriage with whites. No more eating the bread of the settlers. No more speaking the English language. The people must return to the old ways, but even beyond that, they must come together as one nation. The old divisions between tribes, the Shawnee and the Miami, the Delaware and the Wyandot, these were tools of the white man. The Great Spirit had made all red people one people. This was the message that his older brother Tecumseh had been waiting for. Tecumseh was a warrior of extraordinary charisma and strategic vision, a man who had fought alongside the British in the Revolution and against them in the wars that followed. He saw in Tenskwatawa's vision the political blueprint for a confederacy that could stop the American expansion cold. While the prophet preached, the war chief organized. Tenskwatawa established a village at the confluence of the Tippecanoe and Wabash rivers, a place called Prophetstown, where warriors from dozens of tribes gathered to hear the new word. The movement grew with astonishing speed. By 1810, Prophetstown had become the largest native settlement in the Old Northwest, a city of bark lodges and council fires, where the old songs were sung again and the young men learned the bow. Tenskwatawa's followers believed that if they purified themselves, the Great Spirit would intervene directly in history. He would shake the earth. He would cause the white men to fall into cracks that opened in the ground. He would restore the world to the way it had been before the ships came. But the vision carried a dark seed within it. Tenskwatawa had promised his followers that the Great Spirit would protect them from the bullets of the white men. He had taught them a new dance, a dance of power, and he had told them that if they danced it with enough faith, the soldiers' guns would fire only smoke and noise. This was a dangerous promise. And in November of 1811, while Tecumseh was traveling south to recruit the Creek and Cherokee nations, the American governor of the Indiana Territory, William Henry Harrison, marched 1,000 men toward Prophetstown. Harrison did not want a war. He wanted to disperse the gathering, to prove that the prophet's power was hollow. He camped a mile from the town and sent a message demanding that the warriors lay down their arms. Tenskwatawa, facing a crisis of his own making, told his warriors to attack at dawn. He promised them that the Great Spirit would turn the soldiers' bullets into dust. The warriors believed him. They attacked the American camp in the cold darkness of November 7, 1811. The Battle of Tippecanoe lasted only a few hours, but it was a slaughter. The American soldiers, standing in disciplined lines, fired volley after volley into the charging warriors. The bullets did not turn to dust. The warriors fell by the dozens, then by the hundreds. Tenskwatawa watched from a hilltop, chanting his prayers, waiting for the miracle that never came. By sunrise, the survivors were fleeing into the swamp, and Prophet's town was burning behind them. The Prophet's power was broken. He fled to Canada, where he lived out his years in obscurity, a man who had seen the spirit world but could not save his own people from the world of flesh and iron. His brother Tecumseh continued the fight, forging an alliance with the British in the War of 1812, but he died at the Battle of the Thames in 1813, and the Confederacy died with him. But the prophetic impulse did not die. It only changed shape. In the 1860s, as the buffalo herds collapsed and the reservation system tightened around the Plains tribes, a new vision began to spread. It came from a Paiute man named Wovoka, who had learned the Christian prayers of the white ranchers he worked for and combined them with the old dances of his people. Wovoka had a vision of a world without whites, a world where the buffalo returned, where the dead ancestors rose again, and where the land was restored to its original beauty. He taught his followers a dance, a slow, shuffling dance that moved in a circle, and he told them that if they danced it long enough, the world would be remade. This was the ghost dance, and it spread across the plains like a prairie fire. The Lakota, the Cheyenne, the Arapaho, they took up the dance with a fervor that terrified the Indian agents and the army commanders. The dancers wore special shirts, painted with sacred symbols, and they believed that these shirts would stop the white men's bullets. The army saw the dance as a prelude to war. In December of 1890, the 7th Cavalry, the same regiment that George Armstrong Custer had commanded, intercepted a band of Miniconjou Lakota at a place called Wounded Knee Creek. The soldiers ordered the warriors to surrender their weapons. A deaf man named Black Coyote did not understand the order, and his rifle went off. In the chaos that followed, the soldiers opened fire with Hotchkiss cannons and carbines. When the shooting stopped, more than 200 Lakota men, women, and children lay dead in the snow. The bodies were left to freeze, and then they were thrown into a mass grave. The ghost dance did not stop the bullets. The world was not remade, and yet the story does not end there, because the dance did not die. It was driven underground, but it was never forgotten. The songs that Wovoka taught, the steps that the dancers shuffled in the dust, they were passed down through families, through grandmothers who whispered them to grandchildren in the dark. The promise of a world remade, of a restoration of balance, of a return to the original harmony, that promise is still alive. Today, at powwows across the continent, the dancers still move in a circle. The drum beats, steady as a heartbeat, and the feet of the dancers follow it. The old people say that the drum is the heartbeat of the people, and as long as it beats, the people are alive. The prophets saw a future that terrified them, a world of loss and silence. But they also saw something else. They saw that the people would endure, that the circle would not be broken. The bullet holes in the ghost dance shirts are still there, preserved in museum collections, reminders of what was lost. But the shirts themselves are still here too. And the stories of the prophets, the ones who saw the coming change and tried to warn the people, are still told. They are told in the longhouses of the Six Nations, in the sweat lodges of the Lakota, in the kitchens of the Cherokee Nation. They are told not as stories of failure, but as stories of faith. The prophets did not stop the coming change. But they gave the people a way to understand it, a framework for surviving it. They taught that the world could be remade, that the old ways could be reborn, that the circle of life could be restored. And in the darkest moments of the 19th century, when the buffalo were gone and the children were taken to boarding schools, that hope was the only thing that kept the people going. The door that Neolin saw, the door that Tenskwatawa opened, the door that Wovoka danced toward, that door is still open. And the people are still walking toward it, one step at a time, in time with the drum, in time with the heartbeat of the earth itself. Because the prophets understood something that the generals and the governors and the presidents never could. They understood that a people cannot be killed as long as they remember who they are. And the memory is not in the books, not in the treaties, not in the museums. The memory is in the dance, it is in the song. It is in the feet that keep moving, generation after generation, around the sacred circle of the world. And that heartbeat has never stopped. It was there in the winter of 1762 when a Delaware man called Neolin fell into a trance that would change everything. Neolin was no chief, no warrior of great renown. He was a hunter, a father, a man who had watched his people grow sick from traders' whiskey and his children forget the old prayers. And then the vision came. He traveled a road in the spirit world, a road that led toward the Creator's house. But the road was blocked. At the gate stood the Creator himself, and the Creator spoke. He told Neolin that the Delaware had strayed from the ancient path. They had taken up the white man's guns, his iron pots, his cloth, his rum, and in doing so, they had closed the door to heaven. The way back was simple, and it was brutal. The people must return to the old ways. They must make their own bows, their own arrows, their own clothing from deerskin. They must drink no rum, own no gun, speak no English word. They must purify themselves through fasting and prayer, and only then would the path be open again. Neolin's message spread like fire through dry grass. It reached the Ottawa, the Ojibwe, the Miami, the Shawnee. It reached a young war chief named Pontiac, who was already planning something that would shake the British Empire to its foundations. Pontiac took Neolin's spiritual teaching and turned it into a military strategy. If the tribes could unite, if they could drive the British back across the mountains, then the old world could be reborn. In the spring of 1763 they struck. Fort after fort fell. The British, who had defeated the French and thought themselves masters of the continent, suddenly found themselves besieged, outnumbered, outmaneuvered. At Fort Detroit, Pontiac's warriors surrounded the garrison for months. The British tried to send smallpox-infected blankets into the fort's besiegers. It was one of the first recorded acts of biological warfare in American history, but Pontiac's coalition could not hold. The British had too many soldiers, too many supplies, too many guns. By 1766, the war was over. Pontiac was assassinated by a Peoria warrior 3 years later. Neolin vanished from the historical record, his name preserved only in a few missionary journals and the oral traditions of his people. But the door Neolin had seen did not close. It waited. 50 years later, another prophet opened it. His name was Tenskwatawa, and he was the twin brother of the greatest native military leader of his age. But while Tecumseh spoke to warriors, Tenskwatawa spoke to spirits. Tenskwatawa had been a failure for most of his life. He was a poor hunter, a drunkard, a man with one eye who was mocked by his own people. But in 1805 he fell into a trance so deep that his family thought he was dead. They prepared his body for burial. And then he woke. He had traveled to the spirit world, he said. He had seen the Creator. He had walked through 2 houses, one for the righteous, one for the wicked. The wicked house was filled with white men, burning in flames, tormented by their own greed. The righteous house was filled with his ancestors, living in peace, hunting buffalo that never grew scarce. The message was Neolin's, but sharper, more urgent. Reject everything from the white man. Return to the bow and arrow. Abandon the plough and the log cabin. And above all, do not sell any more land. The land belongs to the Creator, and the Creator does not sell his children's home. Tenskwatawa's words spread faster than Neolin's ever had. The Shawnee prophet, as he came to be known, established a village at the confluence of the Tippecanoe and Wabash rivers. It became a gathering place. Warriors came from the Shawnee, the Miami, the Kickapoo, the Potawatomi, the Wyandot, the Ojibwe. They built hundreds of houses. They planted fields. They stored corn for the winter. And they danced. Tenskwatawa taught them a new dance, a dance that would purify the world. The dancers would circle a sacred pole, chanting, praying, working themselves into a trance. In that trance, they could see the future. They could see a world without white people. Tecumseh, the twin brother, was the political and military arm of this movement. He traveled from the Great Lakes to the Gulf of Mexico, speaking to every tribe he could reach. He was tall, handsome, eloquent. He spoke of unity, of a great confederacy that would stop the land cessions once and for all. The Americans were afraid. William Henry Harrison, the governor of the Indiana Territory, watched the prophet's village grow with alarm. He wrote letters warning of a vast conspiracy. He called Tenskwatawa a fraud, a charlatan, a madman. In 1811, while Tecumseh was away recruiting in the south, Harrison marched an army toward Prophetstown. Tenskwatawa was warned. He was told to wait, to negotiate, to avoid a fight until his brother returned. But the prophet had seen a vision. He told his warriors that the Great Spirit would protect them. The white men's bullets would pass through their bodies like rain through smoke. They attacked at dawn. The Battle of Tippecanoe was a confused, bloody mess. The warriors fought with courage, but the American lines held. When the sun rose, the prophet's village was burning. Tenskwatawa had watched the battle from a hilltop, chanting his spells. When he saw his warriors falling, he told them that they had failed because one of them had eaten salt, or had touched a white man's metal, or had committed some other impurity. The Confederacy was broken. Tecumseh returned to find his dream in ashes. He fought on, allied with the British in the War of 1812, and died at the Battle of the Thames in 1813. The British soldiers who found his body stripped it for souvenirs. His skin was made into razor strops. Tenskwatawa survived. He lived in exile, in Canada, then in Missouri, then in Kansas. He watched his people be pushed west, year after year, treaty after treaty. He died in 1836, an old man forgotten by most, still insisting that his vision had been true. But the vision did not die with him. It was waiting, dormant, like a seed buried in frozen ground. 70 years later, in the winter of 1889, a Paiute man named Wovoka fell into a fever. He was a quiet man, a man who had worked on a white man's ranch, who had read the Bible, who had tried to live in two worlds. And then, like Neolin, like Tenskwatawa, he died and went to heaven. He stood before the Creator. He saw all the ancestors who had ever lived, their numbers beyond counting, their faces young and strong. They were dancing. They were dancing in a circle, singing songs that made the earth tremble with joy. The Creator told Wovoka that the time had come. If the people would dance, if they would sing the songs he taught them, if they would live in peace and harmony, then the world would be remade. The white people would vanish, the buffalo would return, the dead would rise again. This was the ghost dance. It spread across the plains like a wind. The Lakota sent delegates to Wovoka, and they returned transformed. They had seen the prophet. They had learned the songs. They began to dance, and they danced until they collapsed, until they saw the ancestors, until they saw the buffalo coming back. The Indian agents were terrified. They called it a war dance. They called it sedition. They called the dancers savages preparing for an uprising. They called for the army. The 7th Cavalry came. The same regiment that had been wiped out at Little Bighorn 15 years earlier. They were looking for revenge. They found it at a place called Wounded Knee. The ghost dance shirts did not stop the bullets. The vision of the world without white people did not come to pass. The ancestors did not rise that day. And yet the dance did not stop. It could not stop, because the dance is not about the bullets. It is not about the outcome of a single battle. The dance is about the promise that the world can be remade. The dancers at Wounded Knee were not fools. They knew that the shirts were cloth, that the bullets were lead, that the army was real, but they also knew something else. They knew that the story was not over. They knew that the Creator had made a promise, and that the Creator does not break promises. The timing of the promise is not ours to know. Today, the ghost dance is still danced. Not as a desperate plea for the end of the world, but as a celebration of survival. The dancers know that the ancestors are watching. They know that the buffalo are returning, slowly, herd by herd. They know that the children are learning the old songs again. The prophets were not wrong. They were early. They saw a door that would not open in their lifetime. But they opened it anyway, and they held it open with their bodies, with their blood, with their songs. Neolin saw the path. Tenskwatawa saw the house. Wovoka saw the dance. And each one of them passed the vision on, knowing that they might not live to see it fulfilled, but trusting that someone would. That someone is still walking. That someone is still dancing. That someone is a child at a powwow, learning the steps from her grandmother. That someone is a young man in a city, learning the old language from a recording. That someone is a scholar in a library, reading the words of a prophet written in a language that was almost lost. The door is still open. The path is still there. And the heartbeat of the earth has not stopped, not for one moment, not in all these centuries of loss and grief and survival. Because the prophets understood something that the generals and the governors and the presidents never could. They understood that a people cannot be killed as long as they remember who they are. And the memory is not in the books, not in the treaties, not in the museums. The memory is in the dance, it is in the song. It is in the feet that keep moving generation after generation around the sacred circle of the world. And the next chapter of that dance is about to begin. That someone is still walking, that someone is still dancing. That someone is a child at a powwow, learning the steps from her grandmother. That someone is a young man in a city, learning the old language from a recording. That someone is a scholar in a library, reading the words of a prophet written in a language that was almost lost. The door is still open, the path is still there. And the heartbeat of the earth has not stopped, not for one moment, not in all these centuries of loss and grief and survival. Because the prophets understood something that the generals and the governors and the presidents never could. They understood that a people cannot be killed as long as they remember who they are. And the memory is not in the books, not in the treaties, not in the museums. The memory is in the dance, it is in the song. It is in the feet that keep moving, generation after generation, around the sacred circle of the world. And the next chapter of that dance is about to begin. In the Ohio River Valley, in the first years of the 19th century, a man fell into a trance and saw a world without white people. His name was Tenskwatawa, and he was a twin brother of Tecumseh, the great Shawnee war leader. But while Tecumseh was a man of action, a strategist and a diplomat, Tenskwatawa was a man of visions, a prophet who spoke with the voice of the Master of Life. His vision came to him in the winter of 1805, after a long illness that brought him to the edge of death. He told his people that he had travelled to the spirit world, that he had seen the path to heaven, and that the path was blocked by the sins of the people. They had adopted the ways of the white man. They had drunk his whiskey. They had worn his clothes. They had forgotten the old ceremonies. And for this, the Master of Life was angry. Tenskwatawa's message was simple, and it was radical. The people must return to the old ways. They must stop trading with the whites. They must give up the guns, the metal pots, the woven cloth. They must kill their cattle and return to hunting the deer and the buffalo. They must stop drinking alcohol. They must stop fighting among themselves, and they must never ever sell another piece of land to the United States. It was a message that spread like wildfire through the villages of the Ohio Valley and the Great Lakes. The Shawnee, the Delaware, the Miami, the Ojibwe, the Potawatomi, the Kickapoo, the Wyandot, they had all seen their lands shrink year by year, treaty by treaty, often bought for a few barrels of whiskey and a handful of trinkets. They had seen their young men fall to disease and despair. They had seen the old ways crumble. Tenskwatawa gave them hope. He told them that if they followed his teachings, the Master of Life would drive the whites from the land. The game would return. The forests would heal. The dead would rise again. It was a vision of a world restored, a world made whole. But there was a problem. Tenskwatawa was not the first prophet to deliver such a message. A generation earlier, a Delaware man named Neolin had seen a similar vision. He had drawn a path on a deerskin, a path that led to heaven, and he had shown that the path was blocked by the white man and his corrupting goods. The people had listened to Neolin, and they had fought. In 1763, a coalition of tribes under the Ottawa leader Pontiac had risen up against the British, capturing every fort in the Ohio Valley except one. They had come so close, but in the end, the coalition had fractured. The British had brought in smallpox-infected blankets as a weapon. The game had grown scarce. The people had grown tired. And the dream of a world without whites had faded into the smoke of 100 burned villages. Tenskwatawa knew this history. He knew that a prophet's vision was only as strong as the unity of the people who believed in it. And so he did something that no other prophet had done. He reached out to his twin brother. Tecumseh was already a famous warrior. He had fought in the Battle of Fallen Timbers in 1794, where the Native Confederacy had been crushed by General Anthony Wayne. He had refused to sign the Treaty of Greenville, which had ceded most of Ohio to the United States. He had watched his people being pushed west, year after year, and he had burned with a cold, patient fury. Now, his brother gave him the weapon he needed. Tenskwatawa's vision was not just a religious revival. It was a political manifesto. If the people were to return to the old ways, they must first reclaim the land. And to reclaim the land, they must be united. No more tribal divisions, no more petty rivalries. No more selling land that belonged to all the people. Tecumseh traveled from the Great Lakes to the Gulf of Mexico, from the Mississippi to the Atlantic, speaking to every tribe he could reach. He told them that the land was like the air, like the water. It could not be bought or sold. It belonged to all the people, to the unborn as well as the living. And the only way to stop the white man's advance was to stand together as one people. Meanwhile, Tenskwatawa built a village at the confluence of the Tippecanoe River and the Wabash in what is now Indiana. They called it Prophetstown. It grew rapidly, drawing thousands of followers from dozens of tribes. It became the center of a new world, a world where the old ways were revived, where the ceremonies were performed, where the children were taught the sacred stories. But the Americans watched with growing alarm. The governor of the Indiana Territory, William Henry Harrison, saw Prophetstown as a threat to his plans for westward expansion. He wrote to Tenskwatawa, mocking his visions, challenging him to perform a miracle. He told the Shawnee that if their prophet was truly sent by the Great Spirit, he should be able to make the sun stand still or the rivers run backward. Tenskwatawa was not a man to back down from a challenge. He sent word back to Harrison that on a certain day the sun would darken. And on June 16, 1806, a solar eclipse passed over the Ohio Valley. The sky went black. The birds fell silent. The people of Prophetstown saw their prophet's power confirmed, and the movement grew stronger than ever. But the miracle could not stop the march of history. In 1811, while Tecumseh was in the south recruiting allies, Harrison marched an army of nearly 1,000 men toward Prophetstown. Tenskwatawa was ordered by his brother to avoid a battle. But the young warriors were eager to fight, and the prophet was not a military commander. He told them that he had cast a spell, that the white men's bullets would not harm them, that the Master of Life would protect them. They attacked at dawn on November 7, 1811. The fighting was fierce, hand to hand in the cold grey light. The warriors fought with desperate courage, but Harrison's men held their ground. The bullets did not turn aside. The spell did not work. By mid-morning the warriors were retreating and Prophetstown was burning. Tenskwatawa had predicted victory. He had promised that the dead would rise. When the survivors returned to the smouldering ruins of their village, they found that the dead had not risen. The prophet's power was broken, his followers scattered, and the dream of a united native confederacy seemed to die in the ashes. But the dream did not die. Tecumseh returned from the south to find his brother's reputation in ruins. He did not abandon him. Instead, he took command of the movement himself. He forged a new alliance with the British, who were preparing for war with the United States. And in the War of 1812, he led his warriors in a series of brilliant campaigns that pushed the Americans back, recapturing Detroit and threatening the entire frontier. For 2 years it seemed possible. The Confederacy held. The British provided guns and supplies. The Americans were on the defensive. But then, in 1813, the tide turned. The American Navy gained control of Lake Erie. The British retreated, and at the Battle of the Thames, in what is now Ontario, Tecumseh made his last stand. He fell in the fighting, his body never recovered. The Confederacy shattered. The British abandoned their native allies. And the way was open for the final dispossession of the tribes of the Ohio Valley. Tenskwatawa lived on for another 2 decades, a broken man, his visions discredited, his people scattered. He wandered from tribe to tribe trying to rebuild his influence, but the world had changed. The old ways could not be revived by a single prophet. The movement he had started had failed, or had it? Because the vision of a world without whites did not die with Prophetstown. It was reborn again and again in different forms in different times. In the 1870s, a Paiute man named Wavoka had a vision of a world restored, where the buffalo returned and the white people vanished. He taught his followers a dance, the ghost dance, and promised that if they danced, the world would be remade. The ghost dance spread across the plains like a wind. The Lakota, the Cheyenne, the Arapaho, the Kiowa, they all took it up, dancing for days, dancing until they collapsed, dancing for the return of the dead and the end of the world they knew. and the American government, terrified of another uprising, sent the army to stop them. On December 29, 1890, at Wounded Knee Creek in South Dakota, the 7th Cavalry surrounded a band of Lakota who had surrendered. They ordered them to give up their weapons. A deaf man did not understand. A scuffle broke out. A shot was fired. When it was over, more than 250 Lakota lay dead, many of them women and children. The ghost dancers' shirts, painted with sacred symbols meant to stop bullets, were torn and blooded. The dream of a world without whites had ended in a mass grave, but the dream did not die, it went underground. It became a quiet hope, a whispered prayer. It lived in the sweat lodges and the longhouses and the kivas. It lived in the stories that grandmothers told to their grandchildren. It lived in the dance. And in the 1960s and 70s, the dream returned. The American Indian movement occupied Alcatraz, then Wounded Knee itself. They demanded the return of stolen land. They demanded sovereignty. They demanded that the treaties be honored. They were not prophets, but they carried the same fire. The government did not give in. The occupations ended. The leaders were arrested, but something had changed. The world had seen that native people were still here, still fighting, still dancing, and today, the dream takes new forms. The fight for the return of sacred objects from museums. The fight for the protection of sacred sites from pipelines and mines. The fight for the right to practice ceremonies that were once outlawed. The fight for the children, to keep them in their communities, to teach them the old language, to show them the old dances. The prophets of the 18th and 19th centuries did not succeed in their vision of a world without whites. That world is gone forever, but they succeeded in something else. They kept the fire alive, they passed the torch. And that torch is now carried by a new generation, a generation that knows the old stories. A generation that speaks the old languages. A generation that dances the old dances, not in secret, but in the open, in powwows and ceremonies and gatherings that draw thousands. The ghost dance did not bring back the buffalo. But the buffalo are returning, one herd at a time, to tribal lands across the plains. The vision of a world restored is not dead. It is a slow, patient work, a work of generations. And the words of Tenskwatawa, spoken more than 2 centuries ago, still echo in the hearts of those who remember. Return to the old ways, honor the earth, stand together, never stop dancing. Because the dance is not just a dance. It is a prayer, it is a declaration. It is a map of the path that the prophets saw, the path that leads through the darkness and into the light. And the door that Neolin saw, the door that Tenskwatawa opened, the door that the ghost dancers danced toward, that door is still there. It is still open, and the feet are still moving. They are moving toward a future that the prophets could not have imagined. A future where the old ways and the new ways exist together. A future where a young person can be a scientist and a ceremonial dancer, a lawyer and a storyteller, a warrior and a peacemaker. They are moving toward a future where the land is healed, where the waters are clean, where the buffalo roam again on the plains where they were nearly exterminated. They are moving toward a future where the stories are told not in secret, but in books and films and classrooms, where the whole world can hear them and learn from them. And they are moving toward a future where the dream of the prophets is finally realized, not a world without whites, but a world where native people are sovereign, where their lands are respected, where their cultures thrive, where their children grow up knowing who they are. The prophets saw a door. They walked toward it. They did not reach it in their lifetimes, but they showed the way. And the door is still open. The path is still there. And the heartbeat of the earth has not stopped, not for one moment, not in all these centuries of loss and grief and survival. Because the prophets understood something that the generals and the governors and the presidents never could. They understood that a people cannot be killed as long as they remember who they are. And the memory is not in the books, not in the treaties, not in the museums. The memory is in the dance, it is in the song. It is in the feet that keep moving, generation after generation, around the sacred circle of the world. And the next chapter of that dance is about to begin. The dance begins where the vision ends. In the high desert of western Nevada, in the winter of 1888, a Paiute man named Wovoka lies sick with fever, his body burning while the snow falls outside his bark-covered home. When he wakes, he tells his people he has traveled to the spirit world. He has stood before God, and God has given him a message. The earth will be renewed, the dead will return, the buffalo will come thundering back across the plains. And the white man will vanish, not through war, but through the power of a dance. They call it the ghost dance. And it spreads across the west like wildfire, faster than any army could march, faster than any telegraph could carry the news. From the Great Basin to the plains, from the Rocky Mountains to the Missouri River, the people take up the dance. They paint their faces with sacred symbols. They wear special shirts, decorated with eagle feathers and crescent moons, shirts that are said to stop bullets. Wovoka had seen a vision of a world without suffering. He had seen the elders return to youth, the children who had died playing in the grass again, the rivers running clear and full of fish. He told his followers to live in peace, to work no more for the white man, to dance, and to dance, and to dance until the world turned over like a great wheel and the old ways were restored. To the Lakota, the message arrived like thunder on a clear day. They had been pushed onto reservations. Their buffalo were gone. Their children were taken to boarding schools, where they were beaten for speaking their own language. They had been told to become farmers on land that would not grow corn. They had been told to forget the old ways. And now here was a prophet from the West, a man they had never met, telling them that if they danced, the world would change. They danced. At Pine Ridge, at Rosebud, at Standing Rock. They danced until their feet bled. They danced until they collapsed from exhaustion, and when they woke, they spoke of visiting the spirit world, of seeing their dead relatives, of walking in a land where there was no hunger and no sorrow. The white agents watched and grew afraid. They sent reports to Washington. They said the Indians were preparing for war. They said the ghost dance was a threat to civilization itself. The truth was simpler and more terrible. The people were not preparing for war. They were preparing to die. They were dancing because they had nothing left. And the United States government, in its infinite wisdom, decided that the best response to a people's despair was more violence. They sent the 7th Cavalry, the same unit that Custer had led to his death at the Little Bighorn, to disarm the Lakota and arrest their leaders. On the morning of December 29, 1890, at a place called Wounded Knee Creek on the Pine Ridge Reservation, the soldiers began to take the weapons from the Lakota. They were nervous. The Lakota were nervous. A deaf man named Black Coyote did not understand the order to surrender his rifle. A struggle, a shot, and then the Hotchkiss guns mounted on the hill above the camp opened fire. They fired exploding shells into the midst of women and children. They fired into the tipis. They fired into the fleeing. When it was over, more than 300 Lakota lay dead. Many of them were women and children, some of them were babies. The soldiers left their bodies in the snow. They collected the ghost dance shirts from the dead and sent them to museums, where they would be studied and classified and displayed behind glass. The shirts had not stopped the bullets, the prophecy had not saved them, but the question remains. Was Wovoka a true prophet, or a man who had a fever dream and woke to find his vision had become a death sentence? The scholars cannot agree. Some say he was a sincere visionary, a man who received a genuine revelation from a power beyond human understanding. Others say he was a political strategist, a man who understood that only a miracle could save his people and offered them the only miracle he could imagine. Perhaps the truth is more complex than either of these explanations. Perhaps Wovoka was both a prophet and a politician, a mystic and a pragmatist, a man who believed his vision with all his heart, and also knew that belief alone would not be enough. The ghost dance did not end at Wounded Knee. It continued, in secret, in the remote valleys of the Great Basin and the hidden canyons of the plains. It continues still, in the dances that are performed at powwows today, in the prayers that are offered for the return of the buffalo, in the hope that refuses to die. And the prophetic tradition did not die with Wovoka. In the century since Wounded Knee, there have been others who have seen visions, who have heard voices, who have received messages from the spirit world. In the 1970s, a Lakota holy man named Frank Falls Crow received a vision of the return of the sacred pipe, a symbol of unity for all native peoples. In the 1990s, a Hopi elder named Thomas Banyasia traveled the world, delivering a message from the Kachina spirits about the destruction of the earth. Today, there are prophets who speak not of the end of the world, but of its healing. They speak of the need to return to the old ways, not as a rejection of the modern world, but as a way of bringing balance to it. They speak of the sacredness of the water, the importance of the land, the duty of every human being to be a steward of creation. They are the heirs of Neolin and Tenskwatawa and Wovoka. They are the prophets of the coming change. The door that the prophets saw is still open, the path is still there, and the people are still walking. They dance not because they believe the world will end, but because they believe it will be reborn. They dance because the heartbeat of the earth has never stopped. They dance because the memory is in their feet, and the feet keep moving, generation after generation, around the sacred circle of the world. And the next chapter of that dance is about to begin. It is a chapter that will take the serpent and the cross and braid them together into something new. The Spanish called it the spiritual conquest of the New World. They arrived with the sword in one hand and the cross in the other, believing they were saving souls by destroying worlds. But the souls they sought to save had their own names for the divine, their own ways of speaking to the earth and the sky, their own ceremonies that had been danced for thousands of years before the first sail appeared on the horizon. Conversion was not a single event. It was a war that lasted centuries, fought not just with guns and whips, but with the erasure of names, the burning of sacred objects, the punishment of anyone caught dancing the old dances. The missionaries believed they were replacing darkness with light. What they did not understand was that the darkness they saw was not empty, it was full of stories. And stories, unlike buildings, cannot be burned. The Yaqui people of Sonora, Mexico, faced the full weight of the Spanish mission system. They were forced into settlements, their ceremonies forbidden, their sacred objects smashed. But the Yaqui did something remarkable. They did not abandon their old ways, they hid them inside the new ones. The deer dance is the heart of the Yaqui people. It is the story of the deer, the sacred animal who gives his life so that the people may live. The dancer becomes the deer. He wears a headdress of a real deer head, a white flower between the antlers. He moves with a trembling, delicate grace, his feet striking the ground in rhythms that imitate the heartbeat of the forest. The music is played on a rasp and a water drum, sounds that predate the arrival of any European. When the Spanish forbade the dance, the Yaqui did not stop dancing, they simply added new characters. The Pascola, the old man of the ceremony, began to wear a mask that looked like a Spanish conquistador. The mocking laughter of the clown became a form of resistance. And the deer dancer himself was given a new name, San Juan, Saint John. The Catholic saint became a mask for the deer, and the deer became a mask for something far older. This is syncretism. It is not a blending of equals, it is survival by camouflage. The same strategy unfolded across the Americas. In Mexico City, on the hill of Tepeyac, a Catholic shrine rose to the Virgin of Guadalupe. She appeared, the story says, to an indigenous man named Juan Diego in 1531. She spoke to him in his own language, Nahuatl. Her skin was brown. Her eyes were those of the people she came to save. But the hill of Tepeyac had been sacred long before the Virgin appeared. It was the site of a temple to Tonantzin, the Aztec Earth Mother Goddess, the one who gave birth to the sun and the moon. Pilgrims had climbed that hill for centuries. After the conquest, they kept climbing. Is she a Catholic saint, or is she Tonantzin in disguise? The Church says one thing, the indigenous faithful say another. And perhaps the most honest answer is that she is both, and neither. She is a doorway. She is a place where two worlds meet and refuse to separate. The Hopi people of the high desert mesas, in what is now Arizona, faced a different kind of assault. The Spanish arrived in the 1540s, demanding submission and conversion. The Hopi had a complex spiritual life centered on the Kachinas, spirit beings who brought rain, fertility, and guidance. The Kachinas were not gods to be worshipped. They were messengers, intermediaries between the people and the forces that governed the world. The Kachinas were embodied by masked dancers during ceremonies that lasted for days. The dancers became the spirits. They were not actors, they were vessels. To the Hopi this was not pretend, it was real. The rain that fell after the dance was proof. The Spanish saw only idolatry. They burned the masks, they whipped the dancers. They forbade the ceremonies under threat of death, but the Hopi, like the Yaqui, learned to hide. They danced in secret, in remote kivas dug into the earth, in canyons where no Spanish priest would ever find them. In 1680, the pressure exploded. The Pueblo revolt began in the northern Rio Grande Valley, led by a man named Pope from the Oque Oinge Pueblo. It was the most successful indigenous uprising in North American history. For 12 days, the Pueblo people fought. They drove the Spanish out of New Mexico entirely. They killed priests. They burned churches. They washed away the baptismal waters in the rivers, and then they returned to the old ways. The Spanish returned 12 years later, but they could never fully reclaim what they had lost. The Pueblo people had proven that the old stories could survive the sword. The Cachinas returned to the mesas. The dances resumed, and the Catholic saints that remained were given new homes, new meanings, new powers they had never possessed in Europe. This is the paradox of conquest. The conqueror believes he is erasing a culture, but culture is not a book that can be burned. It is a river. It goes underground. It finds new channels. It emerges where it is least expected. In the highlands of Guatemala, the Maya people did the same thing with their own saints. The Catholic Church in the town of Chichicastenango is a whitewashed building with a Baroque facade. Inside, the statues of saints line the walls. But on the steps outside, a Mayan priest burns copal incense and speaks to the old gods in the old language. The saints have become Mayan. They have been adopted, renamed, given new duties. St. James the Apostle, Santiago, the warrior saint on a white horse, became a figure of power for many indigenous communities. But in some places, his horse is painted with the spots of a jaguar. The jaguar, the lord of the underworld, the creature that moves between worlds, has found a new mount. The Santuario de Chimayo in northern New Mexico is one of the most visited pilgrimage sites in the United States. Thousands of people come each year, walking for days, some crawling on their knees. They enter a small room and kneel before a hole in the earth. They take a handful of dirt. They rub it on their bodies. They believe it heals. The church says the dirt is a miracle, a sign from God. But the Tewa people who lived here first say the site was already sacred. It was a place where the earth breathed, where the spirits of the ancestors could be felt. The Catholic miracle is the old story, told again. The question is not whether the old gods survived. They did. The question is what form they took and what price was paid for their survival. The deer dance is still danced today. The Cachinas still come to the mesas. The Virgin of Guadalupe still stands on Tepeyac, her hands folded, her eyes downcast, receiving the prayers of millions. But the context has changed. The Spanish Empire is gone. The missions are ruins. The descendants of the conquerors and the conquered live side by side in a world that is still learning to reckon with the violence of its birth. The syncretism was never finished. It is still happening. In the cities of the American Southwest, indigenous artists carve Kachina dolls for collectors, knowing that the tourists who buy them will never understand the ceremonies they represent. The dolls have become art objects, commodities, souvenirs of a culture that refuses to die. But the carvers know. The prayers are still in the wood. In Oaxaca, the Zapotec people hold their own version of the Day of the Dead. They build altars for their ancestors, covered in marigolds and photographs, and the favorite foods of the departed. The Catholic Church calls it All Souls' Day. The Zapotec know it is something older. It is the night when the veil between the worlds is thin, when the dead return to walk among the living, to taste the mole and the chocolate, to hear their names spoken one more time. The serpent and the cross, the old and the new, the conquered and the conqueror. They are entwined now, so deeply that no one can pull them apart. The serpent is not gone. It is coiled around the base of the cross, its scales gleaming in the candlelight, its eyes open and watching. And the dancer keeps dancing. The Spanish believed they had won. They built their churches on the ruins of the temples. They imposed their language, their laws, their God. but they could not control what happened in the dark. They could not see the ceremonies that took place in the kivas, in the canyons, in the hidden corners of the desert. They could not hear the old songs, sung in whispers, passed from grandmother to granddaughter, from father to son. The stories outlasted the empire. They will outlast the next one too. In the town of San Miguel de Allende, in central Mexico, there is a church built on the site of a Chichimeca temple. The church is beautiful, baroque, covered in gold leaf. But the local people still leave offerings at the base of a certain tree in the courtyard. They leave corn and tobacco and small clay figurines. The priests pretend not to see. The people pretend not to be seen. This is how the old gods survive. Not in museums, not in books, in the dirt, in the breath. In the body of a dancer who becomes a deer, who becomes a saint, who becomes a prayer that has no name. The Yaqui deer dance is not a performance. It is a prayer. It is a remembering. The dancer does not imitate the deer. He becomes the deer. He feels the deer's terror, the deer's grace, the deer's final surrender. He carries the deer's soul into the world of humans, and for a few moments, the two worlds touch. The Spanish saw this and called it devil worship. They did not understand that the Yaqui were not worshipping the deer. They were thanking it. They were honoring the sacrifice that made their own lives possible. The deer gave its life so the people could eat. The dancer gives his body so the deer can live again. This is the heart of the old religion. It is not about belief. It is about relationship. The relationship between the hunter and the hunted, between the living and the dead, between the human and the divine. The Spanish brought a religion of doctrine, of catechism, of correct belief. The indigenous people of the Americas had a religion of action, of ceremony, of correct relationship. The two could never fully merge, but they could coexist in the same body, in the same dance, in the same prayer. The serpent and the cross are not enemies. They are partners in a dance that has no end. The serpent sheds its skin and is reborn. The cross stands as a marker of death and resurrection. The two symbols, so different, so opposed, have come to mean the same thing, that nothing truly dies, that everything changes. That the old stories will find a way to be told again. In the end, the question is not whether the old gods survived. They did. The question is whether we are willing to see them. They are not hiding. They are right in front of us, wearing the masks of saints, dancing in the plazas, whispering in the languages we were told were dead. The dancer stamps his foot. The rattle shakes. The water drum beats. And the deer, the saint, the serpent, the cross, all of them become one thing, a story that refuses to end. The Spanish came to conquer. They built their missions, their churches, their systems of control. But they could not conquer the human need to dance. They could not conquer the human need to remember. And so the dance survived, hidden in plain sight, disguised as something else, waiting for the moment when it could be danced openly again. That moment came. It is still coming. Every time a dancer puts on the headdress, every time a grandmother lights a candle for the ancestors, every time a child learns the old words, the conquest is undone. Not by violence, by memory. The serpent does not forget, the cross does not forgive. But the dance continues, somewhere, always, in the space between them. The deer dancer stamps his foot one last time, and the plaza exhales. The sun has fallen behind the mission wall, and the only light now comes from the candles flickering in the hands of the old women. They have been here before the Spanish came, these women, these grandmothers, who know which prayers belong to which saint, and which saint is really someone else entirely. The dancer removes his headdress, the white flower still tucked above his ear, and walks toward the church. He does not enter. He stops at the threshold, bows his head, and crosses himself. Then he turns and walks away, back into the darkness from which the deer always comes. The Virgin of Guadalupe appeared on a hill called Tepeyac in 5031, 10 years after the fall of Tenochtitlan. She appeared to a man named Juan Diego, an indigenous convert, a man whose name in Nahuatl was Cuauhtlatoatzin, which means he who speaks like an eagle. She spoke to him in his own language. She asked him to build a church on that hill. The bishop demanded proof. She gave him roses blooming in winter, and her image imprinted on his cloak, a tilma made of cactus fiber that should have rotted away within decades. It has not rotted. It hangs in the Basilica of Guadalupe in Mexico City today, 490 years later, untouched by time. But Tepeyac was not an empty hill. Before the Virgin, there was Tonantzin. Tonantzin means our mother in Nahuatl. She was the earth goddess, the mother of the gods, the one who gave birth to the moon and the stars. Her temple stood on that same hill. Every year, thousands of pilgrims walked to Tepeyac to honor her. After the conquest, the Spanish tore down the temple and built a chapel in its place. They replaced the goddess with a saint. But the pilgrims kept coming. They still come. They come on December 12th, the Feast of Guadalupe, and they come on the old feast days of Tonantzin, and they do not always know which one they are honoring. Perhaps they are honoring both. The Catholic Church calls it a miracle. The skeptics call it a political invention, a tool of conversion, a way to make the new god palatable to the conquered. But the indigenous people of Mexico call it something else. They call it survival. They call it the Virgin who speaks their language, who has their skin color, who wears the stars on her cloak like the old goddesses did. They call her Guadalupe, Tonantzin, the hyphen a bridge between worlds, a wound that never fully healed, a seam that holds two fabrics together. This is syncretism. It is not a gentle blending of equals. It is what happens when one culture tries to erase another and fails. The conquerors brought the cross. The conquered took it and made it their own. They carved serpents into the wooden crucifixes. They painted the faces of saints with the features of their ancestors. They sang the old songs in the new churches, with the new words, but with the old rhythms, the old heartbeats, the old breath. The missionaries heard the songs and thought they had won. They had not won. The songs were still the same songs. Only the names had changed. In the pueblos of the southwest, the story is the same but different. The Spanish arrived in the 1500s, led by Coronado, looking for cities of gold. They found mud brick villages and people who had lived there for 1,000 years. They called them Indians. They called their ceremonies devil worship. They called their kachinas idols. They burned the masks. They whipped the dancers. They forbade the old ways. And the people nodded and said, "Yes, Father," and went underground. The kachinas are not gods. They are not idols. They are spirits, the essences of clouds and rain and corn and ancestors and everything that makes life possible on the high, dry mesas of Arizona. They are not worshipped, they are danced. A Hopi man who puts on a kachina mask does not pretend to be a spirit. He becomes that spirit. For the duration of the dance, his own identity surrendered to something older and larger than himself. The mask is not a costume, it is a portal. The Spanish could not understand this. They saw only a man wearing a painted gourd, and they saw the devil. So the Hopi hid their kachinas in the kivas, the underground ceremonial chambers that had been there since the beginning. They danced in secret, by torchlight, with sentries posted on the mesa tops. They taught their children 2 sets of prayers, one for the priests, one for the spirits. They learned to nod and smile and say, "Yes, Father," while keeping the old world alive in their chests, in their blood, in the rhythm of the drum that never stopped beating, even when the drum itself was hidden in a hole in the ground. In 1680, the pressure became too great. The Pueblo people of New Mexico rose up together, a coalition of dozens of villages, united by a single purpose. They killed 400 Spanish settlers and 21 Franciscan priests. They burned the churches. They smashed the crucifixes. They dragged the statues of saints through the streets. They washed the baptismal water from their children's heads with yucca soap. And then they rebuilt their kivas on top of the ruins of the missions. For 12 years, the Spanish were gone. For 12 years, the old gods danced openly in the plazas. The Spanish returned. They always returned. They rebuilt the missions. They reimposed the faith. But they never again tried to destroy the kivas. They had learned that the people would rather die than give up the dance, and so an uneasy peace settled over the pueblos. The church stood in the plaza. The kiva stood at the edge of the village. The people walked from one to the other, crossing themselves at the church door and leaving cornmeal offerings at the kiva ladder, carrying both worlds in their bodies, both histories in their blood. In the mountains of northern New Mexico, there is a small chapel called the Santuario de Chimayo. Pilgrims walk for days to reach it. They come on their knees. They come carrying crosses. They come with prayers for healing, written on scraps of paper. Inside the chapel, there is a small hole in the floor, no bigger than a child's hand, filled with dirt. The pilgrims take this dirt, they rub it on their wounds, they eat it, they carry it home in plastic bags and glass jars. They believe it heals. The Catholic Church calls it a holy site, a place of miracles. But the dirt was sacred long before the chapel was built. The Tewa people called this place Si Mayo, which means the place where the earth is strong. They came here for the same reason. They took the same dirt. The chapel was built on top of a Tewa healing shrine, and the pilgrims still come, and the dirt still heals, and no one asks too many questions about which god is doing the work. This is how the old gods survived. Not in books, not in museums, in dirt, in dance. In the hyphen between Guadalupe and Tonantzin. In the silence between the Latin prayer and the Nahuatl whisper. In the hands of grandmothers who light candles to Saint Anne, but mean the grandmother spider who wove the world. In the mouths of children who learn the Hail Mary in Spanish and the corn prayer in Hopi, who grow up knowing that the cross and the serpent are not enemies, but two ways of saying the same thing, we are here. We have always been here, we will still be here. The Lakota people have a word, wakan. It means sacred, mysterious, powerful. It does not belong to any one religion. It is not owned by any church. It is the force that moves through all things, the thunder and the buffalo and the pipe and the prayer. When the missionaries came to the plains, they told the Lakota that their ceremonies were evil, that the sun dance was a sin, that the sacred pipe was a tool of the devil. The Lakota listened. They nodded. And then they went into the hills and danced the sun dance in secret, on the land that had been stolen from them, under the sky that could not be stolen, bleeding into the earth that remembered them. The missionaries brought the Bible. The Lakota already had the pipe. The missionaries brought the cross. The Lakota already had the sacred hoop. The missionaries brought Jesus. The Lakota already had the white buffalo calf woman, who brought them the 7 sacred ceremonies, who taught them how to pray, who promised to return. And so when the missionaries told them about a man who died for their sins and rose again, the Lakota nodded. They knew that story. They had always known that story. They just called it by different names. In the Pacific Northwest, the same story unfolded on a different stage. The Haida and the Tlingit carved totem poles that told the stories of their clans, the raven and the eagle and the bear and the whale. The missionaries called them graven images. They cut them down. They burned them. They sent them to museums in New York and London and Berlin, but they could not cut down the stories. The stories lived in the people. The stories lived in the songs. The stories lived in the potlatch, the great ceremonial feast where the chiefs gave away their wealth to prove their worth. The Canadian government banned the potlatch in 1885. They sent police to break up the ceremonies. They confiscated the regalia. They jailed the chiefs. The potlatch went underground. It survived in secret, in remote villages, in the back rooms of community houses, passed from elder to child like a flame cupped in the hands against the wind. In 1951, the potlatch ban was lifted. The regalia came out of hiding. The songs were sung again in public. The totem poles were carved again, not for museums, but for the people. The old men who had been children when the ban began taught the young men the dances. The grandmothers who had hidden the masks in root cellars brought them out into the light. The potlatch returned. It had never really left. It had simply been waiting, like the deer dancer waiting in the darkness for the drum to call him back. The question at the heart of all these stories is not whether the old gods survived. They did. The question is what it means to carry 2 worlds in one body. The Yaqui deer dancer knows. The Hopi Kachina dancer knows. The Lakota sun dancer knows. They know that the cross is not the enemy of the serpent. The cross is the serpent's newest mask. The serpent is the cross's oldest name, and the people who dance between them are not confused. They are not syncretized into some bland, blended nothing. They are doubled. They are layered. They are alive in 2 worlds at once, and that is not a weakness. That is a gift. In the highlands of Guatemala, the Maya still perform the dance of the conquest. The dancers wear Spanish helmets and feathered headdresses. They carry wooden swords and wooden guns. They reenact the defeat of their ancestors over and over, year after year. The tourists think it is a celebration of the conquest. It is not. It is a burial. It is a way of saying, we remember. We remember the slaughter. We remember the betrayal. We remember the gods who were burned. And we are still here, dancing your dance, wearing your mask. But it is our dance now, and our mask, and we are the ones who decide what it means. The serpent and the cross. They have been fighting for 500 years. They have been embracing for 500 years. They are the same thing now, twisted together like the strands of a rope, each one holding the other up, each one strangling the other, neither one able to let go. The people who carry them do not try to separate them. They carry them both. They carry the weight of the conquest and the weight of the survival. They carry the guilt of the convert and the pride of the ancestor. They carry the Spanish name on their baptismal certificate and the indigenous name whispered in their ear at birth. The old gods do not need temples. They do not need priests. They do not need permission. They live in the spaces between the official prayers. They live in the moment of silence after the Amen. They live in the grandmother's hand as she reaches into the bag of cornmeal and sprinkles it on the ground before she enters the church. They live in the child's question, why do we do it this way? And the parent's answer, because this is how we have always done it. And the child's next question, but why? And the parent's silence, which is the only true answer, because some things cannot be explained. They can only be danced. In the end, the question is not whether the old gods survived. The question is whether the people who carry them will survive. And the answer is in the dance. The answer is in the dirt. The answer is in the hyphen between the old name and the new. The answer is in the child who watches the deer dancer and learns the steps without being taught. Because the steps are in her bones, in her blood, in the rhythm of her mother's heartbeat that she heard before she was born. The serpent does not forget. The cross does not forgive. But the dance continues, somewhere, always, in the space between them. And in that space, in that impossible, sacred, broken space, the people keep dancing. They keep dancing because the alternative is silence. And silence is the only thing the old gods cannot survive. So the drum beats, the rattle shakes, the feet stamp, the dust rises. And the story that refuses to end, the story that has been danced for 1,000 years and will be danced for 1,000 more, the story of the serpent and the cross, the story of survival, the story of the people who refuse to disappear, that story continues. And tomorrow, the dancer will put on the headdress again, the grandmother will light the candle again, the child will watch again. And the serpent will coil around the cross again, not to destroy it, but to hold it, to keep it warm, to remind it that it was once a tree, and that the tree was once a seed, and that the seed was planted in the earth. The same earth that has always held the bones of the ancestors, the same earth that has always held the roots of the corn, the same earth that has always held the truth, that no god can be killed as long as one person remembers how to dance. The Spanish came to conquer. They built their missions, their churches, their systems of control. But they could not conquer the human need to dance. They could not conquer the human need to remember. And so the dance survived, hidden in plain sight, disguised as something else, waiting for the moment when it could be danced openly again. That moment came. It is still coming. Every time a dancer puts on the headdress, every time a grandmother lights a candle for the ancestors, every time a child learns the old words, the conquest is undone. Not by violence, by memory. The serpent does not forget. The cross does not forgive. But the dance continues, somewhere, always, in the space between them. And that space is not empty. It is full of the living. It is full of the dead. It is full of the children who will come after. It is full of the stories that refuse to end. And as long as the drum beats, as long as the feet stamp, as long as the grandmothers light their candles and the children watch with wide eyes, the old gods are not dead. They are not hiding. They are right there, in the plaza, in the church, in the dirt, in the dance, wearing the masks of saints, speaking the languages we were told were dead, waiting for us to see them. And when it simply changed shape, and the resistance never ended, it simply changed shape too. And the dance, the old dance, the dance that was here before the cross, and will be here after the cross is dust, the dance continues. It always continues. It is continuing now, somewhere, in a plaza you have never visited, in a language you have never heard, in a heart that beats with the same rhythm that has been beating since the beginning. The serpent and the cross, the wound and the healing, the death and the dance, they are all the same story. And the story is not over. The story is not over because the people are still here. The story is not over because the dance is still danced. The story is not over because the grandmothers are still lighting candles, and the children are still watching, and the drummers are still beating the rhythm that calls the deer out of the darkness and into the light. The story is not over because the serpent and the cross are still entwined, still wrestling, still holding each other in that eternal embrace that is neither victory nor defeat, but something else entirely. Something that has no name in Spanish or English, something that can only be danced. And so the chapter ends where it began, with a dancer, a drum, and a story that refuses to end. The cross stands in the plaza. The serpent coils in the kiva. The grandmother lights her candle. The child watches. And somewhere, in the space between them, the deer lifts its head, listens to the drum, and begins to move. The dance continues. It always continues. It is continuing now. The dance continues in the high desert of Arizona, where the Hopi people have lived on their 3 mazes for more than 1,000 years. Here, the serpent is not a horned monster of the deep, but a living spirit that lives in the cracks of the stone, a messenger between the world of the living and the world of the spirits. The cross arrived here in 1540, carried by Spanish explorers who saw only pagan darkness in the kivas, those underground chambers where the Hopi performed their most sacred ceremonies. The Spanish called them idolaters. They called the Cachinas devils. They called the masked dancers servants of Satan. And so they set about the work of salvation with fire and with whips, with the breaking of bones and the burning of wooden altars. But the Hopi had been watching the stars for centuries. They had learned that the sun always returns after the longest night. They knew that patience is a form of war. The Cachinas are not gods, they are not demons. They are spirits of the clouds, of the rain, of the corn, of the ancestors who came before. They are the force that makes the corn grow and the children laugh. They are the presence that fills the mask when the dancer puts it on. And when the Spanish forbade the Kachina dances, the Hopi did not stop dancing, they simply stopped being seen. They buried their masks in the caves, they hid their altars in the walls of their homes. They danced in the deepest hours of the night, when the mission bells were silent and the friars were asleep. They taught their children the songs in whispers, passing the melodies from mouth to ear like a secret that could not be written down, could not be stolen, could not be burned. And then, in 1680, the Serpent struck. The Pueblo revolt was not a single moment, but a coordinated rising of dozens of pueblos across the southwest, 1,000 miles of silent messengers carrying knotted cords that counted the days until the uprising. The Hopi were among the first to rise. They killed the missionaries. They burned the churches. They pulled down the crosses and threw them into the arroyos. For 12 years, the Hopi were free of Spanish rule. They danced the Kachina dances in the open. They brought the masks out of the caves. They taught the songs to the children in the daylight. But the Spanish returned, and the cycle began again. The whips, the fires, the forced baptisms, the burning of the kivas. And again, the Hopi went underground. This is the pattern of survival. Not resistance as a single, heroic act, but resistance as a daily practice. The Kachinas did not die because they could not die. They are the rain. They are the corn. They are the breath of the ancestors. You cannot burn the rain. You cannot whip the corn. You cannot crucify the breath. And so the Hopi learned to wear 2 faces. They learned to cross themselves at the mission door and then descend into the kiva to pray to the spirits of the 4 directions. They learned to hang a crucifix on the wall and carve a Kachina doll for the same child. They learned that survival sometimes requires a kind of holy duplicity, a faith that wears a mask to protect the truth beneath it. This is not syncretism as a peaceful blending of equals. This is syncretism as a strategy of the conquered. The cross was forced upon them. They did not choose it, but they chose to survive. And survival meant finding a way to hold 2 truths in the same hand, to pray 2 prayers with the same breath, to dance 2 dances in the same body. In the village of Old Araibi, the oldest continuously inhabited settlement in North America, there is a kiva that has been in use for 800 years. The Spanish never found it. The Americans never found it. It is still there, hidden beneath a stone floor, accessible only through a trapdoor that looks like nothing more than a crack in the earth. Inside, the walls are black with centuries of smoke from the fires that have burned there, fires that have witnessed the prayers of 100 generations. The children still learn the songs. They learn them in the kiva, in the dark, by the light of the fire, from the voices of the old men who learned them from their grandfathers, who learned them from their grandfathers, who learned them from the time before the Spanish, before the cross, before the ships. The songs are the same, the steps are the same, the masks are the same, but the masks are not the same, they are older now. They have been mended and repainted 100 times. The feathers have been replaced. The paint has been renewed. The wood has been patched. And yet, the spirit that inhabits them is the same spirit that descended into the first kiva, that danced the first dance, that brought the first rain. The mask is a vessel. The vessel holds the spirit. The spirit does not age. In the town of Chimayo, New Mexico, there is a small chapel called El Santuario de Chimayo. It is one of the most important pilgrimage sites in the American Southwest. Thousands of people come every year to take the holy dirt from a small pit in the floor of the chapel. They believe the dirt has healing powers. They rub it on their wounds. They take it home in small bags. They pray to the Santo Niño de Atocha, the child Jesus, who is said to walk the hills at night, healing the sick. But the chapel was built on the site of a Tewa Pueblo sacred spring. The Tewa people had been coming to this spring for centuries before the Spanish arrived. They believed the water had healing powers. They left offerings. They prayed to the spirits of the earth. The Spanish built a church on the spring. They covered the water with dirt. They placed a crucifix above it. And the Tewa, who had been forced to convert, came to the church and took the dirt, because the dirt was still the earth, and the earth was still sacred, and the water was still running beneath it. Is this syncretism, or is this the old religion wearing the mask of the new? The Tewa did not stop believing in the healing power of the spring. They simply learned to call the spring a saint. They learned to cross themselves before they took the dirt. They learned to pray in Spanish to the God who had conquered them, while the earth beneath their knees remembered the old gods, the old songs, the old way of speaking to the ground. In the pueblos of the Rio Grande, the blending is even more visible. The Pueblo people celebrate both Christmas and the winter solstice. They dance the Matachines dance, a Spanish colonial dance that tells the story of the Moors and the Christians, but they dance it with Pueblo steps, Pueblo drumming, Pueblo meaning. The dancers wear masks that look like Spanish conquistadors, but the masks are carved by Pueblo hands, blessed by Pueblo priests, danced by Pueblo feet. The Spanish brought the cross to conquer. The Pueblo took the cross and made it their own. They hung it in their homes. They wore it around their necks. They carved it into their pottery. But they did not worship it as the Spanish intended. They worshipped it as they had always worshipped the 4 directions, the 4 seasons, the 4 winds. The cross became a symbol of the sacred directions. The crucifix became a reminder that suffering and transformation are the same thing. And so the serpent and the cross continue their dance, not as enemies, though they were meant to be. Not as friends, though they have learned to coexist. But as 2 forces that have been pressed together for so long that they have begun to resemble each other. The serpent has learned to rise, the cross has learned to coil, the wound has learned to heal. In the Hopi village of Walpi, there is a spring that has never gone dry. It has been flowing for 1,000 years. The Hopi say the spring is the breath of the earth. They say that as long as the spring flows, the Hopi will survive. They have built a small shrine at the spring, a pile of stones with a single feather tied to it. The Spanish never found this spring. The missionaries never blessed it. The developers never drained it. It is still there, hidden in a canyon, flowing as it has always flowed, a secret that the earth has kept for the people who know how to listen. The grandmothers still know the songs. They sing them to the children as they grind the corn. They sing them to the corn as they plant the seeds. They sing them to the seeds as they pray for rain. The songs are old. The songs are new. The songs are the same song that has been sung since the beginning. The song that calls the Kachinas down from the clouds. the song that makes the corn grow, the song that keeps the world in balance. And the children are still watching. They are watching the dancers. They are watching the masks. They are watching the grandmothers. They are learning the steps. They are learning the songs. They are learning the secret that cannot be written down, cannot be captured in a photograph, cannot be explained in any language. The secret is this: the dance is not a performance. The dance is a prayer. The dancer is not a person. The dancer is a vessel. The mask is not a disguise. The mask is a door. When the dancer puts on the mask, the spirit enters. The spirit is not a memory. The spirit is a presence. The spirit is the rain that will fall. The spirit is the corn that will grow. The spirit is the child who will learn the dance. And so the serpent and the cross remain entwined, not as a symbol of conquest, not as a symbol of surrender, but as a symbol of survival. The cross stands in the plaza. The serpent coils in the kiva. The grandmother lights her candle. The child watches. And somewhere, in the space between them, the deer lifts its head, listens to the drum, and begins to move. The dance continues. It always continues. It is continuing now, in the kivas and the chapels, in the plazas and the homes, in the hearts of the people who have learned that the only way to survive is to hold two truths in the same hand, to pray two prayers with the same breath, to dance two dances in the same body. The serpent does not fear the cross. The cross does not conquer the serpent. They are both made of the same wood, the same earth, the same breath. They are both held in the same hands. They are both danced by the same feet. The story is not over. The dance is not finished. The serpent and the cross are still entwined, still wrestling, still holding each other in that eternal embrace that is neither victory nor defeat, but something else entirely. Something that has no name in Spanish or English, something that can only be danced. And so the chapter ends where it began, with a dancer, a drum, and a story that refuses to end. The cross stands in the plaza. The serpent coils in the kiva. The grandmother lights her candle. The child watches. And somewhere, in the space between them, the deer lifts its head, listens to the drum, and begins to move. The dance continues. It always continues. It is continuing now. The dance continues. It always continues. It is continuing now. But the dance has never been only about survival. It has also been about refusal. In the summer of 1680, the people of the Pueblo world decided they would no longer dance to someone else's drum. For 80 years, the Spanish had come with swords and crosses, with whips and holy water, demanding that the old gods be forgotten, the kivas sealed, the masks burned. The Franciscans had built churches on every mesa, in every village, and they had filled them with saints whose faces were pale and whose eyes looked toward heaven, never at the earth. The people knelt, the people prayed, the people waited. But beneath the wooden floors of those churches, the old songs were still being sung. In the darkness of the kivas, the serpent still coiled. The Spanish called it idolatry. The people called it memory. And then a man named Pope had a vision. He was a religious leader from the Tua village of Oke-Oinja, a man who had been whipped by the Spanish for practicing the old ceremonies. In his vision, Pope was taken to an underground chamber where he saw the spirits of his ancestors. They told him that the time had come. The Spanish must be driven out. The old way must be restored. Pope sent runners to every Pueblo village, carrying knotted cords made of yucca fiber. Each knot represented one day until the uprising. The people untied one knot each day. When the last knot was loosened, they would rise. The plan was nearly perfect. But on the eve of the revolt, the Spanish learned of it. 2 Pueblo men, loyal to the missionaries, betrayed the secret. Pope sent a new runner, a desperate message. Attack now, tonight, before the Spanish can prepare. The cords were cut. The signal was given. On August 10, 1680, the Pueblo people rose as one. They attacked every Spanish settlement in New Mexico, from Taos to Santa Fe. They burned the churches. They smashed the statues of the saints. They drowned the priests in the rivers they had blessed. They scrubbed the holy water from their children's foreheads and washed the Christian names from their tongues. They killed 400 Spanish settlers and drove the rest out of the territory, all the way back to El Paso. For 12 years, the Pueblo people were free. They rebuilt their kivas. They danced the old dances. They called the spirits back into their bodies, back into their masks, back into the earth. The serpent had risen, and for a moment the cross lay broken in the dust. But the Spanish returned. In 1692, Diego de Vargas marched north with a new army and a new strategy. He did not come only to conquer. He came to negotiate. He promised amnesty. He promised that the old ways would be tolerated, so long as the new God was also honored. The Pueblo people had seen what resistance cost. They had buried their dead. They had rebuilt their villages. They were tired. They agreed, and so began a new kind of dance, not surrender, not victory, something in between. The people built new churches, but they built them on top of the old kivas. They carved new saints, but the saints had brown faces and dark eyes, and they wore feathers in their hair. They sang the Latin Mass, but they sang it to the rhythm of the drum. This is syncretism. It is not a blending. It is not a compromise. It is a hiding place. The old spirits did not die. They simply put on new masks. Consider the Black Christ of Chimayo. In a small adobe chapel in the Sangre de Cristo Mountains, there is a crucifix. The figure of Christ is dark, almost black, carved from wood that has been stained by centuries of smoke and touch. Pilgrims come from hundreds of miles to pray before him. They touch his feet. They whisper their confessions. They leave offerings of milagros, small metal charms shaped like arms and legs and hearts. But the real miracle of Chimayo is not the crucifix. It is the dirt. In a small room beside the chapel, there is a hole in the floor. The hole is filled with earth, and the earth is said to have healing powers. Pilgrims take handfuls of this dirt home with them. They rub it on their wounds. They mix it with water and drink it. They are healed. The Catholic Church calls it a miracle. The Tiwa people call it something else. Long before the Spanish came, the people of this valley worshipped a earth spirit, a being who lived in the ground and gave life to the crops. When the missionaries built the chapel, they built it on the site of an old Tewa shrine to this earth spirit. The dirt was already sacred. The people already knew where to go for healing. They simply gave the old spirit a new name. Is the Black Christ a Catholic miracle? Or is he a Tiwa earth spirit wearing a crown of thorns? The question is not meant to be answered. The question is the point. The mystery is the medicine. This is how the old stories survive. Not in museums, not in books, in the body, in the dirt, in the space between the Latin prayer and the drumbeat. The deer dancer moves across the plaza, his steps mimicking the trembling of a deer, his rattle shaking like the sound of rain. He is dancing for the deer spirit, the ancient giver of life. But he is also dancing for St. Isidore, the patron saint of farmers. The missionaries taught him to pray to the saint. The ancestors taught him to dance for the deer. He does both. He is both. The Hopi still dance their kachinas, but they do so in secret, in chambers hidden from the tourist cameras. The masks are locked away when not in use. The songs are never recorded. The meaning is never explained. The Spanish tried to destroy this religion. They burned the masks. They whipped the dancers. They filled the kivas with rocks. But the Hopi simply went deeper. They built new kivas in the canyons, in the caves, in the spaces the Spanish could not find. And when the Spanish finally left, the Hopi emerged again. They had not forgotten. They had been waiting. The grandmother lights her candle before the statue of the Virgin of Guadalupe. The Virgin's robe is covered in stars. Her feet rest on a crescent moon. She is the Mother of God. But she is also Tomantzin, the Aztec Earth Mother, whose temple once stood on this very hill. The grandmother does not see a contradiction. She sees a mother. She sees the earth. She sees the woman who has always been there, holding the world together. This is not a story of conversion. It is a story of translation. The old gods learned new languages. The new saints learned old dances. The cross did not destroy the serpent. The serpent swallowed the cross and made it part of its own body. There is a man in Arizona, a member of the Tohono O'odham nation, who is both a Catholic deacon and a traditional singer. He wears a collar on Sunday and a feather in his hair on Saturday. He has been asked many times how he can hold both. He always gives the same answer. He says, "The church taught me to pray. The land taught me to listen. Both are necessary." Both are true. He leads the Easter morning mass in the mission church, the old adobe walls cool and dark, the candles flickering. After the mass, he walks to the river. He takes off his shoes. He stands in the water. He sings the old songs, the songs his grandfather taught him, the songs that were never written down. He sings for the rain. He sings for the corn. He sings for the deer. He is not confused. He is not divided. He is whole. The serpent and the cross are not enemies. They are two hands of the same body, reaching for the same mystery. The old stories do not need to be rescued. They are not fading. They are not dying. They are simply changing form, like the serpent shedding its skin, like the corn growing new stalks, like the dancer becoming the deer. The Spanish came and went. The missionaries came and went. The churches crumble. The crosses weather. But the dance remains. And when the dance ends, the dancer does not vanish. He becomes the story. He becomes the earth. He becomes the next dancer, the one who will take up the rattle, the one who will learn the steps, the one who will remember. The serpent is still coiled beneath the church. The cross is still planted in the plaza. The grandmother still lights her candle. The child still watches. And somewhere, in a small chapel in the mountains, a pilgrim reaches into a hole in the earth and takes a handful of dirt. She rubs it on her aching knees. She whispers a prayer in Spanish, then another in Tewa. She does not know which God will answer. She does not care. She knows only that the earth has always healed. She knows only that the story has always continued. The dance continues. It always continues. It is continuing now. And in the next chapter, the serpent will take a different form. The trickster will put on a uniform. The old language, the one the missionaries tried to silence, will become a weapon. The story of the code talkers is a story of irony, of survival, of a people who use their own tongue to defeat those who tried to steal it. The dance is not finished. It is only changing tempo. The drum is still beating. The story is still being told. The Pacific Ocean in 1942 was a world of fire and static. Islands that had never known a wheel were being torn apart by industrial war, and the American forces were losing the battle of communication. The Japanese had a terrifying talent for breaking codes, for listening in on every radio transmission, for knowing where the next landing would come. The United States Marine Corps needed a cipher that could not be cracked, a language that existed nowhere in the manuals of enemy cryptographers. They found it on the dusty roads of the American Southwest, in the hogans and trading posts of the Navajo Nation. The language of the Diné was a thing of impossible complexity. It was tonal, meaning a single syllable could change, meaning entirely depending on whether the voice rose or fell. It was built on verbs, not nouns, and its grammar had no parallel in any European or Asian tongue. To a Japanese linguist, it was not a language at all. It was noise. But there was a bitter irony coiled at the heart of this plan. The same government that now needed the Navajo language had spent decades trying to kill it. In boarding schools across the West, native children had been beaten for speaking their mother tongues. Their hair was cut. Their names were changed. The goal was assimilation, which was another word for erasure. And now, those same words, the ones whispered in dormitories at night, were being asked to win a war. The first experiment came from a man named Philip Johnston. He was the son of a missionary who had grown up on the Navajo reservation, one of the few non-natives who spoke the language fluently. He walked into a Marine Corps office in Los Angeles in early 1942 and offered them a weapon they did not know they had. The Marines were skeptical. They asked for a demonstration. Johnston selected a group of Navajo men. He gave them a message in English, asked them to translate it into Navajo, and then had another Navajo man translate it back. The message came through perfectly. Then the Marines tried to break the code themselves. They brought in linguists. They brought in anthropologists. They brought in a man who had studied 30 native languages. None of them could make any sense of what they heard. The program was approved. The first 29 Navajo recruits arrived at Camp Pendleton in California in May of 1942. They were young men, most of them teenagers, who had been raised on sheep herding and ceremonial songs. They had never seen the ocean. They had never heard an artillery shell. And they were about to become the most valuable communicators in the Pacific Theater. They built the code themselves. They did not simply speak Navajo into the radio. That would have been too easy to pattern match. Instead, they created a two-layer system. First, they assigned a Navajo word to every letter of the English alphabet. The letter A became Wul-La-Chi, which meant ant. B became Shush, which meant bear. This was the foundation. But it was slow, and in combat, slow meant dead. So they built a second layer. They assigned a Navajo word to the most common military terms. A dive bomber became Diné, which meant sparrowhawk. A submarine became Beshlo, which meant iron fish. A grenade became Aya Tutsini, which meant a small piece of hard material that could kill. The code was not a translation of English. It was a new language, built from the bones of an old one. The training was brutal. The Marines did not care that these men had never held a rifle. They learned to march, to dig foxholes, to survive on rations, and to operate a radio under fire. But the hardest part was the loneliness. They were assigned in pairs to different Marine units. A Navajo code talker was almost always the only native man in his entire battalion. He carried a secret that he could not share with anyone, not even his closest comrades. The first combat test came at Guadalcanal. The Marines had been fighting for months in the jungle, and the Japanese had intercepted every American message. The commander was desperate. He ordered the Navajo team to begin transmitting. Within minutes, the Japanese were picking up the signals. They heard words like turtle and hummingbird and iron fish. They had no idea what they meant. They never would. The code talkers worked at a speed that stunned their commanders. A standard encoding machine took 30 minutes to transmit a 3-line message. The Navajo code talkers could do it in 20 seconds. They did not need machines. They did not need encryption books. They carried the code in their heads, and they could not be captured and tortured into revealing it, because the code was not written anywhere. It was a memory. The Japanese never broke the code. They tried. They captured a Navajo soldier who was not a code talker and forced him to listen to the transmissions. He could understand individual words, but the code itself was meaningless. It was a language built on a language, a cipher hidden inside a culture they could not enter. The Navajo language had no written grammar that the Japanese could study. It existed only in the mouths of the people who had been told to forget it. The battles came one after another. Bougainville, Tarawa, Saipan, Iwo Jima. At Iwo Jima, 6 Navajo code talkers worked around the clock for the first 48 hours of the invasion. They transmitted over 800 messages without a single error. One of them, a man named Chester Nez, later said that he did not think about the war while he was talking. He thought about the sheep he had herded as a boy. He thought about the songs his grandmother had sung. The code talkers were not allowed to speak about their work. After the war, they were told to go home and say nothing. The code was still classified, and the government feared that if the enemy knew how it worked, they might find a way to break it. So the men returned to the reservation in silence. They did not tell their wives. They did not tell their children. They carried the war inside them, a secret that had no voice. The irony deepened with the years. The same government that had used the Navajo language to win a war continued to enforce English-only policies in schools. The language that had saved American lives was still forbidden in American classrooms. A Navajo child in the 1950s could be punished for speaking the very words that had been spoken into radios on Iwo Jima. The nation did not know what it owed. It was not until 1968 that the code was declassified. The men could finally speak. And when they did, the world began to understand what had happened. The Navajo code talkers were invited to Washington. They received medals. They were celebrated in parades. But for many of them, the recognition felt hollow. They had not done it for the medals. They had done it because the Marines asked, and because it was a chance to prove that their language, the one they had been taught to be ashamed of, was worth something. They were code talkers before the Navajo. In World War I, the Choctaw people of Oklahoma had been the first. During the Meuse-Argonne offensive in 1918, a German intelligence unit had been intercepting every American message. commander overheard two Choctaw soldiers speaking to each other and realized that their language was a cipher no German could crack. He put them on the radios, and the Germans never knew what hit them. The Choctaw were not given medals either. They were not even told that they had done anything special. They went home to a country that still denied them the right to vote. The story of the Choctaw code talkers was almost lost to history, a footnote in the archives of a war that had already faded into black and white. It took decades for the truth to surface, and even now, the names of many of those men are unknown. The Navajo code talkers were different. Their story became legend, but the legend sometimes obscures the truth. The code was not unbreakable because the Navajo language was inherently mysterious. It was unbreakable because the men who spoke it were smart, disciplined, and willing to die for a country that had not always treated them as citizens. The language was the tool. The bravery was the weapon. There is a moment in the story of the code talkers that captures the full weight of the irony. It is the story of a young man who was taken from his family at the age of 6 and sent to a boarding school. He was beaten for speaking Navajo. He was forced to learn English. He was told that his culture was savage and his language was worthless. 20 years later, he was on a beach in the Pacific, speaking Navajo into a radio, saving the lives of the men who had been sent to save the world. That man was not an exception. He was the rule. Nearly every code talker had a similar story. They had been raised in a world that told them to forget who they were, and then they were asked to remember. And they did. They remembered the words their grandmothers had spoken. They remembered the names of the animals and the colors of the sky. They remembered the language that had been beaten out of them, and they used it to beat an enemy. The code itself was a kind of poetry. A tank was a turtle. A machine gun was a hummingbird. A bomb was hail. The men were not just transmitting military orders. They were speaking a language that was older than the war, older than the countries that were fighting it, older than the concept of nations itself. They were speaking the words of the earth, and the earth was listening. The war ended. The men went home. They became farmers and teachers and elders. They raised children and grandchildren. They told stories, but they did not tell the war story, not for a long time. When they finally did, it was not to boast. It was to explain. They wanted their grandchildren to understand that the Navajo language was not a relic of the past. It was a living thing, and it had saved lives. The last of the original 29 code talkers died in 2014. His name was Chester Nez. He had lived long enough to see his story told in books and movies and museums. He had lived long enough to see the Navajo language taught in schools again, not as a punishment, but as a gift. He had lived long enough to know that the code he had carried in his head had become a bridge between two worlds. The story of the code talkers is not a story about war. It is a story about language. It is a story about what happens when a people are told that their voice does not matter and they refuse to believe it. The Navajo language was not a secret weapon because it was hard to learn. It was a secret weapon because it was a living language, spoken by a living people, and no amount of force could make it die. The code was declassified in 1968. The men received their medals in 2001, but the real recognition came in the quiet moments. It came when a Navajo elder heard a young person speaking the language on the street. It came when a child asked for a story in the old way. It came when a Marine veteran, decades after the war, met a code talker and said simply, "Thank you." The Choctaw code talkers of World War I were finally recognized in 1989. The French government awarded them the Chevalier of the National Order of Merit. It was a small gesture, decades too late, but it mattered. It meant that the story had not been lost. It meant that the men who had spoken the first secret language of the American military were not forgotten. There is a photograph taken on Iwo Jima. It shows a Navajo code talker named Jack Nez, no relation to Chester, sitting on a pile of sandbags. He is holding a radio. His eyes are fixed on something beyond the frame. He looks tired. He looks young. He looks like a boy who has seen too much. Behind him, the flag is being raised on Mount Suribachi. He does not look at the flag. He is listening. That photograph is not famous. It is not the one that won the Pulitzer. But it is the truer image of the war. It is the image of a man doing something that no one else could do, speaking a language that no one else could understand, carrying a secret that no one else could hold. He is not a hero in the way the movies show. He is a hero in the way that real heroes are, ordinary people who do extraordinary things because they have no other choice. The Navajo language is still spoken today. It is one of the few Native American languages that is actually growing, passed from grandparents to grandchildren, surviving the centuries of assault. The code talkers did not save the language saved them. And in saving them, it saved a piece of the American soul that the country had tried to bury. The trickster Coyote would have loved the code talkers. He would have seen the joke in it. The government that tried to silence the Navajo voice was the same government that needed that voice to survive. The language of the oppressed became the weapon of the powerful. The students of the boarding schools became the teachers of the nation. The story is not a tragedy, it is a trick. And the trick is that the people who were supposed to vanish are still here, still speaking. The code is no longer secret. The men who spoke it are gone, but the language remains. And every time a Navajo child learns to say turtle in the old way, every time a grandmother tells a story in the tongue of her ancestors, the code is spoken again. It is not a weapon anymore, it is a gift, and it is a gift that cannot be taken back. The war ended 70 years ago. The code talkers have passed into history, but the story is not finished. It is being told in new ways, by new voices, in new languages. The digital smoke signal carries the same message that the radio did on Iwo Jima. We are here, we are speaking. We will not be silent. The next chapter is not about war, it is about the land itself. Because the land is the oldest story of all, and it is written in the mountains and the rivers and the canyons that the code talkers called home. The language came from the land, and the land is still speaking. The land is still speaking. But in 1941, the voices of the Navajo people were barely whispers in their own homeland. The same government that would soon beg for their help had spent decades trying to silence them. Children were taken from their families, forced into schools where the speaking of Navajo was punished. A bar of soap for a tongue that dared to form the old words. A strap for a child who whispered a prayer in the language of the holy people. The policy was called assimilation. Its purpose was to erase. To make the Navajo child forget the name of the mountain where changing woman first taught the people to sing. To replace the stories of Coyote and Spider-Woman with the stories of George Washington and the Pilgrims. To kill the language so that the people would die as a people even if their bodies survived. And then the war came. And the same language that had been beaten out of children became the most valuable weapon the United States possessed. The Japanese had broken every code the American military could devise. They had teams of linguists, experts in German and Japanese, and the complex ciphers of the era. They could crack any code in a matter of days, sometimes hours. The American command was desperate. They needed something the enemy could not decipher, something that did not exist in any dictionary. Something that had never been written down. A civilian named Philip Johnston, the son of a missionary who had grown up on the Navajo reservation, remembered the language of his childhood friends. He proposed an impossible idea, used the Navajo language as a code, not a cipher built on top of it, but the language itself. A living, breathing code that no outsider could learn because no outsider had ever been permitted to learn it. The Marine Corps was skeptical. They tested the concept with a small group of Navajo men. A message in English was given to one Navajo speaker. He transmitted it in Navajo to a second speaker who translated it back into English. The message was perfect. Not a single error. The test was repeated again and again. The Marines were stunned. The Navajo language is not simply difficult. It is, for a non-native speaker, nearly impossible. It is a tonal language, like Chinese, where the same sequence of sounds can mean 3 different things depending on the pitch of the voice. It is a language of verbs so complex that a single word can contain an entire sentence. It is a language that was never meant to be written down, never meant to be analyzed by outsiders. It is a language that was designed by the holy people themselves for the Diné. And so the United States Marine Corps, the same institution that had fought against the Navajo in the wars of the 19th century, began recruiting Navajo men. They were not asked to forget their language. They were asked to weaponize it, to turn the songs of their grandmothers into tools of war. The irony was not lost on the men themselves. Carl Gorman, one of the original 29 code talkers, remembered the boarding schools. He remembered the punishments. And now he was being asked to use the very words that had earned him a beating to help the same government that had ordered those beatings. He did it anyway. Because the alternative was a world where the Japanese Empire, an empire that spoke of racial purity and conquest, would win. The code they created was not a direct translation, it was a system of substitutions. For military terms that did not exist in Navajo, they used animal names. A bomber became a buzzard, a submarine became a whale. A fighter plane became a hummingbird. The word for a commanding officer was war chief. The word for a specific island was given a Navajo name that only a native speaker would recognize. The alphabet was encoded in the same way. The letter A was ant, B was bear, C was cat, but the code was not static. It evolved. New words were added. Old words were changed. The code talkers memorized hundreds of words, and they could transmit a message in a fraction of the time it took the mechanical cipher machines. On the beaches of Iwo Jima, the code talkers became legends. The Japanese were intercepting every radio transmission. They could hear the strange, guttural sounds of the Navajo language. They could not understand a single word. They could not break the code. They could not predict the next move. The Marines could coordinate their attacks in the open, speaking freely over the radio, knowing that the enemy was listening but could not comprehend. One code talker, a young man named Chester Nez, transmitted the message that called in the final assault on Mount Suribachi. He spoke the words that brought the flag up the mountain. He spoke the words that told the artillery where to fire. He spoke the words that saved lives, and he spoke them in a language that his own government had tried to destroy. The code talkers were not just soldiers, they were walking contradictions. They were fighting for a country that had stolen their land, broken its treaties, and tried to erase their culture. They were fighting for a country that had told them their language was worthless. And they were proving, with every transmission, that their language was priceless. There were 400 Navajo code talkers in total. Not one of their codes was ever broken. The Japanese never came close. The language that had been a target of genocide became the instrument of victory. But the irony did not end with the war. After the war, the code talkers returned home. They were told to keep their work secret. For decades, they could not tell their own families what they had done. The code remained classified. The men who had saved thousands of lives were invisible, and the boarding schools continued. The government did not stop trying to erase the language because the war was over. The policy of assimilation continued. The children were still taken. The language was still punished. It was not until 1968 that the code was declassified. And it was not until the 1970s that the code talkers began to receive the recognition they deserved. The Navajo language, once a weapon of war, was finally being honored as a treasure. The code talkers became symbols. They were invited to the White House. They were given medals. Their faces appeared on postage stamps. Their stories were told in books and movies. The language that had been beaten out of children was now celebrated as a national treasure. But the deeper irony remains. The code talkers saved lives. They proved the value of their language. But the language is still endangered. The boarding schools are gone, but the damage remains. Fewer and fewer children are learning Navajo as their first language. The code talkers are gone now, and with them, the last generation of fluent speakers who grew up in a world where Navajo was the only language they knew. The code itself is preserved in museums. The words are there, frozen in time, but the language is not frozen, it is living. And it is fighting for its life. There is a photograph of the original 29 code talkers. They are standing in the desert, the same desert where their ancestors had been forced to walk in the Long Walk of 1864. They are wearing Marine uniforms. They are holding rifles, but their real weapon is invisible. It is the language in their mouths, the language of the holy people, the language that the government tried to kill. And now, 70 years later, the language is still here. The code talkers are gone, but the words remain. The words for turtle and hummingbird and ironfish. The words for war chief and buzzard and whale. The words that saved the world. The code is no longer secret. The men who spoke it are gone, but the language remains. And every time a Navajo child learns to say turtle in the old way, every time a grandmother tells a story in the tongue of her ancestors, the code is spoken again. It is not a weapon anymore. It is a gift, and it is a gift that cannot be taken back. The war ended 70 years ago. The code talkers have passed into history, but the story is not finished. It is being told in new ways, by new voices, in new languages. The digital smoke signal carries the same message that the radio did on Iwo Jima. We are here. We are speaking. We will not be silent. The next chapter is not about war, it is about the land itself. Because the land is the oldest story of all, and it is written in the mountains and the rivers and the canyons that the code talkers called home. The language came from the land, and the land is still speaking. The men who built that code came from a place where language had been a weapon used against them. In the schools run by the United States government, a child caught speaking Navajo was punished. Soap was washed into their mouths. Their knuckles were wrapped with rulers. They were told that their mother's tongue was savage, a thing to be forgotten. And yet, when the nation needed a weapon that could not be broken, it reached for the very language it had tried to destroy. This is the irony that runs through the story like a fault line. The same government that banned the language paid men to speak it on the battlefield. The same schools that punished children for saying the old words now ask those children, grown into men, to save American lives by whispering them into radios. It had happened before. In the trenches of France, in 1918, the Choctaw people of Oklahoma had already proven what a native tongue could do. The Germans had broken every code the American military could devise. They had teams of linguists listening to every transmission, reading every message, waiting for a weakness. The Americans were losing men, they were losing ground, and then someone remembered the Choctaw boys from the Indian Territory. 17 Choctaw men were placed in different field telephone stations. They spoke to each other in their own language. The Germans listened. The Germans could not understand a single word. The Choctaw language had no written alphabet that the enemy could study. It had no grammar book in a Berlin library. It was a living thing, a language of the Mississippi woodlands, and it belonged only to the people who had grown up speaking it around fires and in cornfields and at the edges of rivers. The experiment worked. The Germans could not break what they could not even recognize as a code. The Americans advanced. The war ended, and the Choctaw code talkers went home. They did not receive medals. They did not give interviews. They went back to their farms and their families, and they did not speak of what they had done. The military filed the report. The lesson was noted, and then for 20 years it was forgotten. When the next war came, the Marines remembered. Philip Johnston was the man who carried the memory. He was the son of a missionary who had grown up on the Navajo reservation. He had played with Navajo children. He had learned their language. And he knew that the same trick that had worked in the trenches could work on the islands of the Pacific. He walked into a Marine Corps office in Los Angeles and he made a proposal. Use the Navajo language. It is unwritten. It is complex. It is spoken by fewer than 50,000 people on Earth. It is unbreakable. The Marines were skeptical. They tested it. They gave the Navajo speakers a message in English. The message was translated into Navajo. It was transmitted by radio. It was translated back into English. The whole process took less than 2 minutes. The officer looked at his watch. He looked at the Navajo men. He gave the order. The 29 men who built the code were not just speakers of a language. They were architects of a system. They took their language and they turned it into a weapon. Every letter of the English alphabet was assigned a Navajo word. A was for ant, B was for bear, C was for cat, but they went further. They created a dictionary of military terms that had no Navajo equivalent. A submarine became an iron fish. A fighter plane became a hummingbird. A bomb became an egg. The code was not just a translation, it was a creation. It was a new language, born from an old one, built for the single purpose of winning a war. The men who spoke this code were not just soldiers, They were walking libraries. They memorized the entire dictionary. There was no written copy in the field. If a code talker was captured, he could not reveal what he did not carry. The code existed only in the minds of the men who spoke it, and if a code talker died, the code died with him. On the island of Iwo Jima, the code was tested to its breaking point. The Japanese had cracked every American code. They knew the troop movements. They knew the supply routes. They knew when the bombs would fall. But when the Navajo words began to fill the airwaves, the Japanese were lost. They heard words that meant nothing. Turtle, hummingbird, iron fish. They could not decode what they could not even categorize as a language. In the first 48 hours of the battle, the code talkers transmitted over 800 messages. Not one was intercepted. Not one was misunderstood. Not one American was killed by friendly fire because of a communication error. The men who did this were 18, 19, 20 years old. They had left a world of hogans and sheep herds and desert silence. They had arrived on an island of volcanic ash and death. And they had been given a task that depended on their ability to remain calm while the world exploded around them. They spoke of turtles and hummingbirds, while men died beside them. They recited the names of animals and stars while the earth shook. They were not just transmitting information. They were performing an act of defiance. They were speaking the language that the government had tried to erase, and they were using it to win a victory for the very nation that had tried to silence them. The irony was not lost on them. One of them, a man named Chester Nez, would later say that he thought about the boarding schools while he was on Iwo Jima. He thought about the soap in his mouth. He thought about the ruler on his knuckles. And he thought about the fact that the same language they had punished him for speaking was now saving their lives. He did not say it with anger. He said it with wonder. The language had survived. It had outlasted the schools and the punishments and the attempts to erase it. And now, on a Pacific island, it was proving its worth in the most dramatic way imaginable. The war ended. The code talkers came home, and again they were told to be silent. The code was classified. They could not tell their wives what they had done. They could not tell their children. They could not tell their own mothers. The language that had won the war was locked away in military files, and the men who spoke it were bound by an oath of secrecy that lasted for decades. They carried the war in their heads. They carried the names of the dead. They carried the sound of the guns. And they carried the secret of what they had done. It was not until 1968 that the code was declassified. And it was not until 2001 that the code talkers were finally recognized with the Congressional Gold Medal. By then, most of them were gone. The 29 who built the code were down to a handful. The men who had saved thousands of lives had spent most of their lives in obscurity, herding sheep, repairing fences, living in the desert silence that had shaped their language in the first place. The recognition came late, but it came. And when it came, the code talkers did not speak of glory, they spoke of the language. They said that the code worked because the language was beautiful, because it was precise, because it was old, because it came from the land and the sky, and the animals and the stars. They said that the language had been given to them by the holy people, and that it was not a weapon, but a gift. And that the gift had been used, in a time of great need, to protect the people who had tried to take it away. The story of the code talkers is not a story of war, it is a story of survival. The men who spoke it are gone, but the language remains. And every time a Navajo child learns to say turtle in the old way, every time a grandmother tells a story in the tongue of her ancestors, the code is spoken again. It is not a weapon anymore, it is a gift, and it is a gift that cannot be taken back. The war ended 70 years ago. The code talkers have passed into history, but the story is not finished. It is being told in new ways, by new voices, in new languages. The digital smoke signal carries the same message that the radio did on Iwo Jima. We are here, we are speaking. We will not be silent. The next chapter is not about war, it is about the land itself. Because the land is the oldest story of all, and it is written in the mountains and the rivers and the canyons that the code talkers called home. The language came from the land, and the land is still speaking. Chester Nez was 17 years old when he became a weapon. Not a rifle, not a bayonet, a voice. He was one of 29 Navajo men who volunteered for a secret mission in 1942, a mission so classified that even their own officers did not fully understand it. They were told to build a code from their own language, a language that the United States government had spent decades trying to erase. The irony was not lost on them. They had been punished for speaking Navajo in boarding schools. They had been forced to cut their hair and abandon their names. And now the same government was asking them to speak it in the service of war. The code they created was not complicated. It was brilliant in its simplicity. They used everyday words from their world. A turtle became a tank. A hummingbird became a fighter plane. A shark became a destroyer. The words were not secret, the meaning was. A Japanese intelligence officer could hear the word for turtle crackling across the radio waves and understand nothing. But a Navajo Marine would hear it and know that armor was advancing. The code was not a cipher, it was a story. And the enemy could not read it. On Iwo Jima, the code talkers worked around the clock. They transmitted over 800 messages in the first 48 hours of the battle. Not a single one was intercepted or misinterpreted. The Japanese had broken every code the United States had thrown at them. They had cracked the complex machines of the Army and the Navy. But they could not break a language that had no written alphabet, no grammar books, no dictionaries for the enemy to steal. The Navajo language was a fortress built from sound, and the Japanese had no map to its walls. But the code talkers were not the first. In 1918, during the last months of World War I, a group of Choctaw soldiers in the 36th Division used their language to confuse German forces. They did not have a formal code. They simply spoke to each other in Choctaw over the telephone lines, and the Germans could not understand a word. The tactic was so effective that the American commanders used it repeatedly, but the Choctaw men were not celebrated. They were not given medals. They were told to keep quiet. The war ended, and the story went with them into silence. There were others. The Comanche code talkers in World War II used their language to direct artillery fire and coordinate troop movements. The Meskwaki men served in North Africa and Europe, speaking a language that fewer than 1,000 people in the world could understand. The Hopi, the Cherokee, the Seminole, the Lakota, each tribe contributed its own voice to the war effort. But the Navajo were the most famous and the most numerous. Over 400 Navajo men served as code talkers. They fought in every major battle in the Pacific. They were at Guadalcanal. They were at Tarawa. They were at Saipan. They were at Iwo Jima. They were at Okinawa. And through it all they spoke. They spoke the language of their grandmothers, the language of the ceremonies, the language of the creation stories. They spoke the words that talking God had given to the first people. They spoke the names of the sacred mountains. They spoke the story of the hero twins and the monsters they had killed, and in speaking, they became tricksters themselves. The trickster is a liar, a thief, a shapeshifter. Coyote steals fire for the people, but he does it by pretending to be something he is not. The code talkers did the same. They used their language, a gift from the Creator, to hide the truth from the enemy. They were coyote with a radio. The Japanese never broke the code. They tried. They captured a Navajo soldier and forced him to listen to the transmissions. But the soldier was not a code talker. He had been raised off the reservation. He did not speak the language. The Japanese tortured him. They threatened to kill him. He could not give them what they wanted. He did not have it. The code was not just a language. It was a way of thinking. It was a worldview. It was the sound of a people who had been shaped by the desert and the sky and the wind. You could not learn it from a book. You could not steal it from a prisoner. You had to be born into it. After the war, the code talkers came home to a country that did not recognize them. They were told not to speak about their service. The code was still classified. They could not tell their wives. They could not tell their children. They could not tell their parents. The men who had helped win the war returned to the reservation and said nothing. They went back to herding sheep. They went back to weaving rugs. They went back to living in homes without electricity or running water. The government that had asked them to speak now asked them to be silent. For decades, the silence held. The code talkers grew old. Some died without ever telling their story. Their children grew up knowing only that their fathers had been in the war, but not what they had done. The secret was a weight they carried alone, and then, in 1968, the code was declassified. The story could finally be told. But the telling was slow. The men who had spoken the code were not in the habit of boasting. They had been raised to be humble. They had been taught that the greatest warriors are the ones who do not speak of their deeds. The recognition, when it came, was long overdue. In 1982, the code talkers were given a certificate of appreciation by the United States government. In 2001, the original 29 were awarded the Congressional Gold Medal. The ceremony was held in the rotunda of the Capitol. The men were in their 80s and 90s. They wore their old Marine uniforms, the fabric stretched and faded. They stood as straight as they could. They received the medal, and then they went home. But the story does not end with a medal. The story continues in the children who now learn the Navajo language in school. The same language that was forbidden in the boarding schools is now taught in the classrooms. The same words that were used to call in airstrikes are now used to say, "Good morning." The same language that was a weapon is now a bridge. The code talkers did not just win a war, they saved a language. They proved that the old words still had power. They proved that the stories of the ancestors were not dead. There is a story that the code talkers tell among themselves. It is about a young Marine who was wounded on Iwo Jima. He was lying in a foxhole, bleeding, the battle raging around him. He could not call for help in English because the Japanese would hear him, so he spoke in Navajo. He said the word for turtle. He said the word for hummingbird. He said the words that meant he was hurt and needed to be found. And the other code talkers heard him. They found him. They carried him to safety. The words of his ancestors saved his life. The men who spoke those words are gone now. Chester Nez died in 2014. He was the last of the original 29. He wrote a memoir before he died. In it, he described the moment he first heard the Navajo language spoken by his grandmother. He said it sounded like music. He said it sounded like home. He said he knew, even as a child, that the language was a gift. He did not know then that it would become a weapon. He did not know that it would become a code. He only knew that it was beautiful. And now the language is spoken again, not in war, in peace, in classrooms, in homes, in ceremonies, in songs. The code is not a secret anymore, it is a story, and the story is being told. The Trickster has played his final trick. He took the language of his people, a language that was meant to be destroyed, and he used it to win a war. And then he gave it back. The language is alive, the code is broken, but the words remain. The war ended 70 years ago. The code talkers have passed into history, but the story is not finished. It is being told in new ways, by new voices, in new languages. The digital smoke signal carries the same message that the radio did on Iwo Jima. We are here, we are speaking. We will not be silent. The next chapter is not about war, it is about the land itself. Because the land is the oldest story of all, and it is written in the mountains and the rivers and the canyons that the code talkers called home. The language came from the land, and the land is still speaking. The land remembers. Not in the way a book remembers, with words fixed on a page, but in the way a living body remembers, in the curve of a river, the tilt of a mountain, the hidden springs that rise from deep underground. For the peoples of Turtle Island, the earth is not a backdrop for human events. It is the story itself written in stone and water, in the flight of birds and the root systems of ancient pines. Every canyon wall is a page, every butte is a chapter marker. The Hopi know their emergence place as a spring in the Grand Canyon, a small pool of water that is the navel of the world. The Navajos see their 4 sacred mountains as the boundaries of their homeland, each one a living being, a guardian. The Lakota do not say they own the Black Hills. They say the Black Hills own them. The Havasupai people have lived in the Grand Canyon for more than 1,000 years. Their name means people of the blue-green water, and their creation story is written in the layers of the canyon walls. The highest cliffs are the first world. The deep gorges are the places where the earth split open to let the first people emerge. The Colorado River is not just a river, it is the spine of their universe. To walk through this land is to walk through a library with no covers. The stories are not inside the earth, they are the earth. A rock formation is not a rock formation. It is a giant turned to stone, a monster frozen in its tracks, a grandmother who chose to stay behind to watch over her children. The land is the first storyteller, and every generation learns to read it anew. The Black Hills, Pahasapa. To the Lakota, they are the heart of everything that is. In their creation stories, the hills were placed on the earth as a sanctuary, a place where the spirits live and where the people could come to pray. The highest peak, Harney Peak, is the center of the world. It is where the vision quests happen. It is where the dead go to begin their journey to the spirit world. In 1877, the United States government seized the Black Hills. The land was guaranteed to the Lakota by treaty, but gold was discovered, and treaties were rewritten. The hills were broken into pieces, sold to miners, lobbed and carved. The faces of 4 presidents were blasted into the sacred stone. The Lakota call it the Mount of the White Man. They do not go there, but the stories do not stop. They go underground. They are whispered at powwows, taught to children in basements, carried in the hearts of elders who remember the old names. The Black Hills still have their Lakota names. The maps may say Rushmore, but the land knows its true name. And the people are still here, waiting. The land is a story that refuses to be erased. At Cahokia, near the confluence of the Mississippi and Missouri rivers, the earth itself was shaped into narrative. Monk's Mound rises 100 feet above the floodplain, a terraced pyramid built by the Mississippian people 1,000 years ago. It was the center of a city of 20,000 souls, the largest urban center north of Mexico until the 19th century. No one knows the original name of this place. The people who built it left no written records. But the mounds themselves are a kind of writing. They are aligned to the solstices. They map the movements of the stars. They tell a story about the relationship between the sky and the earth, about the cycles of planting and harvest, about the power of the sun and the river. The mounds are not just structures, they are ceremonies made permanent. Every basket of earth carried to the top of Monk's Mound was a prayer. Every terrace was a step closer to the sky. The people who built this city understood that the land is not a resource. It is a relative. It is a teacher. It is a story that must be told with the whole body. The Mississippian people vanished before Europeans arrived, their civilization collapsing for reasons that scholars still debate. But their mounds remain. And the stories they built into the earth are still there, waiting to be read by anyone who knows how to look. The land keeps its secrets, but it also gives them away. The Colorado River has its own story, and it is not a happy one. For the Havasupai, the river is the source of life, the blue-green water that makes the canyon bloom. But downstream, the river has been dammed, diverted, and drained. The Colorado no longer reaches the sea. It dies in the desert. Its water used to grow lawns in Phoenix and golf courses in Las Vegas. The Havasupai watch this from their village at the bottom of the canyon. They know that the river is a living being. They know that when you dam a river, you are not just stopping water, you are stopping a story. You are silencing a voice that has been speaking for millions of years. And when a story is silenced, the world becomes a little less alive. But the Havasupai have not stopped telling their story. They have taken their fight to the courts, to the halls of Congress, to the United Nations. They have argued that the river is not just a resource, it is a sacred being with rights of its own. They have argued that the land itself has a voice, and that voice must be heard. In 2006, the Standing Rock Sioux tribe stood up for the Missouri River. The Dakota Access Pipeline was planned to cross under the river, just upstream from the tribe's reservation. The tribe argued that the pipeline threatened their water supply and that it crossed sacred burial grounds. They argued that the river was not a thing to be crossed, it was a relative. The protest at Standing Rock became a gathering of nations. Thousands of people came from across the country and around the world. They came to stand with the water. They came to stand with the land. They came because they understood that the fight was not just about a pipeline. It was about who gets to tell the story of the land. The pipeline was built, the water was crossed, but the story did not end. The movement that began at Standing Rock spread across the country. Tribes began to assert their sovereignty over their lands and waters in new ways. They began to demand that their stories be heard. They began to remind the world that the land is not a commodity. It is a library. It is a cathedral. It is a covenant. The land is a story that is still being written. Every generation adds its own chapter. The Black Hills are still sacred. The Colorado River is still a living being. The Missouri River is still a relative. The stories change and adapt, but they do not die. They are carried in the water, in the wind, in the roots of the trees. At the heart of every story is a question. What does it mean to belong to a place? What does it mean to be part of a story that began long before you were born and will continue long after you are gone? The land asks these questions. The land answers them if you know how to listen. The Havasupai elder traces the line on the rock wall. The line is a bighorn sheep, painted 1,000 years ago. The elder does not say what it means. She does not need to. The rock knows. The land knows. The story is there, waiting for anyone who has the patience to read it. And the land is patient. It has all the time in the world. The land is a story. And stories, like rivers, find a way to keep flowing. They carve new channels. They go underground. They rise again in unexpected places. The land will not be silenced. The land will not be forgotten. The land will not be owned. It will be told. And the people who know this are still here. They are in the Black Hills, praying. They are at the bottom of the Grand Canyon, farming. They are on the banks of the Missouri, standing guard. They are telling the story, one generation at a time. They are the story. And the story is not finished. The land is a story that does not end. It only turns the page. The land is a story that does not end. It only turns the page. And the next page is written in stone, in the Black Hills of South Dakota, a place the Lakota call Pahasapa, the heart of everything that is. These are not mountains in the ordinary sense. They are a sanctuary, a place where the spirits dwell, where the thunder beings make their home in the summer storms that roll across the peaks. The Lakota did not build here. They did not need to. The Black Hills were already a temple, and every spring, every creek, every granite outcropping was an altar. For generations, the people came here to fast, to pray, to seek visions. They gathered the sacred red pipestone from the quarries to the east. They left offerings of tobacco and cloth tied to the branches of the pines. They knew this land was not theirs to own. It was theirs to belong to. But the United States government saw something else in the Black Hills. It saw gold. In 1874, General George Armstrong Custer led an expedition into the hills and confirmed what many already suspected. The earth here was rich with the yellow metal. The news spread like fire. The Treaty of 1868 had guaranteed the Black Hills to the Lakota forever. But forever, in the language of treaties, turned out to be a very short word. The government tried to buy the land. The Lakota refused, so the government simply took it. In 1877, Congress passed an act that seized the Black Hills, breaking the treaty, breaking the promise, breaking the sacred bond between a people and their most holy place. The Lakota have never stopped fighting to get them back. They have taken the case to the Supreme Court. They have been offered money, hundreds of millions of dollars in compensation. They have refused every time. The Black Hills are not for sale. They are not a real estate transaction. They are the body of the earth, and you cannot put a price on the body of your mother. And then, in the heart of this sacred place, the United States carved 4 faces into the stone. Mount Rushmore was completed in 1941, a monument to American presidents, a celebration of the nation's expansion. The sculptor, Gutzon Borglum, chose the Black Hills deliberately. He wanted a site that was national in scope, a symbol of the country's destiny. He did not ask permission. He did not consult the Lakota. He simply began blasting. To the Lakota, it was not a monument, it was a desecration. It was the final insult, the ultimate act of erasure. The faces of the men who had authorized the seizure of their land, the destruction of their way of life, the killing of their buffalo, were now staring out from the mountain they had always held sacred. The irony is almost unbearable. The mountain that was a sanctuary is now a tourist attraction. The place where the spirits dwell is now a parking lot. The temple is now a postcard. But the Lakota did not leave. They did not forget. They did not stop praying. They still come to the hills to fast and to seek visions. They still leave their offerings. They still sing the old songs. They still tell the story of how the Black Hills were formed, how the earth was pushed up by the struggle of the great spirits, how the thunder beings made their home in the clouds that gather around the peaks. The story is not erased. It is not forgotten. It is whispered in the wind that moves through the pines. It is written in the roots of the trees that cling to the granite. It is sung by the water that flows from the springs. The land remembers, and the people remember, and that is a form of resistance that no amount of dynamite can destroy. The Black Hills are not the only sacred place that holds a story. 1,000 miles to the southwest, the Colorado River has been writing its own story for millions of years. The river carved the Grand Canyon, layer by layer, inch by inch, a slow and patient revelation of the Earth's deep time. For the Havasupai people, the canyon is not a geological wonder. It is their home. It is their origin. It is their scripture. The Havasupai have lived in the Grand Canyon for centuries, in the village of Supai, at the bottom of the canyon, where the water is turquoise and the cottonwood trees provide shade. Their creation story is written in the layers of the canyon walls. The red sandstone is the blood of the first people. The limestone is the bones of the ancient ones. The shale is the skin of the earth. Every stratum, every fossil, every twist in the river is a word in a language that predates human speech. The Havasupai name for themselves means people of the blue-green water. The water is their life. It is their identity. It is the thread that connects them to the land. The springs that feed Havasu Creek emerge from the canyon walls, and the Havasupai believe these springs are the tears of the earth, the sorrow of the world made pure and drinkable. They have farmed the canyon floor for generations, growing corn, beans, and squash in the rich alluvial soil. They have built their homes from the stone and the wood of the canyon. They have buried their dead in the caves that riddle the cliffs. The canyon is not a place they live, it is who they are. And yet, the river is under threat. The Colorado River, the lifeblood of the Southwest, is being drained dry by the demands of cities and farms. The water that once flowed freely through the Grand Canyon is now a trickle, controlled by dams and diverted by canals. The Havasupai have watched the river shrink. They have watched the springs slow. They have watched the blue-green water grow thin. They have fought in court to protect their water rights, to ensure that the river that gives them life does not die. The story of the Colorado River is a story of abundance and scarcity, of generosity and greed, of a people who have lived in balance with the land for centuries, and a civilization that demands more than the land can give. The river is a story, and the story is not over. The river is still carving the canyon. The river is still writing its tale. The question is, who will be left to read it? From the Grand Canyon, the story of the land moves east, to the Mississippi River Valley, to a place that was once the center of a world. The Cahokia Mounds, near present-day St. Louis, are the remains of the largest pre-Columbian city north of Mexico. At its peak, around 1100 AD, Cahokia was home to tens of thousands of people, a metropolis of earthen pyramids, plazas, and wooden temples. The people of Cahokia built their city on the floodplain of the Mississippi, a landscape of rivers and wetlands, of fertile soil and abundant game. They built their mounds to align with the sun and the moon, to mark the solstices and the equinoxes, to connect the earth to the sky. They built a world. And then, for reasons that scholars still debate, they abandoned it. The city was empty by 1350 AD. The mounds stood silent. The forest grew back. The story of Cahokia became a mystery, a ghost story whispered by the wind. But the mounds did not disappear. They did not erode into nothing. They remained, a testament to a people who had shaped the land with their hands and their vision. The modern city of St. Che. Louis grew up around them, a sprawling metropolis that barely noticed the ancient city at its doorstep. The mounds became a park, a golf course, a housing development. They were bulldozed and built over. Of the original 120 mounds, fewer than 80 survive, and yet the mounds that remain still hold their power. They still rise from the floodplain, silent and patient, waiting for someone to remember. They are a story that was interrupted, but not ended. They are a question that has not been answered. They are a reminder that civilizations rise and fall, but the land endures. The land is the story. The land is the witness. The land is the archive. And the land is also a battlefield. In 2016, the Standing Rock Sioux tribe rose up to stop the Dakota Access Pipeline, a project that would carry oil under the Missouri River, the same river that provides their drinking water. The protest was not just about a pipeline, it was about sovereignty. It was about the right of a people to protect their land and their water. It was about the sacredness of the river, the same river that had sustained the Lakota and the Dakota for centuries. The camps at Standing Rock became a gathering of nations, a modern-day council fire, a reminder that the old stories are still alive, that the land is still sacred, that the people are still willing to fight for it. The pipeline was built, the oil flows, but the fight did not end, the story did not stop, the water is still there. The river is still flowing, and the people are still standing guard. The land is a story. And every mountain, every river, every mound, every canyon is a chapter. The Black Hills are a chapter of theft and prayer. The Grand Canyon is a chapter of creation and survival. Cahokia is a chapter of rise and fall. Standing Rock is a chapter of resistance and hope. The chapters are not separate, they are connected. They are all part of the same story, the story of a people and the land that made them. The land is not a backdrop. It is not a resource. It is not a possession. The land is a relative. The land is a teacher. The land is a story that is still being told, and the people who know this are still here. They are in the Black Hills, praying. They are at the bottom of the Grand Canyon, farming. They are on the banks of the Missouri, standing guard. They are telling the story, one generation at a time. They are the story. And the story is not finished. The land is a story that does not end. It only turns the page. And the next page is written in the return of the buffalo. The story turns now, as it must, to water. Not the water of the flood that washes away, but the water that carves, that persists, that reveals. The Colorado River has been cutting its way through the Colorado Plateau for 6 million years. It has exposed 2 billion years of the Earth's history in the walls of the Grand Canyon. And for the Havasupai people, who have lived at the bottom of that canyon for at least 1,000 years, the river is not just a source of water. It is the spine of their creation story. The Havasupai call themselves the Havsu-Bayaha, the people of the blue-green water. Their home is Havasu Canyon, a side canyon of the Grand Canyon, where the water is so rich in calcium carbonate that it has built terraces of travertine over thousands of years, creating pools of a blue that seems to come from another world. The water is not just beautiful, it is the body of a god. In the Havasupai creation story, the world began as a flood. The people were drowning. They were lost. Then, from the depths of the water, a giant reed pushed upward, growing toward the sky. The people clung to the reed, climbing as the water rose beneath them. They climbed for days, for weeks, until they reached the top, where they found a new world, a dry world, a world of red rock and blue sky. But the reed was not just a ladder, it was the first river. And when the people reached the top, the water that had been chasing them followed, flowing out of the reed and across the new land, carving the canyons as it went. The Grand Canyon, in this telling, is not a geological accident. It is the scar left by the birth of the world. Every layer of rock is a page in the story of that journey. An elder traces a line on a canyon wall. The line is a petroglyph, a bighorn sheep, its horns curled in a spiral that mirrors the shape of the canyon itself. The elder does not speak. The gesture is enough. The rock remembers. The bighorn sheep is not just an animal. It is a guide, a spirit, a reminder of the time when the people and the animals were one, when the world was still soft and new. The Havasupai have lived in this canyon for centuries, farming the narrow floodplains, raising corn and beans and squash in the shade of the canyon walls. They have never left. Not when the Spanish arrived in the 16th century, not when the United States claimed the land in the 19th, not when the National Park Service began regulating every inch of the canyon above them. They have stayed because the canyon is not a place they live, it is who they are. But the canyon has been taken from them, piece by piece, in 1882, the US. Government designated the Havasupai Reservation as a mere 518 acres, a tiny sliver of their ancestral territory. The rest of the canyon, including the springs and the sacred sites, was declared a national park. The people were confined to the bottom of the canyon, cut off from the rim, from the hunting grounds, from the places where their spirits lived. They adapted. They survived. They learned to live in a world that had shrunk to a fraction of its former size. The trail into Havasu Canyon is 8 miles long, and it is the only way in or out. For generations, everything the Havasupai needed came in on the backs of mules, food, lumber, mail, medicine. The trail is a lifeline, but it is also a reminder of a world that has been narrowed, and yet the water remains. Havasu Creek still flows, blue-green and clear, from the springs that are the source of all life. The water is the same water that the first people drank when they climbed the reed. It is the same water that carved the canyon. It is the same water that will be there long after the mules are gone, long after the tourists have returned to their hotels on the rim. The Havasupai are fighting to protect that water. In recent years, they have fought to stop uranium mining on the rim of the canyon, mining that would poison the springs with radioactive waste. They have fought to reclaim their sacred sites, to have a voice in how the canyon is managed. They have fought because the water is not a resource, it is a relative, and you do not sell your relatives. The story of the Havasupai is not unique. Across Turtle Island, there are hundreds of other stories, each one written in the geography of a particular place. The Mississippi River is the body of a great serpent for the Ojibwe. The Great Lakes are the tears of a grieving spirit for the Iroquois. The Rocky Mountains are the spine of a sleeping giant for the Blackfeet. The land is not silent, it is speaking. The question is whether we are listening. The Lakota know that the Black Hills are not just a mountain range. They are the heart of everything that is. They are the place where the spirits live, where the buffalo were created, where the people go to pray. They are sacred. And they were stolen. In 1868, the U.S. government signed the Treaty of Fort Laramie, which recognized the Black Hills as part of the Great Sioux Reservation. The treaty promised that the land would belong to the Lakota forever. But in 1874, an expedition led by General George Armstrong Custer discovered gold in the Black Hills. The government tore up the treaty. It forced the Lakota to sell the Black Hills for a fraction of their value. And then it carved the faces of 4 white men into the most sacred mountain. Mount Rushmore is not a monument to democracy. For the Lakota, it is a desecration. It is a scar on the body of a relative. It is a reminder that the story of the land is also a story of theft, of violence, of a world that was taken and broken. But the Lakota have not stopped praying. They still go to the hills to fast, to sing, to offer tobacco. They still perform the sun dance, the great ceremony of renewal, in the shadow of the mountains that were stolen. They still believe that the spirits are there, that the land is alive, that the story is not finished. The same is true at Cahokia. The mounds are silent now. The city that once housed 20,000 people is gone. The great plazas are empty, but the mounds are not dead, they are sleeping. And the people who built them, the descendants of the Mississippian culture, are still here. They are in Oklahoma, in the southeast, in the cities and the reservations. They remember. The story of Cahokia is a story of hubris, of a civilization that grew too fast and collapsed. But it is also a story of resilience. The mounds were built by hand, basket by basket, generation by generation. They are a monument to the power of collective effort, to the belief that a people can shape the earth itself. And they are a warning. Even the greatest cities fall. The land endures. Standing Rock is a different kind of monument. In 2016, thousands of people gathered at the confluence of the Missouri and Cannibal rivers to stop the Dakota Access Pipeline. They were not just protesting an oil pipeline. They were protecting the water. They were protecting the land. They were standing up for the principle that some things are more important than profit. The camp was called Ositi Sakowin, the 7 Council Fires. It was a gathering of tribes from across the continent, a modern-day version of the old alliances that once united the plains. The water protectors stood in the way of bulldozers. They were sprayed with water cannons in the freezing cold. They were attacked by dogs. They were arrested. but they did not leave. The pipeline was built. The oil flows under the Missouri River, a few miles from the Standing Rock Reservation, but the fight did not end. The water protectors went home, but they took the lesson with them. They learned that the land is worth fighting for. They learned that the story is not over. The land is a story, and every story has a moral. The moral of the Black Hills is that sacred places must be protected, even when they have been stolen. The moral of the Grand Canyon is that creation is written in stone, and that water is the blood of the world. The moral of Cahokia is that empires fall, but the land remains. The moral of Standing Rock is that the people will rise again. The Havasupai elder finishes tracing the petroglyph. He does not speak. He does not need to. The rock has said everything. The canyon has told the story. The water has carried it downstream, to the river, to the sea, to the place where all stories end and begin again. The land is a story, and the story is not finished. The next page is written in the return of the buffalo. The next page is written in the fight for the water. The next page is written in the hands of the elders, in the voices of the children, in the prayers of those who still remember. The land is a story, and it is still being told. The buffalo are coming back. The water is still flowing. The people are still here. And the story goes on. The buffalo are coming back. The water is still flowing. The people are still here. And the story goes on. But the story is not told only in canyons and rivers. It is told in a single rock, a certain bend in a trail, the place where a particular plant grows only after a spring rain. This is place-based knowledge, and it is the oldest map the people have. A story about a rock formation that looks like a crouching bear is not a fairy tale. It is a warning here, the grizzly's den. A legend about a woman who turned to stone, her face forever looking east, is a calendar. When the sun touches her left eye, the choke cherries are ripe. Every feature of the land carries a lesson encoded in narrative. The story of how Coyote stole the fire is also a story about where to find flint. The tale of the great race between the animals and the birds is a field guide to migration patterns. The legend of the water monster Mishipeshu is a warning about the riptide beneath the calm surface of Lake Superior. To know the story is to know the place. To know the place is to survive. This knowledge is not abstract. It is written in the body of the land itself. The Havasupai people have lived in the Grand Canyon for over 1,000 years. Their name means people of the blue-green water. Their creation story is not a myth about somewhere else. It is a description of the canyon walls. The red sandstone is the blood of the first people. The white limestone is their bones. The green water is the tears of the gods who mourned them. When the National Park Service began restricting access to the canyon, the Havasupai did not argue about property lines or legal precedents. They argued that the Park Service was blocking them from their own creation story. To deny them access to the canyon was to deny them access to their own identity. The land is not a resource. The land is a relative, and you do not buy and sell your relatives. This is the argument that is being made again and again across Turtle Island. It is the argument at Standing Rock, where the Lakota and their allies stood against the Dakota Access Pipeline. They did not say the pipeline was a threat to the water supply, though it was. They said the pipeline was a wound in the body of the earth. They said the Missouri River is a living being, and you do not drive a spear through the heart of your mother. It is the argument at Bears Ears National Monument in Utah. The monument is named for a pair of buttes that look like the ears of a bear. For the Navajo, the Hopi, the Ute, and the Zuni, these are not just landmarks, they are shrines. They are places where the holy people left their footprints. The buttes are the ears of the earth, and the earth is listening. When the federal government reduced the size of the monument by nearly 2 million acres, the tribes did not file a lawsuit about mineral rights or grazing permits. They filed a lawsuit about religious freedom. They argued that to open these lands to mining was to desecrate a church. The case is still moving through the courts. The ears of the earth are still listening. But the land does not only hold stories of the sacred, it also holds stories of loss. The Cahokia Mounds rise from the floodplain of the Mississippi River just east of modern St. Louis. They are the remains of the largest pre-Columbian city north of Mexico. At its peak, around the year 1100, Cahokia was home to perhaps 20,000 people. It was a city of farmers, traders, and astronomers. And at its center was Monk's Mound, a massive earthen pyramid that covers 14 acres and rises 100 feet into the sky. Who built it? What stories did they tell about it? We do not know. The people of Cahokia left no written language. They left only the mound itself, and the hundreds of smaller mounds that surround it. Archaeologists have found evidence of human sacrifice, of complex trade networks, of astronomical alignments. But the stories are gone. The elders who knew the names of the mounds, who knew the ceremonies that were performed on their summits, died centuries ago. The mystery of Cahokia is a wound in the American story. It is a reminder that the land remembers what the people forget. The mound is still there. It is still aligned to the solstices. The sun still rises over its eastern edge on the longest day of the year, but the meaning of that alignment has been lost. The story has gone silent. What did the people of Cahokia believe about the land? We can only guess. But we can look at what they built. They built their city in the shape of the cosmos. The Great Mound was the axis mundi, the center of the world. The smaller mounds were arranged to mirror the stars. The entire city was a story, written in earth, about the relationship between the people and the sky. And then the city fell. The people dispersed. The mounds were abandoned. The forest grew back. The story was buried. But the land did not forget. The soil of the mound still holds the carbon of ancient fires. The pollen of crops long extinct is still preserved in the silt. The land is a library, and even when the books are burned, the ash remains. This is the truth that the modern land defenders carry with them. They know that when a mountain is blasted open for a copper mine, it is not just rock that is destroyed, it is a story. When a river is diverted for a dam, it is not just water that is lost, it is a prayer. When a forest is clear-cut, it is not just trees that fall, it is a generation of knowledge that falls with them. A contemporary native land defender, a woman of the Gwich'in Nation, stands at the edge of the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge. The refuge is the calving ground of the porcupine caribou herd. For 10,000 years, the Gwich'in have followed the caribou. Their stories are written in the migration routes. Their songs are the rhythm of the whoos on the tundra. She says, "When you destroy a mountain, you are not just destroying rock, you are destroying a story. When you drill for oil in the carving grounds, you are not just taking oil, you are taking the future. You are taking the stories that have not yet been told." Her words echo across the continent. They echo at Oak Flat, the Apache sacred site in Arizona that is threatened by a copper mine. They echo at the Boundary Waters in Minnesota, where a proposed sulfide mine could poison the watershed. They echo at the San Francisco Peaks in Arizona, where a ski resort uses treated wastewater to make artificial snow on a mountain that the Navajo consider the body of a god. Each of these places has a name. Each name is a story. Each story is a prayer, and each prayer is a claim this land is sacred. This land is alive. This land is not for sale. The fight for the land is not a political fight. It is a spiritual fight. It is a fight about what the land means. Is it a commodity to be extracted, or is it a relative to be honored? The answer depends on which story you believe. The elders say that the land is the first teacher. It teaches by example. It teaches the cycle of birth and death. It teaches the patience of the stone. It teaches the generosity of the river. It teaches that nothing is wasted, that everything returns, that the only sin is to take more than you need. This is the education that the boarding schools tried to erase. They tried to replace the stories of the land with the stories of the book. They tried to replace the names of the mountains with the names of presidents. They tried to replace the language of the earth with the language of the law, but the land does not forget its names. The Black Hills are still Pahasapa to the Lakota. The Grand Canyon is still the place of emergence to the Havasupai. The Mississippi River is still the father of waters to the Ojibwe. The names are still there, written in the land, waiting for the people to return and read them. And the people are returning. They are returning to the Black Hills, to pray at the Vision Quest sites that have been closed to them for a century. They are returning to the Grand Canyon, to lead tours that tell the story from the Havasupai perspective. They are returning to the Missouri River to offer tobacco and pray for the water. The return is slow. The return is difficult. The return is contested. But it is happening. And every time a story is told, the land is reclaimed. Not in a court of law, but in the heart. Not with a deed, but with a prayer. A Hopi elder is asked why he continues to fight for a piece of land that has already been taken. He looks at the questioner with the patience of a man who has answered this question 100 times. He says, "We are not fighting for the land. The land is fighting for us. We are just the voice it uses. The land is a story. And the story is not finished." The next chapter is being written in the return of the buffalo, in the fight for the water, in the prayers of the people who still remember. The next chapter is being written in the hands of the children who are learning the old names, the old songs, the old way of walking on the earth. The land is a story, and it is still being told. The buffalo are coming back. The water is still flowing. The people are still here, and the story goes on. In the beginning, there were not numbers. There was no counting of the herds, no way to measure the living ocean that moved across the plains. The buffalo came in a dark tide that could take 3 days to pass a single point on the horizon, their hooves drumming the earth into a low thunder that travelers felt in their chests before they heard it. For the Lakota, the Blackfeet, the Cheyenne, the Crow, the Comanche, the Kiowa, and dozens of other nations, the buffalo was not a resource. The buffalo was life itself. Its meat fed the people. Its hide clothed them, sheltered them, bound their moccasins and their medicine bundles. Its bones became tools and ceremonial objects. Its sinew became thread. Its dung became fuel for fires that warmed the long winters. The buffalo was the book of survival, written in flesh and blood and hair. The people did not own the buffalo. They belonged to each other, bound in a relationship older than memory, a covenant that held the entire world of the plains in balance. Then the numbers came, and the numbers were designed to reach zero. The United States government understood, with cold precision, that to destroy the plains tribes, one must destroy the buffalo. General Philip Sheridan, a hero of the Civil War, made the policy explicit. He called for the extermination of the herds, urging hunters to kill the buffalo until not a single animal remained. He argued that the buffalo hunters should be given medals, that every hide taken was a step toward peace, his kind of peace, the peace of empty land. The railroad companies joined the campaign, advertising buffalo hunts from train windows as sport for wealthy Easterners and European aristocrats. A man could lean out a passenger car window, fire into a living herd, and watch the animals fall without ever stepping off the train. The carcasses were left to rot. The bones were gathered later, shipped east to be ground into fertilizer and used in the refining of sugar. Between 1830 and 1889, the population of the American bison collapsed from an estimated 30 million animals to fewer than 1,000. The killing was not a byproduct of westward expansion. It was a deliberate strategy of cultural annihilation, carried out with the full weight of federal policy. The buffalo was the enemy. Every hide removed from the plains was a victory. Every calf that never drew breath was a step toward the reservation system, toward the boarding schools, toward the erasure of a way of life that had endured for 10,000 years. The bones of 30 million animals were piled so high that they became landmarks, navigational points on the empty prairie. The wind moved through the hollow sockets and made a sound that travelers described as a low, unending moan. The people watched the herds shrink. They watched the great dark tide recede year by year until the horizon was empty. The old ones who remembered the great hunts began to die, and with them died the ceremonies that had honored the buffalo for millennia. The sun dance, the buffalo dance, the calling of the herds through songs that had been passed down since before the first Europeans set foot on the continent, these rituals lost their living center when the buffalo disappeared. The people did not starve only from hunger. They starved from the breaking of a sacred relationship, a wound that went deeper than the body. But the buffalo did not vanish entirely. A few hundred animals survived in remote pockets, hidden valleys, the deep woods of northern Canada. the private preserves of wealthy men who saw value in keeping a handful alive. In 1905, the American Bison Society was formed by a small group of conservationists, including Theodore Roosevelt and William Hornaday. They began the work of gathering the scattered remnants, establishing protected herds in Yellowstone National Park and on the Flathead Indian Reservation in Montana. It was a beginning, but it was a beginning that left out the people who had lived with the buffalo for 10 millennia. The conservation movement of the early 20th century saw the buffalo as a natural resource to be preserved for all Americans, and the native nations who had been the buffalo's original stewards were largely excluded from the conversation. For most of the 20th century, the buffalo remained a ghost on the plains, a memory kept alive in old photographs and the stories of elders. The herds in national parks grew slowly, carefully managed by government biologists who knew little of the deep cultural and spiritual bonds between the animal and the people. The buffalo became a spectacle, a tourist attraction, a living exhibit of a vanished world. The people who had once depended on the buffalo for everything were reduced to selling trinkets at the edge of the highway, watching tourists photograph animals that their grandparents had hunted with bow and lance. But the stories did not die. They were carried in the hearts of the old ones, whispered to children around kitchen tables in government-issue houses on reservations far from the traditional hunting grounds. The songs were remembered, even when there were no buffalo to sing them to. The ceremonies were kept alive even when they seemed to have no purpose but memory. The people waited. They did not know what they were waiting for exactly. But they knew that the relationship between the buffalo and the people was not a thing of the past. It was a promise that had not yet been fulfilled. In 1990, a group of tribal leaders from the Plains Nations gathered in South Dakota to form the Intertribal Buffalo Council. Their goal was simple and radical: to bring the buffalo back to Indian country. They did not want to simply raise buffalo as livestock. They wanted to restore the relationship, to bring the animal back into the center of tribal life, to heal the wound that had been inflicted more than a century before. The council began with small herds, a few dozen animals donated by national parks and private ranchers. They faced enormous obstacles: lack of land, lack of funding, lack of experience in managing large herds after generations of separation. But they had something that no government agency could provide. They had the memory of the relationship. They had the stories. They had the songs. Today, the Intertribal Buffalo Council includes more than 80 tribes across the United States, managing over 20,000 buffalo on tribal lands. The herds are growing. The ceremonies are returning. On the Pine Ridge Reservation, the Oglala Lakota have re-established the annual Buffalo Day, a celebration that brings together elders, children, and buffalo in a circle that had been broken for generations. The old ones who remembered the taste of buffalo meat, the feel of a buffalo robe, the sound of the buffalo song, they are gone now. But their grandchildren are learning. They are learning to butcher the animal the old way, to tan the hide, to make the tools and the ceremonial objects. They are learning that the buffalo is not a commodity, it is a relative. The work is not easy. The buffalo carries a heavy history on its back. Every animal that returns to tribal land is a reminder of the millions that were taken, the lives that were destroyed, the children who were sent to boarding schools to forget the language that named the buffalo. But the buffalo also carries hope. The return of the herds has brought with it a return of traditional knowledge, of ecological wisdom, of a way of seeing the world that places humans within the web of life rather than above it. The buffalo graze the prairie in a way that restores the grassland. They move in patterns that mimic the ancient migrations. They remind the people that the land itself is alive, that the stories are not just about the past, but about the present and the future. The scientists who study the buffalo have begun to listen to the elders. They have learned that the traditional burns practiced by the Plains tribes created the conditions for the richest grasslands. They have learned that the buffalo's grazing patterns increase biodiversity, that the animal's wallows create microhabitats for insects and amphibians, that the bones left on the prairie return minerals to the soil. The old knowledge and the new science are beginning to converge, creating a model of land management that is both ancient and urgently contemporary. One of the most powerful symbols of this return is the white buffalo calf, a rare and sacred animal that appears only once in a generation. For the Lakota, the birth of a white buffalo calf is a sign of hope, a reminder of the prophecy of White Buffalo Calf Woman, who brought the sacred pipe to the people and promised to return when the world was out of balance. In 1994, a white buffalo calf was born on a farm in Wisconsin. In 2006, another was born on the Pine Ridge Reservation. In 2022, a third was born in Yellowstone National Park. Each birth was greeted with ceremony, with prayer, with the understanding that the return of the buffalo is not merely an ecological restoration. It is a spiritual restoration. It is a sign that the world is being rebalanced. The buffalo are coming back to places where they have not been seen in living memory. On the Blackfeet Reservation in Montana, the herd has grown to over 1,000 animals. On the Wind River Reservation in Wyoming, the Eastern Shoshone and Northern Arapaho have restored a herd that provides meat for elders and teaches young people the skills of their ancestors. On the Fort Peck Reservation in Montana, the Assiniboine and Sioux have built a buffalo program that includes a processing facility, a tanning operation, and a cultural education center. The buffalo is not just returning. It is returning as the center of a new economy, a new way of life, a new relationship with the land. There are still challenges. The buffalo face competition from cattle ranchers who see them as a threat to grazing rights. They face the threat of disease from domestic livestock. They face the political and legal obstacles that come with trying to restore a wild animal to a landscape that has been fenced, divided, and privatized. But the momentum is shifting. The tribes are organizing. They are forming partnerships with conservation organizations, with universities, with the National Park Service. They are asserting their sovereignty, their right to manage the buffalo according to their own traditions and their own values. The story of the buffalo is not a story of loss. It is a story of return. The great dark tide that once covered the plains is still a trickle, a shadow of what it was, but it is growing. The herds are spreading, the ceremonies are being revived, the songs are being sung again. The children who are learning to touch the buffalo calf today will be the elders who teach their own grandchildren. The relationship is being restored, one animal, one ceremony, one song at a time. The buffalo is not a symbol. The buffalo is a living being, a relative, a teacher. The people are learning again to listen. And the buffalo, in its patient, ancient way, is teaching them how to return. The buffalo are teaching the people how to return. And the people are learning. In the Badlands of South Dakota, where the wind never stops, there is a place where the bones still rise from the earth. Not the bones of animals that died of old age, not the bones of a natural die-off. These are the bones of the extermination. The bones of the deliberate, systematic, government-funded destruction of an entire species. In the 1870s, the United States government understood something that the Plains tribes had always known. The buffalo was the foundation of a way of life. Kill the buffalo, and you kill the people. The numbers are almost impossible to comprehend. 30 million buffalo roamed North America when the first Europeans arrived. By 1890, fewer than 1,000 remained. The slaughter was not random, it was policy. General Philip Sheridan, the man who burned the Shenandoah Valley during the Civil War, argued that the buffalo hunters should be given medals for destroying the Indians' commissary. The railroad companies hired professional hunters. The army encouraged the killing. The hides were shipped east for industrial belts and machine parts. The bones were ground into fertilizer in China. The tongues were pickled and served in restaurants. The rest was left to rot on the prairie, and the people starved. The Lakota, the Cheyenne, the Arapaho, the Crow, the Blackfeet, the nations that had lived with the buffalo for 10,000 years, watched their relatives fall. They watched the great dark tide recede. They watched the ceremonies die. They watched the children forget the songs. But the buffalo did not disappear entirely. A few hundred animals survived, hidden in remote corners of the continent. In Yellowstone National Park, a small herd of wild buffalo, never domesticated, never fenced, clung to existence in the high mountain valleys. In Montana, a rancher named Charles Allard and a Native American named Michelle Pablo gathered a small herd from the last free-roaming buffalo in Canada. In Texas, a man named Charles Goodnight captured a handful of calves and started a private herd. These were the survivors. These were the seeds of the return. For decades, the buffalo existed only in captivity. in zoos, in private ranches, in national parks where they were treated as curiosities, as living museum pieces. The tribes could not touch them. The treaties that guaranteed the right to hunt buffalo were ignored. The animals that had once defined the plains were now owned by the government, by wealthy ranchers, by the very people who had helped destroy them. But the memory did not die. The elders who had been children during the last great hunts passed down the stories. They told of the buffalo dance, the ceremony that called the herds. They told of the songs that the buffalo had given to the people, songs that could calm a wounded animal, songs that could guide a hunter. They told of the sacred white buffalo calf, the rarest of all, a sign of great change. And they waited. In 1969, a Lakota man named John Fire Lame Deer spoke about the buffalo. He said that the return of the buffalo would be a sign that the people were ready to reclaim their way of life. He said that the buffalo would come back when the people remembered how to live in balance. He said that the buffalo would teach them. The first steps were small. In 1972, the Confederated Salish and Kootenai tribes of Montana brought a small herd of buffalo back to their reservation. It was a symbolic act, a gesture of hope. The animals were fenced, the herd was small, but the buffalo were home. Other tribes followed. The Blackfeet Nation brought buffalo back to their land in Montana. The Cheyenne River Sioux brought buffalo back to South Dakota. The Fort Peck Assiniboine and Sioux tribes brought buffalo back. Each tribe did it in their own way, at their own pace, with their own resources. There was no master plan. There was only the shared understanding that the buffalo belonged with the people. In 1990, a group of tribes came together to form the Intertribal Buffalo Council. The idea was simple: tribes working together to restore buffalo to their ancestral lands. The council started with a handful of tribes and a few hundred animals. Today, it represents more than 80 tribes, and the herds number in the tens of thousands. The council does more than move buffalo. It trains tribal members in animal husbandry, in range management, in veterinary medicine. It helps tribes navigate the complex web of regulations that govern the movement of buffalo across state lines. It advocates for the recognition of buffalo as wildlife, not livestock, so that tribes can manage them according to their own traditions. One of the most important partnerships is with Yellowstone National Park. The Yellowstone herd is genetically pure, descended from the original wild buffalo that survived the slaughter. But the park has a problem. The buffalo, when they leave the park in winter, are often shot by the state of Montana, which fears they will spread a disease called brucellosis to cattle. The tribes see this differently. They see buffalo being killed for the crime of being wild. The Intertribal Buffalo Council has worked with the National Park Service to develop a new approach. Instead of shipping buffalo to slaughter, the park now captures some of the animals and transfers them to tribes. The buffalo are tested, quarantined, and then released onto tribal lands. It is a slow process. It is a complicated process. But it is working. In 2016, the Cheyenne River Sioux tribe received a shipment of buffalo from Yellowstone. The animals were released onto the reservation, onto land that had not seen a wild buffalo in more than a century. The elders came to watch. The children came to watch. There were prayers, there were songs, there were tears. The buffalo are adapting. They are learning the old migration routes, the old grazing patterns. They are finding the places where the grass is sweetest, where the water is cleanest. They are teaching themselves to be wild again. The return of the buffalo is not just an ecological restoration. It is a spiritual restoration. The ceremonies that had been dormant for generations are being revived. The buffalo dance is being danced again. The songs are being sung again. The people are learning the old ways of honoring the buffalo, of thanking the buffalo, of asking the buffalo for guidance. At the Pine Ridge Reservation in South Dakota, the Oglala Lakota hold an annual buffalo ceremony. The elders bless the herd. The children help with the branding. The families gather to share a meal of buffalo meat, prepared in the traditional way. The buffalo is not a symbol. The buffalo is a relative. The young people are learning the old stories. They are learning that the buffalo gave itself to the people so that the people could survive. They are learning that the relationship is one of reciprocity, of gratitude, of respect. They are learning that the buffalo is not a resource to be exploited, but a teacher to be honored. There are challenges. The buffalo still face disease, predation, and the constant pressure of a human world that has changed around them. The fences are still there, the highways are still there, the towns and cities are still there. The buffalo cannot return to the full range they once roamed. The land has been divided, claimed, fenced. But the tribes are finding ways. They are working with neighboring ranchers to create corridors for the buffalo. They are negotiating agreements that allow the buffalo to move across private land. They are using modern technology, GPS collars and satellite tracking to monitor the herds and protect them from harm. The buffalo are changing the land. Where the herds graze, the prairie is healthier, the grasses are more diverse. The soil holds more water, the birds return, the wildflowers bloom. The buffalo, in their ancient way, are restoring the ecosystem that they helped create. The scientists are studying this. They are documenting how the buffalo's grazing patterns mimic the natural processes that shaped the prairie for thousands of years. They are learning that the buffalo is not just a resident of the prairie. The buffalo is the prairie. There is a story that the elders tell. It is a story about the white buffalo calf. In 1994, on a farm in Wisconsin, a white buffalo calf was born. Her name was Miracle. She was the first white buffalo born in captivity in decades. The Lakota elders recognized her as the fulfillment of a prophecy. The white buffalo calf woman had returned. The prophecy says that the white buffalo calf woman will bring a message of peace and harmony. She will teach the people to live in balance with all living things. She will remind them of the old ways. And when she returns, the buffalo will return with her. The return of the buffalo is not complete. The herds are still small. The range is still limited. The challenges are still great. But the momentum is undeniable. The tribes are leading the way. They are showing that restoration is possible. They are showing that the relationship between the people and the buffalo can be healed. In 2020, the Intertribal Buffalo Council announced a new goal: to restore buffalo to 5 million acres of tribal land by 2025. It is an ambitious goal. It is a necessary goal. It is a goal that would have seemed impossible just a generation ago. The children who are learning to touch the buffalo calf today will be the elders who teach their own grandchildren. The songs that are being sung today will be sung for generations to come. The ceremonies that are being revived today will become the traditions of the future. The buffalo is not a symbol of the past. The buffalo is a living presence, a teacher, a relative. The buffalo is showing the people how to return to the old ways, how to live in balance, how to honor the gifts of the earth. The great dark tide is returning. It is still a trickle. It is still a shadow of what it was, but it is growing. The herds are spreading. The ceremonies are being revived. The songs are being sung again, and the people are learning to listen. They are learning that the buffalo has always been there, waiting, patient, ancient. They are learning that the buffalo knows the way home. The story of the buffalo is not finished. It is still being written. It is being written by the elders who remember the old songs. It is being written by the biologists who track the herds. It is being written by the children who touch the buffalo calf for the first time. The buffalo are returning. The people are returning. The relationship is being restored. One animal, one ceremony, one song at a time. And when the buffalo calf is touched, when the ceremony is danced, when the song is sung, something ancient stirs. Something that was almost lost. Something that is being found again. The buffalo are teaching the people how to return. And the people are learning. The return of the buffalo is not a restoration of the past, it is a creation of the future. It is a future where the buffalo and the people walk together, where the old ways and the new ways meet, where the story continues. And that story, the story of the return, is being told in a new way. It is being told on social media, in documentary films, in classrooms, in living rooms. It is being told by the tribes themselves, in their own voices, on their own terms. The digital smoke signal is rising. The story is spreading. The world is listening. The buffalo are returning. The people are returning. The story is returning. And it is a story of resilience, of hope, of a future that honors the past. The great dark tide is rising. The buffalo are coming home, and the people, the children of the buffalo, are waiting to welcome them. The great dark tide is rising. The buffalo are coming home. And the people, the children of the buffalo, are waiting to welcome them. But the return is not a simple thing. It is not a matter of opening a gate and letting the animals wander back. It is a restoration of relationship, a rebuilding of trust between species that have been separated for more than a century. The Intertribal Buffalo Council was born in 1990, when a handful of tribes recognized that the buffalo's survival and their own were bound together. 19 tribes sent representatives to a meeting in South Dakota, and they made a simple agreement. They would share animals, share knowledge, share the work of bringing the buffalo back. Today, the council includes more than 80 tribes across 19 states. They manage over 20,000 buffalo on tribal lands. The numbers are still small compared to the 30 million that once covered the continent, but the trajectory is clear. Each transfer of animals is a ceremony. When a tribe receives buffalo from the council, the animals are transported by truck, sometimes across hundreds of miles. The journey is stressful for them, but the people prepare for their arrival as if welcoming honored guests. The buffalo step out into the light. They stand still for a moment, sniffing the air, feeling the ground beneath their hooves. Then they move, slowly at first, then faster, spreading out across the land that their ancestors knew. For the tribes, this is not just animal husbandry, it is a restoration of sovereignty. The ability to manage a buffalo herd is a tangible expression of self-determination. It is a way of saying, we are still here, we still know how to care for this land, we still have a future. The buffalo themselves are teaching the people. They remind the tribes of the old ways of moving across the land, of seasonal cycles, of the relationship between fire and grass, between grass and water, between water and life. The bison are ecosystem engineers. Their grazing patterns create habitat for birds and insects. Their hooves aerate the soil. Their dung fertilizes the grass. A landscape with buffalo is a healthier landscape, more resilient to drought, more resistant to fire. But the restoration goes deeper than ecology. It is a healing of the spirit. For generations, the absence of the buffalo was a wound. It was a daily reminder of what had been taken. Every empty prairie was a graveyard. The children of the boarding schools, the ones who were forbidden to speak their languages, the ones who were told their ways were savage, they are the ones bringing the buffalo back. The grandchildren of the survivors are the new buffalo keepers. There is a woman named Dr. Crystal Echohawk, a member of the Pawnee Nation who works with the Intertribal Buffalo Council. She is a veterinarian who specializes in bison health. She travels from reservation to reservation, treating sick animals, training tribal members in herd management. She says that the buffalo are teaching her patience. They are not like cattle. They are wild animals, even after generations in captivity. They have a memory that humans cannot fully understand. The buffalo remember. They remember the hunts. They remember the slaughter. They remember the trains and the rifles and the piles of bones. But they also remember the old relationship, the one where humans were partners, not predators. There is a moment that happens with every transfer. The buffalo step off the truck. They stand still. Then one of them, usually an older cow, will turn and look at the people. She will hold their gaze for a long moment. And the people will feel something shift inside them, a door opening, a connection re-established, a story continuing. The buffalo are teaching the people how to be buffalo again. They are teaching them the old songs, the old dances, the old prayers. The ceremonies that were fading are being revived. There is a song called the Buffalo Song that belongs to the Blackfeet people. It is an ancient song passed down through generations. For a time, it was almost lost. The elders who knew it were few. But now, with the buffalo returning, the song is being sung again. The song tells the story of the buffalo's journey. It describes the great herds moving across the plains, the sound of their hooves like thunder, the way they shake the earth. It is a song of power and gratitude. The younger generation is learning the song. They are learning the stories that go with it. They are learning the names of the buffalo in their own languages. The words are coming back. The Intertribal Buffalo Council is not just about animals. It is about language. It is about culture. It is about sovereignty. Every buffalo that returns is a word that comes back to life. There is a man named Fred Dubray, a member of the Cheyenne River Sioux tribe, who helped found the council. He once said that the buffalo are not just animals, they are relatives. They are the ones who gave their lives so that the people could live. He said that when the buffalo were killed, it was like losing a part of the family. And when they come back, it is like a family reunion. The joy is real, it is physical, it is felt in the bones. The return of the buffalo is also a return of the land. Many tribes are using buffalo restoration as a way to reclaim territory, not through legal battles, but through presence. A herd of buffalo on tribal land is a statement. It says, "This land is still ours, we are still here. We are still taking care of it. The buffalo are our proof." The National Park Service has also been involved in buffalo restoration. The herds in Yellowstone and Badlands National Park are the source of many of the animals that are transferred to tribal lands. It is a partnership, though not always an easy one. There is tension over the management of wild buffalo. Some ranchers fear that buffalo will spread disease to cattle. There are debates about hunting. There are legal battles over the boundaries of national parks, but the tribes are patient. They have been waiting for a long time. They can wait a little longer. The buffalo are teaching the people something else. They are teaching them about abundance. For generations, the tribes were told that they were a conquered people, that their way of life was gone forever. The buffalo say otherwise. A single buffalo cow can produce a calf every year for 20 years. A herd of 100 animals can become a herd of 1,000 in a decade. The growth is exponential. The return is accelerating. The tribes are building infrastructure. They are building fences and corrals. They are building veterinary facilities. They are training young people in animal science, in range management, in conservation. There is a program at Sitting Bull College on the Standing Rock Reservation that offers a degree in bison management. The students learn about genetics, nutrition, habitat. They learn the science of restoration, but they also learn the old ways. They learn the stories. They learn the songs. They learn that science and tradition are not opposites. They are two ways of knowing the same truth. The buffalo are teaching the people about the future. They are showing them that the past is not a prison, it is a foundation. The old ways are not dead. They are waiting to be remembered. There is a story being told on the Pine Ridge Reservation. An elder was asked why the buffalo were returning now after so long. He thought for a moment. Then he said, "Because the people are ready. The people are ready to receive the gift. They are ready to take on the responsibility. They are ready to be buffalo people again." The return of the buffalo is not complete. There are still only a fraction of the animals that once existed. There are still legal battles, cultural tensions, ecological challenges. The work is far from finished. But the direction is clear. The tide is turning. The great dark tide is rising. The Intertribal Buffalo Council has a vision. They call it the Buffalo Commons. It is a vision of a vast landscape, stretching from Canada to Mexico, where buffalo roam freely across tribal lands, national parks, and private ranches. It is a vision of a continent restored, of ecosystems healed, of cultures revived. It is a vision of a future where the buffalo and the people walk together, as they did for thousands of years. The vision is not a dream, it is a plan. It is a project, it is happening now. Every year, more tribes join. Every year, more buffalo are transferred. Every year, the herds grow. The story is being written in the flesh and blood of the animals themselves. The children of the buffalo are coming home, and they are bringing the people with them. The great dark tide is rising. The buffalo are returning. And the people, the children of the buffalo, are waiting. But they are not just waiting, they are working, they are singing. They are praying. They are preparing. The story of the return is being told in a new way. It is being told in the language of the buffalo themselves. It is a language of hoofprints and wallows, of lowing and snorting, of the great dark tide rising. And the world is listening. The world is learning. The world is beginning to understand that the buffalo are not just an animal, they are a story. And the story is not over. The story is just beginning. The great dark tide is rising, and the people are working. They are singing. They are praying. They are preparing. On a prairie in Wisconsin, in the summer of 1994, a white buffalo calf was born. Her name was Miracle. Her birth was not a biological anomaly, not merely a rare genetic condition. It was a sign. For the Lakota, the Cheyenne, the Dakota, and many other plains tribes, the white buffalo is the most sacred of omens. It is the return of the white buffalo calf woman, the holy messenger who brought the sacred pipe to the people at the beginning of time. She promised she would return, and when she did, she would come in the form of a white buffalo calf. The birth of Miracle was a call to prayer. Thousands of people came to see her. They came to pray. They came to remember. They came to believe that the old stories were not dead. They were waiting. The white buffalo is not a separate species. It is a buffalo born with a rare genetic condition that turns its coat white. But in the language of the people, it is a living prayer. It is a reminder that the buffalo are not just animals. They are relatives. They are teachers. They are a source of identity. To bring back the buffalo is to bring back a part of the people themselves, and the people are doing just that. They are not waiting for permission. They are not waiting for the government. They are taking the story into their own hands. On the Blackfeet Reservation in Montana, a young woman named Dr. Jessica Crow studies the health of the returning herds. She draws blood. She checks for disease. She monitors the genetics. She is a scientist. She is also a Blackfeet woman. She knows that the buffalo are not just a biological resource, they are a spiritual one. She treats each animal with the same reverence her grandmother showed the old ones. The buffalo remember. They remember the slaughter. They remember the near extinction. They remember the bones that were ground into fertilizer. But they also remember the prayers. They remember the songs. They remember the people who never stopped believing. The bones are still there. On the plains of Montana, Wyoming, and the Dakotas, you can still find them. A single rib bone bleached white by the sun. A skull, the horns still intact. A vertebra half buried in the grass. They are the remains of the Great Slaughter. They are the evidence of a deliberate act of cultural genocide. The US. Government knew that if they killed the buffalo, they could destroy the people, and they nearly succeeded. By 1890, fewer than 1,000 buffalo remained. The herds that once numbered in the tens of millions were reduced to a handful of animals hiding in the remote corners of the continent. The bones were ground into fertilizer. They were used to make glue. They were burned for fuel. The buffalo were turned into profit, even in death. But the people remembered. They remembered the old ways. They remembered the buffalo jumps, where the hunters drove the herds over cliffs. They remembered the rituals, the prayers, the songs that honored the buffalo before the hunt. They remembered that the buffalo gave themselves to the people. They were not taken. They were received. The slaughter of the 19th century was not a hunt. It was a massacre. It was a desecration. The buffalo jump is one of the great mysteries of the plains. How did ancient hunters drive entire herds off cliffs? The stories say it was not brute force. It was ritual. It was prayer. It was a deep understanding of the buffalo's mind. The hunters would dress in buffalo hides. They would mimic the movements of the herd. They would call to the animals in their own language. The buffalo, confused, would follow. And then, at the last moment, the hunters would disappear and the buffalo would run off the edge. It was a dangerous, precise, and sacred act. The hunters did not kill for sport. They killed to survive. And they thanked the buffalo for their sacrifice. The petroglyphs are still there. On the rocks above the buffalo jumps you can see the images: a buffalo, a hunter, a spear, a prayer. They are the oldest stories on the plains. They are the record of a relationship that goes back 10,000 years. The buffalo were not just food. They were clothing. They were shelter. They were tools. They were fuel. They were medicine. They were the center of a universe. When the buffalo died, the people died with them. Not all at once, slowly. A death by 1,000 cuts. A death by starvation. A death by despair. But the story did not end there. The people did not die. They survived. They adapted. They held on to the stories. They held on to the ceremonies. They held on to the memory of the buffalo. And now, they're bringing them back. The Intertribal Buffalo Council, a coalition of tribes from across the plains, is leading the return. They are working with the National Park Service. They are working with private landowners. They are working with each other. They are restoring the buffalo to their ancestral lands. One herd at a time, one calf at a time. The release is a ceremony. It is a prayer. It is a homecoming. The truck arrives at the edge of the prairie. The gate opens. The buffalo hesitate. They have been in captivity. They have been in transit. They have been away from this land for generations. But something stirs in them, something ancient, something that remembers. The first buffalo steps out, then another, and then they are running. Their hooves thunder on the earth. The sound is not just noise, it is a heartbeat. It is the heartbeat of the people. It is the heartbeat of the land. The buffalo run. They run as if they have never stopped. They run as if they are coming home, and in a way, they are. They are returning to a land that remembers them. They are returning to a people that never forgot them. They are returning to a story that is still being written. The buffalo are not just animals, they are a story. They are a story of loss. They are a story of survival. They are a story of return, and the story is not over. It is being told in the language of the buffalo themselves. It is a language of hoofprints and wallows. It is a language of lowing and snorting. It is a language of the great dark tide rising. The buffalo are coming back, and they are bringing the people with them. The children of the buffalo are learning the old ways. They are learning the songs. They are learning the prayers. They are learning the ceremonies. They are learning that the buffalo are not just a resource, they are a relative. They are a teacher. They are a source of identity. To bring back the buffalo is to bring back a part of the people themselves. And the people are doing just that. They are not waiting for permission. They are not waiting for the government. They are taking the story into their own hands. The boy does not know the history of the slaughter. He does not know the history of the bones. He only knows the buffalo. He only knows the feel of their fur. He only knows the sound of their hooves. He only knows the story that his grandmother tells him. The story of the white buffalo calf. The story of the return. The story of the great dark tide rising. He believes the story. He believes it with all his heart, and that belief is the most powerful thing in the world. The white buffalo is a sign. It is a call to prayer. It is a reminder that the old stories are not dead. They are waiting. They are waiting for the people to remember. They are waiting for the people to believe, and the people are remembering. They are believing. They are praying. They are preparing. The great dark tide is rising. The buffalo are returning. And the people, the children of the buffalo, are waiting. But they are not just waiting. They are working. They are singing. They are praying. They are preparing. The story of the return is being told in a new way. It is being told in the language of the buffalo themselves. It is a language of hoofprints and wallows, of lowing and snorting, of the great dark tide rising. And the world is listening. The world is learning. The world is beginning to understand that the buffalo are not just an animal. They are a story. And the story is not over. The story is just beginning. And the next chapter of that story will not be written in the blood of the buffalo. It will be written in the language of the people. It will be written in the digital smoke signal. It will be written in the stories that the people tell themselves about the future. It will be written in the language of hope. The old stories are not dead, they are evolving. They're being told in new ways. They're being told in film. They are being told in music. They are being told in art. They are being told in the digital smoke signal. The people are taking their stories back. They are taking their narrative back. They are reclaiming the story of the buffalo. They are reclaiming the story of the land. They are reclaiming the story of themselves. And they are telling it in a language that the world can understand. The language of the buffalo. The language of the people. The language of hope. The buffalo are returning. The people are returning. The stories are returning. And the world is watching. The world is learning. The world is beginning to understand that the buffalo are not just an animal. They are a story. And the story is not over. The story is just beginning. The story is being written in the flesh and blood of the animals themselves. The children of the buffalo are coming home. And they are bringing the people with them. The great dark tide is rising. The buffalo are returning. And the people, the children of the buffalo, are waiting. But they are not just waiting, they are working, they are singing. They are praying. They are preparing. The story of the return is being told in a new way. It is being told in the language of the buffalo themselves. It is a language of hoofprints and wallows, of lowing and snorting, of the great dark tide rising, and the world is listening. The world is learning. The world is beginning to understand that the buffalo are not just an animal, they are a story. And the story is not over. The story is just beginning. The story is being written in the digital smoke signal. The story is being written in the language of the future. The story is being written in the language of hope. The buffalo are sleeping. The people are sleeping. The land is sleeping. But the story is not sleeping. The story is waking. The story is rising. The story is coming home. And the world is waiting. The world is watching. The world is learning. The world is beginning to understand that the buffalo are not just an animal. They are a story. And the story is not over. The story is just beginning. The story is being written in the language of the people. The story is being written in the language of the land. The story is being written in the language of hope. And the next chapter of that story will be told in the digital smoke signal. It will be told in the language of the future. It will be told in the language of the people. It will be told in the language of hope. The story is not over. The story is just beginning. The story is coming home. The story of Turtle Island was never meant to be frozen in time. It was never meant to be locked inside a book, preserved behind museum glass, or spoken only in the past tense. The oral tradition is not a relic. It is a living thing. And like all living things, it adapts, it mutates, and it finds new ground to grow in. 1,000 years ago, a storyteller sat by a fire and wove a tale of Coyote and the stars. 100 years ago, that same story was whispered in a boarding school dormitory, hidden from the teachers who demanded English only. Today, that same story is being told on a smartphone screen, uploaded to a platform that reaches every corner of the globe. The vessel has changed, the voice has not. This is the digital smoke signal, a new technology carrying an ancient message. And it is rising from 1,000 different fires at once. The first fire to notice is the one that burns on the page. Indigenous futurism is not a genre, it is a reclamation of the future itself. For generations, mainstream science fiction imagined a world where native people had vanished, assimilated, or been reduced to noble savages in the past tense. The future was white. The future was chrome and glass. The future had no room for feathers or drums. That future is being rewritten. Indigenous futurists take the tropes of science fiction and turn them inside out. Time travel becomes a way to heal historical trauma. Alien contact becomes a metaphor for colonial encounter. The spaceship is not a sterile vessel of metal and light. It is a living thing, made of wood and sinew, guided by the stars that the ancestors have always followed. The stories are not escaping into fantasy. They are bringing the future back to the land. In the work of writers like Rebecca Roanhorse, Stephen Graham Jones, and Cherie Dimaline, the apocalypse has already happened. It was called colonization. And the people who survived it are the ones who remember how to live without the grid, without the supermarket, without the state. Dimaline's novel, The Marrow Thieves, imagines a world where the only people who can still dream are indigenous people, and they are hunted for their bone marrow. It is a dystopian nightmare, but it is also a love letter to survival, to language, to the stubborn refusal to disappear. Young readers see themselves in those pages, not as victims, as survivors, as warriors. The second fire is the screen. Film and television have become the new campfire circles. The stories are still told in the dark. They still gather the people together. But the fire is now a projector, and the storyteller is a director with a camera and a vision. Chris Eyre changed everything. His 1998 film Smoke Signals was the first feature film written, directed, and produced by Native Americans to be distributed nationally. It was a comedy. It was a tragedy. It was a road movie about two young Coeur d'Alene men driving to Phoenix to retrieve the ashes of a dead father. And it was funny. Not the kind of funny that makes you wince at a stereotype. The kind of funny that comes from inside a community, from people who know each other well enough to laugh at their own absurdities. The film opened with a line that became a mantra for a generation. How do we forgive our fathers? It was a question about family. It was a question about history. And it was a question that the audience, native and non-native alike, had been waiting to hear spoken aloud. 2 decades later, Taika Waititi and Sterling Harjo created Reservation Dogs. It was a show about 4 indigenous teenagers in rural Oklahoma who wanted to escape to California. It was also a show about ghosts, about ancestors, about the weight of grief and the lightness of friendship. Every episode was a masterclass in the art of the mundane. The characters sat on a porch. They stole a chip truck. They argued about nothing. They mourned a friend who had died by suicide. The show was revolutionary because it refused to explain itself. It did not pause for a white audience to catch up. It did not translate the jokes. It did not apologize for its existence. It simply told the truth, and the truth was that native life in the 21st century is not a tragedy. It is a comedy. It is a drama. It is a mess. It is beautiful. The third fire is the one that burns in the palm of your hand. Social media has become the new oral tradition. A grandmother in New Mexico posts a video of herself speaking Diné Bizad, teaching a word that has no English equivalent. A young Cree man in Alberta goes viral for a joke about res life that his cousins will understand and everyone else will miss. A Lakota activist in South Dakota streams a protest live, and the world watches. The algorithm does not care about tradition. It does not care about sacredness, but the people who use it do. They are finding new ways to protect what matters. A ceremony is not streamed, a sacred song is not recorded. But the story of the ceremony, the meaning of the song, the context, the history, the love, that is shared freely. There is a word that has begun to travel through these digital networks, survivance. It is a combination of survival and resistance. It means more than just staying alive. It means living with dignity, with creativity, with joy. It means refusing to be reduced to a statistic, a victim, a footnote in someone else's history. The digital smoke signal carries this word from one res to another, from one city to another, from one generation to the next. It is a signal that says, we are still here, we are still telling our stories. And we are telling them in ways that our ancestors could not have imagined, but would have recognized instantly. There is a fourth fire, and it is the most powerful of all. It is the fire that burns in the classroom, in the community center, in the living room, where a parent reads a book to a child. The digital tools are not the story, they are only the delivery system. The story itself is still the same. It is about who we are. It is about where we came from. It is about what we owe each other. In the city of Winnipeg, a group of indigenous teenagers gather in a library to learn how to make video games. They are learning code, they are learning design, but they are also learning the old stories. Their first game is about a young girl who must navigate a maze of concrete and glass to find her grandmother, who holds the key to a forgotten language. The game is not a museum piece, it is not a lesson, it is a world. A world where the old ways and the new ways are not in conflict. A world where a teenager can be a warrior with a controller in her hands. The digital smoke signal is not a replacement for the campfire, it is an extension of it. The stories that were once told in the long winter nights are now told in the endless scroll of a feed. The stories that were once carved into birch bark are now typed into a tweet. The stories that were once sung are now recorded on a phone and uploaded to a cloud that has no geography. And yet something is lost, something is gained. The scholars debate this, the elders are cautious. The young people are impatient. The truth is that no one knows exactly what this transformation means. The oral tradition has survived colonization, genocide, boarding schools, and assimilation. It will survive the internet. But it will not survive unchanged. The question is not whether the stories will survive. The question is what they will become. And who will have the right to tell them. Because the digital world is not neutral. It is owned by corporations. It is governed by algorithms that reward outrage over nuance. It is a space where cultural appropriation is a single click away. A sacred song can be sampled without permission. A ceremony can be filmed and mocked. A story can be stripped of its meaning and sold as a commodity. The storytellers of the 21st century are navigating this terrain with the same tools their ancestors used: humor, humility, and a deep understanding of the sacred. They know what to share and what to hold back. They know when to speak and when to remain silent. They know that the digital smoke signal is powerful, but it is not all-powerful. There is a movement within the movement. It is called digital sovereignty. It is the idea that indigenous communities should control their own data, their own stories, their own images. It is the idea that a tribe should own its own server, its own platform, its own digital future. It is the idea that the smoke signal should rise from a fire that belongs to the people, not to a corporation in Silicon Valley. The first digital smoke signals were sent in the 1990s. A handful of activists and academics created the first Native American websites. They were simple, they were slow. They were revolutionary. They connected people across vast distances, people who had been separated by the forced relocations of the 19th century, by the urban diaspora of the 20th. Today, those connections are instantaneous. A powwow in Oklahoma is live-streamed to a grandmother in California. A language class in Alaska is attended by students in New York. A protest at Standing Rock is watched by millions around the world. The digital smoke signal has changed the speed of the story. But it has not changed the heart of it. The story is still about relationships. The story is still about the land. The story is still about the responsibility that the living have to the dead and to the unborn. There is a young woman in the Pacific Northwest. She is a member of the Lummi Nation. She is a filmmaker. She is making a documentary about the return of the southern resident killer whales, the orcas that her people have known since time immemorial. She's using a drone to film them from above. She's using underwater microphones to record their songs. She is using social media to share their story with the world. She knows that the whales are not just animals. They are relatives. They are a nation. They have their own stories. And those stories are being told in a new way, through a lens, through a microphone, through a screen. She is not replacing the old stories. She is adding to them. She is creating a record that will outlast her. She is sending a smoke signal that will travel farther than any fire could reach. The digital smoke signal is not a single fire. It is a constellation of fires. Each one is small, each one is fragile, but together they light up the darkness. Together, they tell a story that is still being written. The story of Turtle Island is not a story of the past. It is a story of the present. It is a story of the future. It is a story that is being told, right now, in 1,000 different ways, by 1,000 different voices, from 1,000 different fires. And the fire is not going out. It is spreading. The fire is not going out. It is spreading across frequencies no elder could have imagined, carried by signals that travel at the speed of light. The digital smoke signal rises not from a single campfire, but from millions of screens, each one a portal, each one a new kind of storytelling circle. In a high school classroom in Window Rock, Arizona, a teacher pulls up a YouTube video. It is a recording of a Diné elder telling the story of the hero twins. The students have heard this story before, from their grandparents, from their parents, from the long nights of winter when the snow piled high against the hogan. But this version is different. It is subtitled, it is annotated, it is searchable. It will not fade with the memory of the one who told it. The oral tradition has not died. It has found new lungs. A grandmother in British Columbia records herself speaking the Haida language word by word into her phone. She posts the videos to TikTok. The comments fill with young people writing back in broken but eager phrases. She is not just teaching words. She is teaching the grammar of a worldview, the syntax of a relationship with the land. A young man in Oklahoma scrolls through Instagram. He sees a photograph of a buffalo, a meme about fry bread, a video of a jingle-dressed dancer, and a post from a climate activist standing in front of a pipeline. They are all from native creators. They are all reaching audiences that would never find a book in a library or a documentary on a cable channel. The algorithm does not know it is spreading stories that were nearly erased. This is not nostalgia. This is not preservation for its own sake. This is storytelling as survival, as adaptation, as defiance. The stories that were told around fires for 10,000 years are now being told in pixels, in code, in the language of the very technology that was once used to erase them. And from this digital soil, a new genre has grown. It is called indigenous futurism. It is not a rejection of tradition. It is an extension of it. It asks a question that the old stories always asked: what comes next? But it asks it with starships and AI, with virtual reality and genetic engineering, with all the tools of the imagination that the 21st century has to offer. The term was coined by a scholar named Grace Dillon, an Anishinaabe professor who saw that indigenous people had been writing science fiction for centuries. The stories of the hero twins, of the star people, of the emergence through different worlds, these are science fiction. They are stories of travel between realms, of encounters with non-human intelligences, of the transformation of the self through contact with the unknown. What indigenous futurism does differently is refuse the apocalypse. In mainstream science fiction, the future is often a wasteland, a world destroyed by its own mistakes. In indigenous futurism, the future is a garden. The people are still there. The stories are still being told. The land is still alive. A comic book called Moonshot collects stories from indigenous artists and writers, imagining worlds where native people are explorers, scientists, and heroes. In one panel, a young woman in a ribbon skirt pilots a spaceship through an asteroid field. The ship is painted with clan symbols. The navigation system uses star knowledge passed down for generations. She is not leaving her culture behind to go into space. She is bringing it with her. A novel called The Only Good Indians by Stephen Graham Jones, a Blackfeet writer, takes the horror genre and turns it inside out. The monster is not a monster. It is a reckoning. It is the return of a debt that was never paid. The story is terrifying, but it is also a meditation on guilt, on survival, on the weight of history. It is a ghost story, but the ghosts are not the ones you expect. A film called The Vast of Night is not directly an indigenous story, but its structure is deeply indigenous. It is a story about a radio signal from space, about a small town in New Mexico, about the mystery of the unknown. It moves at the pace of oral storytelling. It trusts the audience to listen. It leaves questions unanswered. The most powerful example of indigenous futurism may be a film that is not science fiction at all. Reservation Dogs, created by Sterling Harjo and Taika Waititi, is a comedy about 4 teenagers on a reservation in Oklahoma. It is set in the present. But it is a work of futurism because it imagines a world where native people are the center of their own story, where they are not victims, where they are not noble, where they are just people. The show is filled with jokes about res life, about poverty, about the absurdity of being young and native in America. But it is also filled with spirits. The elders appear, the ancestors appear. A character named Deer Lady appears, a figure from traditional stories walking the roads of the modern world. The sacred and the profane exist in the same frame. A young filmmaker named Sidney Freeland, a Navajo director, makes a film about a transgender native teenager. It is a story of identity, of family, of the struggle to be seen. It is a story that could not have been told 50 years ago. It is a story that is being told now, because the storytellers have seized the means of production. A video game called When Rivers Were Trails puts the player in the shoes of an Anishinaabe person displaced by colonization. It is not a game about winning. It is a game about surviving, about making choices, about understanding the weight of history. It is a story told in the language of play, the oldest human language of all. A podcast called This Land investigates the murder of a native woman and the legal system that failed her. It is journalism, but it is also storytelling. It uses the voice, the oldest instrument, to build a world of evidence and emotion. It is a smoke signal that reaches across state lines. A TikTok account called Native Girls Rising posts videos of young women speaking their languages, dancing their dances, laughing at their own jokes. They are not performing for a white audience. They are performing for each other. The comments are full of love, of pride, of recognition. It is a digital powwow. A YouTube channel called Navajo Traditional Teachings has over 400,000 subscribers. It is run by a Diné man who records himself telling the old stories, explaining the ceremonies, teaching the language. He does not use fancy graphics. He does not use dramatic music. He just talks, and people listen. The elders who once worried that the stories would die are now watching their grandchildren record them. They are seeing their words preserved in formats that will not rot, that will not burn, that will not be lost to the forgetting that comes with time. The digital archive is not perfect. It is vulnerable to crashes, to format changes, to the whims of corporations. But it is a form of resistance. A project called the Plateau People's Web Portal collects digitized recordings, photographs, and documents from tribes of the Columbia Plateau. It is a digital library, but it is also a repatriation. It returns knowledge that was taken, that was stored in museums far away, that was locked in archives that were not accessible. Now it is accessible. A group of Lakota teenagers in South Dakota create a virtual reality experience of the Battle of the Little Bighorn. They do not build it from the perspective of the cavalry. They build it from the perspective of their ancestors. They put the user on the ground, in the grass, with the wind and the dust and the sound of horses. A Cherokee artist named Jeffrey Gibson creates a work that combines traditional beadwork with neon lights. He writes words in Cherokee script that glow in electric colors. He is not choosing between tradition and modernity. He is fusing them. He is creating something that has never existed before. A young woman in Alaska films herself ice fishing, her camera mounted on a drone above the frozen lake. She narrates in her native language, explaining the technique, the patience, the relationship with the ice. She is making a tutorial. She is also making a record of a way of life that is threatened by climate change. A group of Ojibwe artists create a video game called Never Alone, based on a traditional story about a girl and a fox. The game is beautiful, it is challenging, it is also educational. Every level includes a video of an elder telling the story that inspired it. The game is a story about a story. A young man in Minnesota starts a YouTube channel called The Indigenous Hip Hop Project. He raps in Ojibwe. He samples traditional drumming. He makes music videos that show his res, his friends, his life. He is not trying to be the next mainstream star. He is trying to be the next storyteller. A filmmaker named Erica Tremblay makes a documentary about the murder of a native woman in Oklahoma. She uses the language of true crime, but she centers the victim, not the perpetrator. She shows the community, the grief, the silence of the legal system. She is telling a story that the news did not tell. A podcast called All My Relations is hosted by two native women, a scholar and a journalist. They talk about everything: identity, representation, politics, food, dating. They laugh, they argue, they cry. They are having a conversation that would have happened around a fire, but it is happening through microphones and headphones. A young man in Montana films himself butchering a buffalo, following the traditional methods, showing every cut, every prayer, every offering. He is not being graphic, he is being reverent. He is showing a generation that has never seen this, what it means to take a life with gratitude. A group of young women in New Mexico start a TikTok account called Fried and Matriarchs Rising. They post videos about matrilineal societies, about the power of women in traditional cultures, about the fight against violence and erasure. They are not just talking about the past, they are building the future. A filmmaker named Byron Nikolai, a Yupik from Alaska, posts videos of himself singing traditional songs on Facebook. He calls himself the Singing Yupik. His videos go viral. He is shy. He is not a professional. But his voice carries the sound of a language that is disappearing, and people listen. A project called the Language Conservancy creates apps for learning endangered languages. A young mother downloads the app for Lakota. She learns one word a day. She teaches it to her child. The child will grow up speaking a language that was almost lost. The app is not a replacement for a grandmother. But it is a bridge. A group of young men in South Dakota start a YouTube channel called Res Life. They post videos of their daily lives, fixing a truck, cooking a meal, going to a powwow, joking with friends. They are not making art, they are making a record. They are showing the world that the res is not a place of tragedy. It is a place of life. A young woman in California starts a podcast called The Other Side of the Mountain. She interviews elders, activists, artists, and scholars. She asks them about the future. She asks them what they hope for. She asks them what they fear. She is creating an archive of vision. A filmmaker named Darlene Ponce, an Anishinaabe from Ontario, makes a film called Falls Around Her. It is about an aging musician who returns to her res. It is slow. It is quiet. It is a meditation on time, on memory, on the land. It is a story that refuses the pace of the modern world. A group of young activists in North Dakota use social media to organize the protests against the Dakota Access Pipeline. They live stream the water protectors. They post updates from the front lines. They tell the world what is happening. The digital smoke signal becomes a call to action. A young man in Washington state creates a virtual reality experience of a traditional longhouse. He uses photogrammetry to capture every beam, every carving, every fire pit. He wants his grandchildren to be able to walk through the longhouse of their ancestors, even if the longhouse no longer stands. A filmmaker named Chris Eyre, the director of Smoke Signals, says that the most important thing is not the technology. It is the story. The technology is just a tool. The story is the fire. And the fire is carried by the storyteller, not a young woman in New Mexico finishes her film. She uploads it to YouTube. She shares it on social media. She sends it to film festivals. She does not know if it will be seen by many. She does not know if it will change anything, but she knows that she has told her story. She has added her voice to the constellation. The digital smoke signal is not a replacement for the campfire. It is an addition. It is a new way of carrying the same fire. The stories that were told to children 10,000 years ago are now being told to children on tablets. The words are different. The faces are different, but the fire is the same. A young man in Alaska uploads a video of his grandmother speaking her language. She is telling a story about the moon. He subtitles it in English. He posts it to Reddit. It gets 1,000 upvotes. People from around the world comment, thanking him, asking questions. His grandmother does not understand the internet. But she understands that her voice is being heard. A group of young people in Canada start a project called Indigenous Storytelling Month. They encourage people to record themselves telling traditional stories and post them online. They create a hashtag. They create a map. They create a moment of collective storytelling. The fire spreads. A filmmaker named El Maihia Tailfeathers, a Blackfoot and Sami woman, makes a film about the opioid crisis on her res. It is a story of pain, of loss, of addiction, but it is also a story of healing, of community, of the refusal to give up. It is a story that does not look away. A young man in Arizona starts a podcast called The Indigenous Futurist. He interviews artists, writers, and thinkers who are imagining the future. He asks them what the world will look like in 100 years. He asks them what the stories will be. He is not predicting. He is preparing. A group of young women in South Dakota start a YouTube channel called Lakota Youth. They teach the language. They teach the dances. They teach the stories. They are not elders. They are learning themselves. But they are teaching as they learn. They are creating a circle of knowledge. A filmmaker named Michael Greyeyes, a Nihiaya actor and director, makes a film about the Carlisle Indian Industrial School. It is a story of trauma, of forced assimilation, of children taken from their families. But it is also a story of survival, of resistance, of the children who held onto their language in secret. A young woman in Oklahoma creates a comic book series called The Sixth World. It is set in a future where the United States has collapsed and native nations have rebuilt. It is a story of diplomacy, of alliance, of the hard work of creating a just society. It is a blueprint. A group of young people in Montana start a podcast called The Buffalo Commons. They talk about buffalo restoration, about land back, about the return of traditional food systems. They are not just talking. They are organizing, they are raising money, they are buying land, a filmmaker named Zoe Hopkins, a Hautsuck and Mohawk woman, makes a short film called The Water Dancer. It is about a young woman who can control water. It is a superhero story. It is also a story about the sacredness of water. It is a story about the fight to protect it. A young man in New Mexico creates a virtual reality experience of the Chaco Canyon. He uses LiDAR scans to recreate the ancient buildings. He adds the stars as they would have appeared 1,000 years ago. He lets the user walk through a place that is now a ruin, but was once a city. A group of young women in British Columbia start a podcast called The Cedar Sisters. They talk about traditional medicine, about plant knowledge, about the relationship between the land and the body. They are reviving knowledge that was suppressed. They are healing. A filmmaker named Diné Goulet, a Cree Métis woman, makes a film called Night Raiders. It is set in a dystopian future where indigenous children are taken by a totalitarian state. It is a story of a mother fighting to save her daughter. It is a story that echoes the past. A young man in Alaska creates a video game called The Last Salmon. It is about the decline of the salmon runs. The player must navigate a river, avoiding dams, pollution, and warming waters. It is a game about loss. It is a game about the cost of the modern world. A group of young people in Oklahoma start a YouTube channel called the MV Skoke Media. They cover tribal council meetings. They report on local news. They interview elders. They are creating a record of governance, of community, of the daily work of sovereignty. A filmmaker named Sidney Freeland, again, says that the most important thing is not the budget. It is not the equipment. It is the perspective. It is the decision to center the native experience, to tell the story from the inside out, to refuse the gaze of the outsider. A young woman in New Mexico finishes her film. She uploads it to YouTube. She shares it on social media. She sends it to film festivals. She does not know if it will be seen by many. She does not know if it will change anything. But she knows that she has told her story. She has added her voice to the constellation. The digital smoke signal is not a single fire. It is a constellation of fires. Each one is small. Each one is fragile. But together, they light up the darkness. Together, they tell a story that is still being written. The story of Turtle Island is not a story of the past. It is a story of the present. It is a story of the future. It is a story that is being told, right now, in 1,000 different ways, by 1,000 different voices, from 1,000 different fires. And the fire is not going out. It is spreading. It is reaching into the next generation, into the next century, into the next world. It is carried by voices that will not be silenced. It is carried by hands that will not let go. It is carried by a people who know that the story is not finished. It is never finished. The smoke rises. The signal travels. The fire burns on. The fire is not going out. It is spreading. It is reaching into the next generation, into the next century, into the next world. It is carried by voices that will not be silenced. It is carried by hands that will not let go. It is carried by a people who know that the story is not finished. It is never finished. The smoke rises. The signal travels. The fire burns on. The fire takes new forms. It becomes light on celluloid. It becomes pixels on a screen. It becomes a story told not around a fire, but in a darkened theater where strangers gather to watch a world they have never seen. In 1998, a film arrived that changed everything. It was called Smoke Signals. It was the first feature film written, directed, and produced by Native Americans to be distributed nationwide. The director was Chris Eyre, a member of the Cheyenne and Arapaho tribes. The writer was Sherman Alexie, a Spokane Coeur d'Alene poet and novelist. Together, they created something that had never existed before, a Native American story told by Native American voices for a mainstream audience. The film opens with a fire. A house burns, a father dies, and two young men, Victor and Thomas, set out on a road trip to retrieve the ashes. It is a story about loss, about forgiveness, about the complicated love between fathers and sons. But it is also a story about humor. Thomas, the storyteller, is a geek in braids, a nerd who talks too much and wears his grandmother's fry bread recipes like armor. Victor is the stoic, the angry one, the one who has learned that to be a real Indian you must be silent and strong. The film subverts every stereotype. It shows native people laughing, arguing, making mistakes, and loving each other. It shows them as human. And in doing so, it does something revolutionary. It reclaims the right to define what a native story looks like. Chris Eyre once said that the goal was not to make a political film, but to make a human one. He wanted to show that native people are not relics of the past, but people living in the present. They drive cars. They listen to music. They have crushes. They get into fights. They tell jokes. And sometimes, the jokes are the most important part. The humor is not accidental. It is a survival strategy. It is a way of facing tragedy without being destroyed by it. It is a way of saying, we are still here and we are still laughing. This is the tradition that Taika Waititi, a Maori filmmaker from New Zealand, understood when he made Boy in 2010. The film is set in 1984 in a small Maori community. It is about a young boy who idolizes his father, a man who returns home after years in prison. The father is a failure. He is a thief. He is a liar. But the film never judges him. It sees him with compassion. It sees him with humor. Waititi's genius is that he understands the power of the trickster. His characters are coyote. They are iktomi. They are the ones who mess everything up, but who also, in their chaos, reveal something true about the world. In 2021, Waititi brought this same sensibility to Reservation Dogs, a television series set in rural Oklahoma on a Native American reservation. The show follows 4 indigenous teenagers who are trying to save enough money to leave for California. They are bored. They are restless. They are dreamers. The show is a revelation. It is the first television series to feature an entirely indigenous writing room, an entirely indigenous directing team, and an almost entirely indigenous cast. Every episode is written by a native writer. Every director is native. The stories are told from the inside. And what stories they tell. There is the episode about the Deer Lady, a spirit woman who lures men to their deaths. There is the episode about the Warrior Society, a group of elderly women who patrol the reservation, armed with golf clubs and fierce loyalty. There is the episode about the Ancestor, a spirit who appears to one of the teenagers, offering cryptic advice. But the show is also grounded in the mundane. The teenagers steal a truck. They get into a fight. They try to buy weed. They argue about who is the most Indian. They are, in other words, teenagers. And that is the point. They are not symbols. They are not victims. They are not noble savages. They are kids. The show's creator, Sterling Harjo, a member of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma, said that he wanted to make a show that showed the joy of being native. He was tired of the trauma narratives, the stories that only showed pain and suffering. He wanted to show laughter. He wanted to show resilience. He wanted to show that native people are not defined by their pain, but by their ability to find joy in spite of it. This is the new wave of indigenous storytelling. It is not a rejection of the old ways, it is an evolution. The oral tradition has not died. It has found new media. It has found new voices. The stories are being told in comic books. Indigenous futurism, a genre that imagines native people in the future, in space, in worlds beyond the reservation, is growing. There are graphic novels about native astronauts, about cyberpunk shamans, about post-apocalyptic survivors who carry the old knowledge into the new world. There are video games that tell native stories, that let players walk through the world of the Diné creation story, that let them fight alongside the hero twins. There are virtual reality experiences that place you in the middle of a powwow, that let you hear the drum and feel the ground shake. There are podcasts where elders record their stories for future generations. There are YouTube channels where young people teach their languages. There are TikTok accounts where teenagers make jokes about res life, where they show their beadwork, where they sing their songs. The digital smoke signal is not a single fire. It is a constellation of fires. Each one is small, each one is fragile. But together, they light up the darkness. Together, they tell a story that is still being written. She is a member of the Navajo Nation. She is 23 years old. She has never made a feature film before. But she has a story to tell. It is a story about her grandmother who walked the Trail of Tears. It is a story about her grandfather who was a code talker. It is a story about her own life, growing up between two worlds. She has saved for 3 years. She has borrowed equipment from friends. She has written the script on her phone, in the dark, while her children slept. She's making a film because she has to. Because the story is inside her, and it will not let her rest. She is not alone. Across Turtle Island, there are hundreds of young filmmakers, writers, artists, and storytellers who are doing the same thing. They are making films. They are writing books. They are creating comics. They are recording podcasts. They are building a new canon. They're not waiting for permission. They're not waiting for funding. They're not waiting for the industry to notice them. They are making their own way. They are building their own platforms. They are telling their own stories. And the stories are spreading. They are being seen at film festivals. They are being streamed on platforms. They are being shared on social media. They are reaching audiences that have never heard a native story before. The old stories are being told in new ways. The coyote is now a hacker. The Wendigo is now a corporation. The hero twins are now activists. The trickster is now a comedian. The stories are not being lost. They're being transformed. They're being adapted. They are being carried forward by a generation that understands that the old ways are not a museum exhibit. They are a living, breathing, evolving tradition. The digital smoke signal is not a replacement for the fire. It is an addition. It is a new way of sending the signal. It is a new way of gathering the people. It is a new way of telling the story. And the story continues. It is being told in 1,000 different ways, by 1,000 different voices, from 1,000 different fires. The fire is not going out, it is spreading. It is reaching into the next generation, into the next century, into the next world. The smoke rises, the signal travels, the fire burns on, and the story is not finished, it is never finished. It is being written, right now, by a young woman on a film set, by a teenager on a TikTok, by an elder in a recording studio, by a child learning her grandmother's language. The story of Turtle Island is not a story of the past. It is a story of the present. It is a story of the future. It is a story that is being told, right now, in 1,000 different ways, by 1,000 different voices, from 1,000 different fires. And the fire is not going out, it is spreading. It is reaching into the next generation, into the next century, into the next world. It is carried by voices that will not be silenced. It is carried by hands that will not let go. It is carried by a people who know that the story is not finished. It is never finished. The smoke rises. The signal travels. The fire burns on, and the next chapter is already being written. It is a chapter about sovereignty. It is a chapter about the return of the land. It is a chapter about the unfinished story of Turtle Island. The story is not finished. It is never finished. And that is the most hopeful thing of all. The story is not finished. It is never finished. And that is the most hopeful thing of all. But hope alone does not carry a story. It needs a vessel. For generations, that vessel was the human voice, passed from elder to child across a fire. Today, the fire has taken a new form. It glows from a screen in a teenager's pocket. It flickers across a laptop in a dorm room. It pulses through fiber optic cables buried beneath the same ancient soil that holds the bones of ancestors. The digital smoke signal has risen. On a reservation in South Dakota, a young woman points her phone at her grandmother. The grandmother is speaking Lakota, a language that was beaten out of children in boarding schools just 2 generations ago. The young woman posts the video. Within hours, it has been watched by 10,000 people. Some are Lakota speakers, scattered across the country, hungry for the sound of their own tongue. Others are learners, teenagers who have never heard their great-grandmother's language spoken aloud. The comment section fills with heart emojis, with prayer hands, with the word wapila, thank you. A language that was meant to disappear is being saved, one 15-second video at a time. This is not a replacement for the old way, it is an extension of it. The oral tradition has always been adaptive. It survived the Spanish missions by hiding inside Catholic rituals. It survived the boarding schools by being whispered in dormitory corners at night. It survived the relocation programs by being carried in the memory of those who refused to forget. And now it is surviving the internet. The story does not care about the medium. It only cares that it is told. But there is a tension here. The internet is a place of forgetting as much as remembering. A TikTok video vanishes into the algorithm. A YouTube channel can be deleted. A server can crash. How do you preserve a story that lives in pixels and bytes? The elders of the digital age are asking a new question. What is the digital equivalent of a sacred bundle? The wampum belt, woven from shell beads, carried the history and lore of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy for centuries. It was a physical object that encoded a spiritual reality. What happens when the belt becomes a hard drive? When the beads become bits, some are answering this question with action. In Oklahoma, a group of Cherokee archivists are building a digital repository for the Cherokee language. Every word, every sentence, every story is recorded, tagged, and stored. But they are not just storing data. They are storing context. They are recording the storyteller's face, the time of day, the season, the direction they faced when they spoke. Because a story is not just words, it is a relationship, it is a moment, it is a breath. And the storytellers themselves are changing. They are no longer only elders. They are comic book artists in Albuquerque, drawing a native astronaut whose spaceship is painted with the symbols of the 4 directions. They are filmmakers in Tulsa, shooting a horror movie about a Wendigo that lives in a suburban strip mall. They are musicians in Vancouver, sampling powwow drums over a hip-hop beat, creating a sound that has never existed before. This is indigenous futurism. It is not about returning to the past, it is about taking the past into the future. It is about saying, we were here before this continent was called America, and we will be here after it is called something else. The term itself was coined by Dr. Grace Dillon, a professor of Indigenous Studies at Portland State University. She saw that native stories were being confined to the past, to the museum, to the ethnographic footnote. She wanted to reclaim the future. She wanted to imagine a world where native people are not just survivors of a genocide, but explorers of the stars. The genre has exploded. There are novels, graphic novels, films, video games. There is a whole generation of native artists who refuse to be defined by the trauma of the past. They are not denying the trauma, they are building on top of it. Take the filmmaker Sydney Freeland. She is a Navajo director who has worked on Star Trek Discovery and Marvel's Echo. Her characters are not victims. They are engineers, they are warriors, they are time travelers. They are people who carry the old stories in their bones and use them to navigate new worlds. She has said that her goal is not to make native films. Her goal is to make films that happen to have native people in them, because native people exist in every genre, in every time period, in every possible universe. And then there is the humor. This is something that outsiders often miss. Native storytelling is not always solemn. It is not always sacred. Sometimes it is just funny. The film Reservation Dogs, created by Sterling Harjo and Taika Waititi, is a comedy about 4 indigenous teenagers in rural Oklahoma. It is full of inside jokes about res life, about fry bread, about the absurdity of being colonized. It is a show that made non-native audiences laugh, but it was not for them. It was for native people, to see themselves reflected not as tragic figures, but as ordinary kids trying to get to California. The humor is a form of resistance. It is hard to colonize a people who are laughing at you. It is hard to feel pity for a people who are telling jokes about their own suffering. The Trickster is alive and well in the 21st century. He is on Twitter, making memes about the Indian Act. He is on Instagram, posting photos of himself in a headdress at a music festival, but the headdress is made of plastic straws, and the caption reads, "Cultural appropriation, but make it sustainable." The joke is on the colonizer. It always has been, but the digital realm is also a battlefield. Every day, native creators fight for the right to tell their own stories. They fight against the algorithm that suppresses their voices. They fight against the trolls who tell them they are not real Indians. They fight against the corporations that steal their designs and sell them as boho chic. She's not just posting a video. She is defending 1,000 years of cultural memory. She is fighting a war that was declared long before she was born. And she is winning. Slowly, quietly, one post at a time. The hashtag Native TikTok has billions of views. There are Native influencers with millions of followers. There are Native chefs teaching the world how to make Three Sisters soup. There are Native activists live streaming from protests, showing the world what it means to defend the water. The algorithm cannot ignore them forever. The story is too strong. But the most important audience is not the millions. It is the one. It is the little girl in her bedroom watching a video of an elder telling a story. She has seen this story before. Her grandmother told it to her, but her grandmother's voice is getting weaker and the words are getting harder to remember. The video is a backup. It is a safety net. It is a promise that the story will not die when the elder dies. She watches the elder's lips move. She mouths the words along with them. She is learning the story in a new way, but she is learning it. And then she does something that no algorithm can predict. She turns off the phone. She gets up. She walks outside. Her little brother is playing in the dirt. She sits down next to him. She looks at the sky. She begins to tell him the story. Not the way the elder told it on the video, the way she remembers it. The way she feels it. Her voice is small, her words are halting, she forgets parts and makes them up, but it does not matter. The story is alive. It has passed from the screen to the air. It has passed from the elder to the child. It has passed from the past to the future. This is the digital smoke signal. It is not a replacement, it is a bridge. It is not an ending, it is a continuation. The fire is still burning, it is just burning in a different way. And the little girl is the next firekeeper. She does not know it yet. She is just telling a story to her brother. But that is enough. That is everything. The story is not finished. It is never finished. And the next chapter is already being told. It is a chapter about sovereignty. It is a chapter about the return of the land. It is a chapter about a people who refuse to disappear. The digital smoke rises. The signal travels. And the fire burns on. Into the next world, into the next story, into the next breath. The stories of Turtle Island were never meant to be finished. They were not written on pages that could be bound in leather and placed on a shelf to gather dust. They were breathed into the ears of children, sung around fires that burned through the night, painted on hides that were rolled up and carried across rivers. A story that is told is a story that is alive. It changes with each telling, shaped by the voice of the speaker, the ears of the listener, the hour of the night, the crackle of the fire. And the greatest stories of all are the ones that are still being told, still being shaped, still being argued over. This is the chapter that has no ending, because the story of Native America is not a history book to be closed. It is a living document, written in courtrooms and on reservation roads, in university lecture halls, and around kitchen tables where elders still speak their grandmothers' languages. The fight for sovereignty is not a single battle. It is 1,000 small wars fought every day in places most people never see. A lawyer in a Washington, D.C. courtroom, her beaded necklace visible at the collar of her suit, argues that a native child belongs with her tribe, not with a foster family 3 states away. The Indian Child Welfare Act of 1978 was supposed to protect native families from the systematic removal of their children. For over a century, government and church-run boarding schools had torn children from their homes, cut their hair, beat them for speaking their languages, and buried thousands in unmarked graves. The act was a promise, no more. The promises made on paper must be defended in court. In 2022, the Supreme Court heard Brackeen versus Haaland, a challenge to ICWA brought by non-native families who wanted to adopt native children. The case was about the law. But it was also about something deeper. It was about whether tribes have the right to exist as sovereign nations, or whether they are merely ethnic groups with a special set of problems. The court upheld the law, but the margin was narrow and the fight is not over. Every session of Congress brings new bills that would weaken tribal sovereignty. Every election brings new judges who may or may not understand that a treaty is not a suggestion. It is a binding agreement between nations. And then there are the bones. For 2 centuries, museums, universities, and government agencies collected the remains of native ancestors. They were dug from graves, taken from battlefields, stolen from funeral pyres. They were measured, catalogued, and stored in cardboard boxes on metal shelves in basements. The Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act of 1990 was supposed to bring them home. It required museums to inventory their collections and return ancestors and sacred objects to the tribes they belonged to. But the process has been agonizingly slow. Some institutions have resisted, others have lost track of what they took. In 2023, the Biden administration issued new regulations that closed loopholes and sped up the process. But for every ancestor returned, there are 100 more still waiting. The repatriation ceremonies are quiet, private affairs. There are no cameras, no press releases, just a group of people, standing in the rain, singing an old song as the boxes are lowered into the earth. The land back movement is not about evicting anyone. It is not about redrawing maps or forcing families from their homes. It is about recognizing that land is not a commodity. It is a relative. It is the body of the mother, and you do not own your mother. In Maine, the Wabanaki tribes are working to buy back ancestral lands that were taken illegally in the 19th century. In California, the Yurok tribe is restoring salmon habitat along the Klamath River, removing dams that were built without their consent. In Montana, the Blackfeet Nation is returning bison to the plains that were once the great grazing grounds of the continent. These are not radical ideas, they are ancient ones. The land was here before the treaties, before the reservations, before the colonies. It will be here after the nations that drew the borders are gone. And the people who have cared for it since the beginning are still here, still caring. The buffalo are coming back. From a remnant of fewer than 1,000 animals in the late 19th century, the herds have grown to over 350,000 across North America. On the Pine Ridge Reservation in South Dakota, the Oglala Lakota are raising a herd that now numbers over 1,000. The animals are not just livestock, they are relatives. They are the ones who gave their bodies so that the people could survive. The Intertribal Buffalo Council now includes over 80 tribes, all working to restore the animal to its original range. The goal is not just ecological, it is spiritual. When the buffalo returns, the people return, the songs return, the ceremonies return, the old way of walking on the earth returns, and the languages are returning too. In 1996, there were fewer than 50 fluent speakers of the Wampanoag language. Today, thanks to a dedicated program of immersion and teaching, there are over 500. The language was asleep for over a century. Now it is waking up. In Hawaii, the Olelo Hawaii language was once banned in schools. Today, there are immersion schools from preschool through high school, and the number of fluent speakers is growing every year. The language is not a relic, it is a living thing, spoken by children who will one day teach their own children. The stories are being told in new ways. The old tradition of oral storytelling has not died, it has found new media. Podcasts, YouTube channels, social media accounts, graphic novels, video games. The Trickster coyote has learned to code. The Hero Twins have learned to use smartphones. The Star People have learned to navigate the internet. Indigenous futurism imagines a world where native people are not just survivors of the past, but architects of the future. In the novels of Rebecca Roanhorse, the Navajo gods walk the streets of a post-apocalyptic America. In the films of Danis Goulet, a Cree woman leads a rebellion against a dystopian government. In the art of Ryan Singer, the old myths are painted in the style of science fiction posters. The future is not a place where native people are assimilated into a bland, monocultural America. It is a place where they are still Navajo, still Hopi, still Lakota, still Cherokee, still speaking their languages, still singing their songs, still telling their stories. The future is a place where the circle is still unbroken. The fight for sovereignty is not just about laws and courts. It is about the right to be seen, to be heard, to define oneself rather than being defined by others. For centuries, native people were told who they were by outsiders, savages, wards of the state, relics of a vanishing race. Now they are telling their own story. The story of the Code Talkers is not just a war story, it is a story about language. About the power of a tongue that was meant to be silenced. The Navajo language which the US government tried to beat out of children in boarding schools became the unbreakable code that helped win World War II. The irony is not lost on anyone, and the story continues. Today, the Navajo Nation is using its language to develop new technologies. There are apps for learning Navajo. There are voice interfaces in Navajo. There are coding camps for Navajo youth. The language that was nearly killed is now being used to build the future. The return of sacred objects is not just about museums, it is about the restoration of spiritual power. When a sacred bundle is returned to a tribe, it is not just a physical object that comes home, it is a living presence. A relationship that was broken is repaired, a ceremony that could not be performed can now be done. The Lakota people are still waiting for the return of the Black Hills. In 1980, the Supreme Court ruled that the US government had illegally taken the land and offered financial compensation. The Lakota refused the money. They want the land back. The money sits in a trust, now worth over $1 billion. The Lakota have not touched it. They are waiting. The Mount Rushmore monument, carved into a mountain the Lakota consider sacred, is a daily reminder of the theft. The faces of 4 white presidents look out over a land that was taken by force, but the Lakota are still here. They are still praying on the mountain. They are still holding ceremonies in the shadow of the monument. The Havasupai people still live in the Grand Canyon. Their village, Supai, is one of the most remote communities in the United States, accessible only by foot, horseback, or helicopter. Their creation story is written in the layers of the canyon walls. Their ancestors have lived there for over 1,000 years. They are not going anywhere. The Colorado River, which sustains them, is shrinking. Drought and overuse have reduced its flow to a fraction of what it once was. The Havasupai are fighting to protect their water rights, to ensure that the river that has sustained them for centuries will continue to flow. The fight is not over. It will never be over. The story of Turtle Island is not a tragedy. It is a story of survival against staggering odds. It is a story of people who were told they would disappear, who were actively erased, who were subjected to every form of violence and oppression, and who are still here. Still dancing, still singing, still telling their stories. The old myths are not just stories about the past. They are maps for the future. The hero twins did not just kill monsters. They showed the people how to face challenges with courage and cunning. The Trickster did not just cause chaos. He showed the people how to laugh at themselves and find wisdom in unexpected places. The Great Spirit is not a distant god. It is the force that connects all things. The stories are not finished. They are being written right now in the lives of people who are fighting for their children, their land, their languages, their ceremonies. Every child who learns to speak her grandmother's language is adding a sentence to the story. Every buffalo that is returned to the prairie is a paragraph. Every court case that upholds tribal sovereignty is a chapter. And the story will continue. It will be told by the children of the children of the children. It will be told in languages that were nearly lost and are now being spoken again. It will be told in every medium that humans have invented and in media that have not yet been imagined. The final shot is a sunrise, not a sunset, not an ending, a beginning. The light spreads across the land, touching the mountains, the rivers, the plains, the forests. The land that was here before the stories began, the land that will be here after the stories end, but the stories will not end. And as the light spreads, a single voice begins to speak. It is an old voice, a young voice, a voice that has been singing since the beginning of time. It speaks in a language that has been spoken on this land for thousands of years. The words are not translated. They do not need to be. The story is not over. It is not even close to being over. The story is just beginning. And you are part of it. Every time you listen, every time you learn a name, every time you remember that this land has a history that predates the maps you were given, you become part of the story. The story that has no end. The stories of Turtle Island are not finished. They are living. They are breathing. They are evolving. And they are waiting for you to listen. The voice that fills the silence is not asking for permission. It is not a whisper from the past, preserved in amber. It is a declaration, spoken in the present tense, a claim that echoes across a landscape still scarred by the violence of erasure. This is the sound of sovereignty. Not a word from a treaty, not a paragraph in a law book, but the living breath of a people who have never stopped governing themselves, even when the world insisted they had no right to do so. The fight for that sovereignty takes many forms. It is fought in the quiet of a courtroom, where the language of the colonizer is turned against itself, where a lawyer stands before a judge and argues that a child belongs to her people, not to the state. The Indian Child Welfare Act of 1978 was not a gift. It was a reckoning. For decades, Native children had been taken from their families, placed in white homes, stripped of their names, their languages, their connections to the land. The law said, enough. The law said, a native child belongs to a native home. But the law is a living thing, and it can be challenged. In 2022, the Supreme Court heard a case that threatened to dismantle ICWA. The arguments were technical, legalistic, a battle over words like race and political classification. But beneath the language of the law was a deeper question. Who decides what it means to be a family? Who decides what it means to be a people? The court upheld the law. The children stayed with their people. But the fight is not over. It never is. The fight is also fought in the quiet of museum storage rooms, where sacred objects sit on shelves, catalogued and numbered, waiting to go home. The Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act of 1990 was another reckoning. It said, the dead have a right to rest. The sacred has a right to return. For 30 years, tribes have been filing claims, writing letters, sending delegations to universities and museums, asking for what was stolen to be given back. Some objects have come home. The remains of thousands of ancestors have been reburied, their bones laid to rest in the earth that knew them. But tens of thousands more remain in boxes, in drawers, in the basements of institutions that have not yet learnt to let go. The pace is slow, the process is bureaucratic. The pain is not, and then there is the land itself. The land back movement is not a slogan. It is a return to an old understanding that the land is not a commodity to be bought and sold, but a relative to be cared for. It is a recognition that the people who have lived on this land for thousands of years know how to care for it better than any corporation, any government agency, any system built on extraction and profit. The movement is not about evicting people from their homes. It is about restoring balance. It is about returning stewardship to those who understand that the health of the land and the health of the people are the same thing. In Maine, the Wabanaki tribes are working to restore the Atlantic salmon to the rivers their ancestors fished for millennia. In California, the Yurok are bringing back the condor, a bird that was sacred to their people, a bird that had not flown over their lands for 100 years. These are not acts of nostalgia, they are acts of sovereignty. They are the practical, daily work of a people who refuse to be defined by their suffering. Sovereignty is not a flag on a pole. It is a child learning the name of a plant. It is a ceremony performed in a language that was almost lost. It is a community deciding, together, how to live on the land that has always been theirs. The fight for sovereignty is also a fight for the stories themselves. For generations, native stories were told by outsiders, filtered through the lens of anthropologists and missionaries, distorted by the assumptions of a culture that could not see what it was looking at. The myths and legends of Turtle Island were collected, translated, and published, often without context, often without the permission of the people who owned them. They were turned into folklore, into curiosities, into evidence of a primitive past that had no place in the modern world. But the stories were never lost. They were kept. They were whispered in kitchens, sung at ceremonies, told to children who were told to remember. And now they are being told again in new ways to new audiences. The digital smoke signal has reached every corner of the world. A young filmmaker in Oklahoma can make a movie that is seen by millions. A poet in Minneapolis can publish a book that changes how people think about history. A comic book artist in Vancouver can create a superhero who is also a trickster. indigenous futurism is not a genre. It is a perspective. It is the act of imagining a future where native people are not erased, not assimilated, not relegated to the past tense. It is a future where the languages that were banned in boarding schools are spoken in the halls of power. It is a future where the sacred sites that were desecrated are restored. It is a future where the stories that were stolen are returned to the people who created them. This future is not a fantasy. It is being built, right now, by people who refuse to accept that the story is over. Every lawsuit filed, every ceremony performed, every child raised in the language of their ancestors is a brick in that future. Every time a museum returns a sacred object, every time a river is cleaned, every time a buffalo is released onto tribal land, the story is being rewritten. The work is slow, the work is hard, the work is intergenerational. The people who began this work are often not the ones who will see it finished. The children who are learning the songs today will teach them to their children, who will teach them to their children. The story does not end with a single victory. It continues, like a river, finding its way around every obstacle, carving a new channel when the old one is blocked. And so we return to where we began, to the land, to the stories that are written in the rocks and the rivers and the bones of the ancestors. The Colorado River still flows through the Grand Canyon, and the Havasupai still tell the story of their emergence from the earth. The Black Hills still stand, and the Lakota still sing the songs of the spirits who live there. The buffalo are coming back, and the children are learning their names. The story is not over. It is not even close to being over. The story is just beginning, and you are part of it. Every time you listen, every time you learn a name, every time you remember that this land has a history that predates the maps you were given, you become part of the story. The story that has no end. The stories of Turtle Island are not finished. They are living, they are breathing, they are evolving. And they are waiting for you to listen. The land was never empty. This is the simplest truth, and the hardest for a legal system built on paper deeds and property lines to grasp. The land back movement does not ask for charity. It asks for a reckoning with a fundamental error, that land can be owned in the way a chair or a horse can be owned. The word sovereignty sounds abstract in a courtroom, but it has a weight that can be felt in the hands. In 2020, the Supreme Court of the United States handed down a decision in McGirt v. Oklahoma. The case turned on a single question: had the Muskogee Creek Nation's reservation ever been formally disestablished by Congress? The answer was no. For nearly 2 centuries, the state of Oklahoma had prosecuted crimes committed by native people on tribal land. The court ruled that jurisdiction belonged to the tribes. The decision did not create new land. It simply recognized what had always been true. The reservation was still there. The promise was still binding. The reaction was immediate. Some called it a threat to public safety. Others called it a long overdue correction. But for the Muskogee people, it was something simpler. It was the sound of a door opening that had been locked for 180 years. This is not a story about taking things away. It is a story about restoring what was broken. The land back movement operates on many levels. Some efforts are legal and legislative. Tribes buying back ancestral land on the open market, or negotiating the return of federal lands to tribal stewardship. Other efforts are quieter. A family in Maine returns a parcel of coastal land to the Wabanaki people. A church in Massachusetts decedes its property to the Mashpee Wampanoag. These are not acts of charity. They are acts of recognition. The land remembers who held it first. The argument for land back is not sentimental. It is practical. Indigenous communities have managed these ecosystems for thousands of years. They know the fire cycles. They know the migration patterns. They know which plants heal and which ones poison. The science is catching up to what the elders have always said. The land is not a resource to be extracted. It is a relative to be respected. When the Confederated Salish and Kootenai tribes of Montana took over the management of the National Bison Range in 2021, they did not just restore a herd. They restored a relationship. The bison knew the difference. The legal battles continue. The Indian Child Welfare Act, passed in 1978 to stop the forced removal of native children from their families, was challenged in the Supreme Court in 2022. The case was called Bracken v. Harland. At its heart was a question about sovereignty. Did tribes have the right to determine the future of their own children? The court upheld the law. The children stayed with their people, but the fight is not over. There are always new challenges, new laws, new attempts to erase what was never meant to be erased. The return of sacred objects is another front in the same war. For decades, museums across the country held the remains of ancestors and the objects of ceremonies as artifacts, as specimens, as property. The Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act, passed in 1990, required these institutions to inventory their collections and return items to the tribes that claimed them. The process has been slow, painfully slow. Some museums have resisted, others have cooperated. But every return is a small miracle. Every ancestor brought home is a wound that begins to close. In 2023, the American Museum of Natural History in New York announced it would close 2 halls of Native American artifacts. The objects would be repatriated. The decision was not popular with everyone, but it was right. The word repatriation comes from the Latin for return to the fatherland, but for Native people, the fatherland is not an abstract concept. It is a specific mountain, a particular bend in the river, a grove of oak trees where the acorns fall every autumn. The land is not just where the ancestors are buried. The land is the ancestors. The land back movement is often misunderstood. It is not about evicting people from their homes. It is not about redrawing every border on the map. It is about acknowledging that the land you live on was stolen, and that the people it was stolen from are still here. They never left. The movement takes many forms. In some places, it means the return of a single acre. In others, it means the co-management of national parks. In the Pacific Northwest, the Quinault Indian Nation has been working to restore the Elwha River by removing dams that blocked the salmon for a century. The salmon are coming back. The river is healing. This is not a radical idea. It is the oldest idea in the world. You take care of the land, and the land takes care of you. You do not own it. You belong to it. The fight for sovereignty is not just about land. It is about language. It is about ceremony. It is about the right to define yourself, to tell your own story, to raise your children in your own way. The boarding schools tried to kill these languages. They failed. The languages are still here, spoken by children who will never know the silence. In 2020, the Cherokee Nation opened a new language immersion school. The students speak only Cherokee from kindergarten through 5th grade. They are not learning a dead language. They are inheriting a living one. The same is true for the ceremonies, the green corn dance, the sun dance. The longhouse ceremonies of the Haudenosaunee, these are not relics of the past, they are the present, they are the future. The story of the Wampanoag people is a case in point. For generations they were written off as extinct. The textbooks said they had vanished after King Philip's War, but they did not vanish. They survived, they adapted. They kept their ceremonies alive in secret, in kitchens and basements and back rooms. Today, the Mashpee Wampanoag tribe has federal recognition. They are building a cultural center. They are teaching their children the language. They are not a footnote in history. They are a living people. The question at the heart of this chapter is not about the past. It is about the future. What kind of world do we want to leave for the children who will come after us? The answer, for many Native people, is a world where the land is respected, where the stories are told, where the sovereignty of tribal nations is not a concession but a foundation. The land back movement is part of that vision. But it is not the whole story. The whole story is about a fundamental shift in how we understand our relationship to the earth. It is about moving from extraction to reciprocity, from ownership to belonging. The legal scholar Rebecca Sosi, a citizen of the Pascua Yaqui tribe, has written about the concept of earth jurisprudence. The idea is simple. The law should recognize that the natural world has rights. A river can sue to protect itself. A forest can have standing in court. This is not science fiction. It is already happening. In 2017, the Wanganui River in New Zealand was granted legal personhood. The Maori people had fought for this for 140 years. In 2019, the Klamath River in Oregon was recognized as having the right to exist and flourish. The Yurok tribe led the effort. These are not abstract legal victories. They are a recognition of what indigenous people have always known. The river is not a resource. The river is a relative. The fight for sovereignty is also a fight for the future of the planet. Indigenous peoples manage or hold tenure over about a quarter of the Earth's land surface, including some of the most biodiverse regions on the planet. Where indigenous land rights are secure, deforestation rates are lower, biodiversity is higher, the carbon stays in the ground. This is not a coincidence. It is the result of thousands of years of knowledge, of practice, of relationship. The land back movement is not just about justice for the past, it is about survival for the future. The story of the Intertribal Buffalo Council is a microcosm of this larger movement. In the 1880s, the buffalo were nearly exterminated. From a population of tens of millions, only a few hundred remained. The US. Government saw the buffalo as an obstacle to westward expansion. The tribes saw the buffalo as their relative, their provider, their way of life. Today, the Intertribal Buffalo Council includes more than 80 tribes. They are restoring buffalo to their ancestral lands. The herds are growing. The ceremonies that were suppressed are being revived. The children are learning to hunt and to pray and to give thanks. The buffalo are not just animals. They are a symbol of resilience. They are proof that what was nearly lost can be brought back. The story of the buffalo is the story of Turtle Island itself. And so we arrive at the present moment. The story is not finished. It is not even close to being finished. Every day, a new chapter is written. A new law is passed. A new child learns a word in their grandmother's language. A new acre of land is returned. The fight for sovereignty is a long fight. It is a fight that has lasted for 500 years, and it will last for 500 more. But the arc of history bends toward justice, as the saying goes. And the people who have held these stories for thousands of years are still here to see it. The land back movement is not a threat, it is an invitation. It is an invitation to imagine a different kind of relationship with the land. A relationship based on respect, on reciprocity, on the understanding that we do not own the earth, we belong to it. The final shot is of a sunrise. The light spreads across the land, touching the mountains and the rivers and the plains. A single, clear voice begins to speak in a native language. The words are old, the words are new. The words are a prayer and a promise and a story. The story is not over. It is not even close to being over. The story is just beginning, and you are part of it. Every time you listen, every time you learn a name, every time you remember that this land has a history that predates the maps you were given, you become part of the story. The story that has no end. That story is now carried forward by a new generation of lawyers, activists and storytellers, each one a keeper of a flame that was never meant to go out. She argues not with the weapons of her ancestors, but with the tools of a system that was designed to erase her. Yet the argument she makes is ancient. It is an argument about relationship, about responsibility, about the seventh generation. The seventh generation is not a metaphor. It is a constitutional principle, encoded in the Great Law of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, a document that predates the American Constitution by centuries. The law states that leaders must consider the impact of their decisions on the seventh generation yet to come. Not the next election cycle, not the next quarterly report, 7 generations. Roughly 280 years into a future no one will live to see. This is not a quaint idea. It is a radical redefinition of what it means to be responsible. To plant a tree whose shade you will never sit in. To clean a river whose water your great-great-grandchildren will drink. To fight a legal battle whose victory you may not witness. That is seventh generation thinking. And it is the logic that animates the fight for sovereignty today. The courtroom becomes a new kind of storytelling ground. Here, the old stories are translated into the language of property law, of treaty rights, of federal trust responsibility. The story of the Black Hills is not just a myth about spirits living in the stone. It is a legal claim, a broken treaty, a debt that has never been paid. The story of the Colorado River is not just a creation narrative written in canyon walls. It is a water right, a fight for survival against dams and diversions, and a drying climate. The myths, it turns out, are not just stories. They are a legal framework. They are a record of original instructions, a constitution written not on paper, but in the relationship between a people and a place. When a tribe argues for the return of a sacred object, they are not asking for a museum piece. They are asking for a living relative to come home. When a tribe argues for the protection of a burial ground, they are not making an archaeological claim. They are defending the boundary between the living and the dead. The Indian Child Welfare Act is a perfect example. For decades, native children were removed from their families at staggering rates, placed in non-native homes, their cultures erased. The law was a recognition that the survival of a people depends on the survival of its children. It was a legal affirmation of a story, that a child belongs to a family, a clan, a nation, a history. The Supreme Court recently upheld the law. The story won, but the fight is never finished. The land back movement is not a single demand. It is 1,000 local struggles, each one rooted in a specific place, a specific story, a specific relationship. It is the return of a mountain in California, the return of a forest in Maine, the return of a river in the Pacific Northwest. It is not about evicting people from their homes. It is about restoring a relationship that has been broken, and it is happening. In 2022, the Ojibwe people of the White Earth Nation purchased a 1,000-acre parcel of their ancestral land in Minnesota, returning it to tribal stewardship. In 2023, the Yurok tribe of California became the first tribe to co-manage a national park, the towering redwoods of Yurok country. In 2024, the Wiyot tribe of California celebrated the return of Duluwat Island, a sacred site that had been used as a city dump for decades. The land is coming home. These are not abstract victories. They are the result of generations of work, of legal battles, of storytelling, of refusing to let the story die. The elders who fought these battles are passing the work to the next generation. The young lawyers, the activists, the artists, the filmmakers, they are the 7th generation. And they are not waiting for permission. The films and series that now tell these stories are part of the same continuum. Indigenous futurism is not an escape from the past. It is an insistence that the future belongs to indigenous people too. That the stories of the hero twins and the star people and the Great Flood are not museum exhibits. They are blueprints for survival in a world that is burning. Because the world is burning, the climate is changing. The waters are rising, the species are vanishing, the old systems are failing. And the question that hangs over everything is simple. What do we do now? The answer, perhaps, is in the stories. The myths are not just about the past, they are a guide to the future. They teach that you cannot take more than you need. They teach that you must think of the 7th generation. They teach that the land is not a resource to be exploited, but a relative to be respected. They teach that the only way to survive is together. This is not romanticism, it is pragmatism. The tribes that have survived are the ones that adapted, the ones that blended the old and the new, the ones that held on to their stories while learning the language of the colonizer, the ones that understood that sovereignty is not a piece of paper, it is a living relationship, it is the right to be a people, to govern yourself, to define your own future, and that future is being built now. On the Navajo Nation, solar panels are replacing coal mines. On the Pine Ridge Reservation, a buffalo herd is growing. In Alaska, native corporations are managing millions of acres of land. The old ways are being adapted to new realities. The stories are being rewritten for a new century, but the heart of the story remains the same. The council fire is still burning, the elders are still speaking, the children are still listening. The stories are still being told, and every time a story is told, the world is remade. The final scene is a sunrise. The elder stands at the edge of the river. The water moves past her, carrying the memory of the mountains it came from, the promise of the ocean it is going to. She begins to speak. The words are in her own language. They are the words of a story that has been told for 1,000 years. But they are also new, because every telling is a new telling. Every listener is a new listener. She speaks of the beginning, of the emergence from the dark world, of the first people, of the trickster and the hero, of the flood and the survivors, of the prophets and the coming change, of the loss and the grief and the resilience. She speaks of the return of the buffalo, of the children who came home, of the land that is coming back. She speaks of a future she will not see, but that she is helping to build. And then she stops. The story is not finished. It is not even close to being finished. She looks at the listener. She looks at you. She says, "This is your story now. You are part of it. You have always been part of it. The land remembers. The water remembers. The stones remember. And now, you remember too. Carry this story. Tell it to your children. Tell it to your grandchildren. And when you sit by the fire, and the night is dark, and the wind speaks through the trees, listen. The story is still being told. It will always be told. And you are part of it. The story is not over. It is not even close to being over. The story is just beginning. And you are part of it."